Like any main character hiding his true self, besides going to school as an ordinary student, this young man also works as a part-time assassin at night. Yesterday, Kai stayed up all night working on a viral KPI, and today he has to go to school early, so he's exhausted. Kai walks into the classroom as usual, and classmate Midu Suji cheerfully greets him. He is student number 35 in the class, the star of the football club, and also the class president. Kai casually greets him, then pulls out a chair, sits down at the desk, and immediately drops his face to sleep, refusing to talk further. Miduji also felt a bit out of place. Just then, another female student also cut in. She is Naga, student number 22, a trendy and prominent girl among the girls in the class. She has a haughty, arrogant personality and told Midu she didn't need to greet someone as rude as Kai. Midu chuckled softly, saying Kai was probably just too tired to react. At that moment, the door suddenly opened again, and Arasi Satsu stepped in. He is the epitome of rudeness, the top student, a notorious gang leader in the area. Arasi enters the classroom, and the younger students bow in greeting. He looks around, and seeing Kai sleeping at the back of the class, he comes over to cause trouble. Arasi arrives, but Kai still doesn't react. He's just snoring loudly. Arasi gets annoyed and starts cursing. "You idiot, are you deaf or what?" Arasi reached out to pull Kai up, but was caught by his wrist. Kai, feeling discouraged, sighs heavily and looks intently, asking Arasi what the hell he wants. Arasi gets even more furious and shouts at Kai to let go of his hand. He was under an invisible pressure that made him unable to move. Kai finally snapped out of it and let go of Arasi. Arasi muttered and pulled his hand back, cursing Kai as a damn weirdo. Then someone appeared and told Arasi to shut the hell up. This person is Kazaki, student number 8, beautiful, talented in literature and martial arts, one of the top beauties in the school with a cold and distant look. Arasi is about to change targets and asks Rena what nonsense she's up to. Suddenly, someone stepped in to stop it. This person was the strict discipline vice class president, very concerned about order. Student number 29, Hashimoto Mairi, told Arasi to stop causing trouble. A kind-hearted young man with striking hair, Narumi Yoshida, student number 23, shallow and superficial just like his appearance, advises Mirai not to meddle anymore, or he might get punched by Arasi. "The one over there has already fallen asleep again some time ago." Arasi, annoyed by everyone's attention, reluctantly sat down, casually resting her feet on the desk. Everyone has arrived and is waiting to start class. This is Kao Trung Shinzo, first year, second class. Today was just another day in class with many things happening, when Kai suddenly woke up feeling something. He saw a glowing circle appear under Midu Suji's feet. The circle gradually grew larger, covering the entire classroom. The students in the class also realize they are starting to panic. Midu quickly orders everyone to run out of the classroom, but with Kai's sharp eyes, they only just managed to escape the dream. The blue circle pulled all the students into it. When they wake up, everyone is in a strange place. Kai looks around to assess the situation. This is a stone building with many large columns for concealment and only one unbelievable exit. But it seems they have been swallowed by a white light. The whole class has been thrown somewhere. The other students are gradually waking up too, all confused and unsure of who I am. "Where is this place?" Class President M reassures. "Everyone stay calm and things will settle down. First, let's see if everyone is okay." Kai also silently admired him, well called. Midu can help the class stay calm, and Arasi also doesn't want to waste time. He told his 2 underlings to follow him and see what was going on here. Kai interrupted Arasi. "There are footsteps coming from behind the door. You can tell there are 2 people, a man and a woman." The students in the class started to focus on the door at the back. The door opened, just as expected, revealing an old man and a woman. The teacher warmly welcomed the students, and after seeing her, everyone in the class couldn't help but marvel and praise. "This old lady is stunning. Is she cosplaying? Like a medieval knight and princess." The one standing behind the pillar all this time watching the situation is a man with the build of a swordsman. He's not just cosplaying, he's genuinely strong. The white-haired lady also has some muscles, but she looks quite normal. The white-haired lady introduces herself as Leonora, the Archbishop of the Holy Nation of Digoret. The old man next to her is Gus, her knight and bodyguard. Arasi glares and asks her directly, "You want to start a fight?" He has never heard of the country that the white-haired lady just mentioned. Leonora still smiles calmly, understanding what everyone here thinks about this. Class President Midu was the first to speak up, asking what was going on here. Leonora explained the situation. She is the one who summoned the class members to the parallel world. They are humanity's hope to fight the Demon King as the world's hero candidates. The class members still don't quite understand what that woman is spouting nonsense about. Gus, standing beside, glaringly warns Arasi to watch his mouth. "Don't talk like that. Leonora is the saintess of this country." Arasi doesn't care about that. He won't back down. If you touch him, you'll get hurt. He told Gus to shut up and not to make him angry. Gus is old, but still full of energy. He is ready to draw his sword and fight. Leonora stops Gus. Don't do that. He's determined not to listen. He has to teach Arasi what a festival is really about. Arasi, unrespectful and reckless, rushes into the fight while Kai remains silently observing. You also have to admit that Arasi is really brave. He didn't hesitate to face the sword-wielding opponent head-on. Arasi is confident because he has fought against armed opponents before. Just dodging the first attack and closing in makes unarmed combat more advantageous. The scene was perfect, but in reality it was a whole different story. Before Arasi could even touch a single strand of Gus's hair, he was cut across the forehead by his sword, blood streaming down. Arasi stands frozen, sweating. He didn't see anything at all. The sword suddenly moved. Gus cut a strand of Arasi's hair, also as a warning to the other students in the class. Next time, don't mess with the dog. A dog will lick your face. Leonora told Gus to put away his sword. That's enough of a threat. She apologizes on behalf of Gus for his recent actions. They had no intention of harming anyone. Leonora begins to explain everything about this world, the reason why the students are here. She quietly opens her eyes, looks at the students with contempt, and tells them to stay silent for now. Leonora apologizes to the class members for Gus's aggression, and begins explaining that, due to the Demon Lord's invasion, humanity in this world may face extinction, as they have said, with their country, the Holy Kingdom of Dagaris, continuously resisting but lacking the strength to fully stop the invasion. The only remaining hope for humanity are the students, the hero candidates. At this point, the students realized that Leonora wanted them to defeat the Demon Lord. Some students in the class seem unwilling. Maybe they could do it in another life, but in this one, they've never fought before. Not to mention a few female students are crying non-stop, wanting to return to the old world. Gus threw cold water on them, saying there's no way back to the old world unless they defeat the Demon Lord. The students in the class stood frozen in fear, while Kay, who had been silently watching behind the pillar all along, assessed the situation. Ignore the accuracy of that information. Maybe Gus said it to motivate them. Still, people like the students who have always lived peacefully wouldn't suddenly start killing others. So they need experience, and above all, talent. Arasi, even after being cut, still doesn't give up. He turns to Leonora and Gus, refusing to let them call him a bunch of useless cowards. They called everyone here at random and now expect them to stay silent and obey? Arasi accepts it all, like a four-legged beast. Gus glanced at Arasi, assessing that his fighting spirit was still intact. He could become a useful warrior, but he might also cause trouble. He drew his sword from his side, intending to send Arasi to heaven right here, but Leonora, on the other hand, was extremely gentle as she used her healing skill to treat the wound on Arasi's face. She appears extremely remorseful for Gus's actions, and the wound on Arasi's face gradually heals. The other students were all surprised. Leonora explained that the power she just used is a system. They use the system. The power is granted by their god, Dagaris, and the moment it created a new phenomenon in the world. Simply put, magic. A thought flashed through Kai's mind. Leonora is familiar with their culture. Maybe this isn't the first time she has summoned someone from another world. Leonora approaches Midu, placing her hand on his forehead, and instantly his hand glows, a sword appearing in his hand. Leonora explains, the hero candidate can harness the power of this system and awaken the innate abilities of the divine guardian. Leonora clenched her fists, trembling and looking extremely pitiful, suddenly calling everyone here and now. The students cannot go back. She knew this was a selfish request. Leonora bowed her head. Students, please lend her your strength. Midu, who was just granted power, still hesitated. It doesn't matter how much power Leonora has given them, they still can't fight right away. Leonora understands that. She said that the students would definitely need some training, and during that time their country would take care of them. Midu agreed. He turned around and called out to the whole class. He knew the students were all scared, but to survive here, they first needed information and protection. He is sure that the guardian spirits will be helpful when they face difficulties. He thinks they should follow Leonora and Gus's advice now. Many students in this class agreed after hearing Midu speak. Leonora bowed her head in gratitude. She chuckled to herself and handed out the guardians to each person in the class. Class monitor Hashimoto Mirai received a remote control spirit vessel. Arasi received an explosion spirit vessel. Many other students in the class also received their guardians. Leonora looked around and asked if anyone still didn't have one. At this moment, Kai slowly steps forward, raising his hand to indicate he doesn't have one yet. Leonora touches Kai to transfer the spirit guardian to him. Kai felt a strange twitch, his vision gradually changing. Leonora stood before him, her personal stats appearing above her head, and Kai's eyes glowed red. Leonora realizes this is a rare evaluation guardian. This power allows the user to see the target's information. After hearing the explanation, Kai began testing it on himself. Sure enough, his own stats appeared clearly. Kai begins to understand how this guardian works. It's like a status screen in a game, but much easier to understand. Suddenly, Kai unexpectedly turned and jumped aside to dodge. The one attacking him was Arasi. He relies on his explosive guardian and doesn't hesitate to challenge Kai. Arasi and the other students look down on Kai for getting cheap gear, thinking he can't do anything except have red eyes. Kai doesn't care. He just wonders why these students are acting so confident and strong. They don't have enough information to know what's useful and what's not. After all, divine guardians are just borrowed power, and we never know when they'll get angry. Kai isn't very worried. He has many different ways to kill. After Leonora grants the divine protection to the students, she tells everyone to rest, as training will start tomorrow. Later in the evening, the hero candidates are taken to their private rooms. Kay waited until late at night, then climbed out the window. He should gather some information before going to sleep. He sneaks behind 2 patrolling soldiers listening in. This is the 3rd time he's encountered soldiers. From what you've heard, they are probably strengthening their defenses. Kai activates the Divine Guardian of Observation. You examine the soldiers' skills, but it seems their only ability is swordsmanship. You thought they might be able to use magic or something, but not everyone here can use magic. I waited for the 2 soldiers to pass, then slipped away at lightning speed, having mapped out most of this castle's layout. Now this is a fortified city surrounded by a mountain range. Kai approaches the castle. He's quite curious about what's inside, but it's heavily guarded and built very sturdily, so sneaking in is difficult. Kai decided that was enough for today and would come back to scout another time. As he was about to head back, he ran into some classmates wandering around the grass field. These 3 girls came out here to practice their divine guard. Kai watched them from the side as they trained. You have always been curious about the god's divine power. You decide to stay, and I'll watch for a while to see what happens. Suddenly, Kai senses something. There is a sound coming from the grass field on the other side. The 3 girls also noticed a protruding monster and panicked in fear, while Kay remained still and silent in the bushes. You have never seen a creature like this before. It looks like a divine lizard. You activate the assessment and determine that this divine lizard belongs to the Lie species, extremely ferocious, with stats far superior to those 3 girls. The lizard took a breath and roared. The 3 girls all ran for their lives. The lizard chases closely behind, leaping onto a rock to better assess whether this aggressive creature is willing to attack and noting that it moves quickly on all 4s but only in straight lines. But it seems like it has no intelligence. Its skin also looks tough, so I'm not sure if the knife will be effective. Kai takes a knife from his sleeve and tries to throw it at its skin. The monster lizard growls and pauses. Kai quickly darted behind the tree, it seems. Throwing the knife had some effect, even if only a shallow cut. The 3 girls on the other side kept running desperately. Suddenly, the girl named Rena tripped over a rock and fell flat on her face. When she managed to get up, the monster was standing right behind her. The lizard raised its leg to strike at Rena, but suddenly a knife was thrown from somewhere straight into its head. The lizard froze instantly. The 2 other girls hurriedly ran over to help Rena, not daring to stay any longer, and quickly left. Kie stood behind the tree, taking a breath. Finally, they were gone. He had no reason to save them, but ignoring them would go against his conscience. Kai approached the lizard and drew the knife from it. So there are monsters like that wandering all over this world. It seems things here won't be easy. Suddenly, Kai sensed something. He jumped down from the lizard and looked around as if someone was nearby. You should head back too. Kai immediately teleported away. The person Kai sensed is standing behind a piece of rock, dressed in a cloak that covers him from head to toe. He approaches the lizard and crushes its head. Blood splattered onto the black cloak. He was disappointed to see that the hero candidates were all useless and weak, but that guy didn't seem to be a pushover either. The black-clad man licked the blood splattered on his face, feeling an intense thrill. The next day, the lizard's body was discovered, leaving everyone in deep thought, with some female students tearful and frightened. Wizard Stead examined the corpse of the monster and concluded that there were traces of spellcasting. Maybe it's because of demons above the intermediate level. Perhaps they are scouting to assess the strength of the hero faction. Kai still stays in the corner, listening in. Don't you know that magic and sorcery are different? Midu asked to confirm if this monster was controlled by some demon or something. Stai praised him for being really clever. A powerful demon can use charms to manipulate and control weaker monsters. Stadi took the opportunity to explain that monsters refer to creatures transformed from mana into beings that become unusually fierce and powerful. And mana is the power of paranoia created by gods and demons. In other words, it is a power used by devils and demons, so naturally demons can easily defeat humans. Even Gaius felt dizzy just listening and told Steady to stop before dragging him away quickly. Kai is considering using Steady to gather more information, but the bigger problem is that it might be controlled by something else. So the identity of the creature you sensed at that moment was a demon. It must be very powerful because Kai barely recognized it in an instant. If it's nearby them right now, it might not have detected them yet. That thought just flashed through his mind, and Kay already felt an invisible pressure. Someone is looking this way. Arasi steps forward again to confront Gus. They can't return to their world without killing the demon lord, and he doesn't plan to stay in this damned world for long. Kazaki Jin, the female student, agrees with what Arasi said. For the first time, she heard him speak like a human. Midu thought the same. If they want to return to their old world, the only option is probably to fight the monsters. Some female students in the class start crying and sobbing out of fear. Kay looked at them, realizing that this is not just a game. Fighting means fighting to the death. In any world, it's best for them to quickly learn how to harness their power to protect themselves. Leonora comforts the students, telling them not to be too afraid. They just haven't learned how to use their abilities yet. All we have to do now is train. The students here are those chosen from another world as hero candidates. The rate of development is also different from the residents here, and a week has passed since the students started training. Kai then quietly sits in the library studying books. He flips through the pages again and again. Now he can understand each letter. It's strange that they could talk to Leonora and Gus from the very beginning, even though they didn't know the language here. Kai looks out the window at the other students practicing. You were told that your assessment skills are not suitable for combat and that you wouldn't be trained, but you are allowed into the library. Kai stands up. He has already exhausted the history and culture of this world, and it seems there is no information about demons here either. He goes outside and stands in a corner to watch the students train. Just as Leonora said, the students are developing at an incredible rate. The 5 strongest among them are Narumi, Arasi, Kazaki, Hashimoto, and Nagas. But there is still another with extraordinary growth speed, Midu. Before long, his sword skills surpassed the trainers. Kai used his observation skill to check Midu's stats. Just a week ago, his stats fluctuated between D and F. It's dizzying how fast he improved. Even though he's a genius, maybe even the Divine Guardian's influence is affecting things beyond just strength. The group of students, after finishing their training, followed each other and left, passing by where Kai was standing. The students pointed and mocked him, while Kai didn't bother to respond. These people are still as clueless as before. The others are also looking down on him. They are becoming more and more reckless after gaining their powers. A student in the class raised his hand to grab Kai's head, but suddenly he fell flat on the ground as if some force made him do so. Kai acted as if he didn't know what happened and asked why he suddenly fell. That guy just fell flat on his face and still doesn't understand what's happening. Arasi feels embarrassed to keep calling him out to stop fooling around. Look, here they come. Leonora and Gus are heading over together. Leonora seems very pleased with the students' progress. They are developing much faster than she expected, so she decided to move up the plan. Leonora wants the students to practice fighting monsters. After hearing this, everyone broke out in a sweat. The students follow Leonora and Gus into the forest. The first training session will take place here. This place is too uneven for the students to move as one group, so Gus told them to split into groups of 2 or 3. The students gradually started forming groups. Nagas, Midu, and another blonde girl formed a team together. Arasi teams up with his brothers. Narumi and Hashimoto form a team together. The other students gradually form teams, leaving only Kazaki and Kai remaining. The 2 reluctantly decided to team up with each other. No one wants to team up with Kazaki. Maybe they're afraid, or maybe no one likes her. She is confident and indifferent. Moreover, she is proud and seems unlikely to let anyone stand in her way. After the students finished forming their teams, Leonora happily announced that since this was a special occasion, the team that defeated the most monsters would receive a surprise gift. The first training match began. Kai and Kazaki walk into the forest together. Kazaki arrogantly tells Kai not to get in her way. She doesn't need you to do anything, just don't get in her way. Her guardian is stronger than the others. Kai isn't one to seek trouble either. He's relying on Kazaki for everything. Kanaki flicked his hair and muttered, criticizing Kai for having no sense of pride at all. Kai decided to observe Kazaki's fighting ability first, sensing 4 presences around them. They are surrounding them. A small demon jumps out to block their path. It wields the axe and charges forward. Kazaki, use your guardian to command the monster to lie down. The monster drops to the ground. Kazaki's divine guard is domination, a power that can force the target to obey commands. Kai looks around in all directions and says, there still seem to be a few monsters nearby. Kaki then orders the little demon from earlier to drop its weapon and put its hands behind its back, then issues 2 more commands to Kazaki. Sweat is pouring down her face. Using this guardian ability for too long will tire her out. See, if you use it too much, won't it drain your mana? You said to kill that little demon quickly. Others are coming. Kaki trembled after hearing it. She has never killed anyone before. This demon still looks a bit like a human. She coldly glances. So what if they look human? That monster tried to attack them. These guys are their enemies. There's no reason to forgive them. Kaki stammered that she understood, while Kai clenched the stone tightly in his hand. Even though Kaki has strength, she is still a naive student from Japan who once lived in peace. The only thing that matters is whether she can make the right choice when facing danger. The other goblins have arrived, growling and wielding maces as they approach the 2 of them. Kaki uses her divine power to order the newly arrived goblins to lie down. C asks what she plans to do. Now Kazaki is exhausted. She told you not to stand there anymore. Hurry and help her. Kai doesn't seem very willing to help. Wasn't she the one earlier telling you not to do anything? Kazaki was speechless and had to take action herself. She ordered the monsters to twist their necks. The goblins controlled themselves and killed themselves on the spot. Kai realized that Kazaki could also give such commands, and the more difficult the command, the lower the chance of success. Kazaki started to feel nauseous. Fighting like this, seeing dead bodies with her own eyes, was a bit overwhelming. She was wrong to think this would be easy. Kai showed no signs of psychological hesitation. These enemies attacked them, so they are foes. It doesn't matter if they're monsters or humans. You have to kill your enemies if you want to survive. Kazaki wondered why Kai could stay so calm. You don't even have the strength? Kai approached the little demons to see if there was any new information and asked Kazaki, "What do we do now?" They can keep going or go back if she's scared. She flicked her hair and turned away, of course continuing forward. Even though Kazaki was trying to act brave, Kai could still tell. But still, her personality isn't too bad. The 2 of them can fight together. In Narumi's group, they were chased by a monster that made them run with their pants down. They thought the monsters here were weak, so they went to tease a dog, but instead of scaring it off, they got chased by the dog. Narumi and Hashimoto realized running away wasn't the answer, so they stopped and used their guardian spirits to attack together. Their combined wind and kick attacks, like 2 pieces of stainless steel, struck the bear, but it didn't seem to be enough. Kazaki silently resolves to return to her old world. She still hasn't repaid him for raising her until now. She really wants to show him how much she has grown and make him happy. Lost in her thoughts, Kai then asks Kazaki if she's not afraid of getting lost if they continue. Kazaki said going straight would mean getting lost, but Kai didn't think so. If Kazaki thinks that way, she's underestimating this forest. Whatever she says, Kai cuts her off, which also annoys her. Just shut the hell up. You're not even a real person to be so arrogant. The 2 of them continued walking, when suddenly they heard a loud scream. Kazaki realizes that's Hashimoto's voice. Kai asks what they should do next. Kazaki didn't hesitate to go help. Kai didn't expect her to be so kind. With Hashimoto and Narumi, Hashimoto was badly injured by the bear and fell to the ground. She told Narumi to run ahead and not worry about her. Narumi is not the kind of person to give up like that. He can't leave Hashimoto behind. As they argued, the bear suddenly swung its paw to attack again. Kazaki arrived just in time and used her divine power to order the bear to stand still. The bear struggled to break free. Kaki knew he couldn't hold on for long, so he told Narumi and Hashimoto to run quickly, and he followed behind. Just as you thought, Kazaki's power has different effects depending on the target. He asked if Narumi and the others were still alive. Seeing that Narumi still seemed okay, Kai told him to quickly carry Hashimoto and leave this place. After the others left, Kai used his divine judgment to examine the bear. This bear belongs to the armored bear species, with very high stats, especially in defense, and its fur looks tough. Kai's attack probably can't destroy it. Kazaki was sweating. She couldn't hold on any longer. Kai told her to hold her ground enough and run now. Kazaki also intended to do so, but her legs could no longer move. She has used up too much energy, so now her legs are trembling as if drugged. The bear is freed and approaches closer. Kai had no other choice and closed his eyes, pulled out a smoke bomb from his pocket, and threw it at the bear. Seizing the opportunity, he carried Kazaki away to escape. The 2 hide behind a tree, and Kai tells her to stay quiet so he won't hear them. Kazaki only now notices the situation around them. She asked him what that smoke was earlier. He said it was a smoke bomb he made while others were training their guardians. Kai is just joking around. Actually, he already had a few devices on him before being summoned. Since he doesn't have many, he doesn't want to use them carelessly. These are the basic tools of an assassin. Kazaki suddenly felt very guilty. She was helping others but was putting them in danger. Kai told her she didn't need to apologize. He needed a thank you. Kazaki shyly said, "Thank you." Kai again spoiled the food, saying if she was always so gentle, everyone would love her. Kazaki, embarrassed like she stepped on a tail, snapped angrily, and Kai told her to stay quiet so the bear wouldn't find out. Kazaki only then paid attention to the situation and asked what they should do now, whether they should run or not. Kai said no need. Just then, Midu's group arrived, and she activated her Demon Slayer sword, ready to go solo against the bear. Midu and Gao rush into the fight. He slashes, injuring one of the bear's arms. However, its skin is too tough. Midu's slash doesn't have much effect. Nagas tells Midu to get out of the way. She shoots fire at the bear. The bear, burned in the flames, roared loudly. Nagas was triumphant. The game is easy, but she just shouted for less than 3 seconds. The bear quickly drove away the flames and is safe and sound with no injuries. It seems even more energetic than before, Nagas shouted in panic. Midu told her to stay calm. Her previous attack must have had an effect. Now the bear is moving slower than before. You should call the other two to stay calm and take it down. The two girls listen and work together to fight the bear, while nearby, a suspicious man in a black cloak watches. He is the former demon assassin Delphus, watching everything unfold. At this point, the armored bear probably can't take down all the students yet. Their rapid progress is topped by their incredible composure. Delphus highly regards Midu, who is still so young but already so talented. Although this is just an investigation mission, it's time for him to change his plan. He will eliminate Midu's group right here. The three of Midu on the other side coordinated to severely wound the bear. Delphus drew his sword, about to commit a dirty trick, when suddenly he felt something cold behind his back. Turning around, he saw Kay pointing a knife at his neck for some time. Kai looked at Delphus with a deadly glare. "If you know your place, shut up. No one told you that the biggest mistake an enemy can make is killing someone else, right?" Delphus drops his weapon to the ground and raises both hands in surrender. He was sweating nervously, not knowing when Kai sneaked up behind him. Delphus quietly calculated how to get out of there. But just as that thought crossed his mind, Kai chopped off Delphus's legs. He collapsed face down on the ground, with Kay pressing his sword across his neck, telling him not to scream. Neither of them wanted the Midu group to find out. Kai started to question. "You told Delphus that if he answered honestly, you would let him go, but Delphus stubbornly refused to cooperate." Kay continues to negotiate. As a figure from the shadows, someone from another world. His presence is intimidating, and he wonders if the person in front of him yesterday was really that Delphus, but he's not sure. C stared at Delphus with a threatening glare, knowing they had been watching the students for a long time, even though they hid well, so he used Midu's group and waited for them to show themselves. Delphus was stunned, not expecting everything from the beginning to be Kai's plan. Kai knows you haven't been in this world long and have limited information, so he demands that Delphus reveal everything he knows about demons. Delphus sneers and stubbornly refuses to speak. Kai hesitated for a moment before cutting off both of his hands with a knife. Delphus cried out in pain, feeling stubborn and bitter, unwilling to accept being led by a kid like this. He clenched his teeth, and immediately blood started to flow from all the organs on his face. Delphus had committed suicide with poison. Kai sighed, even in this situation bringing poison along. They really think ahead. The Demon Lord's army is more complicated than you thought. Suddenly there was a noise from the other side, and Kazaki arrived, trembling as she looked at Delphus's corpse lying on the ground. Kai asked her when she started observing. Kazaki nervously replied that she had been watching since Delphus was lying on the ground. Kai explains that Delphus is the assassin of the Demon Lord's team, and that the bear monster has been this person's pawn from the beginning. And the attack on Nagas and the others by the monsters was also caused by him. Clearly, the Demon Lord's army is trying to eliminate the hero candidates, Kazaki realizes. She asks Kai how he could detect the assassin. No one else has found out. I guess there's no reason left to hide it anymore. He decided to reveal his true identity to Kazaki. His whole family are assassins, so he can sense who is a killer like him. Kazaki was startled after hearing that, unable to believe it. Kai explained simply, saying it's up to her whether to believe it or not. But the corpse under the ground is real. Kai reminds Kazaki not to tell anyone what she just saw. The class has already been shaken by Hashimoto's condition and can't handle any more chaos. Kazaki nodded in agreement. She didn't think Kai was that unusually kind. Looking at him, she didn't think he was the type to care about classmates. Kai turned away, unlike the other students who had never fought. Kazaki's dominance might be useful in the future. The two of them returned to join the class where Hashimoto was being treated by student number 34. Honor Shiori, using a healing spirit. The spirit's power took effect, and soon Hashimoto's wounds gradually disappeared. Narumi was also very worried about you, and breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that Hashimoto would recover in half an hour. Narumi turned to praise Midu, saying he's amazing. That bear is so strong, yet he managed to defeat it. Midu modestly declines to take credit, and says he was helped by others as well. Standing in the corner, disguised as an invisible person, but this time was different. Kazaki keeps staring at him without any reason. Just then, Leonora and Gus also arrive. They have been watching the students fight monsters all along. Narumi questions why they haven't helped. Gus coldly replies, "Always saving others makes the training completely ineffective. Pushing fate to the brink of death is a fundamental part of the real combat training." Gus looked at the students and declared from now on that's how they must fight. No more pointless complaints. Midu questioned him, asking why such a powerful monster appeared here. Didn't he say this place was full of only weak monsters? Leonora interrupts to explain, maybe it's the demon assassin or armored bear that normally doesn't live in this area. Perhaps he's on a reconnaissance mission to test the hero candidate's combat strength. In that case, there's a chance he's hiding somewhere right now. They need to strengthen their defenses. Leonora says that from now on, they will increase the training difficulty to a level that the students won't even be able to fight back and will be exhausted. The students in the class start to fear a decline in their fighting spirit. Midu once again speaks on behalf of the people. He refuses to accept such an injustice. All the students have been shaken after the first battle, so there's no way they would raise the difficulty again. Leonora smirks as she stares at Midu, declaring that he will definitely die if he doesn't follow her orders. Midu was speechless and couldn't say anything else. Arasi boldly stepped forward to question. First, Leonora was the one who brought them here, and now she's giving orders again. What kind of attitude is that? As soon as he spoke, Arasi was confronted by Gus, who stepped in front of him, glaring fiercely. All the students here are Leonora's pawns. Never think you can oppose her. After hearing this, everyone was stunned. As for Arasi, he was boiling with anger. If Midu hadn't stopped him, he would have gone straight for Gus's head. Arasi questions Midu how he can stay so calm. Midu advises him to think carefully, saying if they don't obey now, this country will become their enemy. They have no chance to win. Gus praised Midu, truly impressive. He remained calm and quickly assessed the situation, then turned away and said that all the students are just pawns and important. They won't do anything bad if the students behave properly. Arasi was even angrier after hearing the warning. This country has become our enemy? Then charge in, I'll take on the whole country. Arasi unleashes his guardian spirit to punch at Gus. He couldn't dodge in time and took the hit. Arasi thought he had succeeded and was proud, but it turned out Gus didn't even scratch a single hair. He swung a punch directly at Arasi's face, knocking him away and causing him to fall to the ground. Gus looked down at him coldly with contempt. With this level of strength, there's no age limit. Leonora and Gus leave, leaving a message that tomorrow's training will be more difficult. The younger ones help Arasi up, blood streaming from his nose and mouth. Arasi is very bitter. He muttered to himself, asking about Gus's parents many times, unable to accept it. A day after the military drill, the students gathered again. Today's instructor is the monster researcher Steady. She asked if the injured person from yesterday was okay. Hashimoto raised her hand to confirm she was okay. Thanks to Ono's healing magic, she was still alive, and Steady nodded in satisfaction. It's amazing to have someone with the divine guardian of healing. Steady begins to explain today's training. She leads the students into her research facility. Today, the students will fight monsters here. The door opens and the students follow each other inside, where many different monsters are kept. They are all kept in cages, from the lowly goblin demons at the bottom of society to the massive oxer. Every kind is here. They are all monsters raised for Steady Die's research project. Her research facility is the perfect place for training sessions. Steady D is also very pleased with her institute. She feels happy to be able to gather combat data from the monsters. And so, the combat training session begins. Kai continues to observe from afar as before. Everyone in the class remained surprisingly calm despite being suddenly forced to fight. I guess yesterday's experience had a big impact on the students, though they probably still feel a bit scared. On the other side, Nagas was just knocked down by the giant monster, and Midu jumped up shouting, "Steady, stop the monster! This one is too strong for Nagas." Steady remains calm as if nothing happened. Leonora says she needs to be strict with the students. Moreover, she doesn't think that monster is too strong. Hero candidates with divine guardians shouldn't lose to a monster of that level. Over there, Nagas also just stood up, starting to feel annoyed, and with fiery determination, she summoned flames to burn the eagle. The most important thing in a battle is willpower. After all, these should be easy for the students. The only reason students feel that way is because they are hesitant. Steady continues to patiently explain to Midu that if students can increase the level of their guardians, they can create many different variations of guardians. Kai has been eavesdropping for a while. He approaches Midu and tells him, according to Kai's guess, Midu has a new guardian spirit. The stats displayed in front of Kai show that he now has an additional guardian spirit, a level 1 kamikaze monster attack guardian spirit. Midu asks Steady for permission to try it out immediately. He steps onto the arena, attempts to activate the sword to defeat the monster, along with attacking the kamikaze monster. The owl, seeing the glowing sword in Midu's hand, opened its mouth in horror as fear took over. Midu decisively thrust the sword straight at the monster. The owl, terrified, raises its hand to shield itself. Its arm turns pale, and Midu strikes again, decapitating the monster. The other students in the class started to get excited, cheering and applauding. Kai remained silent, like an outsider. He assesses that with Midu's current condition, he won't have trouble breaking through the armored bear's defenses. He wonders if his guess is correct, and if he should create a new guardian for himself. Kai looked around. He could tell someone had a new guardian spirit, including that troublesome Arasi. But he didn't want to tell him. Kai concluded that they could expand the power of the gods. I guess I can't just rely on my old techniques from this world. I need to become better, too. At night, Arasi and his friends are strategizing. Arasi's plan is to first kill Gus, then tie up Leonora and make her tell them how to return to the old world. Arasi's two underlings are excited, thinking they can leave this crazy world behind and won't have to worry about being called back if they eliminate Leonora. Arasi urges Narumi to cooperate. Narumi also hesitated a bit. He wasn't sure if they could win. Narumi clenched his teeth, knowing that while it was the way to return to the old world, killing was still wrong. He thought of Hashimoto almost dying at the hands of the armored bear. Narumi decided to cooperate with Arasi. The next day, the students continued their training. Kai approached Midu and asked why he was training so hard. Midu replied that he was still too weak and had to try his best to become stronger. Kai thinks that Midu has already been able to defeat half of the knights in this country, but Midu feels it's still not enough. He still can't beat Gus, still not strong enough to protect everyone no matter what happens. Kai asks Midu what he thinks about Leonora and Gus. He replies that he knows they want to use the students as pawns in their battle. Besides, he doesn't think those two are lying when they say they won't do anything if the students obey. Kai asks if Midu is really willing to risk his life and fight until the Demon Lord is defeated. Midu decides to do that, but he will be the only one to fight. He will become the hero of this country and defeat the Demon Lord. That's why he's trying to make a compromise and ensure everyone stays safe. Kai thinks Midu's plan is good, but he's not sure if Leonora agrees. Midu, full of confidence, swings his sword and makes her agree. After the students finish training, Leonora and Gus arrive. Steady happily runs over like a dog wagging its tail. Nagus asks Leonora and Gus where they went when they weren't here. Leonora calmly replied, "They will have to be away for a few days." That's why she asked Steady to watch over the students during this time. Leonora and Gus finished their announcement and then left. Steady smirked with a cunning smile. "Are you sure this is the right decision?" Leonora pretends not to understand. Gus gets straight to the point. He knows Arasi is plotting something. Leonora calmly sips her tea. She knows there is a rebellion against them and is curious about what the students are planning to do. She doesn't even bother to pay attention to them. Still, Gus is a little worried. He knows the students are playing to their strengths, but they are still just candidates for heroes. It might be unlikely, but if they try to rise up and rebel, something big could happen. Leonora is not worried at all. She is extremely confident that the students cannot defeat her. She plans to use this opportunity to establish a hierarchy system. Then they will crush this rebellion and break the students' fangs once and for all. Although there are a few suspicious things, for now, let's leave it as it is. At night, Kay sneaks out to play again. He goes on to hunt monsters one after another, taking about 13 seconds to kill each lizard monster. Kai activates his evaluation ability and reviews his own data. He thought he had leveled up after killing that demon assassin Delphish, but he still doesn't know how to use this divine judgment ability effectively. Kai turned to dodge the punch coming toward him. He jumped to the side and threw 3 knives at the monster, but none of his knives pierced its skin. He jumps up again to dodge the attack. Kai thinks this is the perfect moment to try out his new skill. You activate the Guardian to identify the weak point. You pinpoint the weakness at the back of the monster's head. Kai immediately jumps up and throws a knife at it. The knife pierces through, blood splatters, and the crow falls down to heaven. Now Kai's Guardian has leveled up. It allows him to see the weakest part of the giant monster's body. In other words, recognizing weaknesses. It's not necessarily a bad skill, but it's still not enough for him. You need more to survive in this world. You have to become even stronger. Kai continued practicing his ability to identify weaknesses. He threw a few knives at once, taking down a group of goblins. The weak points of this group are in their brains and hearts, so this skill isn't very effective against normal monsters. You need a larger test subject. I think you should look for a different monster. Suddenly, he heard footsteps beside him. Someone is coming. When he turned back, he recognized the person as Kazaki and asked her what she was doing here in the dark. Kaki told her to come find him because he wasn't at the dormitory. She guessed he might be here, so she came to look for him. Kai sighed and reminded Kazaki, "This forest is very dangerous at night. You should go home. You're used to the darkness, but Kazaki is different. Fighting monsters in the dark is not like during the day." Kazaki told Kai to be quiet and asked what he was doing here. Kai replied, "You are testing a new guardian." Study said they might have a new guardian if their guardian levels up. Kazaki pondered quietly and asked what Kai's new ability was. He turned away without bothering to answer. Kazaki, furious, "She came here because she was worried about you." "What's with that attitude?" Kai suddenly asked Kazaki back. "Are you really worried about him?" Kaki is a shy little sister. She stammers nervously. Kai stopped listening and told Kanzaki to go back quickly, saying he would try the new tunnel first. Kanzaki was about to say she would go with him when suddenly a cloud of smoke billowed from the other side. The monsters are invading where the students are. Midu and Nagas have no choice but to fight. Neither of them knows what is really happening. Kai and Kanzaki run desperately back. Their dormitory is on fire. Kai asks a student what happened. The student also doesn't know. "You woke up because of the fire and monsters everywhere." Kai quickly concluded that this was caused by humans. The leader is somewhere around here. They must find and catch him. Suddenly, a voice echoes, praising Kai's deduction skills. That person is Stadidi, sitting casually on the edge of the wall. Kai is wondering how these monsters managed to get into this place, but now it all seems to make sense. These are all the monsters from Stadidi's laboratory. Stadi doesn't deny that these monsters are her cute test subjects. Moreover, she gave them some drugs to make them stronger because they were too weak before. What is Stadi's true intention? What benefit is there in killing the hero candidates? Stai replied calmly. This is an order from above. She was instructed to eliminate the hero candidates. Even if she loses her current position by doing this, she doesn't dislike the students, but she will kill them all. Kazaki broke out in a cold sweat. Could the order from above really be from Leonora? Stai stood up and denied any involvement with that fake fox at all. This is an order from the Demon Lord. She is the Demon Lord's spy, and if she completes this task well, she will also earn the position of researcher for the Demon Lord. The dark-faced one, has she fallen so deep into the darkness that all she cares about is studying monsters? Stai pushes up her glasses. She is frantically fighting. Human society can never truly understand the nature of the mysterious creatures they call monsters. The dormitory is still engulfed in flames. Stadi stands proudly on the city wall and orders all the monsters to attack together. Kanzaki cast a spell that froze all the monsters, and Kai's opponent was a D. However, Kanzaki's spell had no effect on her. The monsters immediately broke free from the control, much to Kanzaki's surprise. Stai burst into laughter and said that as a scientist, he naturally knew how to deal with these kinds of monsters. Then the smaller monsters also charged forward together. Kia ordered Kanzaki to step back, and he drew a knife, cutting through each of them one by one. Wherever they are cut, the monsters fall. But these are just a few examples. There are many more of them. Any monster that jumps out, punch it. Even the huge one gets knocked down with a kick and crashes to the ground. The remaining monsters started to hesitate in the face of Kai's power. Stai quickly spoke up, seeing that. "What are you guys doing? That guy doesn't even have a strong guardian anymore." Kai begins to activate the assessment. Steady A, 28 years old. Until now, everyone thought Steady was a girl, but the truth is he's a handsome guy. Attack, defense, agility, stamina. Mana is evenly distributed, suppressing the semi-demon state, with level 1 domination magic ability. Now Kai understands why Kanzaki's control spell has no effect, because the monsters obey those with stronger magic. Strong demons can use dominating magic to control monsters. Stadi Hai orders someone and says he will end things before that happens. Immediately after, a giant fireball flew down from above. Kai looked up and saw a dragon spewing fire from its throat. This is the Fire Dragon, Stadidi's trump card. Although he didn't want to use his strongest move, he has no choice in this situation. The Fire Dragon swung its tail forcefully at the chimney, causing rocks to fall onto the group. Kazaki couldn't dodge and could only stand there helplessly. Luckily, Kai managed to save her just in time. The dragon is about to attack again. Kai asks Narumi to help Kanzaki escape from here as the Fire Dragon spreads its wings and charges toward him. Thanks to his skill, he saw that its weakness was the reverse scale on its neck. He immediately tried to cut it with a knife, but its skin was too tough for his current strength to break through. The situation is starting to reach a dead end. Suddenly, Arasi appears majestically on the roof and says, "Look, the perfect size to be my prey." He said that while charging down and kicking its knee, but the fire dragon was unfazed and even grew angrier, spewing out a huge burst of fire. Arasi rolls on the ground to put out the fire. Kai sighs helplessly, then becomes distracted. "Still, you have to admit it's very powerful." Kai stepped forward, and now they had to work together to defeat it. Arasi arrogantly says she doesn't need help, but Kai insists he can see its weakness, though he's not strong enough to attack. Arasi responds, wanting to cooperate. "So you want to ask me for help?" "I don't team up with cowards. There's no time to argue. The fire dragon is starting its tail attack." They both jump at the same time to avoid being knocked down by its giant tail, then the dragon continues to breathe fire. This fire is heading straight for Arasi. Arasi is gradually losing strength. With her current abilities, she cannot defeat it alone. In the end, he had to accept Kai's offer to cooperate. Kai pointed out that its weakness was in its neck, where there was an upside-down scale. He will draw its attention, while Arasi will aim a blast at that vase. For this young man, it's very simple. "Study, why are you just standing there shouting?" "Kill them." Fire dragon. Following its master's command, that fire dragon shows even greater power, and its roar alone can blow everything away. Kai starts to attract its attention and distracts it to make it chase after him. He dodges this way and that to both keep it off guard and stay alive. It is at this moment that Arasi runs quickly to that reverse scale and punches with all his fury. The fire dragon, hit at its weak point, will naturally be unable to resist. It screams in pain, so the fire dragon has been completely defeated, much to Steady's shock. Arasi smirks after defeating a major monster and quietly looks up at Steady, saying, "You've lost your trump card, so are you going to keep going?" Steady, despite being very panicked, still boasted that he has many other types of monsters, but all of his monsters are lying scattered on the ground. The other student groups who cared for these monsters have put them into an eternal sleep. Steady, terrified, tried to run away but was stopped by Narumi, who, due to carelessness, slipped and fell down. Of course they wouldn't let him die. They pressed the tip of the knife against his face. "It's now midnight and we've spent too much time fighting, but there are a few things I want to ask you." Steady was so scared he almost shit himself and begged for his life, promising to tell everything he knew. But some force did not allow him to survive, and immediately took Steady's life in a brutal way. That might have been some kind of curse just now. Kai read a few things like that when he looked at the documents in the library. It can be understood that they cast a curse on him, and anyone who tries to reveal the information will be taken by the curse. Kai remained silent. "You think that the Demon Lord's army will still continue to be a threat to everyone?" A day after the Steady incident, Leonora shows her sadness upon hearing this information. "I didn't expect something like this to happen while she was away." Narumi said, "You're the one responsible for delivering Steady. Aren't you going to apologize?" Gradually, a smile appeared on her face. "Yes, that's right. I apologize for the misunderstanding." "Let me correct my words. I didn't think that a person who is close to a weak monster could cause so much damage. I mean that." Everyone was very surprised by these words. "What she means is that both of you knew Steady was a demon spy but still let him run wild." Leonora chuckled as if nothing had happened. "I told you that from now on your training would get tougher and tougher. What happened is just a small part of it." A student was furious because everyone almost lost their lives. He set everything on fire while everyone was sleeping. But Guyus immediately cut him off, saying, "Don't be childish, it's your fault for not being vigilant at night." No one could say anything more, only feeling that he was right. They didn't realize the monsters until it was too late, but it's still unreasonable to expect more from these average high school students. Now let's move on to the main topic. Next, the students here will visit the royal capital. The focus is on revealing the hero candidates. A public parade will be held in the royal capital. The students will be on stage as lead performers. Night has fallen, and Gaius ordered the soldiers to return and rest until sunrise. Everyone sat around the fire talking. Arasi thought their group of about 30 soldiers was nothing special, and the subordinate believed his boss could take them down with a single punch, but he had a different idea. An opportunity had presented itself. There are usually many soldiers around, but now only 30 remain. Their numbers are greater than the current soldiers. And those soldiers seem to be underestimating Rasa's group. They would never imagine that these students could rebel. Arasi declares that today is the perfect opportunity to act, and then calls Narumi's group over. Kai, listening in on the conversation, nods in agreement. There are currently very few soldiers with them, and they are not professionals. But that's because Leonora and Gus are confident they can control all the students here. He needs more time to figure out why they are so confident. Kai approaches Midu and suggests they talk. I heard you're trying to kill Leonora and Gus. After being asked who said these things, Midu simply confirmed that she overheard it by chance while passing by. Nagas thought it was truly crazy. Even if those two are really annoying, we shouldn't kill them. R retorted. You're the crazy ones. We have to let her treat them like my dogs. Until when? Midu understands how these friends feel, but if they do that, things will go too far. And there are better ways to handle it. Arasi thinks these words are just talk. Midu's plan is to become Leonora's pawn and defeat the Demon Lord. In return, he will ensure her safety for everyone. Arasi doubts, do you really think I will listen to you? Midu affirms confidently, I believe that being stronger will give me the power to negotiate. However, that grumpy young man still thinks it's impossible, and he also doesn't need someone weak like that to protect him. Negotiations failed. Arasi doesn't want to listen to the weak and just wants to return to her world. Midu declared that if you really want to do it, we will stop you. So the two sides clashed. Arasi's speed is truly incredible. Midu was pushed back, and Arasi, always confident in his strength, couldn't believe his opponent was able to block that attack. At this moment, two soldiers passing by on patrol, Midu hurriedly explained that they were just discussing a few matters. The soldiers didn't suspect anything and only asked them to go to bed early for an early start tomorrow. So Arasi's plan has fallen apart. He grits his teeth in frustration and says, it's too troublesome. I've had enough of these weaklings. Talking to them is pointless. The next day at the Holy Temple in the royal capital, the students are gathered here. This place is lively and bustling, but still not as crowded as Tokyo. The surrounding people are curious about the large carriage and the escorting youth behind it. Gus shouts loudly, get out of the way! But quickly, Archbishop Leonora and the hero candidates, the surrounding people curiously stand aside. According to their understanding, the hero candidates are those chosen by God. The people warmly welcomed the hero's presence. They cheered as if they had met a celebrity. Midu also waved back. Only Arasi's group looked annoyed and displeased. It seems that these people have a lot of faith in the hero candidates, even believing that these heroes will save them. This makes Kanzuki feel a bit uncomfortable. This curly blonde man is the Holy Knight. He is the spokesperson. Welcome, hero candidates, to the royal capital. Rest a bit and regain your strength after the long journey. Everyone gets to lie on a soft bed after a long time on the ground. The female students also enjoy a hot spring bath, feeling relaxed and refreshed as if they've been reborn. The other students are eating as if they haven't eaten in days. The maids are bringing food so quickly they can't keep up. Meanwhile, Midu is still practicing diligently, while Kai observes his surroundings to learn more about this place. However, there are too many guards here, and wandering around the castle carelessly like this would be very dangerous. Suddenly, he saw the knight who had just led everyone on the tour talking to two soldiers. One soldier asked, where have all the hero candidates gone? Sir Janus, they are probably resting in the room. The man continued to wonder, are those kids really created by the god? If these students are much stronger than ordinary teenagers, then that's true. The soldier said he was worried about the Demon Lord's entourage, and keeping the hero candidates in the royal capital would definitely push them to act. The other soldier also agreed, there have been many recent disturbances, so I think we should be more careful. Rennis cheerfully replied, don't worry. The hero candidates will protect the royal capital, right? It's time for training, let's go. Now Kai's mind is filled with even more questions. He thinks he should pay a visit to the town. That night, at a tavern in the town, Kai arrived fully covered and asked the bartender to make him the best beer and snack. Nearby, a chubby red-haired man and a blonde man were sitting and talking about the hero candidates. The red-haired guy thinks those hero candidates are no different from spoiled brats, but the blonde guy fully believes in the church's choice. Kai realizes that in this country, the church seems to hold great power, and the people fear it more than the king or the nobles. The beer has been served, and by the way, you also wanted to ask the bartender for a few things. He agreed. I just arrived in this country, so I don't know much. I've heard a lot about the devil's entourage. Who are they? The old bartender scratched his head and replied, you know this country is in a war against the Demon Legion, right? Currently, the Demon Lord is the most terrifying monster. It is said that humans can also be overwhelmed and seduced by the Demon Lord's power. They are the Demon Lord's followers. They roam across the country, and just a few days ago, they blew up a noble's mansion. According to Kai's understanding, they are a terrorist organization. As he strolled through the town lost in thought, he realized that the hero candidate must defeat the Demon Lord, so students from the royal capital would definitely provoke the Demon Lord's minions. That's why everyone looked so worried. Suddenly, Kazaki the hairdresser ran over and finally found him. Where have you been? Kai said he's gathering information because they are in a completely unfamiliar place. Kaki knew that, but she was very worried about him because going alone would be very dangerous. Even Kanjaki was eager to accept her help. However, he outright refused. I can take care of myself, just stay quiet and be with your friends. Kazaki isn't happy about being bluntly rejected like that. You should be glad that I'm willing to help you, right? Kai sighed. Well, letting her help a little is fine too. You said I need information about the royal capital. Can you talk to the people in the town? Kazaki, with a face as bright as a flower, immediately agreed without hesitation, then happily and cheerfully went off to do the task. Nearby, a mysterious man in a full cover was watching the two of them closely. He subtly smiled a sinister smile. After wandering around the town and returning, Kai still didn't get any useful information, but at least he learned about a new enemy. Suddenly, he heard a loud noise nearby, even in the dark night, coming from inside this room. Kai walks in and sees that his friends are gathered here in a big group. He approaches to ask what is going on. A female student said that Kazaki had disappeared. Onya was the first to notice because the two of them were in the central room. Everyone is actively searching for her, but no one knows where she has gone. Kai sighs, not realizing that he has also just disappeared. That's true, because Kai wasn't in the central room with anyone. Kai didn't say that Kanzuki had gone to town. He lied and said he didn't know anything, and he was still sleeping soundly in his room earlier. Midu turned to everyone and said, "Listen up, he's probably not in the castle. The sun is about to rise. Let's go out and find him." Nagas thought everyone should leave Kanjaki alone, but now the situation calls for following Midu's advice. It's quite dark now, and everyone in the town is still asleep. Kai begins searching for Kanjaki. She's likely nearby. Suddenly, he saw something glinting on the ground. It was Kanaki's student ID card. As he was examining it, several cloaked figures wielding swords suddenly ambushed from all sides. Kai moves lightly like a feather, then grabs one of their wrists and lets them stab each other, ruthlessly taking down each one. Your skills are really poor, whether you're a spy or a warrior. Besides, you look like an ordinary person. So what is your purpose here? The other guy was very scared, but refused to say a word. This made Kai even angrier, and he declared that he would make him reveal everything he knew. Meanwhile, Kanjaki is being held captive in a mysterious place, her hands tied on both sides. The soldiers there kept mocking her. She firmly insisted that even if they asked 100,000 more times, her answer would still be the same. She has nothing to say to these scum. They're just trying to learn a little more about the hero candidates. Because of this resistance, those two tore off her outer clothes. Kaki's face was as red as a gak fruit, but she still couldn't do anything. Although humiliated, Kanzaki still did not reveal any information about his teammates. Kai has also been here and observing for a long time. He used his skill to activate the assessment. They are just ordinary people, but it's hard to believe Kanzaki was kidnapped by these guys. He then threw 2 knives, hitting their temples perfectly, before revealing himself to unlock Kanuki's shackles. She seems very embarrassed for not being able to help and for causing more trouble. Kai doesn't care and just reminds her to stay quiet. What else can be said? We have to escape from here now. But before they could leave, someone stepped out from the shadows and suddenly charged at them, swinging their sword down fiercely. Luckily, Kay's quick reflexes allowed him to retreat, and the attacker was none other than Saint Knight Genus. He wants to eliminate all the hero candidates according to the Knight's order, and his true identity is the general of the Demon Lord's army. At this point, Kai is also certain that the entire capital has been surrounded by demon armies. This kingdom is heading toward destruction. Genus declared he would finish it faster by eliminating all the hero candidates, and then both of them prepared for battle. The knife wielder or the one with the sword. Kai begins assessing the abilities of his opponent, Rhaenys Wooter, a 28-year-old male with B-level attack, defense, agility, stamina, and magic. All his skills are well-rounded, so don't underestimate him. Venice charges first. Kai steps back to dodge. He raised his hand with a red magic circle and ordered the fireball to burn the target. Many fireballs shot out from within that magic circle. This is Kai's fire magic. There's no other choice but to fly into the air to avoid it. Genus takes advantage of the moment when he's floating in the air and can't dodge, aiming to deliver a fatal slash. Kai throws his knife towards him, but it's completely useless. His sword suddenly burst into flames and turned into a fire sword. It seemed like the battle was about to end with Kai's defeat, but just as he was about to say something, he was hit right in the forehead with a candy coin. As a result, that guy left to sell salt sooner than expected. Kai took out his guns, not planning to use them in this situation because of limited ammo, but he was right. He shouldn't have jumped into the middle. Kai needs to learn how to fight face-to-face with enemies if he wants to survive in this world. Right now, Kazuki peeked out from behind the wall and wondered if that was a gun. This is standard equipment for an assassin. Kazuki felt really scared to learn that someone in her class had been carrying a gun all along, but still, she has to thank him for coming here to save her. Kai shyly denied that it was just a coincidence. Kazuki was unable to use his dominating power. She doesn't know why, but she can't use her magic when chained with that bracelet. After it was removed, everything returned to normal. Those cuffs are really special. Kei uses the enemy's cloak to cover Kazuki so she feels less embarrassed. Then they will leave this place together. Kaki hurried back to report that the people who just tried to attack everyone in the class. However, he already knew this beforehand. Someone captured here revealed everything. He is the only cowardly survivor after that failed attack, trembling and begging for mercy, with his fate depending solely on what he says. He quickly knelt and said he was just following orders. The kidnappers said that the hero candidates are the devil's enemies, and they must deal with them as soon as possible. Kai questioned about Kanzuki, but he quickly confirmed that she was still alive. They decided to keep her as a hostage to attack other hero candidates. That's why he has information about Kanzuki's whereabouts, although it's surprising that he wasn't killed by the deadly curse like Steady. That's why Kai doesn't think this is the work of a demon. Kaki is very sad that even now there are still fanatics like this. She used to think that the people in this world were her allies. Kai sighed and warned the naive girl not to be fooled by people like that. It's because you weren't careful that they chained you up like that. Kazuki insists that it's not just her. Anyone would trust them, because they answered all her questions when she tried to learn more. Kai believes there is another reason. Their enemies are not only demons, but humans as well. Kazuki muttered angrily and turned away. I regret it so much now. Is that clear? It's just because I didn't care enough. At this moment, Midu also hurried over. Thank God you're still safe. I'm glad you're safe. Did Kai find you? Kai didn't mention anything about that. He just wanted the two of you to talk right now. Seeing Kai's serious attitude, Midu also realized that something had happened. Kai began to tell everything about the demon cult. They are a group of fanatical followers of the demon god who want to oppose humanity, and the hero candidates here are their targets. Midu pondered silently. What's wrong with humans? The problem is that we can't tell who our enemies are, unlike with monsters, so we need to ask everyone to stay alert. Midu suggests reporting this to Leonora, hoping she will strengthen the defenses. Kazaki finds it unlikely. If they ask her to do so, she will probably just tell everyone to handle it themselves. First, we need to gather everyone and decide on the next course of action. For now, everyone is scattered around searching for Kanaki. Suddenly, an explosion sounded from behind the building. Many members of that cult were surrounding from that side. They are armed and want to devour the three of them. There is no longer any doubt. What they are exactly aiming for is to kill the hero candidates. All three are ready to fight. The other groups of students are also surrounded. Based on the assessment, they are all humans. There are 6 of them in total. Although their stats are lower than Zenus, fighting them is still a challenge because they are warriors. After the leader shouted attack, everyone charged forward together. Kaki used her controlling magic to make them all stop in their tracks. Then Kai will throw knives into their foreheads. Midu is worried because they are humans, not demons. You shouldn't take their lives like that. But for Kai, he won't distinguish between demons and humans because they are still enemies. Even if they are human, while they are arguing, one of them sneaks up from behind. Midu immediately turned around and used his sword to block. He still couldn't bring himself to kill, even trying to persuade with words. But that guy doesn't care about his comrades. He says they do everything for their master. Kazaki was about to step in to help, but was stopped by Kai, who wanted Midu to do it himself to save himself. Immediately, Midu ruthlessly shattered his sword in half. This was probably the last act of mercy. If you surrender, I will spare your life. Put down your sword. But that guy kept howling wildly. Do you dare to mock me? That damn hero candidate then wildly charged forward and lightly slashed Midu's arm, then laughed with great satisfaction as if he had achieved some huge victory. At this point, he could no longer show mercy. He swung his sword straight across his body. That guy is trembling on the ground, blood still flowing, refusing to surrender. Kai says to end him, but Midu wants to leave him here to fend for himself. However, with Kai, we need to be sure the threat has been eliminated. Midu couldn't understand how his friend could stay so calm and say such things, because the person in front of you is just a human too. Midu, that is your choice. While we're arguing here, the whole class is being attacked. Aren't you going to help everyone? You are the strongest in our class. Midu couldn't say anything more, so Kai kept speaking. What is more important, the life of your enemy or the lives of your friends? At this point, Midu has also chosen what matters most to her. He ruthlessly finished off that guy and said he would go save everyone. Over here, Arasi's group had also dealt with the ambush. Arasi is choking the last guy and lifting him high before punching him away to meet his grandparents. He acts very ruthlessly, just as expected of his personality. Meanwhile, the other students are still struggling to fight, with fireballs burning everything, but their numbers are still too many. Nagas wants everyone to be strong enough to defeat each enemy one by one, but the other students can't bring themselves to fight because those here are also humans. Taking advantage of this, the cult members keep attacking, and Nagas witnesses this helplessly. Should I let you guys pass or not? Leonora's appearance made those guys panic. You bastard, you're supposed to be the saintess, and you know the hero candidates are my subordinates, so of course I will come to help when they are in danger, right? That guy still retorted loudly, you don't even have a night escort and you're going to rescue them. Do you think we are a joke? To Leonora, these guys are just a bunch of henchmen seduced by the power of the demon lord. Even from the very beginning, she didn't see the people here as enemies. This insult provoked them all to attack simultaneously, but immediately they were all immobilized by a golden light. This magic is also similar to Kanaki's. Leonora then said, don't compare your strength to that. Her strength, range, and commanding power surpass everything else. Nagas wants to know why she saved everyone. I already told you to pass the exam, didn't I? Anyway, I prefer if you handle this yourselves, as protecting your subordinates is part of your duty. A dying man, trembling, crawls over and grabs Leonora's dress. Don't abandon us. What are you planning to do to us? Oh, I apologize. Are you still alive? Then everyone, kill them all. This command caused everyone to freeze. Then the students' bodies automatically moved, each holding a sword that then stabbed down into the dying on the floor. Despite the fear of the female students, the swords kept going without stopping. Kai and Kazaki watched the situation from the rooftop. You realize this is the level 3 domination spell. It's much more powerful than Kazaki's control ability. Leonora can control multiple people at once. Her power and range are on a completely different level. Everyone needs to find a way to counter this power. That night, 12 hours after the attack by the Demon Lord's followers, the students gathered together. The current female students are in a very bad state. They are truly in shock. Narumi angrily said she would not forgive her. Controlling others and forcing them to kill is truly cruel. Nagas was also controlled, but she just seems annoyed. She knows that for others this will be very difficult. She has taken all the blame on herself. Midu also blames himself for not being able to stop it. Everyone encourages Midu because he has saved many people. Kazaki also blames himself, thinking that if he had arrived earlier, things might have been different. Kai coldly responds that even if he had arrived sooner, nothing would have changed. None of them are strong enough to fight Leonora. Earlier, the three of them split into two groups after defeating the attackers with Midu. Doing so could save as many students as possible. In the end, the three of them saved a few groups but couldn't arrive in time to save Nagas and the others. The Demon Lord's faction. Maybe this isn't the last time Kai will face them, but seeing his general Genis destroyed, they probably won't act for a while. Moreover, there is something even more important that we need to focus on right now. Kai turned to Kazaki and asked, "Do you want to come with me for a moment?" You led her into a room and closed the door behind you, making Kazaki blush with embarrassment. However, Kai coldly said, "I want help from someone with power similar to hers to find a way to counter Leonora's dominating magic." Kazaki brushed aside those embarrassed thoughts. "So, do you have a plan yet?" Kazaki, "First, dominate me." One day, after the hero candidates defeated the demon church, the kingdom held a grand parade to celebrate the summoning of the hero candidates. This shows that after the hero candidates demonstrated their strength in the battle against the Demon Lord's church, they were welcomed with open arms by the citizens of the royal capital. Standing amidst the joyful and lively atmosphere, Kai felt a bit suspicious. Is this the scenario Leonora has already prepared for everyone? If that's really the case, she's more dangerous than you think. Everyone is gathering outside the city gate, Leonora said. Looks like everyone is here. Good, I want all of you to return to Alpha Temple. That Alpha Temple is the one where students are summoned to. It might be under Leonora's jurisdiction. Leonora will not be going with everyone. She has some matters to resolve related to yesterday's incident, and Gus will be in charge of taking care of the hero candidates. Naga said, "I guess we can go back, but the dormitory we used to stay in has been burned down. You know that." Suddenly, Nagas noticed Naomi's trembling face and approached to ask if she was okay, but she said she was fine. But that look and expression said everything. Leonora suddenly spoke up. "Is something wrong?" Her voice made Naomi so scared she slipped and fell. Fortunately, Nagas hurried over and helped her. Once everything was settled, she said she would take her leave. Nami, in a dazed state, kept urging her friend to stop. Leonora left with a mysterious smile on her face. "It's good to hear that. See you next time." The other students didn't seem pleased with her attitude, but for now, no one can do anything. Night has fallen, and everyone continues to gather around the campfire. Arasi's group has not given up, and still intends to carry out their plan. Kai realizes this because Leonora is not here right now, and there are only 30 soldiers, making them much weaker compared to the hero candidates. Therefore, this is the best opportunity to kill Gus. In this situation, there is no reason to stop them. Now we just need to sit and watch the show. Narumi is in charge of taking Gus to a remote place as part of the plan, claiming a monster that looks like a dragon has appeared. But when I got there, I was confused. Strange. I definitely saw it somewhere around here, and this area runs along the road leading to the royal capital. It would be very dangerous if a real dragon lived here. Gus plans to return and report this urgent matter and gather the hunting team. Suddenly, Narumi unexpectedly pointed ahead, drawing all his attention there. Seizing the opportunity, Arasi launched a surprise attack from behind with a destructive blast. This distance is too close. Luckily, Narumi managed to escape in time, or he would have been hit too. Gus was wounded, blood streaming down one side of his face. Arasi stands up and dusts off his shirt. Even my strongest firepower isn't enough to kill him. He's as tough as a leech, but killing those stubborn bastards is my specialty. Arasi continued to step forward, facing a severely injured old man. You knew we were the ones luring you here, didn't you? So of course we set a trap just for you. You need energy to defend yourself. But that attack still left you badly wounded, right? Gus didn't expect these kids to use such cheap tactics to ambush him. No matter how they judge him, Arasi's only goal is to kill him. So he doesn't care about tactics or evaluations, and seeing himself surrounded by other students, Guyu stands up, grips his sword tightly, and takes a fighting stance. Arasi immediately ordered the other students to advance. Don't hold back against him. Make sure he ends up dead here. Gaius knows there's no way to stop these impulsive students, so he decides to fire a signal flare into the sky. Kai and the others nearby also saw, realizing that things were getting more and more difficult. Arasi had accidentally made everything worse. The nearby soldiers realize this is a distress signal and start looking around, noticing that Gaius has been missing for a while. They started to suspect that he might be under attack by someone. Everyone quickly whispered among themselves to check the source of that light. But Kai appeared and dealt with that soldier with a single spear strike, knowing they had no real grudge and he didn't dislike him at all. But when fate pushes a supporting character who is also a soldier to the brink, they have no choice but to die. The other soldiers seeing this also rush to attack, but in the end, they meet a tragic end. One by one, everyone falls and the survivors start to turn pale. Why would a hero candidate do such a thing? He presses close and presses the knife to his neck. Do you think you have time to ask questions? As he finished speaking, a slash of the knife cut through, and Siro sprayed out like rain. Gus was still surrounded by the group of students. These two young men rush forward together, but he manages to block them. Narumi uses the wind spear, and another student immediately passes the power to his teammate to boost their strength. Gus suddenly stumbled, but he managed to dodge the spear while another student charged at him, though too slow compared to him. Gus tries to punch back with his sword, but to no avail. The steel-bodied Divine Guardian has made his body as hard as concrete. These three steel guardians shattered his sword, followed by Arasi's fiery punch. Gus was thrown back, losing an arm and bleeding heavily, yet he still didn't die. This old man really is tough. Narumi realizes that the light just now looked like a distress signal. He is trying to buy time for the soldiers to arrive, but suddenly Gus speaks up, no longer necessary. Leonora suddenly appears from behind. He's cornered now, isn't he? Everyone here is quite surprised to see Kazaki using her power to make the soldiers tie themselves up, claiming she was only following orders. Everyone is even more surprised now that she usually ignores what others say, but is now following someone's orders. Kai appears. Sorry, Midu, he was just following my orders. Kazaki has captured 7 of them. Although a few escaped, Kai has already taken care of those as well. Midu realized her friend was continuing to kill people. Kai calmly replied, Yes, I killed them. I didn't let any soldier survive, except for the ones here. Midu wants to know why he has to do this, because I'm sure Arasi and his group are busy fighting Gyus. So I think I'll deal with all these Tep-R guys. That's why no one sees Arasi and his group. Nagas only now realizes that this is the rebellion plan they discussed earlier. Midu is very surprised. He thought Kai was his ally, but now he's working with Arasi. However, Kai only does what he likes. And more importantly, what needs to be done now is to find Arasi's group, rather than arguing here. Midu immediately orders everyone to quickly go and stop Arasi and his group from causing chaos. Gus admits that this is truly a shameful sight, and that he can no longer fight against his age. So Leonora has returned. Everyone starts to worry about what to do next. For someone like Arasi, there are no other options left. After everything that happened, he won't accept just running away with his tail between his legs. Everyone realizes that the woman in front of them is the one controlling everything. Leonora calmly speaks up. Of course, certain conditions must be met. If you accumulate enough energy to fight back, it will be fine. However, you guys always rely on the guardian spirit and are not used to controlling your own energy, so in a way, you are just weaklings. That is why I can control everyone. Arasi realized that this woman was truly cowardly. He bets she won't be able to win if everyone fights with all their might. Leonora just smiled, truly a cheap provocation. Fine. I will deal with you alone. I will break your fangs. Gus, hearing this, begins to worry that Leonora will use her power to enslave them. That's a bit too much. Leonora doesn't care. She knows she is the saintess and the Lord will love her more than anyone here. With that, both sides begin innova. Leonora uses the divine wood. Immediately, the ground erupts with stones that strike Arasi in the stomach. Next comes the sky. Sharp winds like blades and tornadoes blow him away. Arasi loses consciousness as the heavenly fire burns and the heavenly water drowns the opponent, causing them to suffocate and also lose awareness. Even though she's in a losing position, Arasi still loudly challenges. Does she think she's already won? That damn woman. At this moment, Midu's group has arrived and stopped the fight. Arasi knows this kid wants to stop her from risking her life, but to do that, he has to use force. Arasi really hates Midu's peaceful approach. Even the others in Arasi's group couldn't trust the people below. However, Nagas completely agreed with Narumi. But wouldn't it be better if everyone worked together instead of acting alone? Although there are still objections to violence, they also make Midu reconsider. Leonora breaks the tense atmosphere. In this situation, are you still arguing? At this moment, everyone must take responsibility for starting the rebellion. You think I will forgive just because someone steps up to take responsibility for the rebellion right now? That means Leonora will not show mercy. She used the divine wind to blow everyone away. Narumi tried to resist, but it was useless. Leonora's tornado was obviously stronger. It started pushing Narumi down before sweeping everyone away. They all experienced a great shock and pain. Midu was very worried, but Arasi reassured her that no one would get hurt, so stay calm. Arasi shouted loudly, "If you want to protect everyone, you have to change yourself first. People will die if you keep going like this." At this point, there was clearly no other choice. Midu had to draw her sword and fight. Nagas and her flames also agree. Even her neck can't stay calm anymore. One by one, the other classmates also agree with this only choice, even if they don't like it much. So Leonora will have to fight the group of hero candidates. She is very confident she will make the kids here see the difference between the two sides. This side is Kai's group with Kazaki. Kanjaki doesn't know what they will do next. Kai remains terrifyingly calm. Once Leonora uses magic to enslave them, he will act. So at that moment, the only thing to do was to trust them. Facing the full assault of the hero candidates, Guyus, despite his severe injuries, still stepped forward to protect the Tetsentes. Although he knows he lacks strength, he is still Leonora's knight for now. Seeing that, Leonora helped him heal his wounds. Immediately, his arm grew back and his wounds healed. Gus was as strong as he was at the beginning, if not stronger. The Narumi group has struggled so hard, going through everything just to eliminate him. This is like all their efforts going to waste. Nasa encourages everyone that with their current strength, they can defeat them. Leonora remains very calm. She is still eagerly awaiting this battle. You guys are free to do as you please at any time. For me, this battle is also a test for you. But of course, if you can't defeat me, you won't become a hero. After finishing, Midu rushes forward with his classmates standing behind to protect him. Midu's sword surprises the old man because the kid can easily pierce through his sword. Leonora transforms the shape of the stones, making them as sharp as knives, and pierces through the target. The sharp stones fly straight toward Midu. Nagas uses melting fire to destroy those stones. Leonora dismisses everything they can do as just this much. Even though she tried to dodge the slash, the sharp stones still grazed past and left small wounds on Midu's body. Mireille was furious to see her hurt her leader. Immediately activated long-range teleportation ability. Narumi also activated wind control to slash the wind. These two powers combined but had not even touched Leonora before being completely nullified. She said she was protected and loved by God, so those divine guardian skills didn't affect her at all. Kupab, behind the rock, starts activating the evaluation skill. Leonora de Garris. Female attack A. Defense D. Agility D. Endurance E. Energy S. Level 5. Summoning skill. All attribute skills. Level 4. Auxiliary skills level 3. Although her defense stat is relatively low, she didn't need to use it from the start. A physical attack could pierce Leonora's defenses, but Gaius would be the one to block the way. Arasi is fighting Gus. It seems he's exhausted from choosing kicks instead of using destructive explosions. But Arasi believes there's no need to use it against a useless old man. He then declares he will send Gus to the ground while Midu will be responsible for taking down that woman. Midu agrees, but if he can't use the divine shield, this sword won't be able to pierce her. A friend throws him another sword, which Midu catches and assumes a fighting stance. In the end, he was finally ready to fight a proper battle. Midu knew that many people had placed their trust in him, so he had to defeat Leonora at all costs. Leonora stands there calmly releasing a lot of killing intent while Midu keeps swinging her sword non-stop. If the Divine Guard has no effect, the others can't help him in this fight either because they are too close and can't assist Ara. Although very annoyed and itching to join in, the other students had no choice but to stand still and watch. They would become a burden if they joined the fight now. Eos gives a sword, Arasi responds with a punch. His speed even surprises Gius, causing him to stumble back. Arasi starts to boast. Sob, what's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly so slow? Your wounds are healed, but it seems you still haven't recovered your strength. Gus is no pushover either. The old man has started to fight seriously, and you've reached a level where you can no longer use divine guardians. Midu is also struggling just as much as well. Leonora unleashes a series of giant fireballs one after another. Midu can avoid it, but the situation doesn't look good. If this continues, she will be crushed from this distance. There must be a way for Midu to defeat Leonora. Leonora praises Midu's ability because not many people in this country can avoid her attacks. So Midu admits that no matter how hard he tries to avoid her attacks, at that distance it's only a one-sided battle. He must find a way to attack Leonora from that far away, or find a way to get closer. Because everyone's guardian is useless and they can't help, plus long-range attacks are Leonora's strength. Midu has no other choice but to approach her with force, even faster than before, surprising Leonora with her speed to avoid being overwhelmed and brought down to the ground. Then the fire burns Midu as he loses focus. Up to this moment, that boy is still trying to concentrate all his strength within his body, and now he wants to use it to attack at the same time. Leonora has to admit that this is truly a terrifying kind of talent. However, so far, a saintess still outperforms a hero candidate. Midu was beaten unconscious. Meanwhile, Arasi was still facing off against the old man Gius. With this power now, he can't use the explosion move anymore. Defeating him will become more difficult, even impossible. The old man seized the opportunity as his opponent hesitated and lunged at him, slashing. Arasi took a hit right in the stomach, a bitter end for a stubborn young man. Gus places his sword on Arasi's shoulder. You're still just an amateur. This is what happens when you can't use your divine guardian. Arasi seems to have awakened. He doesn't need the power of the explosion just to show him how strong he is. Arasi, summoning all his strength, stood up in shock as Gus watched, then delivered a massive punch that sent him flying back, crashing into the wall and lying motionless. Arasi has won. Over here, Midu has also regained consciousness. The images of friends appearing in his mind make him remind himself that he must protect everyone. You are suffering injuries. I don't want to see you like that. Midu's revival makes Leonora grimace, surprised that the kid can still endure. However, she remains confident, believing that no matter how hard they try, they won't be able to get close to her. But no, Midu has truly closed the distance to Leonora and then struck her arm with a slash. Blood dripped down, and Leonora forgot to be on guard. In her panic, Midu reappeared from behind once again. Leonora hurriedly turned around and summoned a stone. Midu also successfully struck again. Leonora sensed that something was very different. It's not because she was unprepared, but because Midu closed the distance almost instantly. So that was the skill to shrink the earth. When you receive the power you desire, it means God loves you. But for Midu, he only wishes for a power that can help him protect everyone. But no matter how strong they are, they still can't reach Leonora. The sword still stops just before touching her neck. Leonora's domination prevented Midu from moving. She never intended to use it at first, but it was Midu who left her no other choice. Kai still stood from afar, and after the trump card appeared, the crucial moment had arrived. He turned to Kazaki and said, "Let's begin." Leonora never thought she would have to use enslaving magic, but it was Midu who forced her to do it. Midu was frozen stiff and unable to move. Immediately after, the other friends were also subdued. Leonora was very pleased because everyone performed quite well. She said she would let everyone pass the exam. Leonora had never thought she would lose. Even if he's a knight, he can still be replaced. As long as she controls the hero candidates, there will be no problem. Narumi knew from the start it was a losing battle, but without a countermeasure, they couldn't do anything. Leonora says she is allowed to summon hero candidates because at some point she can easily control everyone. Otherwise, the boys and girls here would become a threat to the Empire. Suddenly, 3 knives flew toward her, and Leonora quickly used the heavenly wood to create a shield for herself. She knew Kai had been hiding all this time, and he was the one who had killed her innocent slaves. I'm surprised I didn't expect you to notice someone as ordinary as me. From the very beginning, Leonora found Kai very strange. Although only a useless divine guardian energy, he remained always calm. That's not the mark of an amateur. Honestly, Leonora was a bit disappointed in Kai. She couldn't believe that you appeared in such an unwinnable battle. Kai looked at her with a sharp, dagger-like gaze. Whether this battle is won or not depends on him. Leonora finds it interesting because this kid is very confident. Then show what you've got. Immediately, Kai is also suppressed by the Divine Guardian's control. Leonora is very confident in her magic. Just by using this type of spell, she can win all battles. But before she could finish her sentence, a bullet pierced through Leonora's shoulder. It was Kai. But for some reason, he was able to break free from that control, even though she had clearly used enslaving magic. Kai fires another shot, and Leonora, panicked, doesn't know what kind of weapon it is that prevents her from defending herself. Kai says this is the weapon that has taken the most lives in his world. He only has a few bullets left, so he really doesn't want to use them all. Leonora calms herself and stays composed, unsure why her magic isn't working, so this time she will use divine fire to burn her enemies. It was supposed to burn Kai while he was off guard, but only his cloak ended up burning. Kai suddenly appeared behind her and pointed his gun straight at Leonora's head. Just by watching Midu's battle, you can tell she's not suited for close combat. Her trump card, the enslaving magic, doesn't work on Kai. Leonora now has 1,000 questions in her mind. Why is it like this? Clearly, this magic cannot be stopped. In fact, it was a risky move for Kai to bet on whether it would work or not, but in the end, Kai won this bet. Going back to that night, Kai mentioned that he had been spending time studying magic lately. He still hasn't found any information about the enslaving magic. But in exchange, Kai discovered something important. The skill used first will take priority over the skill used later. That means if Kazaki uses a domination spell on Kai, it will nullify the enslaving magic. That possibility could happen. Moreover, the Divine Guardian's power is still much stronger than magic. Kazaki is worried because her technique is much weaker than Leonora's enslaving magic. But when it comes to skill, everything is determined by proficiency. Use Kazaki's level 1 domination magic to counter Leonora's level 3 enslaving magic. Kazaki continues to worry. But even so, if she uses her skill first, she could still lose control of her own subject. However, that possibility is very low. Steady's control magic was superior to Kazaki's. At that moment, Kai thought the demons would obey Kazaki's commands. But he was wrong. In simple terms, Steady's magic was cast before using his own skill. To counter Leonora's enslaving magic, a similar principle might work. It's a gamble, since Kai himself doesn't know how far he can move while under her control. At this moment, Leonora also realizes the help from Kazaki and that Kai is under her control. Leonora grits her teeth in frustration, partly because of the pain and partly because these kids' tricks are truly cowardly. It seems everything has come to an end. Saintess Leonora can't use her powers because she's been restrained by this bracelet. Kai borrowed it from the followers of the Demon Lord. It seems they can also block the Saintess's abilities. Leonora wants to know what Kai will do to her. He says he will release her if she sends everyone back to their world. However, that is impossible. Leonora can only summon them. Returning to the old world requires a different skill. So why do you say we can go back after defeating the Demon Lord? Summoning people from another world requires a huge amount of energy. Leonora begged God to help her successfully summon everyone. In other words, everyone was summoned here according to God's will, and after completing their mission, they will likely return to where they belong. Tai confirms once again that we can go back. Are you sure that's possible? Leonora confidently replied, Yes, I have summoned many hero candidates before you, but none of them could get close to the Demon Lord. Kai has never heard her mention them or what happened to the previous hero candidates. Most of them were killed by the Demon Lord's army. A few survived and disappeared somewhere, but no one knows where they are hiding. Hearing these words, who wouldn't lose motivation? That's why Leonora hasn't said anything until now. So do you want to stay here forever? Sooner or later, the Demon Lord's army will attack, and you will have to fight against them. It means there will be no other choice. For everyone, to win this battle, we need the support of the kingdom. Leonora said she would let this go if she was allowed to leave, but Kai insisted no way. He was about to send her to the afterlife, but Midu hurriedly stopped him. Kai doesn't understand why his friend is holding back. He thought he had thought it through, but it seems he's still clinging to that naive idealism of his. Midu said she agreed to follow because she believed she knew how to help everyone return. Now, that is no longer possible. but he still wants to keep his hero candidate title. However, they are the ones who started the rebellion. This cannot be denied. Leonora quickly spoke up. Midu is right. I admit I was a bit too much. Let's pretend nothing happened. That sounds reasonable, but this woman is very dangerous and won't be easy to catch a second time. Leonora just needs to deal with Kazaki first and she'll be unstoppable. So it's likely that after being released, she will do that. Midu still fears that if they kill this woman, everyone will be accused of killing the saintess. Just get her to promise to treat everyone well and release her. Miri agrees with Midu's opinion. Not everyone is a warrior. Moreover, if she becomes a criminal, she won't be able to defeat the Demon Lord. Nagas also agrees. Isn't it better to find a way to make her keep her promise? However, Narumi agreed with Kai that we can't trust this woman. We've come this far, so it's best to eliminate her as soon as possible. Midu also thought that way, but everyone would have no way out if they killed her here. Kai understood that Midu was worried, as the safety of the whole class was what mattered to him. Kai was confident he could survive, but knew he couldn't act recklessly. After all the opinions from everyone, some opposed, while others agreed. After all that, Kai still decided to give Leonora a copper candy in the middle of her chest, shocking everyone. Then he used a smoke bomb to escape. Everyone started to get more aggressive as Kai dealt with Leonora before the other students decided to act. That cannot be forgiven. They think Kai only cares about himself, while Narumi and Kazaki stand there like statues. She can't believe he actually took that woman's life. Everything happened exactly as he said. Kai explained that their main goal was to kidnap Leonora and learn from her how to return to the real world. If he finds out she can't do it, Kai won't let Leonora survive. However, Kai understands that even though everyone knows they can't return to their world, Midu will still protect her. At that moment, Kai would shoot without hesitation and run away. Kai is ready to take all the blame for killing the saintess alone. That is why he let a few soldiers escape so they could spread the word that Kai is the culprit behind everything. If they see him as a criminal, everyone returning will not be an issue. Kazaki is very worried. She fears that things might not go as smoothly as that, but Kai was very confident, and that was when her power became useful. If anything happens, use the control spell to negotiate with the kingdom, and he can take care of himself. So everything went according to plan, and Kai also escaped. At this moment, in the giant fortress, a mysterious figure with a horn on his head is sitting on the throne. He hears news about the hero candidates, wanderers from other worlds blessed by the god. The minions have tried many times to eliminate the candidates, but failed. The horned leader said, "Don't worry, our options on the enemy's territory are still limited. Let's leave them be. Sooner or later they'll show up." But things are about to get more interesting. This guy is the supreme commander of the Demon Lord's army, one of the 4 heavenly kings, the Wind King Windbach. So, 2 days have passed since that incident. Kai is still wandering in the forest. According to the map, he is very close to a city. He decided to climb to a higher vantage point to observe and finally found the city. Walking there would take half a day. Night has fallen, and Kai has also reached the city wall. A criminal who killed the saintess can't enter the city through the main gate because he doesn't know how he'll be treated. Kai decides to infiltrate using a rope. After successfully sneaking into the city, his first priority is to make some money. Kai has already obtained a small amount of money from the soldiers he killed. However, this is not enough. What catches his eye is a small tavern. This will be a better place to make money. Kai walks in and orders a beer along with some food. The drunken guest sitting nearby strikes up a conversation. "I've never seen your face before. Are you a traveler?" "Yes, I was forced to leave my homeland. I'm looking for a job. Are you fleeing from the invasion of the Demon Lord's army?" "I'm very sorry. Although it was a misunderstanding, this misunderstanding might actually be for the best." Tai asked if he knew of any jobs nearby that didn't require identification, and the boss brought up a beer and said, in that case, he should become an explorer. Adventurers can take any available jobs from the guild, usually monster hunting, but if you lack the skills, you'll be dealt with immediately. However, the boss feels this young man isn't inexperienced. Tai said that if it was a monster, he could handle it, and then asked how to become an explorer. The way to become an explorer is very simple. You just need to go to the guild in the city center and register. They are in great need of new explorers, so they won't ask for your identity. That's why this boss knows so much. He used to be an explorer himself, but he retired after injuring his knee. Kai stayed at an inn that night, so he might be here a bit longer. Although she had seen this guest's face, the innkeeper didn't react at all. After all, there are no recording devices in this world, so there's no need to be overly cautious about it. Kai went to the Adventurers Guild, where many people were gathered in a lively atmosphere. He approached the reception desk and said he wanted to register as an adventurer. The receptionist told Kai he needed to pay a silver coin to register. Kai immediately spat out the money. After being asked for his name, age, and origin, Kai made up a different name. He chose the name Siren, 17 years old. The Demon Lord's army invaded his homeland, so he drifted to this place. Kai couldn't believe that the alias he used in the real world was being used here. The receptionist started registering Kai with that information and stamped it. With this, he completed the registration process. The receptionist continued explaining the guild's system, where explorers are ranked from A to F based on their achievements, with higher ranks earning more valuable rewards. Additionally, high-level explorers can also take on more difficult missions. Since Siren is still new, he will register as a low-rank explorer. You can level up by completing quests. All quests are listed on the information board there. She advised him to choose a rank S quest as his first mission. Kai approached the information board. The urgent task is to gather various herbs and eliminate the goblins. He had never seen such monsters before, so Kai decided to choose this one. At that moment, a blindfolded black guy and his group approached to cause trouble. I've never seen their faces before. Kid, are you planning to tame those demon fairies? I advise you to stop. For a kid like you, that's impossible. Kai secretly wondered who these fools were. Are you guys tired of causing trouble, or what? I don't want to make a big deal out of it, so I'll just politely say, thank you for the warning. Could you please leave me alone? Those troublemakers are bitter because a kid looked down on them. It seems bullying a newcomer has become their favorite pastime. The blonde guy tried to teach Kai a lesson, but he was quick enough to stop his dirty hand. The blonde guy panicked and called for help, but everyone knew the result. Those guys were all sprawled on the ground, unconscious. Kai then casually walks away with the mission paper, revealing that this is the true power of a mid-level explorer. Compared to the hero candidates, they are surprisingly weak. The urgent task now is to complete this mission quickly. Based on the information from this mission, the demon monsters are hiding around the forest, and Kai suddenly notices the footprints left on the ground are still very fresh. Kai started following these footprints. It seems they belong to an animal. He suddenly realizes that something is here, and it's not alone. They hide very well. Could it be a demon or a spirit? At this moment, a bipedal wolf wielding a sword suddenly appears from behind, its ears quickly and lightly dodging. The sword in its hand might have been stolen from a human. Another wolf ambushed with a wooden club. Kai scooped up a handful of sand and threw it directly into its eyes, then kicked away the sword in its hand and used it to stab into its chest. Finally, Fai Jiao cleans up the two monsters. After that, Shuai Kai activates his ability to assess them as 22-year-old demon spirits with gender attack D, agility C, strength C, magic F, and level 1 escape skills. This type of monster is harmless. Kai thinks he can go hunting more and earn a little extra money. As a result, he brought a large amount of demon elf ears as proof that he had defeated them. The receptionist was panicked. With such a large number, she couldn't believe a newcomer could handle it alone. For Kai, defeating them was easy, but searching for them took too much time. Even if he has enough skill to fight them, his exploration abilities are still limited. Being an explorer seems quite complicated. Everyone around starts to talk. Is he really that easy to hunt elves? Could he be a level C explorer from somewhere else? I heard he's still a beginner. Because there are so many, the receptionist needs a little time to prepare the reward. So Kai now has a heavy bag of money. He can't believe he could earn this much just by killing weak monsters. From now on, it is important to ensure your living expenses. Kai will stay in this city for a while and earn money as an explorer. If he builds good relationships within the guild, gathering information will be easier. Lost in thought, Kai was suddenly blocked by a tall, dark, and smelly young man who scrutinized him and seemed much stronger than the others in the guild. The arrogant bat-up guy introduces himself as Lai, a level B explorer, and smugly says, "Let me tell you, I am the one in charge of managing the branch of the guild in this city. Turns out today Kai has caused trouble for his underlings." It's clear they started first, but those little guys pretended to be beaten down by a new, unknown demon who suddenly appeared. Without hesitation, Lai declared he would teach Kai a lesson. He charged forward, punching up and down, left and right, but none of his punches hit. He gradually lost control, jumped and kicked, but in the end, Kai tripped him and he fell flat on the ground. His speed is quite fast but not very precise, with movements too big and revealing many openings. After being scolded by the young kid, Lai became even more frantic, but was subdued in just a few minutes. It seems he's not used to fighting humans. After all, the main task of explorers is to conquer magical beasts. Lai doesn't understand why Kai, with such incredible strength, would bother to go after his own brothers. Kai said it's all just a misunderstanding. Sit down here, have a piece of cake, a sip of tea, and listen to me explain. In the end, the two of them sat down, sipping beer and tearing apart a chicken while listening to each other explain. After learning everything, Lai Kwok scolded his brothers for betraying him. He took responsibility for not suspecting these three tigers and then made them apologize to Kai. The three tigers hurriedly bowed their heads in apology. Since the misunderstanding has been resolved, Kai will not pursue the matter further. Besides that, he has a few things he wants to ask. Lai may look fierce, but he's actually a reasonable guy. Forgive my losses. If you have any questions, I am happy to answer them. Kai continues. You know, I am a traveler. The reason I signed up to be an explorer is to earn some money to travel more easily. But I have another reason. Lai can't believe that a young man with such formidable power could be having trouble. Even though he doesn't know what it is, he still wants to help. He said he was looking for a way to travel to another world. Immediately, everyone was stunned, panicked, and amazed. How could that be possible? But the hero candidates also come from other worlds. Yes, Kai is talking about how the hero candidates travel back to the real world. Lai thought that, if so, they would have to use magic, but they don't know much about magic. Kai knows it's not easy to obtain this information. He is hoping everyone has some clue. Lai thought to himself, only one person has knowledge about it, the sage Elbana. There was an elf who helped this country with valuable advice. It seems Kai has also heard that name somewhere. A wise man who was an elf. That's what he read in the book. There are rumors that the elves live deep in the forest with only a few surviving, and their stories are considered legends. They rarely leave their forest and venture into the outside world. Among those who left and stepped into the outside world, there was a sage who had lived for over 100 years and was very wise and knowledgeable. I heard he's a famous wizard with deep knowledge of spells. The elves are said to maintain close relationships with spirits to receive magical assistance. Even if there is no way for people to return to the old world, with a spell, it would be possible. However, no one knows if the sage is still alive or not. They have never heard any rumors about him, and it seems no one has ever seen him. Lai chuckled confidently, not even he knew these things, then turned away to apologize for not being able to give Kay any useful information. However, that information is very useful to you. That's all he needs. Kai finished his beer and went back to the hostel to rest. Before leaving, Lai wanted to ask what he would do after learning how to travel to another world. Kai just smiled and said, I'll leave that to your imagination. Today, Kai went back to receive his reward for the new mission. A week has passed, during which he also saved up some money. Lai and his gang have become closer to him and enthusiastically invite him to drink, but Kai has declined. He has gathered some important information about the sage. His name is Elbiana Korat. About a decade ago, he was an advisor to this country, but now he is retired and living near the western border where the country is fighting against the Demon Lord's army. Kai has no reason to stay in this city anymore, so he decides to go meet the so-called sage. Back to Alpha, the Holy Temple City. It has been a month since Captain Harik, the 8th Knight of the Holy Knights, took over caring for the hero candidates on behalf of the late Saintess, and so far no one has complained because Harik has done an excellent job. He was very pleased to hear that because, after all, you guys are priceless assets to this country. He's just showing respect to everyone. Everyone is very satisfied with the new person in charge. He is very different from Leonora, but also quite suspicious. Now they will discuss the main issue. Yesterday's meeting decided that hero candidates will be deployed to the front lines. The war on the western border still continues, and everyone will be dispatched from this frontline fortress. Harik promised to protect those friends who are not strong enough to fight. That made Midu and everyone breathe a sigh of relief. However, they also have some work to do during this time. After all, you have to work to eat. This is quite urgent, so everyone might depart tomorrow morning. Midu and Mireille will return and pass this information on to everyone. Mireille was very happy that they had accepted the candidates' requests. At first, Midu was very worried, fearing that her demands might have been too much. They think they are not confident enough to control all the candidates without Leonora, which is why they are being humble. Since Leonora is no longer here, they will definitely be on alert. Mireille suddenly remembers Kai and wonders where he might be now. After Leonora was killed and Kai left, the bishop was extremely shocked when he heard this information. Nagas says the main culprit is Kai. He is one of the hero candidates. But now he has fled, as a traitor, so he ran very quickly. The soldiers whispered among themselves that if this was true, they needed to send someone to check as soon as possible. But someone else argued that they needed to confirm whether the saintess was truly dead or not. The archbishop felt that this story was very advantageous for the young people present here. This made Arasi angry. He said he didn't want to deny everyone's story, but it was also possible that everyone here had conspired to deal with Leonora. At this moment, a soldier hurriedly spoke up. "No, that's not true, Your Excellency. I was there and witnessed everything." The hero candidates standing here tried very hard to protect the saintess, but they were suppressed by Jinduk Kai, and as a result, the saintess lost her life. Another soldier also interjected. "He's right. I have seen everything, too. I was there as well." So with the testimony of Leonora's 3 knights, the bishop had no doubt anymore. but he wondered if that person named Kai was really that strong. Midu affirms that he is very strong and has been hiding his abilities all this time. Then he invited a few people into the room to discuss the issue in more detail, while secretly using some form of control magic that allowed everyone to overcome this terrible ordeal. Right now, Midu is still very worried about Kai, but she knows he sacrificed himself for her. Although Midu decided to protect everyone, he returned to the room and informed them that they had decided to deploy us to the front lines. Everyone who is able to fight should prepare and leave this place early tomorrow morning. People are quite worried after hearing that the actual battle has taken place. But now, it's a bit late to be afraid. Everyone has been assigned to serve under the command of the 8th Night Legion and Captain Herrick. Kazaki, do you have any news about Kai? Midu shook her head. They are offering a reward for anyone who catches him, and have mobilized many forces to hunt him, but there's no news yet. Kaki, disappointed, turned away. Nagas doesn't care whether Kai truly betrayed everyone or not, but if she finds Kai, she will burn him to pieces. Kazaki feels both sad and lonely, blaming herself for thinking Kai should have taken her along. The next day, everyone set out for the front lines. The girls are very tired from their first long journey, but it seems they will have to walk until nightfall. The past 2 days, all they've done is walk, and everyone is starting to feel bored and hope that something interesting will happen. Suddenly, Arasi signaled everyone to stop. He sensed the presence of a monster behind the bushes, but the commander quickly turned back to question them when he saw everyone suddenly halt. Midu said she has recently sensed the presence of monsters, but the leader still insists there's nothing there. Even so, everyone still has to obey his orders. Without a command, they are not allowed to do anything. This made Arasi so angry that she strangled him. Everyone was worried and asked her to stop, but Arasi was like, "Why should I obey this trash's orders?" At this moment, a sharp aura suddenly streaked past, forcing him to let go. It was a swarm of deadly rabbits. Everyone quickly take your positions. The seductive rabbits charge forward together. The swords in the hands of the knights were also knocked away. Arasi immediately used a blast to blow away the monster, then stomped on it to finish it off. He seems to be able to handle the entire group of sharp rabbits on his own. Everyone has to admit that Arasi's strength is truly powerful, and it feels like this power is even greater than before. However, he still felt that it wasn't enough. This ability was still nothing compared to that bastard. And everyone knows who that bastard is. The one who planted this land is Kai. From the very beginning, he had a bad feeling about Kai. Kai has never shown any fear. To be precise, Kai has never reacted to Arashi. And as a result, Shinzu Kai is truly very strong. With the explosion ability that Arasi gained, he thought he had become stronger, but the result was not what he expected. Kai poured cold water on Arasi, waking him up. Midu suddenly realized that lately Arasi hasn't been in a good mood, but he denied it and said he just didn't like being ordered around by those trash. After a long walk, the hero candidates finally reached the front line. This is around the western border of the Holy Kingdom of Daijiro, the artillery line. Many soldiers are standing here on guard. This short-haired girl is Captain Elia, leader of the Holy Knight Squad, 4th Knight Regiment, welcoming the hero candidates. Although she was promoted only recently, since the previous oversight agency captain passed away a week ago. Suddenly, a knight rushed in, panicked to report that the Demon Lord's army was coming and heading this way. So there would be no time to rest. The entire border would depend on the hero candidates. Everyone is ready to fight to the death with the devil's minions. The knights start ringing the bell to signal the approaching demon army. From afar, a monster forge of various colors is storming towards the city gate. They are too many to imagine. Hark orders all the cavalry to fire their arrows simultaneously, trying to reduce their numbers before they get closer. The other mages also gather together and begin fighting. Heavenly Fire, please heed our call and defeat the evil forces. At the same time, fire and arrows are being shot down. Although they were hit by many arrows, they still did not retreat and fought even more fiercely. Things like this are not enough to kill them. Amelia says everyone should not underestimate the endurance and resilience of these monsters compared to us humans who are much weaker. Now everyone needs to follow Harek's orders, and she will go down there and fight alongside the 4th Knight Squad. One thing is that some of the missing people here went down there to fight the monsters, and that includes Arasi and his friends. The monsters can't believe their eyes. This guy is really an idiot. Who does he think he is to run down here alone like that? Arasi doesn't care if they're half demons or whatever. He just needs to eliminate these ugly creatures. Another group of monsters broke through the wall and entered the city, knocking down many knights. A knight almost got struck by a monster's blade, but luckily, Midu arrived just in time to save him. He began to expand his divine sword, which immediately grew longer and larger, capable of cutting down many monsters in one strike. Even Midu himself can feel his power growing stronger every day. He turned to everyone and said, "As you can see, we can win this battle. Fight and don't be afraid. Everyone is determined to go all out." Midu knew she couldn't hesitate. If she did, the other students would feel uneasy because she was the leader. Kai had taught Midu the price of recklessness. Mireille also shouted, "Everyone stop just watching, we have to fight. Her clairvoyant god controls the rocks. The Naruto's blazing fire burns everything down." Kanzaki's domination spell froze all the monsters planning to attack. The knights watching from above were also surprised by the strength of the hero candidates. They are completely overwhelming the Demon Lord's army. Harik orders all soldiers to protect the hero candidates and to push back the demons at all costs. All the soldiers obeyed the order and charged forward. After a fierce struggle, the monsters were scattered across the ground. Their army has defeated the Demon Lord. This is a victory worth celebrating. The sun is gradually setting behind the mountains. Midu quietly watches the movement of the sun. Harik approached and said, "So this is your first battle? How does it feel?" It's hard to fully grasp it. A battle of this scale requires a certain level of skill. During the battle, my vision was very limited, so I couldn't make any decisions. Harik patted Midu on the shoulder to encourage him because he did very well. Today, everyone's victory was thanks to the efforts of the candidates, but we still must remain constantly vigilant. Their enemies today are only low to mid-level demons. Although their numbers are limited, the higher-level demons possess greater strength. Midu said she would remember this. That night, the demons were resting at the camp. The commander reports that his army failed to complete the mission today. This furious old monster is Stone Gaia, the highest-ranking officer in the Demon Lord's 4 Heavenly Kings army on Earth. The next morning, in the western area of the Holy Nation Diger Great Forest checkpoint, they were just about to leave the forest and end their long journey to find the sage, when suddenly something red sped towards him at a very high speed. A closer look reveals that it is their long tongues, the extended tongues of the 3 large monkeys. K immediately activates his assessment ability. They are 33-year-old male monkey monsters with long tongues, attacking B, defending C, with agility B, strength C, magic F, hungry and very agitated, using level 3 tongue attack skills. Tie put down his backpack and prepared to fight the 3 ugly monkeys. It seems their abilities are quite normal, just their tough appearance. One of them, with a tongue 310,000 Kauden long, distracted Kai and suddenly lunged forward. He jumped up to dodge the attack. Then another one shot out its tongue again. But this time Kai sliced it off. I could even feel the pain myself. Next, they just cut off the head. The other 2 looked like they got sprayed with glue. He was so stiff that he couldn't say anything. 1 minute and 30 seconds had passed, and the monkey meat dish was finished. Although not too fast, the stronger monsters appear one after another, which could be because he is getting closer to the Demon Lord Army's territory, or perhaps because this place is quite far from the city. So there are fewer knights and explorers, increasing the chances of encountering unknown monsters the deeper he goes. Anyway, Kai can still determine the age of these monsters thanks to his assessment ability. Currently, he needs to be more alert. Soon after, Kai reached the Uragano mountain range, a natural barrier that slowed down the invasion of the Demon Lord's army. The highest point of that mountain range is called Langson Tuthan, and there are rumors that the sage Elbana is living on its summit. If Kai remembers correctly, there should be a small village at the foot of Langson Tuthan Mountain, but what he couldn't imagine was that the village was completely on fire. As expected, it was due to an attack by the Demon Lord's army. Since this place is quite far from the front lines, Kai also needs to be more cautious in the future and cannot afford to act carelessly. After burning down the village, these purple demons seem to be subordinates. They are asking Big Brother here what to do next. They want to slaughter everyone here. This blonde guy is their superior, Hector, who told them to stop and take all the surviving villagers as slaves. Besides that, it seems he also wants some information about Elbana. The subordinate reports that it has been obtained the sage is living on the summit of the Langson Tuthan mountain, so it matches their intel. Their top priority now is Elbana, also known as the sage. After resting here for a night, they will climb the mountain, but that mountain is known as the home of the death wolves. The wolf monsters are an untamable species, which means the demons cannot achieve their goal without destroying all the death wolves. Because when facing a highly intelligent monster, the power of domination is almost useless. One of them heard that the 4 great heavenly kings had tamed a dragon before, but that is impossible for them now. Even Hor isn't good at magic. Anyway, talking about something I don't have is pointless. Their only option now is to eliminate these uncontrollable monsters. Kay, standing on the roof, has overheard everything. It seems they are very obedient. You guessed that the blonde-haired guy is a high-level demon, and this demon named Hector also has very high stats. Hector-wise, 25 years old, a high-level demon, male, attack B, defense B, agility A, strength B, magic B, normal condition, level 1 domination skill, level 5 swordsmanship. He is truly one of the few high-level demons in the Demon Lord's army, making direct confrontation very difficult. At this moment, the commander sensed someone was watching him and immediately ordered his subordinates to search the area for any sneaky intruders. His senses are truly sharp. Unfortunately for them, Kai is very skilled at sneaking. While hiding, he saw many villagers being tied up by the demons. Kai was silent for a moment, but then decided to leave. He had no reason to help the villagers here. Like the demons, Kai's main goal is to meet the sage. He must climb the mountain before the Demon Lord's army. Finally, Kai reached the highest point of the UGAN mountain range, an area known as the Deadly Wolf Mountain. They once said there was an exploration trail here, so he decided to follow the beast's tracks. Kai couldn't see everything clearly around him, and the ground was unstable. So even in his haste, he had to be very careful. Kai sensed another presence nearby, although it was faint. It was probably the legendary demon wolf on Langsun Tuthan Mountain, and he could even feel its numbers increasing rapidly. Although they are hiding now, I can still feel a heavy pressure. At this moment, the alpha wolf howled, and immediately the others in the pack charged forward to attack. Kai quickly reacted and jumped onto a tree. They are the infamous monster beasts of the Langsun Tuthan Mountain. Many people have gone missing when coming to this mountain. It seems that this is the cause. Tai begins activating his assessment ability. They belong to the 20-year-old wolf demon race, with attack C, defense C, agility B, strength B, magic D, normal status, and level 3 teamwork skills. A massive wolf rammed the tree trunk, causing Kai on top to sway. As he fell freely, he used a leaf and strengthened it with mana, then shot it at the wolf to cut its neck in half. Successfully killed a death wolf. The others are also scared. Although frightening, with Kai's power they are just slightly stronger pawns. There are still quite a few of them, reinforced bodies with mana like before. If Kai could do this consciously, the effect would be truly significant. At that time, Leonora said that everyone always relies on their guardian spirits, so their mana control is very weak. You guys always rely on the divine guardian and are not used to controlling your own mana. In a way, you're nothing but weaklings. That is why I can easily control you all. So at that moment, all the candidates were powerless against Leonora's enslaving magic. The determination to become stronger in order to overcome this weakness. If he improves his mana control, he will be able to use mana to freely enhance his body and also increase his resistance to magic attacks. Even though he's not as strong as the Divine Guardian, he needs to be stronger in this world. He must learn that skill no matter what. Kai targets the alpha wolf. It growls to assert its dominance, but is gently struck down by Kai. As soon as the alpha is defeated, all of them will run away because the alpha is the strongest. Once the strongest one is defeated, the others obviously won't dare to fight. A very useful lesson. Kai rushes through the pack of wolves. He senses that there is something very strange about their movements. Clearly, he is predicting their movement trajectories. An illusionary wolf appears from a death wolf. It turns out that was the movement of the wolf, projected 1 second ahead. That allowed Kai to act without taking any damage even during a surprise attack. Nothing is a problem. You can predict what will happen about a second into the future. The others in the pack start to lower their ears in fear, but Kai will not spare their lives. Let's train together for a bit, and then, with just a few sword strokes, an entire pack of hellhounds will be wiped out by your hand. Tie reviews his stats and information. Shinji Dukai, 20 years old, male, attack A, defense B, agility A, strength B, magic C, normal condition, divine guard skill, level 3 evaluation ability. The Guardian's weak point detection level 1, long range vision level 1, assassination technique level 5, spear use technique level 5, throwing technique level 5. Stealth level 5. Turns out this is a skill that allows him to see the future. When he gained the weakness detection skill, his evaluation ability was also improved, making it essentially an upgraded version of his normal assessment skill. This is a skill that allows Kai to see everything with his vision. After a long climb and a fierce fight with a pack of wolves while carrying a huge backpack, he was truly exhausted. Since he was about to reach the top of the mountain, he decided to rest here for a while. But heaven doesn't want Kai to rest. It wants him to keep moving constantly. There's some noise around here. Maybe the Demon Lord's army is coming. And anyway, this isn't the right time to rest. Kai continues on his journey. Down below, near the top of Langsun Tuthan Mountain, monsters are bullying and tormenting a girl. It is known that this girl is a disciple of the sage, but the situation is not looking good. This little elf fought fiercely against the monsters to prevent them from reaching her master's residence. Here ordered the monsters to attack her all at once and kill the small girl. The elf girl seemed to have lost her ability to fight and could only stand there waiting for death, but Kai appeared with an impressive heroics to save the beauty. The girl looked at Kai with a bewildered expression as she was face to face with a human. The monsters questioned the intruder, but Kai, looking down on them, refused to say a word. He observed that there are 10 soldiers here, led by a high-level demon. The girl asked why he saved her. Kai didn't answer, but asked if she was a disciple of the sage Albana. The girl confirmed that she was indeed a disciple of the sage. So that's the reason Kai said he needed to meet the wise person. Kai used his judgment ability to determine that she was a half-demon. Moreover, her information sheet also listed a magic skill. Here doesn't care who this kid is. If he dares to get in their way, he's definitely on the enemy's side. But even with one more enemy, the outcome wouldn't change. The monsters still charged forward confidently to kill both of them. To save this girl and make the sage owe him a favor, Kai must defeat the demons in front of him. He is currently surrounded on all sides. One of them, holding a sword, jumps up, aiming to strike down. Using his long-range vision skills, he predicted his future movement and smoothly dodged to the right to avoid the attack. Then the one behind launched a surprise attack. Kai spun around and caught his hand with his own, much to the shock of the remaining monsters. I have to admit, his weapon is really big, but isn't it a bit too much to face a human? With just a few dagger strikes, some lose their right arm, others their leg, and some their head. As long as his long-range vision still works in close combat, he can't be defeated. The problem is that there's only a few minutes left to use the skill. The leader ordered the subordinates not to rush in recklessly and to use magic to take it down. They immediately obeyed, then summoned a magic circle and fired countless magic missiles. This is the legendary spell. At this moment, the little elf suddenly spoke, blowing away the enemy. Wind Spirit. Immediately, a giant wind shield surrounded her, making the bullets unable to penetrate. According to Kai's understanding, that was a spell, so it was a power borrowed from the spirit. This is a power exclusive to elves. The elf girl cheerfully said, "Thanks to you, the spirits can rest for a while." Here realized the situation was unstable, and with this group, they wouldn't get anywhere. He decided to be the one to step into the fight. Finally, the final boss has appeared. He turned to the elf girl and said, "Stop the soldiers from coming back. Don't let them bother you while you're fighting. And Kai will go kill the leader." That girl snorted. "I can do that, but at least don't call me that, okay? My name is May." Kai dropped his backpack and shot forward like a missile toward the opponent. He will rely entirely on May, the disciple of the wise man. But it's no coincidence that the other is called a high-level monster. He was able to easily block your attack. Kai stepped on his sword and then leapt back, and the fight between them was fierce, with neither willing to give in, leaving the outcome undecided. He didn't expect that this young man could predict his moves like that. But Hor also left a pretty deep wound on Kai's left side. So this is the power of a high-level demon. If it weren't for his farsight, he probably would have been finished already. Here doesn't often get to fight against such a formidable opponent. For him, if Kai weren't human, he might have already won. The wound on his stomach is bleeding heavily. He activates his assessment ability. The person in front of you is Hector Wise, 25 years old, a high-level demon with attack B, defense B, agility B, strength B, magic B, normal condition level 1 dominating magic skills, and level 5 swordsmanship. Even with his long-range vision ability, Kai is still at a disadvantage in this battle. Knowing he's in a tough spot, he decides to try a different approach. The other guy, seeing the opponent standing there like a god, decided to be the one to attack first. He charged forward like a bloodthirsty beast, but Kai's long-range vision skill helped him avoid the first strike. He kept swinging and he kept dodging, but still left small wounds on his arm. Knowing that the future is useless if his body isn't strong enough to defeat him. Right now, the physical distance between us is huge. Seeing that, he started to get cocky. "Do you always run away like this?" No sooner had he finished speaking than he was hit with 3 bullets. He was fast enough to reach out and block it. His reflexes were even comparable to the speed of a bullet, but still, those 3 bullets hit his hands and legs. That guy is so desperate he doesn't even know what this weapon is. He ignores the bullets in his body and keeps charging forward while Kai aims the gun straight at his head. But if you think you'll hit, it's no different from underestimating a high-level demon. He can see your attack trajectory. Kai keeps shooting so that even running out of bullets can't cause a fatal wound to the opponent. He continues to use the skill given by the 3 Gam-Fi brothers. However, that guy was unharmed, but that was just Kai distracting him. He quickly pulls out a grenade and throws it at Hector. Before he can react, he is completely blown up. The subordinates were terrified when they saw the command explode. Even my A, who was observing, had to step back. Who is this person really to be able to overpower a high-level demon despite being just an ordinary person? That's the question running through her mind. Currently, Kai has no more bullets for the handgun he's holding for emergencies, and this is also his last grenade. As expected, these alone are not enough to defeat a high-level demon. That only made Hector even angrier, like a bull charging to gore his opponent. He suddenly teleported and launched a swift attack. In this situation, Kai decided to use that skill. You need to analyze his movements, then activate the weakness detection skill. His weakness is in his Adam's apple, where he uses a knife to slash and target his vulnerable spot. Long-range vision combined with weakness detection. These skills are really powerful, meaning they will consume a large amount of mana. When Hector was defeated, Kai had run out of mana. The minions took advantage of the moment when he was exhausted to try to launch an attack. Even A isn't doing much better. The spirits are also reaching their limit. Although she really wanted to help K because he had saved her before, was someone casting a spell right now? Burn my enemies, O fire fairy dragon. Immediately, those monsters were completely burned to ashes. Compared to Nagas's flames, this firepower is on a whole different level. The person who just saved them is May's master, and also the Elbana sage. Contrary to rumors of an elderly man nearing the end of his life, the sage is actually a beautiful, elf girl. She approached and thanked the young man Kai. Judging by the situation, it seems like he is helping her disciple. Kai said this is just a coincidence. Did you ask if this girl is the wise woman Elbana? She admitted it, but now she is just an old, decayed skeleton compared to before. As expected, Kai's energy is too low to use his assessment ability, but you can definitely feel that she is very powerful. With your current strength, you would never be able to defeat her. Now there's no point in hiding anymore. Kai stood up and said he needed to find her. Elbana also knows there's no reason for a guy to come here without a purpose. She's grateful to you for saving her disciple. She said she would answer Kai's questions as clearly as possible. May A signaled that the two of them should go home because the smell of blood was too strong. The wolves will arrive soon, so Kai will get to rest at the hermit's house. Currently, the situation is quite favorable, and it's good that he accepted the danger to save her disciple. Elbana is in a small house on top of a mountain far away. When asked why she chose such a remote place, Elbana sighed. There are many reasons, but mainly she wanted to live close to nature. She said she had retired, but humans still occasionally try to exploit her, so she chose a place that's hard to reach to live. However, a few people like Kai still come occasionally. Anyway, Elbana isn't the kind of person to refuse them. The two of them sat and talked. Kai is not hiding it. Honestly, he's trying to find a way back to his previous world. Elbana realized that this young man is someone from another world. You are one of the hero candidates assigned to conquer the Demon Lord. She heard the rumors but didn't expect the Empire to summon them for the third time. Leonora did mention that they had summoned hero candidates several times before, and the hero candidates had been more or less wiped out by the Demon Lord's army. Maybe a few survived, but they are all missing. 4 years ago, hero candidates were also summoned. This is the second time. The first was about 10 years ago when both generations came to conquer the Demon Lord and were all destroyed. Since then, the ritual to summon hero candidates has been sealed and never used again. But Saintess Leonora intends to break the taboo and summon a third generation. Elbana opposed that idea. She didn't care whether it was the will of the Holy Spirit or not, but entrusting the fate of an empire to someone from another world was a reckless act. Kai admitted that he had pierced Saint Lady Leonora, so there would be no more rituals to summon people from other worlds. Elbana was quite surprised that this boy could kill a saint. There are many ways to kill an ordinary person, but for a saint, the methods must be different. Elbana knew that this young man was telling the truth, so that woman had been sent to heaven by her own arrow. And Elbana understood what Kai was hoping for. Everyone wants to go back home. She's a person who doesn't like to talk much, so she straightforwardly said she couldn't bring you back to your world with a spell. Hearing this was like a thunderbolt. Kai was really disappointed. Although there was no direct way to return, he still wanted to hear some suggestions. Summoning them with magic is possible, but bringing them back is not because that knowledge no longer exists. Anyway, there's no reason to research it. Leonora also said the same thing, so that means the candidates have no other choice but to defeat the Demon Lord or rely on magic to some extent. Tai said he would investigate more about the magic. Elbana apologized for not being able to help him. She still owes Kai for saving her disciple. Kohua will let you know if she finds out anything. But for Elbana, she believes that if it were Kai, he might be able to kill the Demon Lord. However, he doesn't want to get involved in such a troublesome matter. If there's no other way, he might really have to kill the Demon Lord. Elbana was also surprised by this different boy. Compared to other hero candidates, it's like he grew up in a dark and cold place. Kai stood up and prepared to leave, not forgetting to thank her for the information and to ask her to contact Siren from the Exploration Guild if she found anything. At this moment, Elbana thought that maybe he could trust this boy. Mei A felt very refreshed after taking a bath. The girl turned to ask Kai why he wasn't dirty after climbing the mountain and fighting all this time. Only then did she realize how filthy she was and decided to go take a bath to freshen up her handsome appearance. At this moment, Elbana suddenly spoke up, saying, "Hey kid, I have a proposal. Why don't you take my disciple along?" Mei was also very surprised by her master's decision. After considering Mei's goal, the master made this offer, but Kai outright refused, saying he didn't need a noisy girl to follow him. The next day, in the area between the eastern part of the demon kingdom Varora and the front line of the holy kingdom Daiger, he said he didn't want the girl to come along, but in the end, he still brought Mei along. The weather here is quite nice, but I've heard that the climate in the demon territory is much harsher. Only recently, this place was still territory of the holy nation. The weather in the Veldora kingdom must be much harsher. There is a large city called NRAS around the western area of the Urugano mountain range, with villages surrounding the city. Now the city has fallen into the hands of the Demon Lord's army and has become their front line. That will be both of their destination. It might take about 2 days on foot. Kai really didn't want to ask, but he was very curious about what exactly happened to the people who used to live there. Mei A said that half had died and the other half were enslaved by the Demon Lord's army. Some tried to escape across the mountains. As expected, this girl knows quite a lot. Bringing her along on this journey was definitely a wise choice. After Kai outright refused her, Mei A was very angry, and her master chuckled, saying, "Don't say that, you've only just arrived in this world. Mei A will be quite useful. This girl has extensive knowledge passed down from me. Kai wants to know what benefits she will gain by accompanying us." Elbana said, "The girl doesn't understand how this world works. Even though she's grown up and has extensive knowledge, she still lacks practical experience. Elbana is looking for a chance to take this girl on adventures, but she's still very worried about sending her cute disciple out alone. So she trusted Kai to do it. Although Elbana could handle it herself, she no longer had the ability to go on adventures. From a human perspective, Elbana may look very young and healthy, but her limits are almost reached. Then suddenly a boy appears and saves her disciple. Kai admits he plans to invade the demon's territory. This is a dangerous journey. If this girl gets in the way, he will definitely leave her behind. Elbana warned Mei A to listen carefully. You will be the one to decide. After all, this is your life. Mei A seems to understand. The girl decides to go with Kai. But it's only been a day since I started walking, and you're already complaining about everything. But I can't expect too much from a mage's body. Mei A has been working hard to train this body all this time. Well, the sun is starting to set. The two decide to rest here and continue their journey tomorrow morning. Mei A looked at him with shining eyes and asked, "Weren't you saying you would leave me behind if I got in your way?" "What nonsense are you talking about? This is a small matter like a rabbit. I won't leave you behind." Quickly set up the tent. Mei hurriedly obeyed. That night, the two sat by the fire eating bread. Kai still felt worried and warned Mei that this was a very dangerous journey, but he was determined and wouldn't stop no matter how dangerous it was. Kai really wanted to return to his own world, but Mei didn't have many reasons to join him to this extent. Kay also doesn't think Elbana is lying, so Mei A must have another reason. Mei A doesn't know how to explain it, but Kay probably saw through her. The place she used to live, the Starry Village, was destroyed by the Demon Lord's army. Since then, there have been rumors that this war was supposed to be just between humans and demons. Demons will invade any race. Even Mei's parents and younger brother were harmed by them. The reason she survived was because her father pretended to be bait and drew their attention. At that time, she couldn't do anything. After the Demon Lord's army left the village, Mei A was left alone and was then saved by her master, which is why she became his disciple. Kai doesn't care about Mei A's past. What he wants to know is her purpose. The reason Ma became his master's disciple and why she became a mage is because she wants the power to destroy all the demons. The knowledge she learned from her master, including 10 years of training, was all for revenge. That bastard who killed her family. Mei A will definitely take his life herself. That demon is one of the 4 heavenly kings Wind BX. He is known as the King of Wind and is also one of the highest leaders of the Demon Lord's army. The reason she agreed to follow Kai was to be able to approach him more easily. Her master had never allowed Mei A to explore alone, but as long as Kai is involved, the master agrees immediately. She doesn't know why the master acts that way after meeting him. Although she was the only close disciple, Mei A couldn't understand what her master was thinking. That's why she would follow whatever Kai asked of her for now. Elbana also entrusted this girl to Kai, believing that he could handle her. If the sage lets his disciple go on an adventure alone, it's probably because he fears this girl might die unjustly in her revenge. May, optimistically said, "You don't need to worry. I don't want to drag you into my revenge. Maybe she wants to do it herself." That's all for today's conversation. The two of them will have to go to sleep to prepare for their departure tomorrow. May A immediately obeyed. She will also have the spirits guard them in case monsters come so they can deal with them in time. Kai couldn't sleep all night, constantly thinking about the 4 heavenly kings of the Demon Lord's army. Kai's former enemy was a high-level demon. Now there's a stronger demon. To win, we must become stronger. However, he suddenly realized that was no longer the issue to worry about. The next day, a meeting was held among the commanders at the fortifications along Dijere Holy Nation's western border. Among them is Midu. The old man joked that now they have hero candidates, this would be the perfect time to attack. The white-haired commander understood his meaning, but where should they start the attack? Amelia pointed at the map and said, "Attacking Arlis Fortress would be a good beginning. It used to be their fortress. This is the chance to take it back. Right now, this is the enemy's forward base. If they attack here, they will retreat." Harek still thinks that no matter how you look at it, this is a reckless plan. They are currently on the defensive, but suddenly launching an attack. That will attract the enemy's attention. The old man fiercely replied, "What do you mean? Are you afraid, Captain of the 8th Night Legion? You already have some hero candidates as your subordinates." Amelia knew Harek was right too, but for now the enemies were still underestimating them. They definitely wouldn't expect an immediate counterattack. She turned to ask Midu if he had recovered his body. He has fully recovered and just needs the order to fight to confidently wield his sword. The meeting is over, and the plan will be carried out tomorrow. Harek sighed, rarely seeing such ferocity. This is a good opportunity to attack while they are gathering their forces. Midu thinks this is not a wrong move. Harek believes they are relying on Midu's strength and abilities, and that's why they are so overconfident. Although the hero candidates are only strengthening their defenses under their command, they still cannot disobey orders from above. Of course, Harek will still support the candidates as best as he can, but this time Midu is still everyone's key. Make sure your teammates rest tonight. Midu suddenly had a bad feeling, but had no other choice to change the course of events. Early the next morning, the hero candidates began their assault near Arlis Fortress. Nagas wondered why they were working at dawn, thinking that a surprise attack would be better done at night. However, demons can still see them in the dark. Attacking at night would be less advantageous. Midu wants to confirm once more that their goal is to defeat the commander, while the main force attracts their attention. Their commander is likely a high-level demon. When the battle begins, he will lead everyone. If he's not nearby, at least buy him some time or run away. Everyone understood the plan. At this moment, the knight reports receiving a message from the main force. They said to start the plan. After receiving the order, the whole team simultaneously moved in to seize the fortress while they were completely unprepared. Outside, Elia will fight the monsters while Midu and Harek's team take the opportunity to break into the fortress. Of course, dealing with the small fry guarding the area is easy, since they're just as stunned and confused that the enemy dared to come this far. Although they are easy to handle, we must stay alert. There is still a chance that the commander is inside the main hall. At this moment, Midu's army has been completely surrounded by monsters. Everyone has been blocked. Hark and the 8th Night Squad will handle the monsters behind. The hero candidates continue to advance towards their target with force. Nagas uses divine fire to burn them. Everyone took care of the ugly monsters one by one. They successfully passed through the gate. A high-level demon was already waiting here. He is Sunjia, one of the 4 great heavenly kings of the Demon Lord's army. Everyone thought it was just a title, but Midu could feel an extraordinary pressure emanating from him. The old man planted his shield into the ground and challenged. "Let's see how strong you are, hero candidates." Midu commands everyone to be ready to fight and encourages himself not to be afraid. If everyone is defeated here, the sacrifice of the main force will be meaningless. Sonia places her hand on the ground. A magic circle appears around him. Then the earth explodes and many mud monsters emerge. He orders his army to charge and fight to the death. Narumi will hold them back with his sword, splitting their bodies with wind blades. Arasi also charged forward with his destructive blast, confident that no matter how many of them there are, these slow-moving mud monsters are nothing to fear. But no, this is only the beginning. The monsters that were just defeated and exploded into pieces are starting to regenerate. Their fists also become more powerful. Everyone advances together, but despite their efforts, they are completely outmatched. Every time they kill it, it keeps reborn. Kazaki also quickly subdued the monster to save his friend. Everyone tried their best to stab with spears and slash with swords and blades at them, but all were counterattacked. Even Moray's psychic guardian was useless against the mud monsters. If we keep fighting like this, it will never end. Narumi once said this when reading comics. He had seen this kind of situation before. In times like this, defeating the summoner is the best option. Let Narumi handle the mud monsters, while Arasi and Midu focus on the commander. But he is a high-level monster and won't be defeated so easily. Many magic circles appear on the ground and shoot out countless stones aimed directly at Midu. He tries to catch it, but he's already exhausted. It seems that was part of Midu and Arasi's plan. Midu takes responsibility for distracting him, and Arasi will surprise attack from behind, along with the destructive explosion. A devastating blast occurs, leaving everyone stunned, unsure if he has been defeated or not. But the result was the opposite. A mud shield sprouted from the ground to block the destructive explosion. Then it punched Arasi in the stomach, knocking him out cold. That old man is starting to look down on us. Is this all you've got? Hero candidates. While Midu and his team were fighting one of the four heavenly kings, Stonir Shinju also arrived at the fallen city of Ras. In a gloomy space, droplets fall from the ceiling. A small flame is lit on a staff. Kai and Mei are moving through the underground sewer beneath the city, surrounded by a foul smell. Mayo covered his nose and complained, sneaking through the underground sewer system. This idea is really gross. It stinks so much here. Kai remains completely calm. Just stay calm. We'll reach the city's underground water vein soon. He added that their vision is very good at night, and the city has many open areas. Moreover, this city is on the front line with tight security, so entering through the main gate is impossible. They stood in front of a metal ladder. Kai looked up and grabbed onto it, saying, "Let's go up from here." A while later, inside an alley in the city, the two climbed up from the underground tunnel. While Kai carefully hid behind the wall observing, Mayo boldly stood there lifting her skirt and sighing. Finally out. Jaquang quickly noticed that something had appeared. He quickly pulled Mayo behind the crate to hide. "Someone has come. We can hide here for now." Outside, two demon soldiers are approaching. The purple demon stretches and sighs tiredly. The green demon turned away annoyed. Being chosen as the witch's bodyguard is an honor for Mei Fan Nan. The purple demon replied, "Serving the witch isn't based on personal achievements, right? I have no motivation at all." They continued their sarcastic conversation, the green one mocking. "You have that skill, but your personality is all purple," the purple one interrupted. "But it shouldn't have shouted in my face like that." Then the two demon soldiers walk past the barrel where they are hiding. A moment later, Mayer sighs and turns to ask, "Are they gone?" After hearing the conversation, Kai thought, "So she's a witch, a demon princess and ruler of this city, right?" Mayo nodded. "That's right, she's called the Space Witch." "I think that right now, she is your target." Kai remembered what the wise man Elbana once told him. A witch capable of controlling space who lives on the front lines in the city, and that woman could help him fulfill his wish. The problem is how to approach her. If we just go there without a plan, everything will turn into a battle. We should first carefully gather information. Don't act on your own without my instructions. She quickly nodded obediently and said, "I understand there are a lot of demon soldiers gathered in the city center. They are like humans, forming small groups to chat while others sit around drinking beer. The two are inside a room looking out the window at the demon soldiers, and Mei looks over and remarks that they seem to have a normal life too. That disappointed me a bit." Kai replied that as long as they can talk and have intelligence, living like humans is only natural. He pointed down below, and Mayo was momentarily stunned. There were a few people enslaved by the demons, serving and transporting goods. They beat them mercilessly while shouting, "Don't be lazy anymore, get to work." Seeing this, Mayer shouted in shock. Slave Kai wondered, "Why are you so surprised?" "You knew humans were enslaved by demons all along," Mayer replied from inside the door. "Yes, you're right, I knew, but I've truly gone mad." The demons, after brutally beating the humans, stand there and laugh loudly despite the victims' suffering. Mayer's face changes slightly, as if she is extremely angry. Kay looked over and realized it. Maybe this was the first time he saw her like that, and he was a bit surprised. Suddenly, he felt the surrounding space change and a voice rang out, "You're not demons, are you?" A girl with sharp horns and an ominous aura appears behind the two of them. Kai glances back and wonders how long she has been there. He quickly drew out his dagger to defend himself. "I didn't notice her earlier." The strange girl continued to speak to reassure you. "You don't need to defend yourself. I am not here to fight." Hearing that, Ka asked nervously, "What do you want? How do you know our location?" Seeing her completely calm demeanor, Kai was utterly amazed. "This is crazy. There's no way I didn't notice someone behind me. She must be using magic." At this moment, the strange girl finally spoke. "I have been searching for you since you broke through my barrier detection." Mayer was stunned. "What barrier is that? I didn't detect any mana at all." Her eyes had a strange reddish glow. She replied, "There's nowhere I can't see with my space magic." Kai suddenly remembered what he overheard earlier this morning. Don't tell me it's her space magic. Then he immediately used his assessment ability. The system displayed information. Her name is Isabel Verdora, 15 years old, female, with quick attack S, defense A, agility A, power A, magic S. In normal condition, divine guardian, S level skills, space magic S level, all attributes, S level magic. Now she steps forward to formally introduce herself. I am Isabel, the 5th princess of the Demon Kingdom, Vidora. Before her threatening question, if you don't answer, I will call my soldiers, 1 human and 1 elf. What are you doing here? It doesn't look like a spy. Kai carefully considers, if a war breaks out at the enemy's base, I can't guarantee safety. I need to negotiate peacefully. Then, I said I don't mind explaining, but it will be a long story. Isabel jumped onto the nearby barrel, sat down and said, "It's okay, I'm bored too. So, you want to go back to your world?" Saye looked seriously at Isabel. "I heard that's possible with space magic." "Is that really true?" She replied, "Yes, that person is right. You can return to your world." Kay asked excitedly, "Really?" Feeling a bit relieved inside, he thought at last he could talk to a space wizard. "She doesn't seem like an ordinary demon. I don't sense any hatred towards humans from her," Isabel added, "but I need to know the coordinates of your old world. I don't even know where your world is or what kind it belongs to." This statement of hers suddenly brought down the joy you just felt. Isabel looked serious, and although she could really do it, if I didn't know the coordinates, I couldn't bring you back to your old world. After hearing those words from Isabel, the room suddenly fell silent. The two of them looked at each other, one wanting to go home and the other capable of bringing them back. But what they lacked most at this moment was the coordinates. Kai asked Isabel if there was a way to find the coordinates. She replied that there are many parallel worlds, making it very difficult to find your exact world. You've been observing with your ability all along, and even with the eye of truth, it seems she's not lying. Your skills have improved and have some quite useful effects. However, there are limits to your body. You arrived in this world using divine guardian power, which is fundamentally impossible. With my magic, I cannot penetrate your divine guardian ability. In her eyes, Kai is surrounded by a misty white aura. Kai responded straightforwardly. Maybe it's God's will that we can't go home unless we kill the demon lord. Isabel appears calm. Maybe I don't know any more than that. Kai sighed quietly. As expected, there's no shortcut. All right, at least now I know I have no other choice. Your eyes show the determination to kill the demon lord. Isabel shrugged. It seems you have made your decision. Tia replied, the best thing right now is that I can go home even with the help of demon magic, but it doesn't seem easy. Maya then looked at Isabel with curiosity, asking, why did you decide to cooperate with us from the very beginning? She is the princess of the demon kingdom. She created a portal in front of her, stepped through, and replied, even the demon kingdom is divided into factions, and there is one thing I have always desired. Kai and Maya immediately drew their weapons, ready to defend themselves as Isabel stepped through this portal and warned them to be careful. Escaping from this city won't be easy. As she finished speaking, she gradually disappeared before their eyes. In an instant, Isabel completely disappeared and the space door gradually vanished. Mayer clutched his chest, gasping for breath. I'm so scared I thought I was doomed. Kai also put away his dagger and said, she's a descendant of the Devil King, very powerful. Right now we can't beat her. Mayo looked away, relieved. Thank God she doesn't seem hostile. Kai agrees. Usually in situations like this, bad luck follows good luck. Hearing that, Mayo became even more panicked. Don't say that. Outside, the sound of the demon soldiers is loud. Mayo looks down below, Kai inside, wondering what's going on. A demon soldier shouted, hurry and find them. The spies have infiltrated this city. Mayo, hearing that, nervously asked, are we exposed? Kia realized this just as that witch disappeared. Mayo panicked and asked, so she already informed them, why did she do that after leaving? I really don't understand. You turn to the door, we won't understand what she's thinking. Hurry and get out of here. A moment later, outside the buildings, Kai and May are moving quickly across the rooftops while the demon soldiers below are still searching desperately. One of them shouts, still haven't found them. They must be here, Kai thought to himself. They are deploying their forces. It seems they are quite sure there is an intruder inside. They are completely alert. We can't stay here any longer. Their individual stats are quite high. While running together, Kai stopped to observe, causing May to bump into his back instinctively. She complained, don't stop so suddenly. Kai immediately grabbed her by the head and pressed her down to hide, making her startle and ask what's going on. Tie asks her to crouch down and stay still. He observes and senses that this energy is similar to that witch, or maybe even stronger. Below the street, a high-level demon stands among the demon soldiers. The one with a large horn in the middle of his forehead and emanating this green aura is one of the 4 heavenly kings. Mayor is shocked to realize that he is the one who harmed her entire village and family. Winbex hears this and Kai turns to ask her what she just said. Mayo's expression shows a bit of excitement. Finally meeting here as expected, following him was the right decision. You turned to ask Mayo, is he your target for revenge? Mayo replied, yes, there's no mistaking it. Wind King, one of the demon lord's vassals. Windbox. Kai looks down and uses his sensing ability, information appearing. Windbox, 40 years old, demon race, wind attribute skills, level 5 demon arts, level 5 Hawkeyes, level 5 swordsmanship. You realize he's very powerful, then place a hand on May's shoulder to comfort her, knowing that fighting him here would be a reckless move. May relaxes, even though she despises him. At this moment, attacking would be seeking death. Actually, she also understands this. Kai turned around and slid down to remind her, the Wind King, I heard that wind attribute magic is very good for reconnaissance and tracking. We need to move carefully. Maya still sat there, stunned, as Winbex's aura blended into the wind. He walked through the street with a large group of demon soldiers escorting him. All right, is there really an intruder here? The soldier next to him replied, certainly, Your Majesty. He snorted and said, it's just a gut feeling, so I can't say much. Winbx looked serious. But if there really is an intruder, we will definitely crush them. He took the opportunity to remind his subordinates that humanity's trump card was the hero, candidates discovered on the front line, and that in times like this, we must stabilize the situation with simple but very important strategies. The purple demon beside him interrupted. Sorry to cut in, but are you okay retreating to the rear like this? I think Winbzama will achieve more victories on the front line. He calmly replied, this position suits me better. Let the other units handle the manual labor. The aura he sent to monitor has already responded through the wind. Winbx smiled and said, they are really here. The purple demon hurriedly asked, did you find them? The wind is telling me so. The winds swirling around his hand are moving carefully, but they won't escape my lightning's grasp. By controlling the flow of wind, you can detect anything, one of the most difficult wind attribute skills. No matter how many times I see it, I am still very impressed. Flattery is enough. Prepare the pursuit team. The demon soldiers immediately issued the order. Winbox stood there with a cold smile, not expecting that the witch would let the humans pass right in front of her so blatantly. That's quite a show, a truly entertaining performance. In a narrow alley, Kai and Meyer are running quickly, trying to avoid the demon soldiers and Winbox's scrutiny, their eyes sharp and determined, unable to be caught in this situation. Suddenly, Kai raised his hand and told Mayer to stop. Outside the alley on the main street, the demon soldiers were desperately searching, with one shouting, find them, they must be nearby. Kai hid to the side, peeked out to observe, and said, they've detected our move, but they still can't pinpoint our exact location. Mayo looked up at the sky and noticed something strange, then informed Kai. By the way, the current wind is moving very strangely, and the spirits are also restless. He looked in the direction of Maya's gaze, and it seemed to be a wind element sensing skill. This is very dangerous. I can disrupt this unusual wind flow with magic, but it will reveal our position. Seeing that the situation is still under control, Kai continued moving and said to her, we shouldn't do that yet, we're not fully exposed. Let's keep going. If we're discovered here, we'll be overwhelmed by their huge numbers. Time passed quickly, and the demon soldiers continued their search under Winback's orders. As for the two of them, they chose narrow alleys and kept moving to avoid detection. But suddenly the demon soldier's voice rang out. We found you. Kai turned back and saw that they were quite a few behind, while Meyer was still trying to run and breathe heavily from exhaustion. Kai sighed as he looked at the girl. The two of them keep running away, and Mayer apologizes, saying it was my fault. Kai dismisses it. It's okay, we can use the waypoints to our advantage. He also told her to act as bait to lure them for him. Hearing the word bait, Mayo was startled and looked at him in amazement. To prevent her from getting a grip, C immediately stomped the ground to build momentum and then jumped onto the walls, climbing up in a zigzag pattern to reach the roof. Mayo stood there tearful. Wait a minute, I can't climb like that. Tai looked down and said, you want revenge, right? Crying now won't solve anything. Leaving the girl there, Kai continued on his path and said, run away. Shocked to be abandoned like that, Mayo looked on in horror, but she didn't dare slack off and kept running. The demon soldiers behind chased with weapons in hand, shouting, they're splitting up. At the fork, the demon soldiers divide into two groups, one following Kai's direction, the other continuing straight to pursue Mayer. Suddenly, she stopped abruptly, turned around, then raised her staff and said, "Oh my God, I just need to do this." Then, Maya faced the demon soldiers, her staff blazing with fiery magic. The demons quickly stopped. Their eyes filled with shock. What is this? And boom, the alley was engulfed in flames. The explosion drew the attention of other groups of demons. They immediately follow the commander's order and rush in that direction. Over there, quickly. A shadowy figure suddenly appeared behind their line, slashing across the neck of a demon soldier, blood spraying out before it could react. The bodies collapsed to the ground and the shadow moved away quickly. Kai's next target was the two demon soldiers in front of him. In an instant, aside from the slicing sounds, no other noise was heard. The leading demon leader was startled by the strange thing and turned back to ask, "What is that sound?" But suddenly in front of him are the bodies of his subordinates lying scattered. He stammered in shock, "What is this?" In just a moment, the dagger was pressed against his neck in shock. The frightened demon soldier dared not speak, only hearing the scolding voice of the cowardly one. As he finished speaking, blood gushed from his neck. From another alley, continuous heavy breathing could be heard. May Giang cố gắng chạy trốn giọng thôi dùng phép thuật tàn công dầm linh quy dễ giữ chân chung. Cô triệu hồi thủy thần tạo ra một trận giai hồng thủy do xuống trong con hẻm, khiến dẫm linh quỷ di chuyển khô khan. However, they still try to push forward against the current. Mayo's face shows a hint of worry, but she reassures herself by thinking that at least she's holding them back, though they are too many to stop completely. Suddenly, she looked at them and noticed something unusual. Behind the soldiers, a column of water would occasionally shoot up, and each time it appeared, a demon soldier would vanish. Mayo quietly thought that their numbers seemed to be decreasing, and the water was starting to turn blood red. The front runners only just realized and turned back to ask, "What the hell are you?" Before the demon could react, the dagger was already embedded in its forehead, blood spurting out. Kai's recent throwing of the knife is called Beautiful, the Shinigami death god. His piercing cold eyes and the blood splattered on his face truly reflected the style of an assassin. "You skillfully used the demon's head as bait, making my job much easier thanks to you." The two of you continued walking down the alley. Mayo followed Kai and complained, "I almost got killed back there." Over here are WinBX's hurried steps and his questioning voice still unable to catch them. The demon soldier hurriedly approached, saying, "I'm sorry, I'll send more troops immediately," then raised his hand to stop them before quickly adding, "There's no need. The more people there are, the more will die." WinBX smiled confidently, saying, "I will personally destroy them." Kai and Mayo saw that there was something in front of them. A strong gust of wind rushes toward them, blowing away their hair and blocking their path. Mayo silently thought that she could feel a very strong energy in this wind. It seemed like they were the target, with wind energy gathering into magical streams descending down. Noticing the danger, Mayo shouted loudly, "Oh, wind spirit, create a magical vortex to blow away those sharp wind energies." They gradually dissipated, and the surrounding air returned to calm. Kai looked up and thought, "Finally, they are here." Up there is WinBX standing and controlling the flow of wind. He crossed his arms and chuckled softly. "It seems you guys are not just mice after all, these intruders." Seeing him, Mayer's angry face and hateful eyes appear. She screams his name. "Winbox." Kai, while reminding and encouraging her, said, "This is finally your chance to take revenge. Are you ready, Mayor?" She clenched her stick tightly in her hand, her voice full of determination as she looked at him. "I've been ready for 10 years. The whispering reminder to Mayor is that if this is going to be a long battle, he's not an easy opponent to beat. So from the start, we have to do our best and take him down quickly." Mayor nodded loudly, then resolutely looked at WinBX. She plants her staff into the ground and begins to chant. "Wind spirit," she unleashes sharp gusts of wind energy rushing forward. They look like blades of wind slicing straight toward where WinBX is floating. He remains completely calm, with an expressionless face. Then WinBX creates a huge magic circle and shouts, "Use the wind element to attack me." One of the 4 great wind kings, I don't know if you're brave or stupid anymore. Then, from the magic circle, his wind energy seems to be amplified and surrounds him. Mayo's attacks are blocked by a shield of wind and immediately become ineffective. Along with the swirling wind and the vortex, the gusts of wind are blown back upward and fly away. Kya keeps moving quickly along the ground, looking up at him, blocking her view, when suddenly a few wind spears shoot down from above. Luckily, with your agility and quick thinking, you smoothly jumped aside to dodge. Then Kai looked up in panic and appeared amazed. WinBX said, "Do you think you can close the distance when I can't see around you?" He twirled his finger to control the airflow and smiled. "You understand now, right?" My wind element magic will not let you hide. Kai worries, thinking to himself, this is bad. Even if I fall into his blind spot, his magic will still detect me. This is my strongest counterattack against your assassination skill. Mayo stood there, raising her staff high, confidently saying, don't worry, leave it to me. As she finished speaking, the tip of her staff burst with a blinding blue light, then powerful gusts of wind created by her magic swept away the vortex around Winbok. He looked extremely surprised and exclaimed, what? Mayo told Kai that his wind magic uses precise control of the airflow, and if she could use her magic to break it, she could stop him. Winbok was now worried, thinking that girl had broken his spell with a chant, so she knew his fighting style. Kai has always been focused on her opponent. As expected, throughout her life, she only thought about revenge. Then he jumped onto the walls to launch a flying kick onto the roof to approach Winbek's above. He glanced down, saw this, and sneered, thinking that just getting close would be enough to defeat me. Kai charged forward and delivered a swift, sharp strike, but with the wind energy beneath his feet, Winbek's effortlessly floated away to dodge. This caught Kay a bit off guard. He hovered above, sneering coldly. I'm bored. I can fly up to this middle part. Kai muttered, his ability similar to Narumia's. Suddenly, a voice from below by Maya echoed up, a gentle breeze under Kai's feet helping him to fly up. The magical wind below supported his approach towards him. Wineby quickly shouted in panic, how is this possible? Kai used his assessment eye and sharp dagger to look at him, thinking he would finish him off while he was still confused, utilizing his long-range vision and weakness detection skills. Thanks to that skill, Kai almost knew in advance the direction of the dodge and Winbek's vital points. Everything was clear in his eyes. However, his weakness point is gradually opening. CA notices this and is slightly amazed by it. Winbek's hand is gripping the hilt of his weapon as he draws it out, revealing a long, sharp wind sword in his hand. The intruder? You dare to make me draw my sword. The swift and powerful attack keeps pushing him back as he tries to block with 2 daggers, but some arrows slip through and slash across his face, blood flowing out. Tai is worried. Even with long-range vision, it's too fast. Taking advantage of this, Winbok charges forward, continuing to strike and not giving him a chance to recover. He smiled and said, I'll tell you. I was the one who taught Hor how to use a sword. Suddenly, his smile vanished as he glanced to the side. A large stone appeared and hurtled toward him, forcing him to jump back quickly to dodge. This also helps Kai to escape danger. He jumps down and stands in front of Meyer. The large stone is embedded into the nearby building, while Winbek's remains floating above. The two are still intensely focused with their staffs and the assassin's trap. He looked down with some concern. Even with demon wind magic, diverting such a large stone isn't an easy feat. Winbek looked at Mayo. That fairy can use earth element magic, don't underestimate it. He focused on the girl on the ground, thinking from the start. The elf villages should have been destroyed already, right? Suddenly he remembered and realized, then shouted loudly, so it turns out you're the one who killed Hor, aren't you? That's right. At least you should know what it feels like to lose someone. Since that day, I have trained in magic for 10 long years just to kill you myself. Winbek laughed loudly. That was so nostalgic. Thanks to you, I remember everything now. That day was truly very interesting. Seeing his expression, Mayo was stunned, his horn veins bulging and his voice full of sarcasm. Hearing the cries of the evil spirits makes me feel truly at ease. Do they not care about themselves when thinking of others? Only one guy came forward and begged me for mercy. He stuck out his tongue and emitted a sinister, evil aura, a powerful emotion that almost moved me to tears. The scene is truly beautiful as I see its desperate expression. Maya, provoked by those words, screams and points her staff at him. Kai stepped forward just in time to warn, "Don't let yourself get provoked, Mayo." Then he turned back sincerely and said, "I'm counting on your magic." Hearing that, Meyer calmed down and responded, "I understand." Kai refocused, determined to assess the situation calmly and do whatever it takes to win. His attacks cover a wide range, including both close and long-range strikes, making me very vulnerable to hits. Winbok above also reminds himself to stay calm. These two are really troublesome. That kid can still get up even after I hit him, even though he's just a human. He blurted out, "Are you a hero candidate?" Kai replied with a sharp gaze, "So it seems you understand us well." He raised his sword and replied, "I always remember the strongest enemies of the enemy country. But you're not even on the list. The only explanation is that you're an outsider." He looked down at the two and thought to himself, "The ones at a disadvantage are them. No need to rush. My stats are much higher than theirs." Meanwhile, Kai was also calculating, as the long-range vision effect would diminish after 3 minutes. If we don't act quickly, there won't be any chance to win. Mayo's voice rang out. Can I borrow your ear for a moment? I have an idea. The little girl approached Kai and then whispered something secretive into his ear. After hearing that, he said, I understand. Don't make me the king's pawn. Mayo widened her eyes at his words and reacted immediately. It should be me who says that. Winbex looked down from above, seeming anxious as he kicked. Down. Are you done talking? Without waiting for a reply, Kay focused his gaze on his target and said to Mayo, Let's go. He sneered coldly, his eyes full of confident challenge as their strategy began to take shape. The wind staff from Mayer's magic ability points upward to approach Windbox. Then she plants her magic staff into the ground and recites a spell. O Earth Spirit. The rocks below are summoned by Mayo Trio to float up. This time it's small stones, not a big boulder like before. Then she raised her hand and shouted to shoot at him. The rocks and stones seem to have eyes and immediately shoot up into the sky. Windbox still hovers there with wind magic and the magic circle behind him. The Earth Spirit shot close to him. Windbox raised his hand and created a strong gust to block Mayer's magic. That wind blows the Earth Spirits away from where he stands. Having just dealt with one problem, his eyes change as he realizes he's being targeted by something else. He raised the wind-powered dagger to his chest and immediately swung it down. Quickly, Windbox raised his sword to block. Before he could react, Mayer swung her arm and shouted loudly, just as her earlier Earth Spirit suddenly obeyed her command and turned back to attack him from behind. Windbox moved swiftly like a gust of wind and thought those rocks were being controlled. I should dodge, but it seems he changed his mind. I should instead create a wall of wind. Just then, Mayer continued his relentless assault. Now, the Wind Spirit. As she finished speaking, a tornado of wind spiraled upward from the staff, scattering the chaos of Windbox and destroying the wind wall he had just created. He shouted in panic, What? Thanks to that, the Earth Spirit broke the magic circle behind him. Kai seized the opportunity, his sharp eyes looking over, finally spotting a gap. Blood dripped from Windbox's hand and his sword. His face filled with fear as he thought to himself that it wasn't aimed at his heart but at his sword. Just then, Kai jumped up, grabbing his Thanfong sword with his other hand, then spun around and stood on a large rock. Everything still wasn't over. His sword was gone in front of him, and behind him, he turned back with a look of surprise. The Earth Spirit strikes directly at him without any wind barrier, and WindBX takes the hit. He stands there furious, shouting, You guys are good, destroying my defenses. But as a high-level demon, do you think you can hurt me? WindBX frowned as he looked down, his anger driven solely by 2 weaklings in his eyes. Mayo looked up in shock, unharmed. Kai still stood there, focused and watching, holding his wind sword, thinking that everything was unfolding exactly as he had predicted. Remembering, Mayo had whispered into his ear earlier. His wind demon magic is very powerful, but still has weaknesses. Her eyes at that moment were extremely serious. This magic is quite weak against heavy attacks, especially that's earth element ones. After all, it's very difficult to move a heavy object with wind. At that moment, Meyer looked up and calculated that even though we hadn't broken through his defenses, I could still use my wind magic as long as I disturbed his airflow, which would weaken its effect. Kai recalled these things and thought she had prepared all this time just to take revenge. To defeat this demon, you need a complete plan and the necessary skills, but it still doesn't seem enough. At that time, you told Mayer, I think your plan is pretty solid, but remember to leave an opening for me to attack. I will take his sword's hilt. So it turns out, Kai planned to take the sword. Returning to reality, everything they discussed has already happened. The swirling wind and the Earth Spirit attack him, stealing his sword. But somehow, he still remained unharmed. Mayo looked up at Kai and wondered, What are you planning to do? His main skill is wind attribute magic, but are you only taking his sword? Windbox stood there licking his blood and asked, Are you not a swordsman or a hero candidate? So you think you can beat me by taking my sword? Kai replied honestly, Yes, but something strange is happening. It seems like the sword is reacting to something. From above, Windbex once again fires a wind arrow at you. C coldly uses a dagger and the sword in hand to cut through those attacks. Suddenly, something quickly closed in on him. Windbex was trying to block the wind sword with his bare hands, but he was anxious and trembling. His eyes narrowed and sweat poured down his face as he thought to himself, Suddenly, I can't keep up with its attacks. With the long sword in hand, attacking and closing the distance becomes much easier. A horizontal slash from you makes him dodge and avoid while he defends and is amazed. What the hell is this? Am I being pushed out? Seizing the opportunity, Mayo raises her staff to assist. Right now, the wind spirit is disturbing him. A strong gust of wind from below knocks him off balance. He nearly falls backward, shouting loudly as he looks at Kai, realizing this guy is precisely mimicking my flying movements. You appear in front of him, raising your sword high, ready to strike, and say, "It's over now." The wind stirs fiercely, and the horn between your brows along with your face bulge with tense veins. He shouted, "Don't mock me, you're just a human." As he finished speaking, a sharp and powerful aura burst from his horn, aiming straight at Kay. The collision created a blinding blue flash. In the distance, Kay landed softly, while on this side, Winbeck's head was falling off. He stands there catching his breath, out of energy. The head is separated from the neck, but he can still communicate. "I never thought I would lose." He tried to ask Kai why suddenly you moved in a different direction. "So you also have the Divine Guard mimic skill." Kai told him, "With these eyes, I can accurately copy my opponent's skills." You told him that during the fight, I copied the swordsmanship skills of the machine using this ability. At first, I wasn't good at swordsmanship, which is why I didn't want to use it. Blood is pouring around his head. Winbach lies there, gasping for breath, a hero candidate. "So, you really are humanity's trump card." The boy coldly looked at him without hiding and said, "I have this power because I killed your subordinate, Hector." Shinjukai's personal stats appear. Age 17, male, Divine Guard, skill level 4, weakness detection level Z, long-range vision level 1, capture level 1, assassination skill level 5. Understanding the Gogam technique reveals why he failed. Winbach slowly closes his eyes, still cursing whore. What a foolish disciple, letting the enemy become stronger. After defeating Winbach, one of the 4 heavenly kings, Kai sat there watching the severed head, taking the opportunity to rest and regain energy while assessing the current situation. Although he had killed him with his head covered in blood, he had also used almost all his strength. Kai silently thought, "So this is the strength of one of the 4 heavenly kings. There are still 3 other demons as strong as him, and the demon lord will surely be much stronger. Moreover, the demon lord also has children like Isabel, and this is just one of his offspring already so powerful." Kai sighed, thinking that his current strength still isn't enough. Still lost in a jumble of thoughts, he was momentarily startled. Mayer was gently approaching, her mood now quite chaotic. After all, this was the person she had wanted to take revenge on and had been preparing for 10 years. She looked at the corpse and asked Kai, "He's dead, right?" He nodded, "Yes, definitely. It's strange, I don't feel anything. I risked my life to achieve my revenge. Now everything ends here." The blazing sun shone brightly as she continued. "I feel more relieved now, even though after killing him, my parents and the villagers can never come back. Mayer looked up at the sky, but I also feel that I have let go of the past." Kai looked at her sincerely and said, "I'm really glad you're here. If it weren't for your intervention in Winbach's wind, I would have lost my way." May turned to look at him and said, "I had to say that. Around us are ruins, and the large stone embedded in the city wall is proof of how fierce the battle was." Mayer added, "I have prepared myself for 10 years just to kill him, but I still can't do it alone without you." She smiled, relief clear in her mood now. "Oi, look at Kai. Thank you for helping me get my revenge. I'm a bit embarrassed, just a coincidence, nothing special. But it doesn't matter anymore, they've been together for a while." She gently replied, "I'm glad I decided to follow you." Mayo smiled and said, "If I stayed there, I wouldn't be able to stay calm. Maybe I would run away and die in vain. I'm sure my master knows about it." Kai turned to ask her, "What do you plan to do now?" Mayo turned to look into the distance, pondering for a moment before replying, "I haven't figured it out yet. Right now I feel a bit lost." He stood up and walked toward Mayo. "Take your time to find your purpose in life, since you're an elf who lives long, right?" Hearing that, Mayo chuckled mischievously. "Actually, I have half human blood. I don't think I will live as long as my master, but let's see." She stepped up to Kay and spoke to him directly. "At this point, I will go with you." You look doubtful and ask her to confirm. "My goal is to kill that demon lord," Mayo replied. "After you kill the demon lord, fewer people will face tragedies like mine in the future. So, I think it's worth it." She kept walking with a smile on her face, not giving Kai a chance to reply. "Even if you say I don't need you, I will be selfish and do it anyway. There's nothing more I can do." Kai turned back, scratching his head in confusion. "The more clues we gather, the better. Once their reinforcements arrive, there will be more trouble." Although Kai didn't answer directly, he implicitly agreed to let her accompany him, which made Mayo very happy. She quickly followed Kay with a joyful mood. After avenging herself, she will help prevent others from falling into the same situation. 2 small figures, a killer from another world claiming to be a hero candidate, and a half-human, half-elf with great magical power walk together, forward. Suddenly, a shadowy figure with dark aura is silently watching them from above. It was none other than Isabel. She stood there watching everything but did not interfere in the fight. She stood there talking to herself. I think they are better than I thought. Letting them escape might be useful, but they could defeat Winbex. Isabel smiled cunningly. I can easily carry out the next steps. Then they moved together to return, climbing mountains and crossing streams, just like entering the territory of demons. Shinzu and Mayo returned to visit Elbana. Both master and disciple were very happy to see each other again. With a cup of tea on the table, Elbana's voice rang out. I am glad that both of you have returned safely. Seeing the two sitting on the bench, she continued, I never thought you would come back so soon. Mayo looked confused, unsure if the master was praising or criticizing her. This made the girl stammer. Master, I will immediately gently pat my disciple's head. I know. Elbana snapped her fingers and winked. You want to go with that kid, right? She is doing her best for another goal as well. Kai also feels a bit embarrassed, quickly picks up his tea and pretends not to hear. Mayo glanced at you with a slight blush and softly replied, Yes, sir, teacher. The wise man asked Kai if he knew any recent information from the front lines. What's going on, senior? She said that your friend, the hero candidates, have been defeated. Kai thought to himself, Midu has lost? Then asked, Who was the opponent? Elbana replied to the highest commander of the demon army, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the earth, Stonir Mayor, then asked if it was basically similar to WinBX, right? They must be very strong. Kai felt a moment of worry when he heard that the opponent of his friend's group was one of the 4 heavenly kings. You fought one guy and saw how strong his punch was. Did you ask if they were already dead? Hianyan, did he say they are still alive? But I heard that after the battle, their spirits are really deteriorating. Kai sets the teacup down on the table. I understand. Then I immediately stand up and say, let's go see how things are. He thought to himself, my plan now is to kill the demon lord and gradually weaken them. The best way is to use them, so I can defeat the 4 heavenly kings. Mayo Nangatho asked, Are the hero candidates as strong as you? Kai replied, I don't know anymore. No matter how strong they are, if they can't harness their power, it's meaningless. At night, inside the fortress, a long wall separates the defensive area. Inside, many severely injured people are being treated, including the hero candidates. The sounds of constant moaning and pain echo throughout. Are you okay? Let me heal you. He smiled and said, Don't worry about me, Hanasan. Don't push yourself too hard. You can't keep using healing skills forever, right? The innocent girl replied. I know, but this is the only thing I can do. So with her healing ability, Shiori channels energy to restore Midu. He recalls that at that moment, thanks to Herrick's army protecting and arriving just in time, he was able to retreat safely. Midu observes those around her. Everyone's wounds are quite serious, not only physically but also emotionally. Reina, who was once hot-headed and lively, is now sitting with her knees drawn up and a vacant look on her face. Arasi also sits there, leaning on his hand with a look of helplessness. As he receives treatment, he clenches his fists as if he cannot accept the reality. Midu blames herself for everything, if only she could defeat him. He is sitting alone on the watchtower, eyes closed as if meditating. With the wind gently blowing around in the quiet space, and in the distance, a fortress built on a steep rocky mountain can be seen from the nearby forest. Kai's voice rang out, revealing it was him. You can observe him with your special eyes. Seeing that, Maya was very surprised and asked, Can you see the enemy from this distance? Kai replied, Because my evaluation ability has leveled up, I continuously receive additional effects. Long-range scouting is also an additional effect of this skill. Yetho continued, Your skills are always so convenient as usual? Tai didn't say anything. His main concern now was to gather information about the opponent, Bish, who knows how to win every battle. His basic information appeared. His name is Stonir, 75 years old, a demon, male, attack B, defense S, agility B, strength S, magic S, in normal condition, level 5 earth demon art, level 3 swordsmanship, and solid defense level 5. Your evaluation eye continues to use advanced assessment. KI can see the details of the solid defense skill, and based on the defense stat, the defense will be multiplied. It seems you understand the problem because your evaluation ability is at level 4. Using advanced assessment to learn details about the enemy's skills will give you a significant advantage. Moreover, you also have the skill to detect weaknesses. A while later, Stone Guy was still sitting there meditating, appearing very calm after dealing with the intruders. After detecting no weakness and getting no response, Kai wondered if there was nothing there. Seems that he is too weak at the moment to identify his opponent's weakness. Mayo asked curiously, "Do you see anything?" He replied, "If he has a weakness, it will be easier." Kai continued, "I know he's an expert in Earth attribute magic, and his swordsmanship isn't bad. He has a special ability that boosts his defense stats. I can only see that far." Mayo realized something. Just as the 4 heavenly kings of the Earth predicted, the Earth attribute is weaker than the water attribute. Hearing that, Kai asked, "Is there any compatibility between the elements?" She replied, "Not that simple. It also depends on the type of skill used." Mayo turned and said, "Even if he uses a large amount of Earth-type magic, he probably only masters a few skills. If I knew what those skills were, I could predict his weaknesses." At this moment, Kai suggested, "I think we should at least stop by their place." What is she predicting? The scene shifts back to the fortress walls, where Midu stands looking into the distance, his unhealed wounds and worried expression revealing his concern. Midu remembered Kai's image and thought that if Shinjuku were here, but she immediately shook her head to deny it. He told himself not to run away from Midusuji, and before he could finish speaking, her friends had already appeared behind him without him noticing. Ren asked, "Are you thinking about what to do next?" Then she waved her hand and said, "I only know up to that point. Do you always want to handle everything by yourself?" Seeing his friends there, Midu was momentarily surprised and said, "Everyone," Narumi winked and said, "Don't be so down, it's not the end yet." Mairi added, "That's right, Midu-kun, you're not fighting alone." Hearing that, he asked everyone, "Do you still believe in me?" Rina stepped forward and asked back, "So you don't trust us, huh?" Then she stepped past Midu and scolded him for being a fool. Narumi also approached, putting her arm around Midu and saying to him, "You need to rely on us more, right, Reina?" Midu watched her figure, while Reina stood there silently. Then he smiled and said, "Rely on you guys? I never thought about that." Narumi continued, "You know, everyone is getting stronger every day. If you keep lifting heavy things alone, your shoulders will hurt a lot." While everyone is happily encouraging each other, a familiar person walks over and asks, "So you're here, Midu?" That person was none other than Arasi and his group. They were also covered in injuries just as seriously. "What do you look so pathetic for? Aren't you going to take down that stone guy?" Midu looked over in surprise, not expecting you to be here too. Arasi sighed, annoyed, thinking only we are not enough to defeat him. He stepped forward and proactively suggested giving us orders to crush that stone guy. Narumi was delighted. Finally, Arasi was cooperating with Suji. Mir smiles, probably because it's pouring rain today. Arasi turns embarrassed and scolds him. "Stay silent, I will kill you now." Midu regained her confidence and declared to everyone, "Let's work together and defeat that demon." Arasi smiles. His expression is better now. Jin is secretly watching. After all, she is now Kai's insider. She's glad everyone in the class is working together, but we still don't have a plan to take down that stone guy. Suddenly a voice rang out, startling Jin. It's been a long time since she last saw Kazaki. She quickly looked down, but Kai signaled, "Don't make loud noises, I don't want to attract attention." Hearing that, Jin quickly covered her mouth with her hand and tried to appear calm. Kai asked, "Did you lose to the 4 great heavenly kings of the land?" "Yes." He immediately asked, "What kind of magic does he use?" Jin looked down and recounted what happened during the raid to Kai, to keep him informed. He understood and asked accordingly. "Does he create mud monsters and control them?" Jin nodded. "Yes, his technique is definitely limited to that." Kai blurted out just as Mayor predicted. Hearing that, she quickly turned to ask urgently, "Mayor, who is he? Is her name the girl?" Kai didn't want to get involved in that issue, so he chose to change the subject. "It's nothing. Thanks for letting me know." "Kimi-no," Jin asked, "Aren't you going to help us?" Shin-chu-kun. Seeing the united crowd, Kai replied, "I was going to do the same, but it seems everyone has already handled it themselves. If I join in, it would only cause unnecessary conflicts." Kai looked at Jane sincerely as always and said, "I will be your shadow as always." The scene shifts to the high-standing monster standing vigilantly. The fortress stands tall against the sky, with 2 monsters patrolling diligently below, while in the dense forest, the group of hero candidates gathers preparing for a new attack. Kari excitedly said, "Because Jumi is here, basically we are a force equivalent to 100 soldiers." Rena also happily joined in. "You're right, I'm fine because of you." And then I awkwardly poke my own cheek. "Thank you, I will do my best." She is candidate number 9, Kinosita Zumi. She switched from the non-combat group to the combat group. Rina suddenly asked, "Do you have any reason for suddenly deciding to join us?" Jumi hesitated for a moment, then smiled brightly and gave a reason, saying, "I heard everyone is having a hard time." Kari immediately burst out laughing and praised, "You're truly a hero." But Reina didn't say anything. Jumi forced a polite smile and thought to herself, "It's okay, right, Jukin?" 5 days ago, Jumi, dressed as a maid, leaned against the door and let out a faintly tired complaint. "I'm really tired today, too. It's been a while since we last met, hasn't it?" Kinosita. Jumi, not noticing anything unusual, replied, "Yes, long time no see." Then suddenly she was startled and pointed, "Wait, what? What are you? How did you get into the house?" But a second later, Jumi regained her composure and asked, "Are you Shinkunun for real?" He straightforwardly replied, "Finally, your brain is working again." She nervously asked, blushing, "Why did you suddenly come into my room?" Kai gets straight to the point. "Right now, Midu and the others are struggling on the front lines. To get through this situation, we need your abilities. The water controller. That's why I came to you, Kinosita." Jumi hesitated for a moment, pointing at herself. "But I'm in the non-combat group." Kai calmly dismissed her. "Don't worry, you have enough potential to be in the combat group. Join Midu's team and help them." But now Zumi's heart is filled with doubt. "How can you be so sure?" Kai calmly asked, "Do you also want to fight?" Then he also announced that Leonora, who had deeply ingrained fear into his mind, had been killed by me. Killed by. Kai calmly added, "You can't be stopped now. After some time, your wounds in your heart should also have healed, right?" Then the image of clumsy Jumi appeared in Kai's mind. "This is not the time to imitate a waiter and break someone else's dishes. You're embarrassed, aren't you?" That was just a coincidence. Kai directly hit the nail on the head, asking Jumi honestly, "In fact, you've been wanting to help Nagas and Shinami all along, haven't you?" Zumi looked at you silently for a long time. A moment later, Zumi sighed bitterly and asked, "So you already know everything, right?" "I'm surprised. I never expected my classmate to care about me this much." He straightforwardly stated his purpose. "I'm just looking for a pawn I can use." Suddenly, Jumi had a question. "Hey Shindu, you're a wanted criminal, right? Are you really joining the combat team?" You calmly replied, "A wanted criminal cannot join the Holy Nation's army." Jumi hesitated and replied, "Vena will just be annoyed with you too." Before leaving, Kai pulled up his hat and turned his head to say, "I will act like your shadow. I'm here to activate a pawn like you." Returning to reality, Jumi clenched her fists, reminding herself to do her best to prove her abilities are useful. Jin, behind the tree, listened carefully and observed silently. A few minutes earlier, near the city wall, Kay asked Jane, "That's the plan? Do you have any questions?" She voiced her concern. "Do you really think that's enough?" Kai calmly replied, "I am not the only one fighting that evil spirit. I am sure you all have your own plans, so just do your best depending on the current situation." Then his eyes flashed with a cold glint. "I want to see how much you've grown while I was away. Just tell Midu that." Jane finally stops questioning and turns to walk away. "All right." As we return to the forest outside Lys Fortress, suddenly a voice calls out her name, "Kana-san." His voice is extremely firm. Midu stepped forward and said, "We confirmed the plan one last time, then gathered everyone and expressed her determination. This time we can't lose." Jin immediately agrees. In the lush green forest, everyone gathers around to discuss strategies and plan their next move. Suddenly, a questioning voice asked, "Is that okay?" In the nearby bushes, Maya, holding a piece of bread, asked, "Do you have a better and more detailed plan?" Kia replied, "If everyone just follows what they're told, they won't be able to grow. You think we need to defeat the Demon Lord now, so I also have to train my classmates." Kai's eyes sharpened. They are capable people, but don't know how to utilize their abilities. Seeing your friends there, he decided I will help them step by step. He started by giving them clues. Kai also quickly realized, but he knew that the most important thing in that battle was to decide his own moves. In front of the iron gate leading into the fortress list, the demon guard army was heavily guarded with many guards on top of the wall. A mighty imperial army appears outside, ready to attack the fortress, with Ilya leading a cavalry charge on horseback. "It's time. Then draw your sword, point forward, and shout, 'All right, everyone, move forward.'" The soldiers obeyed the command and charged forward immediately. The monsters on the wall began to mock and laugh. "They're coming again." Stupid fools, they haven't learned anything and are doing this instead of retreating. Aminia, full of determination, shouted, "We must not back down. We have to clear the way for the hero candidates." The monsters are not to be outdone and rush forward, destroying all intruders. A fierce battle begins as Midu's team of hero candidates charges straight in, advancing boldly inside. He stares intently in one direction, with a determined look after his previous failure. In front of him is a tall tower, and inside the window is a familiar dark figure. It's none other than the old monster Stone Geyer. He grins with yellowed teeth, mockingly looking at Midu. He frowned silently, wondering if he was waiting for us, then Sun Ji cheerfully called out, Now, brave candidates, don't let me down. A massive, glowing golden door appears before you, and a loud explosion shatters the door, fragments flying around as Arazi and her friends storm in. Their aura today is completely different from before. The atmosphere is becoming increasingly suffocating. Ahead is an army of Earth people created by Stonier. He stands in the middle with a shield and sword in hand. Midu shouts the plan as a noise echoes from the crack in the roof. It turns out Kai and Mayer are hiding there. He calmly observes and then says, "All right, show me what you can do." Below, the warriors have assumed their battle stances after hearing Midu's command and the pre-planned strategy. The Earth monsters begin to move. Midu, with commanding presence, points his sword forward and shouts, beginning the assault. As he finishes, everyone charges forward together. Rena asked worriedly, "Are you okay, Jumi?" She still looked a bit tense and replied, "Don't worry about me." This is the first time she has participated in a battle. Immediately, Zumi uses her magical power to create water. The streams controlled by Zumi use water magic to direct and attack the monsters. Sungae frowns as he watches this scene. The Earth monsters stand frozen in the cold tears of Jumi as Arasi throws a punch to attack them. Another big explosion occurs, leaving them stunned and shattered. Midu quickly cuts the monster's body in half. Kenta quickly escapes, jumps up, and stabs one of them. Taking this, Asus uses his ultimate move to punch straight into their stomachs. Kira uses his strength to protect his teammates. Chao calmly faces them. Satoshi and Haiki also work hard to break through the enemies. In the next instant, the earth and stone monsters shattered into pieces, suddenly enveloped by a wave of magic that absorbed their fragments, and immediately the monsters' bodies were restored to their original form. But suddenly they showed strange signs on their bodies, starting to melt away, then collapsing into muddy piles. Reina excitedly shouted, "We did it!" Using water? Last time, without that girl, did you add more people for reinforcement? In front of Stone Guy is almost a battlefield of dirt and sand, but he still carefully keeps some earth monsters for defense. Kai from above also has to admit that, just as Mayo predicted. And Mayer didn't expect this either. My idea is that if the joints between the wet stones are connected, the opponent will have a harder time controlling the Satyr monsters. And it will be even more effective than I thought. Midu quickly seized the opportunity and shouted, "Everyone see that? The wet mud monsters can't regenerate. Hit them hard." Jumi agreed. Continuing to use her water power to attack, a second later, Zumi launched a huge wave straight at the monsters. The giant wave swept them away. Everyone ran together and each took down a monster with all their might. Stone Gay stands unmoved, grinning maliciously. "Are you trying to wipe out my subordinates? It seems this time they have an excellent strategy." Immediately, Stone Geyer forcefully slams his hand down on the ground, and the red magic circles appear. The mud rises from within, but I am ready to sacrifice these mud monsters. Debris of their bodies float in midair. Sun Gai O secretly takes pride. From now on, I will show the hero candidates the true power of the earth element. Suddenly, a barrage of mud shot straight at the hero candidates. Mireille quickly extended her hand to control the earth and stone, blocking the counterattack. Mireille's power is extrasensory, so she begins the process of taking control of the earth and stones, leaving none behind. Sun Gai looks on in shock. "What? Is my control over those rocks being overtaken?" Jin seizes the opportunity to use his dominion power. Stone Geyer is knocked out instantly, bound by lightning bolts that restrain his limbs and body. Stone Geyer's face contorted beyond recognition. Stone Eyer's hand froze in midair. Is this some kind of control skill? Arasi quickly jumps up and strikes. Stone Eyer panicked, thinking the ground beneath turned into stone, and erupted upward. A large explosion followed the punch and blast caused by Arasi, but Stony managed to quickly raise a wall to block the attack. He smirked confidently. "That much isn't enough to break through my defenses." Arasi's fist remains firmly pressed against the wall, and once again, a surge of power is used to teleport in an instant. Midu instantly appeared behind Stony with a sword in hand and delivered a sharp slash. "Even though I am restrained, this is the best you can do." Mireille continues to use her telepathic powers before countering Stone Geyer. "These stones are what I'm giving back to you." Narumi begins to use wind magic. A spear of wind technique is unleashed. Sun Guier was startled by the scene. He was constantly under attack from all sides. He growled angrily, thinking to himself, "They are attacking me from multiple angles. But even so, they won't be able to break through my defenses." The stone wall immediately expands and breaks apart, each large drill forcing Midu and Arasi away. Jumi here shows some concern and sprays water. "This is yours." A flood of water suddenly crashes into his drilling machine. Sungay was startled to notice the stone wall showing signs of water seepage. He worried, If it gets wet, it won't be solid anymore. Then the rocks controlled by Mirai will come crashing down. Midu shouted in fury, "It's over!" At the same time, Arasi angrily punched to kill. Just a few seconds later, the solid stone wall was shattered into pieces by the warriors. Zonge was only then beginning to realize the fear, emitting terrifying sounds. He moved frantically, still thinking he could hold out. Zonge was pushed back after successive attacks. He thought, but if this continues, my defense will be destroyed. Suddenly, Stonegear's eyes flashed with a savage look. I put all my effort into converting all my defensive mana into attack mana, as a series of magic circles appeared, transforming into offensive energy. But he didn't have time to do that when his eyes spotted Kai's weakness, and in an instant, his dagger was driven straight into his forehead. Blood splattering as Stonegear, one of the 4 great guardians, was severely wounded. After shouting, Stonegear trembled all over. Then his eyes turned white and lost their vitality, and his massive body gradually collapsed to the ground in front of everyone. Everyone was stunned, but also very happy. Then Ho-Ryo shared the joy. "We did it, we did it." The two of them stood before the corpse. The crowd was calling their names. Midu and Arasi have defeated Stonegear, but Midu knows the situation well and thinks to himself, they were wrong. Arasi also knew that, his eyes fixed on the corpse, not us. But something had happened in those final moments. Then Arasi noticed the weapon that had defeated this high-level demon. He picked up the dagger and examined it before saying, "Don't tell me Midu saw this dagger too," as Arasi hesitated and also looked toward the direction where the dagger was thrown, noticing a crack on the ceiling. Midu blurted out, so it was Shinjuku. Arasi scowled and cursed, "Damn it, that bastard." Narumi stepped forward with a smile and said, "Our plan has succeeded." Midu beamed and replied, "Yes, we did it." He secretly thought that everything was going according to plan. Midu looked at the female group, grateful to Kenosaton for helping us go so far. But at the last moment, Stonegear unleashed a massive amount of energy from his body. He realized our plan was just child's play. That's why Shinjuku was watching us to intervene at the right moment. Mirai stepped over to look at Midu and said with a smile, "I don't know why you look like that, but now we should celebrate, right?" He hesitated, but she immediately stepped in and interrupted, saying, "If you want to say something, I'll listen later." Looking at the corpse lying there, Mirai continued, "We just defeated one of the 4 heavenly kings. Today is a good day." Then she pushed Midu forward toward everyone to celebrate together, catching him off guard. Standing among the crowd, there are constant praises for him. Midu did very well, excellent. We are truly united. For a moment, Midu was a bit stunned, but then she smiled warmly and joined everyone in the celebration. Arasi also noticed this, and was left confused with the thoughts racing through her mind. His teammates also stepped forward. Asuzi praised, "Well done, Arasa-san." Kenta was so excited, he was really nervous earlier. "I will follow and learn from you for the rest of my life." Arasi sighed. "Stop it! I'm not the one who killed him." The 2 friends immediately lowered their voices. "I'm sorry." Kao crossed his arms and looked over, saying, "Arasi, I know why you're so bitter." Clenching the dagger in his hand, he asked Chao again, "Do you see it too?" Chao replied, "I was standing very close, but don't worry. He's only concerned about the end." Arasi clenched her dagger even tighter. The voice continues to echo. "It was only you and Midu who truly backed the 4 heavenly kings into a corner, and that was enough." After hearing that, Arasi also felt a bit relieved and said nothing. A moment later, Midu was standing there catching her breath. He stands on the city wall and shouts down, "We have killed the 4 heavenly kings of Stonegear Earth." He raises his head and demands, "Surrender now." Seeing that, the demon soldiers were stunned, dropping their weapons and trembling. Is son Sama defeated? Amelia raised her sword high and shouted, "This is our victory!" The soldiers cheered happily in response. Harik smiled. Finally, they succeeded in the stone fortress. Now it was the cheers of the soldiers celebrating. Looking down through the window from inside, Kai feels relieved that it's finally over. Mayo is a bit puzzled, but the number of soldiers on both sides remains roughly the same. Kai turns around to explain that the Demon Lord's army is led by a highly influential person. When their leader is defeated, they no longer have the strength to resist. Mayor realized, "You just reminded me. The same thing happened when we defeated Windbox. No demons chased after us." Kai poured a cup of hot tea and added, pointing out one of the Demon Lord's army's weaknesses. She then asked in a puzzled manner, "Well, but is it really okay?" Mayor continued, "You killed Stonier. It was you. I thought your goal was to train your friends. I felt a terrible killing intent from Stone Guy when he transformed. I don't want my friends to be killed before they can grow up." While sipping tea, he added, "I hope they at least understand that this is the main job of an assassin. Mayor smiled and said, "You're protecting your friends too much. You know that? Put down the tea," Kai gently replied. "I've been thinking for days, aren't you going to call me by my name? My name is Shin Kai." Hearing that, Mei smiled shyly and looked a bit embarrassed. "No, it's just because I don't know what to call you." A week after defeating the Earth Heavenly King, the atmosphere in the kingdom is becoming brighter, thanks to the recent successes of the army. Everyone reads the news and rejoices. This victory boosted the spirits of the knights. They relaxed, held joyful feasts with eating and singing, and their reputation as hero candidates grew. They become the hope for humanity. They are welcomed and praised as they return to the streets. In the Grand Hall, the king announced that for successfully defeating one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Demon Lord's army, he extends his most respectful greetings to you. Below, Midu is kneeling in homage, and then he further proclaimed that Midu Suji will be granted the title of Lord as a knight. He bowed his head in acknowledgement but didn't seem very comfortable. After going through the royal ceremony procedures and the award ceremony in the hall, returning to his room now only brought sighs. Everyone is sitting around the tea table. Midu is grimacing, exhausted. Mireille smiled and asked, "You get tired too?" "Midun." He responded as if to say, "Who do you think I am? It's only been a short while and you're already tired." Could that be a sign of old age? He is the captain of the 4th Knightly Order. Harik defended Midu, saying he wasn't taught the manners of a noble like us. "Elia, we taught him some basic manners and simple rituals before he was knighted. He did very well that night, even though it was his first time. I was under pressure then. If I had been rude to the king and ended up being blamed, it would have made our position worse." Hark winked and said that being blamed like that was better than unnecessary pressure from having to deal with the kingdom's problems. Amelia turned and said, "You just got knighted too, and you'll have to do those kinds of things as well." Midu asks evenly, "Being a noble is exhausting too, isn't it?" Hark responded with a satisfied smile. "I don't want to boast, but you don't need to worry about me." Amelia leaned back in her chair and continued, "After all, the church holds a certain amount of power in the kingdom. We Knights of the Holy Kingdom are also under the church's authority. The title you received this time was also granted to His Majesty by the Pope's order." Harik added that, "Now you officially become part of the Imperial Knight Corps. You will be the captain of the 11th Knight Squad known as the Heroic Legion, leading the strongest assault force, including hero candidates." Midu wondered if being made a knight meant anything if knights are under church control. Harik replied that there are many complex issues involving state and government involvement. "Do you want to know?" Hearing that, Midu immediately gave up on listening further. "Harik reminds you that no matter what, you are standing alongside us. Power comes with responsibility. Remember that." In this morning, the sky is blue with white clouds over the forest outside the castle. Kai stood there and asked Jane, "Has Midu been promoted to captain?" She nodded and replied, "Yes, it was Midu who requested an authoritative position in the government structure." May smiled. "I don't quite understand, but it's good, isn't it?" Kai argued that the kingdom wants to make Midu a symbol of empowerment for him, meaning they want everyone to see that the hero candidates are under the kingdom's control. Mayo looked confused and a bit flustered, saying basically, "Isn't that a good thing?" He continued explaining, "We will be able to return to our world after defeating the Demon Lord, but don't get too caught up in it." Kai remembered Leonora, and in the end, the way this kingdom treats us is just like Leonora's approach. We are only pawns they can sacrifice at any moment. Yen agrees. "We should be more careful," she asked, a little embarrassed. "And one more thing, who is the person standing next to you?" Kai looked surprised and introduced her. "She is Mayo, a half-demon and a mage." Mayor grinned widely and waved hello, saying, "Nice to meet you." Jin also politely responded, "Nice to meet you." Then he pointed and asked, "Hey, what kind of relationship do you have with this girl?" Let Mayo calmly reply, "I am just his companion on this trip." "And what is your relationship with Kai?" Jin was startled when she heard him call her by his familiar name, then hesitated before replying. "Yeah, I'm his friend." Kai interrupted, "Jin, you're terrible. Whose friend are you?" Then he introduced Meyer, saying, "This is Kazaki Jin. She is my associate." Mayer blinked mischievously and asked, "Are you two that close in the old world too?" "Your answer is that I have never spoken to her." Jin also nodded. "That's right." Kai dismissed the question. "Forget it. You once said your mission was to defeat the Demon Lord, right?" Jin nodded softly. He continued, "I will move like your shadow, just like in the battle against Stonier." "Kanzaki, be my liaison with everyone else," Zin quickly interrupted. "Wait, can I come with you?" Kai asked again. "You want to go with me?" He looked at the two girls in front of him as if he realized something, his lips trembling. "That's right. Jin is very excited and looking forward to it, while Mei is still very innocent. Kai shakes his head and says, "No, I have to refuse. Without you, I have no way to contact everyone." You look Jin straight in the eyes and say seriously, "They don't like me, but to me your position is very important. It's indeed a subtle way of confessing." Hearing that, Jin blushes slightly, pretending to clear his throat, and then replies, "So I guess there's nothing else I can do." She remembered Narumi and Midu saying more, but still many people hold you in high regard, especially Midu-kun. Kai closed his eyes, lowered his head slightly, and said, "Midu is probably thinking of a way to fight without relying on me." That's okay too. He needs to develop his thinking to be able to defeat the Demon Lord. Jin asked Kai, "Do you really want to make everyone stronger?" "Shinju-kun, please honestly answer that I cannot defeat the Demon Lord's army alone. Mei and I killed one of the 4 heavenly kings, but we were close to losing. That situation was really quite difficult." Jin exclaimed in surprise, "Did you defeat another one of the 4 heavenly kings?" "Only the 2 of you." Mayor smiled and said, "It was very dangerous then too. We defeated Wind Vortex King." Dean looked at Kai thoughtfully, and with everyone present, we were almost evenly matched when fighting Stone Geyer. But those two, she turned to look at Mayor, and moreover, this girl was someone trusted, not like an ordinary girl. Jin clenched his fists, realizing he was completely useless against Stone Geyer. Kai remembered Sina's words that among the Demon Lord's army there were creatures even stronger than the 4 heavenly kings, and then told Jin that with their current power, they couldn't complete this mission. You walk past her and gently remind him, "Kanzaki, be careful to observe the movements of everyone in the class and the kingdom. I will keep in touch with you regularly." Jin turned around and replied, "I understand." Kai walked away and asked her to pass on the message. "I'm working in my own way to defeat the Demon Lord. Please tell Midu that." Then Kai called out, "Let's go, Mayor!" The girl hurriedly ran after, not forgetting to wave goodbye. After defeating Stone Ear, one of the 4 great demon kings, the Holy Nation's army launched a large-scale invasion, boosted by the united strength of the 11th Heroic Knight Corps, and the morale of the troops continued to rise. They used this army to push back the front lines. As a result, the Holy Nation's forces successfully captured many fortresses around the Urugano mountain range, and the city of Nras was liberated. Midu is the leader in this battle. This result was achieved not only by defeating Stone Ear, the commander of the Demon Lord's army around the territory. However, the Holy Nation's army was unaware of the final secret, as Kai had been secretly working behind the scenes all along. After the victory, celebrations were held with many nobles and high officials of the kingdom. Narumi raised his large glass of beer and took a big gulp. He laughed loudly. "This kind of celebration is so fun." Mire, holding her head, asked, "Oh, you drink beer like it's water." Narumi, at 15 in this world, is already an adult, so basically I can drink beer too. Mire immediately tapped him on the head and scolded him, saying, "We will return to the old world soon." Then she snatched the beer glass and walked away. Narumi lay there, regretful. "Why did I do that?" "That's my beer. Everyone witnessing this seems to be happy." Rena turned to Midu and said, "You're tense again. Just for today, let's let loose." Mire saw her holding a glass of wine and immediately pointed sharply. "Hey, that's wine, right?" Rena handed Lai a drink and replied, "Fruit punch, ma'am." Midu, standing nearby, wondered, "Is that true?" But still, I didn't expect everything to turn out so perfectly. Haiki told Satochi, "It seems our command chain is in chaos. Are they already this weak after losing just 1 king?" Hearing that, Midu was a bit startled. They reminded me that I had also suspected that, and after thinking it over, I still believe they are too weak. He turned back and said to the 2 of them, "I thought it was a trap. Amelia-san and the others thought so too. But in the end, there was no trap at all." Rena looked over and asked, "Do you think you're being too cautious?" "Suji, the Demon Lord's army is just a bunch of fools, right?" Midu replied, "Maybe Shinzu is moving like our shadow." Rena frowned and brushed it off. How could he possibly defeat him? Jin overheard the conversation, set down his glass, and said, just as Midu-kun said. She spoke seriously to everyone, saying that while we fought, Shin-kunun had destroyed their defenses. Everyone was very surprised to hear this. "What are you talking about, really?" Jin smiled, saying that he also claimed to have defeated another king of heaven stationed around this area. The reason the defenses here are so weak is because of his efforts. Haki suddenly, Shin-duk-kunun defeated one of the 4 heavenly kings alone. Midu also marvels. Indeed, Shin-jun is truly remarkable. Narumi, still a bit drunk, interjected and said maybe he's moving like our shadow. Or rather, no, he's a monster. Why would you believe such things? It's definitely a lie. Then she called Arashi from afar. You think so too, Arashi? He's just gnawing on the fried chicken leg, asking what? I remember that knife. And at that moment, he didn't know what else to say. Then he turned away and kept eating the chicken. I don't care. Rena grimaced. What's wrong with you now? Mir slammed her beer down on the table and said loudly, even so, I don't want to forgive him. Rena asked her, do you understand what I mean? And Midu whispered to Jin, where is Jukun right now? She hesitated a little. I don't know much, but he said he's moving in his own way to defeat the Demon Lord, the western territory of NRAS City within the Demon Kingdom's domain. In the forest, Kai is surrounded by several blue-colored goblin soldiers. Its ugly face and large axe in hand shout as it swings down. Be careful and step aside. Immediately, another demon soldier jumps in to attack. But before it could strike, Kai had already prepared a handful of dirt to throw at it, sending dust straight into its face and blinding the demon soldier. At that moment, Kai reached out his hand and chanted lightning, kill my enemy. As he finished speaking, lightning erupted from his palm. Suddenly, a demon's hand shot out. Kai was startled and exclaimed, what? Somehow, it shifted to the side and was about to strike him. A voice echoed, fire dragon, and suddenly a large flame appeared, burning the demon soldiers standing there. They lie dead and charred around you. He says, don't do unnecessary things. Mayor jumped down and replied, if your magic wasn't effective, why would I interfere? He looked at his palm and said, I thought I could control my energy, but I can't even use basic magic. Mayor begins to explain that your magic element is extremely rare, lightning, fast, light, and powerful, but very wild and unpredictable, making it extremely difficult to control. She adds, you can use it to some extent for a short period, and just that alone is already extraordinary, understand? If you have the same divine guardian element as your classmates, you will be able to use magic easily. Kai examined the lightning in his hand and asked, lightning magic is just basic magic. I was able to use it during training. She wondered why it wasn't activated during the previous battle. Mayo responded, because you were distracted by the enemy in front of you, you need a clear image when using magic. Magic and spells are almost the same. You need to create a clear image of the phenomenon you want. She added, that's why magic isn't prioritized in close combat. Kai quickly interrupted. However, I have to use it in close combat battles like this. Otherwise, I wouldn't have any reason to use it anymore. You still listen attentively as Mayo explains. I know, but it's also very difficult. You know, right? But why do you want to learn how to use magic now? I just need a new skill. Right now, I don't have the strength to defeat the Demon Lord. Honestly, I don't really like this kind of power, but thanks to your knowledge of magic, I gained this new ability. Truly a disciple of a wise master. Hearing you praise me, Maya blushed slightly. She shyly smiled and said, well, that's what I'm best at. Something catches Kai's attention, and the demon soldiers reappear, suddenly surrounding the two of them. They all look fierce and aggressive, glaring at him with murderous intent. The two of them stand back to back, Kay excitedly, just as he needs some test subjects for his experiments. Mayo smiled and asked, do you really think you can defeat all of them alone? This group of demons seems to be larger and stronger than before. Regardless of the number, thinking that I have surrounded all of you alone, Kai charged at them. With lightning in hand, he aimed at the demon soldiers and used thunder suppression. Lightning bolts crackled, causing the demons to scream in pain and numbness. The others froze in confusion, some only lightly scorched but largely unaffected. C took out the dagger, thinking that at last he could use it in real combat, but his firepower was still lacking. A demon soldier sees the opportunity to rush in and swing his club down. You kick back and dodge successfully, then Kai jumps onto a nearby branch and, using his speed and swift attack style, strikes downward. The demon soldiers below look up in confusion, unable to keep up with his movements. The sharp daggers are thrown toward the demon soldiers, piercing vital points and causing them to bleed out and fall dead. The small demons who haven't gone yet are just standing there, waiting to die. Looking at them, Kay silently thinks that given the current situation, it's better to channel mana into the dagger and throw it. Its accuracy and firepower are definitely better. I need time to shape it clearly and cast the spell, but once I master it, it will be an excellent skill. The group of demons showed no sign of retreat. Another one leapt in with sharp claws. A slash across its neck and its head flew off, then he grabbed onto the tall tree and hung there looking down. Kai suddenly realized that another squad of demon soldiers was approaching. Kai jumps down ready with a dagger in hand, rushing through quickly with his weapon, taking them out efficiently. Then Kai jumps back onto a high branch, continuing to observe the surroundings. Suddenly, the tree shook violently as a fiery red demon soldier below struck the trunk where you were standing with a large club. Kai sighs and mutters, just as expected, they are too many. The big tree is broken. He jumps down below and then looks at the demons in front of him. Behind them, there was a much larger creature with 2 long horns, appearing quite calm compared to the others, with a body twice as big. He looks at it with a divine gaze, as if the boss is here. Very good. You will become my test subject. 2 knives in each hand, your whole body radiating deadly intent. The testing conditions are perfect. Mayor appears exhausted ahead. There are too many of them. We've been fighting forever without end. She keeps using firepower to burn the demon soldiers alive. After a while, Mayor called out to him, "Hey Kay, let's get out of here. This isn't going to work." He nodded and replied, "Got it. That's enough for today." Kai walks away, leaving behind a pile of demon corpses. Then the 2 run out of the forest, and Mayor sighs tiredly. You realize that besides the large number of monsters, their levels are also quite high. This is not a place where humans can survive. Mayor replied, "Because demons can control low-intelligence monsters, so this probably isn't a problem for them." Kai agreed. That's why this land is only suitable for demons, right? The 2 of them stopped in front of a shadowy mountain pass, looking down at countless demon soldiers. This is the true domain of the demon kingdom. This is trouble. A week after Shindu's reconnaissance, the Holy Kingdom is advancing and beginning to invade the demon kingdom right after liberating some territories. The army moves along the forest path. A group is surrounded. Monsters appear again, ready for battle. But the number and level of monsters in this area are completely different from those in the Holy Nations territory. Even though they are not a threat to hero candidates and knights, for ordinary soldiers they are becoming food to feed the monsters. Ilya shouted, "Stay strong, hold your formation, and fight back!" Harik was a bit worried, saying, "We are completely overwhelmed because there are too many of them, and we are being attacked by all the monsters at once." So that means Midu asked back, "A high-level demon, right?" In front of them now was indeed a demon holding a blood-filled glass in her hand, with a pair of horns on her head. She opens her mouth to swallow each drop of blood and, looking down from the city wall at the forest ahead, says, "I won't let any mistakes happen. I am the high-level demon Elsa, and no matter how many monsters I have to use, I will weaken their military strength. And once they are exhausted, we will launch a counterattack." The soldiers panicked when they saw the demon soldiers, the army of the demon lord. Midu turned back and shouted, "Emiya, we have to retreat or we'll be wiped out by this horde." She replied, "Okay, I understand, everyone retreat and go back to the path where we started." Many soldiers lay defeated on the ground. 2 giant demon soldiers stepped forward. Trung kicked the corpses and laughed loudly. "So easy to win. We underestimated them and even used monsters to hold them back." Another one turned back and said, "Anyway, this is Elsa-sama's order. She's very careful." The other guy agreed, saying it was thanks to her that we won so easily. That's how our enemies will realize the difference between them and our army. The Crimson Demon soldiers cut in. "By the way, we've already conquered the Beastmen Alliance, haven't we?" If that's true, the higher-ups are taking the fight against humans very seriously. Grey Demon soldiers reply, "Maybe that's why our victory is obvious. But I also acknowledge their strength. Because they have defeated 2 of the 4 heavenly kings. That is an undeniable fact." In the dust, Kai and Maya are still quietly observing the situation. Are they conquering the Beastmen Alliance? "What do you mean? I've never heard of this before." Kai said thoughtfully, "We have some interesting information now. Mayo, help me find some more information." Returning to the kingdom's city, the atmosphere is a bit gloomy after the series of victories. In the hospital area, many wounded soldiers are being treated, lying scattered among the groans. An emergency meeting is immediately convened. All human territories have been reclaimed. Sadly, as soon as we dared to step into the demon world, we were defeated. She looked at everyone and asked, "That is our current situation. Does anyone have any suggestions?" The 2 old generals, one unable to come up with anything, the other deep in thought. "The problem is how we can fight against the endless wave of monsters, right? If we don't find a solution, we won't be able to properly combat the demons." Another general spoke up. "I never thought the demons would have tricks to use monsters like that. I believe it's the effect of some kind of magic." Hark analyzes that until recently, the Demon Lord's army had been fighting us without any proper tactics. Only after a series of failures do they start to value us. Midu guessed that there must be some cunning person commanding them. It is possible that the waves of monsters we encounter are caused by a high-level demon. The general crossed his arms and reported that, based on the reports I received from scouts, there are many monsters inside that forest. As long as we get out of that forest, we can fight them openly. Alea said the forest is quite large, but not well connected. Moving through that forest with the entire army is impossible. Do you think the enemy commander will just let us do that freely? The silver-haired general suggested, "I think it's best for us to gather the troops right now." He frowned and continued, Although we achieved positive results in liberating many territories, we also suffered great losses. Furthermore, in the final battle, we lost even more. Another person agreed and said, "We have first achieved our goal of reclaiming our lost territories. It's true that we used the soldiers' fighting spirit to push back the demons, but right now, that is no longer possible." Midu listened carefully. Meyer sits there, raising her hand to speak. "Can I say a few words? Our mission is to defeat the demon lord, isn't it?" The old generals replied, "That's right. If it were that easy, we wouldn't be facing difficulties right now." Amelia asked Hashimoto, "Do you have any suggestions?" She scratched her head and smiled, suggesting, "Maybe we should increase the army." Amelia replied, "That's difficult. It wouldn't help to just increase the number of troops. We will be slowed down in this process." Midu thinks everyone has their own abilities in this world. No matter how many soldiers we gather to face the monsters, fighting them will only increase casualties. Now he finally spoke up, saying, "Since we need to strengthen our army, we should focus on our elite forces." Elia agreed, "That's right. Even if you search the entire kingdom, you won't find anyone as strong as here. On the front lines, they are also battle-hardened warriors." She continued, "If we want to strengthen ourselves, we should focus on training our army. And instead of increasing the number of troops, that will take time, but is much more practical." The old general seemed more comfortable with this approach. Midu finally realizes she understands why she has been so restless. Their goal and ours are completely different. My goal is to defeat the demon lord and return to the real world while the Holy Kingdom is trying to solve their own problems. You look at the relaxed and unconcerned demeanor of the fake generals. That's why they have no problem maintaining the status quo. Hark seems to have noticed his worry. He turns to look at him and asks, "Midu, what do you think?" Midu honestly said, "Based on our current discussion, it will take us many years to defeat the demon lord. I want to defeat the demon lord as soon as possible." Elias suggested, "But we still need time to train our elite troops. It will take about 2 years for us to recover our strength." Midu hesitated a bit. 2 years seems like too long for them. One of the generals said that defeating the demon lord as soon as possible would be the best for us. But in reality, we have been defeated on enemy territory, so it will be very difficult for us to invade their land again. Someone else turned to smile brightly. "Considering the outcome, this is already a great success, isn't it? We finally liberated the lost territories. It's all thanks to you, hero candidates." Midu thanked him, but felt heavy-hearted. Has the decision already been made? He remembers his friends, and we all want to go home as soon as possible. I'm pretty sure many others feel the same way, but I wonder if they will accept this decision. Harik and Kami could see that Midu was not feeling very comfortable. After a while, everyone left the meeting room and headed home. Harik told Midu, "I understand how you feel, but Elia's judgment is based on our kingdom's situation to overcome this. We need a stronger force. It's really sad that this isn't something we can decide on easily. You agree with that, right?" "I understand," Harik added. "I don't want you to rush your thoughts." He turned to ask, "Do you think the same as me?" Harik replied, "You don't want your friends to die, right? Impatience only leads to disaster. That's why I told you to hold back." Hearing those words really made Midu think more. Hark looks out the window at the training ground below where everyone is practicing. He continued, "And besides, even though the hero candidate is very strong, you still have a lot of room to grow your power, so it's best to spend time preparing to defeat the demon lord." Meyer turned and said, "Now that I think about it, it's true that everyone wants to go home. But right now this way might be better than death." She remembered that if Har hadn't come to save us when we were defeated by Stoneheir, we would all be dead by now. Hark added that the nature of the demon world is to swallow the weak, and there may be entities even stronger than the 4 heavenly kings. He explained, "I'm sorry to put it this way, but we are counting on you, and it will be very difficult for you to defeat the demon lord with your current strength. I understand the situation and will gather everyone to brief them. You've thought this through carefully. Just like Har said, we can't rush. I won't let you die." After returning, Midu summarized the meeting for everyone. He explained, "Of course, I also want to defeat the demon lord as soon as possible, but our goal and that of the Holy Kingdom are not the same." Midu asked him, "So are you saying we will attack the demon army alone?" "Of course, the people in this kingdom are not our allies. We will use them when necessary." "I have no reason to listen to them," Midu said sharply. "If you do that, it will only cause us trouble." "We can't fight alone. We need help from the city-state," Arasi asked again. "Fighting directly against the demon lord's army isn't your only plan, right? There's also guerrilla tactics." The others listen carefully. He continues, "Our goal is not to defeat the demon lord's army, but the demon lord himself." Midu interrupted, "I understand what you're saying, but I still think it's very risky if we do. that someone might die, even if we win. Arasi frowned sharply. I already said we only need to kill the demon lord. I know it's very dangerous, so anyone who's afraid can just sit here and wait for their end. Midu shouted, I don't want anyone to die here. That's why I told you this is our best choice. Arasi, losing her temper, kicked forward and said, Stop being so cowardly. Then he prepared to throw a punch at Midu. Let me open your eyes. He also immediately summoned the holy sword, then activated the shield mode to create a defensive barrier in front of him. The punch was blocked, but still caused a large explosion and significant damage. Amidst the thick smoke, the others couldn't react in time. A voice echoed from the dust. Do you think you can defeat me with just this much? Midu continued, We need to defeat the demon lord together, just like how we struggled against one of the 4 heavenly kings before. It's best to train and improve our skills during this time. Arasi still clenched her fist in defiance. Do you think you've already won? Chains appear to restrain both of them as Jin's voice commands them not to move. They look on in surprise. Jin shouted. Both of them calmed down. Are you planning to destroy this castle? It will only cause us more trouble. Midu pulls back her hand. It's my fault. Kazaki. Arasi struggled to break free, then suddenly jerked, snapping the chains. Annoying. I muttered to myself that I would need a lot of energy to cast the domination spell. Yet he was able to destroy it so easily. Arasi relaxed her hand and said, We should develop our strength further through battles. The more challenges we overcome, the faster we grow. Then he asked Midu, You understand, right? Mir stepped forward. I agree with Midu-kun. Rena also spoke up. Isn't it better to be safe than to be destroyed in a rush? Haki said. The world isn't actually that bad. Satoshi turned and said, I don't want to be killed because of our impatience. Kari gently raised her hand and said, I agree with Arasi-kun. Rena asked curiously, Why all of a sudden? Kari, she immediately replied, I understand Midu-kun's intention, but I want to go home as soon as possible. Jumi looked at Kari, but everyone else felt the same. The girl Duongdung tearfully says, At home I only have my mother and she is very weak. I miss my mother who is lying in the hospital bed. I worry about her a lot. Usually I stay with my mother, but now she is alone. Kao is also on Arasi's side. I agree. I only live with my younger sister. He told us that our parents abandoned us and I have no relatives. I want to go back as soon as possible to help my sister. Shiori lowered her head slightly, feeling a bit sad. My reasons aren't as convincing as yours, but my family is probably very worried about me. I can't let them wait another 2 years. Hearing that, the others also seemed to lose some of their spirits. Midu also saw the expressions of her friends and understood to some extent. Narumi brother is reckless. As for me, I have about 3 girlfriends, so I also want to go home early. Mirei turned to look. You're really something, huh? To dare say that in this situation. Asusi smiled and said, Of course, we will always be allies of Arasisan. Is that right? Kenta replied. Choosing Eurasian was the right decision. When it was Akira's turn, he seemed hesitant. At least then I should trust Arasi, who is decisive, rather than Midu, who is always hesitant. Arasi turned back and looked. They've already said that. Midu lowered his head in silence, wondering what he should do now. Arasi walks out confidently, no need to discuss this anymore. He steps outside and waves his hand, saying, I will act on my own now. Anyone willing to die, come with me. The supporters of Arasi immediately followed. There are quite a few of them now, and they are turning around to prepare to leave. Ren and Jumi try to hold on and call out to cry. The girl closed her eyes tightly, not knowing what to say. She had to choose according to her heart. Kari follows Arasi's group along with an apology. I'm sorry, Reina. The people who stayed behind looked on with worried eyes, and the atmosphere grew a bit heavy. Mirei turned to ask Narumi, Aren't you going with them? If he answers, we also need someone to be our liaison. What should I do in this situation? I still have my grandfather, and I want to go home as soon as possible. She is struggling with her thoughts, her emotions telling her to follow Arasukun, but based on the instructions I received from Shinjuku, it's better for me to stay here, right? Outside, Kai and Mayo return and stand in front of everyone. A loud curse rings out. What do you want, you bastard? The crowd preparing to leave immediately buzzed with excitement. Shinu, how dare you come here? Akira sternly, don't cause trouble here. This will attract unwanted attention. Kiao glanced over and warned as he saw fists clenched. Arasi, it's the same for you. He looked down and said, we don't have time for you. If you have no important reason to be here, you will pay the price. The detective said seriously, You're right. I think I should tell the truth. I want to borrow your strength. Hearing that, Arasi was a bit surprised and asked back. Before Kai arrived, there was a division in the room, with his friends often splitting into 2 groups. At that moment, Yu and Mayer were outside listening and observing the situation. She turned to ask, Are your classmates arguing? Are they really okay? I don't know, but their reasoning sounds reasonable. Just like Midu said, they can't do this on their own. On the other hand, the Holy Nation's approach is too passive. While what Arasi said about waiting 2 years is true, it's definitely more dangerous. Mayoe asked Kai what he would do if he were in his place, and he raised his hand to reply that there are 3 ways to break the current situation. First, we need to change the mindset of the leaders of the Holy Nation and force them to change. Once we achieve that, they will influence their army even if condemned or expelled by the Holy Nation. As long as I can return to my world, everything else doesn't matter. But I don't think Midu would agree to this plan. Mayor asked immediately. What is the second option? Kai answers. We will follow what Arasi says, using guerrilla tactics instead of direct confrontation with them. Based on the information we have gathered and what Isabel said, the Demon Kingdom is not united. If we can destroy their rear base, we could incite a civil war. Although I didn't think Arasi could do that, Mayor, having seen his hot temper, also agreed. For him, it really isn't possible. So what about the third option? Kai smiled and said, We acted based on the information we had before. In the forest, you told Mayor that we would gather more information. You said that if everything goes well, we might get help from other parties, and eventually force the kingdom's army to act. In the midst of the large fire in the darkness, Kai and Arasi's group are sitting around to warm themselves. Arasi frowns and asks, What is the cat tribe? Princess. Kai replied, She is the daughter of the cat tribe leader. It seems she has been captured by the Lord's army. She is one of the most important people of the beast tribe, definitely. He added, That's the information I got after my father fought many demons, so this might be true. When the girls heard the words father fought, they immediately felt a bit scared and thought, He's really terrifying. Kira wondered, Who is he really? I don't understand why he has a pistol. Ino paid attention to Mayo and asked, Who is that girl? Arasi bites a piece of meat and asks, So why do I keep asking what that princess is? Are we related to the beast people? Os asked. Are they animals with ears or tails? Kent is excited. I really want to see it for myself. It must be really cute, right? Arasi sat in the middle, annoyed and shouting. Be quiet, Kai continued. Now let's talk about our plan. First, you know there is a beast folk country in the Southern Territory, right? Akira, you're talking about the beast folk nation Grandanas, right? Kai replies, Yes, a neutral country with no stance on the conflict between humans and demons. Are you telling us to seek their help? They're just a group of people afraid of demons. Mayo interrupted. Their soldiers are stronger than you think. She added that their physical and sensory abilities are honed to the peak. They have repeatedly stopped the Demon Lord's armies from invading. He turned to wonder, so why are they so passive about the situation? They only need to invade the Demon Kingdom and destroy it. Mayo smiled. They are truly very strong, but not to the point of being able to wipe out the Demon Lord's army. And from the very beginning, the Demon Lord's army only focused on humans. This is the first time the key point has been revealed. But if the Holy Nation and the Beastmen unite, it's entirely possible. Akira said, I understand. So, that's why we needs the princess, Ki asked. So we just need to rescue her and use her as leverage against the Beastmen alliance, right? That's basically correct. I already have information about their supply routes. I want you to be bait. Your eyes are very serious. Just destroy that place with your explosion while I hide. Akira interrupts. I understand what you're saying, but I still have one question. Why doesn't the Holy Nation try to cooperate with the Federation? Good question, Ninomiya. They have their reasons for doing so. Mayo replied, The Federation also hates demons because of their invasions. From the beginning, demons have looked down on other races, but humans have always called beastmen inferior and oppressed them. That's why beastmen turned their land into the Grandana's Beastmen Federation. Of course, they hate humans. Carrie is worried. So asking them to cooperate will be very difficult, right? Amidst the flames, that's why we need a trump card to bargain with them. The Cat Princess has been captured by the Demon Lord's army. The situation is very favorable for us. Mayo smiles, saying that beastmen are known for keeping their promises. Once we save her, we can negotiate with them. After the plan was proposed, everyone paused for a moment to think. C asks everyone, Isn't this also worth trying? I'm sure you don't have any plans right now. Arasi stood up and approached, suddenly appearing before us and making such a request. He always acts as if he knows everything. The commanding voice calls out Arali's name, making him stop. He reminds him, Don't forget that your decision now will affect everyone's lives. Arasi is still grinding his teeth in frustration with Kai, while everyone in the group waits for his decision. Arasi sat there, his face not looking very happy, torn between duty and self-interest. In the end, he made his decision. Fine. We'll do as he says. At dawn, Kai and Arasi's group begin to move. Keen asked, "We've been heading south all this time. Is that really safe?" Kai replied, "Yes, the Grandana's alliance of the beast folk is in the south, and as for the demons, they are transporting prisoners north. Our destination is the road through the southern forest of the Demon Kingdom. Neither country has any trade agreements. Since there are only a few paths there, we will know exactly where they are going." Akira added, "So we are actually invading the Demon Kingdom? Could we have been detected before we were activated?" Kai glanced lightly and then reassured everyone. "Don't worry, I've gathered information on suitable routes for our group, though the path we take might be rugged and filled with monsters." Akira wondered, "So can our carriage pass through?" Si added, "This is also very important. If we encounter danger, we can rely on Sorero's abilities, right?" Tomoko responded excitedly, "Yes, we can. Her Guardian is a multi-dimensional space that allows creating such spaces to store equipment and items. The capacity depends on mastery, and maintaining the space requires a certain amount of mana. It's been a while since we last met, but you still remember my guardian spirit, huh?" he replied. "Because your ability is very special and quite useful in this situation." Tomoko looks happy, really enjoying being praised. Kao then asks Kai Sinu, "Have you infiltrated and hidden in the Demon Kingdom since that incident happened?" He replied, "Not exactly. I've always been searching for clues so we can go home." Sai immediately asked, "So what was the result?" Kai's answer is that we have only one option: to destroy the Demon Lord. So I have gathered all the necessary information to defeat the Demon Lord. Akira wondered if the result of your reconnaissance was that the princess of the beast folk had been kidnapped. "That's right, Shin." Arasi shows impatience. "By the way, is it okay for us to walk so leisurely like this? We should have planned a surprise attack instead." Kai agrees. "You're right. We need to speed up. Let Sorero store the luggage and the carriage." She is very excited. That night, the group switched to walking along the forest trail. Arasi realized it immediately and shouted, "The monster is here, everyone get ready." At this moment, they are surrounded by a pack of extremely fierce night wolves, and behind Sior, a wolf with sharp fangs lunges forward. Kao immediately stepped forward to defend her. The wolf bit into his hand, but in return, it lost its jaw. Kao smiled and said, "Sorry, but your attack can't get through my steel." Then he punched it and lifted it off the ground. Akari reminds everyone we are surrounded. Support members focus on the center of the formation. The vanguard will push them back. Then he uses the BF support command on his teammates. Those capable of fighting immediately follow the order and step out to the perimeter. Empowered, they quickly defeated the pack of wolves. Carrie, with her control ability, immediately shot out vines and shouted, "Stop!" The wolf, unable to attack with its legs bound, lost its balance and fell to the ground. Io rushed forward and finished it off with a sword. "Take this!" Over here, another wolf is jumping towards Arasi. He gently reached out and grabbed its neck, then scolded, "Trash, you're nothing in front of me." Then he delivered a powerful blow that shattered it. The burnt black wolf is thrown aside by Aras. He turns back and asks everyone, "Are you all uninjured?" Kai watches and thinks to himself, "Everyone is doing very well. I don't need to worry about them." It's good that Arashi recognizes his leadership skills, so he continues to remind everyone that if anyone is injured, they should ask Hono to heal them. But unfortunately, Kia noticed something approaching and called Mayo, a remaining wolf with sharp teeth. It appeared behind Arashi at a close distance, startling him. "What is it?" "Is there still one left?" Mayo shouted. "Fire lizard!" The large flame swept through, burning the wolf to ashes. In an instant, the wolf was rendered useless. Sushi marvels. The firepower is too strong. Ken sighs in amazement. "Look, it's completely roasted and crispy. Isn't she much stronger than Nagaso?" Arasi sighs. "It's really not necessary." Shinu's girlfriend was startled and blushed at that. She reacted fiercely, pointing at Kai. "Who is this guy's girlfriend?" He remains calm. "Be a little grateful, she just took a bullet for you." Arasi glanced suspiciously. Mei looked at Kai intently, waiting. "At least say something." You walk away saying, "I don't care about these trivial things." The girl is fierce. This isn't just a trivial thing. You're so cute, having a girlfriend like that. Ken admires and thinks I want to find a beautiful girl here and bring her to my world. After the battle, the girls approached to make friends. Kari waved and called out, "Hey, your name is Mayo, right? Do you want to talk to us? Are you a fairy?" "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Do whatever you want." That's all it took for her to smile brightly in response. "Okay." So the four girls happily chatted. They also felt relieved to see Mayo able to get along with everyone. A while later, near a mountain cliff nearby, it was still before dawn. After standing there and observing the surroundings, Kai realized this place seemed safe. Arasi sat there and asked, "They will definitely pass through here, right? I don't want to wait for days." "Don't worry, I see them now." Kai uses his divine judgment to observe the entire demon army, noticing 3 low-level demons, 15 mid-level demons, and surely a few more in those wagons. Among them is a single high-level demon, Giganda, age 57, of the high-level demon race. His stats are all at A and B levels, with level 4 summoning skills, level 2 fire magic, and level 2 demonization magic. RC asked, "Is the high-level demon the leader of them?" Kai replied, "Maybe so, don't underestimate him. Although he's not as strong as Stonegeyer, a high-level demon is still very formidable." Hearing that, he frowned with determination. "Leave it to me. If you get in the way, I will kill you." Kai glanced at you and said, "Our strategy is very simple. First, Arasi will distract them with the explosion skill. Once their formation is broken, we will encircle them. The others will move as a team of 3. Kei will continue giving orders. Ino and Janagi, you must protect Hono. The 2 of you immediately received the order. Next, Ozaki's task is to find and escort the injured." Crossed his arms and replied, "Leave it to me." Mayo, support everyone from behind. Arasi, your mission is to face the high-level demon. Don't get distracted by other enemies. While you're fighting, I will sneak in and rescue the princess. Once she's safe, I will signal to you. Finally, Kai advised, if things go badly, retreat. Arasi looked confident. Don't worry. Once I take down their leader, the rest will scatter in fear. All right. I will let you lead the battle. Someone from the crowd said, "From the beginning, you should have known we are here because you needed our help," Kenta shouted in response. "Yeah, what do you think you're doing acting so high and mighty?" Susie sharply pointed and said, "Do not even think about ordering Arasan." From behind, Arasi shouted angrily, "Shut up, you idiots," then gave both of them a smack on the head. He stepped forward and ordered everyone to get ready quickly. We will follow his plan. The high-level demon Ganda is observing the demon army, while a demon complains, "I'm so tired, boss. We've been walking for a while since we left the beastman's territory." He shouted back, "Watch out! Don't be careless." Then he thought to himself, "I saw this coming. It's really exhausting." Ganda closed his eyes, feeling back pain from sitting on the horse all this time. But he couldn't let the soldiers see him like this. An idea came to him. Yes, maybe he should check on the condition of the prisoner girl. Then he turned to the demon soldiers and said, "I'll go check on that girl. Keep a close watch and don't let your guard down. This old man just wants to sneak away and rest, huh?" Inside one of the wagons, a beast girl is tied up and locked there. "So she's the princess of the Beast Folk Alliance, huh?" Janda walks in and sits right at the door, her face a bit tired as she speaks. "I finally made it here." Then, stroking his chin, he looked at her and said, "Princess, what do you think? We are close to the city where you are imprisoned. We have sneaked into the Demon Kingdom's territory. Your soldiers from the Federation can't go far enough to get here," she immediately complained. "What kind of carriage is shaking so badly?" He looked stunned when he heard that. This response is too new. Then Ganda, in a coaxing tone, says, "Ehen, but don't worry. If the Federation obediently follows our orders, you'll be released at any time." He shook his head and said, "It's useless. Once you've captured me, the Federation won't bow down." He smiled and added, "It seems you still don't understand your position. You are the daughter of the Beast tribe leader." She still acts tough and scolds him. "If you think capturing me will convince them, then you're a fool," Gaganda snapped, glaring at her. "Be careful with your words, you bastard." Then he grabbed the princess's chest, pulling her sharply to reveal her skin, much to Sina's shock. He stuck out his long, perverted tongue and said, "Let me taste your flavor for a bit, and I'll show you where you are." The princess's gaze remained unchanged, watching him without blinking, while Gaganda reached out, ready to turn the tables. Suddenly, a huge explosion erupts outside, lighting up the night sky. He hurriedly stops what he's doing, pulls back the curtain and asks, "What's going on?" The demon soldiers report that we are under attack by humans. Giganda is worried. "If you say humans are beast people, then I might still believe you." A series of powerful explosions sent the demon soldiers flying into the sky. He jumped on his horse, gripping the reins tightly, then urged the horse forward and pointed to counterattack, not to be afraid of the humans. So both sides clash fiercely, and the remaining members of the hero candidate army officially join the battle. Suzy and Kenta keep attacking and defeating many demons. Over here, Kao and the others are supporting each other and following the original plan. Is Giganda worried he's losing the battlefield, despite his troops being considered the most elite unit? Arasi turns her shoulder and steps in front of him, asking, "Are you a high-level demon?" Giganda summons his weapon and retorts, "Who the hell are you?" Arasi clenched her fists, smiling as she looked at him. "I don't need to give my name to trash like you. I'll tell you if you want to put on a show for me." Being a high-level demon insulted him to the point of fury. Giganda roared and attacked. Silence. Someone like you is nothing to me. Then he launched a powerful attack towards Arasi. He jumps up and throws a punch at Giganda. He uses the spear in his hand to block. Then he shouted loudly, "Do you think you can beat me?" A high-level demon with this kind of firepower. Arasi frowned and thought to himself, he's too strong, but still not as good as that guy. Then clenched his fists. I just need a little more energy to boost my firepower, then I can handle a few injuries. My explosion needs a lot of energy to activate. With my current ability, I can only shoot 7 more shots. When I run out of energy, my physical abilities will decrease. If that happens, I won't be able to keep up with the enemy. I just need to create an opening and aim for this guy's head or heart. Then I will have to use my maximum strength. They also think these warriors are humans, and moreover, they possess divine guardian abilities. I haven't seen these faces before, but they are incredibly powerful. Could they be the legendary hero candidates? He spun his spear in his hand. If they are the ones who defeated Winbach and Stonir, then I must be more careful. Must be. Then he urged his horse forward, wondering how they could possibly have pinpointed my exact location. He suspected they intended to rescue the princess of the Two tribe. Fortunately, I assigned soldiers to guard the princess so they can hold out for a while. The army here is focused on defense. Uganda's eyes show determination. If that's the case, I need to make a decisive move and defeat the one leading them. After a moment of thought, he decided to charge at Arasi and aimed at him. He thrust his spear down and smiled. I will decide this battle with a single strike, the lightning surge. The surprise attack was narrowly avoided by Arasi, who was momentarily stunned to see his torn cloak. He spun to the left to dodge the attack, also a bit confused by how fast he was moving. Arasi's gaze was fixed on the high-level demon in front of him. He is riding his horse forward and standing right in place. He smiles within his minefield. Arasi uses the mine explosion skill to create a powerful blast that makes him panic and scream, "What is this?" The explosion scared the horse and made it rear up. Giganda was scorched by the flames, looking very disheveled, and wondered, is this a trap skill? He cursed nervously, "Damn it, my vision is blocked." Arasi charged forward thinking the mine explosion is just a trap skill. It lacks the firepower of an explosion, but in the end I also created an opening in his defenses. He can't tell his position from these clouds of dust. He appears behind him with a fiery hand ready to punch down. Now I just need to ambush him with a blast, but before I can strike, Giganda's eyes flash and he looks at you. Then a powerful burst of air shot out from his body, pushing the wind away. Arasi frowned, clicking her tongue. Tisk couldn't dodge at all. The push just now made him fall flat on the ground. On this side, his teammates saw and called out to Aras with concern. He stood up, clutching his stomach, and said, "It hurts so much. Everyone focus on the situation. Don't worry about me." Giganda raised his voice. "You can't even use your energy to protect yourself anymore." However, he still felt a bit worried, unable to believe that this guy could defend himself like that. His instincts were as sharp as a beast's. He remembered how Arasi set traps, but I had already figured out its fighting style. It can set explosive traps by placing its hand there, and it can also blow up anything it touches. Giganda steps down confidently. As long as I hold this spear firmly, I can win the battle and keep my distance. Just need to focus. I can avoid its traps. Arasi, with a determined look, thought to himself, I guess you're thinking that, right? Giganda extended his hand again, using the wind push technique, sending thin but sharp gusts that forced Arasi to focus and dodge. He smiles and says, "This distance is perfect. From here, it can't reach me." As each spear relentlessly strikes toward Arasi, he asks him, "So you've figured out my fighting style?" Giganda smiled. "Clearly, you always change your position." Arasi raised his hand, ready to attack.
"That's right, it's the defenseless one attacking you. He uses a cannon blast skill, fire." Firing a spark straight at Giganda.
He widened his eyes. A flash of light appeared, and Arasi poured more energy into the shot with absolute power. A huge explosion occurred, with devastating destructive force. There, a large crater was left, showing that Arasi's attack carried immense energy. Giganda lay motionless, mouth agape, blood streaming down. Then Arasi flicked his cloak and stood there looking cool. The information appeared. Arasi Sunsuke, 17 years old, male, attack B, defense B, agility B, strength A, magic C, normal state, level 3, divine guardian explosion skill, level 2, divine guardian mine explosion, level 2, divine cannon, physical strength level 4. Wow, he single-handedly defeated a high-level demon. The demon soldiers are panicking and scared. Is Lord Ganda dead? Have we lost? Akira cheered while fighting as Arasi defeated a high-level demon and their defenses were breaking down. Let's keep this pace and then use the boost to increase damage. Everyone with weapon boosts deal extra damage and charge in for a full-scale attack. After a while, the demon soldiers without a leader immediately dispersed and were easily defeated.
Kai stood there with 2 daggers in hand, approaching a carriage and looked at it, wondering, I guess this is the one?
Then he stepped forward, gently pushed the curtain aside. In front of him was Sina, with her torn and shredded chest. The princess asked, "Are you here to help me?" Kai looked at her and replied, "I wonder if that's the case." He pulls out a dagger from his chest and approaches, then cuts Xa's bonds. The rope falls to the ground. She wipes her face and then asks Kai, "What are you aiming for?" He coldly replied, "I am using you to achieve my own goals." "You're too honest." He calmly replied, "There's no reason to lie. You both like to hear that we're here to save you and have no bad intentions." Xa loosened his hand, sensing the life force. "I can't." "But if that's the case, you also think it's reasonable for me to oppose you, right?" In an instant, that hand, a half-divine beast, was covered in thick fur and sharp claws. Then Sina's eyes turned cold like a fierce demon slashing with claws close to the chicken. A second later, a thick cloud of white smoke billowed out of the drain, and he reflexively leapt back quickly. Sina frantically bares her fangs and slashes with her claws to attack Kay, but X's sharp claws are swiftly dodged by him. Kay, holding the weapon in hand, has to admit she's really fast. Then the two of them started fighting fiercely. Is this the power of a beast man? And X's continuous claw attacks are easily blocked by Kai. After fighting for a while, he grew tired and shouted sharply. No more than a second later, lightning bolts shot straight at Sina. Sina's eyes widened in shock. What? Sina clenched her teeth in frustration as she recognized the spell. Kai calmly stepped aside to dodge the attack. Sina collapsed to the ground in pain. Just as the opponent was distracted, Kai seized the moment and pinned him down. He silently thought that a basic lightning spell, not very powerful, but really useful for disabling enemies and increasing chances of winning in close combat. Sina clenched her teeth and glared at him with an angry look. "Tish, why are humans so strong?" Kai squinted and said, "So you finally realized the difference in our strength, right?" "She has 2 choices, to control herself and follow me, or to obey me." Knowing she is no match for Kai, Sina reluctantly accepts her fate. All right, going with humans is still better than going with demons. Arasi's group seems to be in the lead, with the monsters lying scattered on the ground and now only one left. It roared fiercely, but with a hint of fear. The trembling monster struggled to believe what it was seeing. Who could it be? "There's no way I can win. They are monsters after all." Arasi coldly calls Chinami. Kari immediately understands and draws a magic circle. All right. The vines on the trees suddenly glow and grow rapidly. They follow the monster's command to prepare for an ambush. As soon as they pull, the monster falls flat on the ground, groaning and unable to make proper sounds. Arasi slowly approaches, making it so scared it drops its sweat. He grabs its chin and lifts it up to talk more easily. "We have no grudge against him. I will cut off his head." Soon after, everyone gathered around in a circle beside a small fire. Susie happily said, holding the piece of meat, "Their carriage still has plenty of food." Ken took a big bite and happily joined in. "Today we're throwing a big feast." Kari was tearful and guilty, feeling like we had stolen something. My friend next to me chuckled happily. "So, isn't that what we're like?" At this moment, Sina hesitated, just sitting there and not daring to move. C asked worriedly, "What's wrong with you? Why don't you eat?" Tuisa was starving and drooling, but she tried to hold back her hunger. "Is it okay for you to feed me properly like this?" Arasi tore a piece of meat with satisfaction, finally getting to eat a decent meal there, but these things are nothing compared to the food in our world. Kai-huk takes a sip of soup and glances at Xena, saying, "We still need something from you, so if you die, we'll be in trouble, so eat up." Hearing that, Xena no longer hesitated and drank her bowl eagerly, not forgetting to say something. "Thank you." She just took a sip of the soup, but Xena's face looks like she's experiencing heaven. "It's so delicious. Seeing this adorable reaction makes your friend proud." "It's delicious, isn't it? Hono can cook any dish perfectly." Being unexpectedly praised made Hono a little shy. I'm very happy that she liked it. Mayoi suddenly asked, "What's your name, Za? How did the demons manage to capture you?" Sa remained silent without replying. After gazing at the flickering flame in front of her for a while, she then recounted the entire story in detail. "I happened to encounter the Demon Lord's army while hunting in the forest. I was deep inside the Federation's territory. Usually, demons wouldn't be there, so that means they already knew where I was before." Kai calmly speculates that perhaps they have planned to invade the Federation. Capturing her is also one of their objectives. "So you're wondering why the demons want to control the beast tribes?" The girl next to her explained. "Maybe it's because they invaded the Holy Nation and want to dominate the world. But what do you want from me?" I honestly state that I need you to become our bargaining chip. We want to form a federation to defeat the Demon Lord. Destroy the Demon Lord? Are you serious? Araisi suddenly said, "We have our reasons." He explained, while chewing on the meat, "We can't return to the real world until we defeat the Demon Lord." In the end, Xa finally understood the situation. "So, you are hero candidates? I heard that humans summoned you as their trump card. So what do you think? If you truly want to help us, it will mean a lot to us." Sina nodded sincerely. "I understand now. I owe you for saving me, but we never intended to rescue you." Sina was a bit surprised, but she was the benefactor, so she accepted it. After all, she was the one who saved me and even gave me warm food. Sina clearly states her position. Furthermore, to purge the demons within the Federation, we need support from a third party. "This is just my intuition," Xena firmly asserted, "but I think there is a spy among the high-ranking members of the Federation." The next morning, everyone quickly descended the mountain and left the forest. The cat-beast Princess Sina was rescued and escaped from the Demon Kingdom with Shinu. They returned to their path and headed back to NRAT City. The group has approached the city gate. In a room, faint sounds echo as sharp sword strikes flash through the air. Midu was now alone, diligently practicing swordsmanship, when suddenly a call for Suji made him stop and turn towards the sound. Seeing the person in front of him rushing over, Midu asked nervously, "Reina, what's going on?" Reina loudly announced, "Arasi's group has turned back, and they are boldly walking through the main gate." Midu was stunned, eyes wide open, and said, "What?" At this moment, Arasi's group had stormed into the city gate, but was stopped by the soldiers in front. A fierce soldier shouted loudly, "You deserters, how dare you come here looking so calm? Are you violating the army's rules?" That shout of theirs finally pushed Arasi over the edge, and she roared out, "I don't care to... Does the law protect us or not? Bastards." The soldiers were scolded directly and still stood there in shock, wondering. "You call us bastards?" Arasi impatiently turns away. "I have nothing to do with someone like you." "Where is Amelia?" The soldier's name didn't even bother to look at him, and he gave orders for the troops to charge together. "Do you really think she would come out to meet a bastard like you? Control them and put these deserters in prison. The situation is getting more and more out of control." Arasi irritably scratches his head. "My head hurts. Even if you all band together, you can't beat me." Kao stands beside her and calmly explains, "It's because of your attitude. If we are Midu's group, even if his team is considered a deserter, they can still be welcomed warmly." Suddenly, chains appear and bind all the soldiers as a cold voice rings out, telling them not to move. Jin stepped forward and asked, "You came back early, huh?" Seeing her strange behavior, the soldier shouted loudly, "Kanzakizan, are you planning to betray us? Quickly deactivate this skill's seal." "Well, now calm down. Arasi's group has no intention of fighting. We'll talk to them first." In the next moment, the chain seal was lifted. The general also had to concede. If Narumi said so, Arasi watched this scene and once again felt his temper rising, his eyes like he wanted to swallow his opponent whole. "Why are you listening to him instead of me?" Akira chuckled and said, "Well, that's usually how it is." Narumi calmly approached him and probed, "So, what's the plan now? Did you come back with any important information?" Arasi was still annoyed and demanded an answer. "Let's discuss that later. For now, please take us somewhere private to talk properly." Not long after, in a grand room, everyone was sitting properly on chairs, except Arasi, who had his legs up on the table. He still maintained his stubborn and unruly attitude. Harik and Ilya shook their heads in frustration. The soldiers were bitter, but dared not to complain. "Stop it, Arasi, you're making the tense atmosphere worse." "What? So you mean this is the culture of another world? You're always like this." Mir sharply questioned, "Is it really necessary to make everything so tense? Moreover, we have gathered the people you wanted to talk to." Although annoyed, he still had to put his foot down. "All right then," Arasi calmly calls out. "Chinami, come in." Immediately after, Ki takes Ja's hand, pushes the door open, and apologizes. And Sina's appearance left Harik stunned. Amelia exclaimed in shock, "A cat beastman." Akira calmly introduces her. Her name is Sina. She is the daughter of the leader of the Gandana's Federation. Everyone there was stunned when they heard this. "The daughter of the Federation leader. Why is she here with you guys?" Sina confidently admitted that she was the biological daughter of the Beastman Federation leader and that they had rescued her from the demons. Midu couldn't believe it and asked again, "Did the demons kidnap you?" Kali glanced at him and honestly replied, "Yes. The demons are hiding in the Federation's territory. I was rescued while they were taking me to the Demon Kingdom's land," Arasi added in a supporting tone. "We can use her as a bargaining chip to secure cooperation from the Federation." After all, we can't wait another 2 years? Elias seemed to have a mental breakthrough. I understand the situation now. Amelia seriously proposed a solution. We are also in the process of considering forming an alliance with the Federation. Let me report back to the bandits upstairs. Now that we have the princess, they probably won't miss this opportunity. Arasi honestly said what she thought, and Elia responded straightforwardly without hiding her true intentions. Anyway, we don't want half of the hero candidates to leave us. Actually, we are planning to accept some of your requests if you return to us. Herrick also calmly added a few words. You are the ace of the army. Of course, that will also affect the morale of the soldiers. I am responsible for your actions. Thanks to this, I can avoid the possibility of being fired. Hearing that, Ilia's voice grew noticeably more serious. I understand your request. It's done. Amelia looked up steadily, her voice still carrying a hint of seriousness. If we can cooperate with the Federation, we can continue the campaign to defeat the Demon Kingdom. This is also what you want, isn't it? Only then does Arasi's mood relax a little. Now you understand what I mean. Aaliyah looked seriously at the other side and said, It's not an unfavorable deal for us anyway. Killing the Demon Lord is also the people's wish. Of course, we will do everything to make that happen. I am also determined to repay the favor. I was saved and fed by them. In exchange for their help, I want you to help me eliminate the demons in the Federation. Midu immediately responded to the will. Of course, I will do my best. Hark suddenly interrupted in a low voice. Can I ask about this? How did you find out about the princess's kidnapping? Upon hearing the question, Arasi looked to the side and replied, We interrogated the demons we captured about that. Har watched him closely and replied accordingly. A week later, everyone was tense with anticipation. Hark, holding a piece of paper, and Aaliyah entered the room to deliver news that the Holy Kingdom had sent an envoy to the Federation to negotiate their alliance. The tense atmosphere was suddenly broken, and everyone cheered happily. In a small house next to the city wall, the captain directly asked who was going, and Akira, sitting opposite, honestly answered, Midu, Nagas, Kanj, and Narumi are 4 people. After obtaining the intelligence from Kai, they each took a sip of tea. I also guessed they would choose Kanjaya because of her dominating abilities. Akira immediately agreed with this guess, because Midu and Narumi have sharp eyes for judging people. Nagas is a bit strict, but he has his own way of speaking. In another room, Harik was working tirelessly without realizing that Akira was referring to him. The leader of the messengers was probably Harik. Of course, some soldiers and a few officials will also come. There are a total of 30 people. Mayo stands silently in the corner listening to their exchange. Kai suddenly asks, How is Ashi? At this moment, Arasi is enjoying the warm sunshine on the roof, and Akira responds without hesitation. He wants to stay on the front lines because he's not very good at negotiating. That's right. In the training yard, Mairi is instructing Asushi and Kenta on something, and she doesn't realize Akira is referring to her. As Midu leaves, Hashimoto will step in as the acting captain. Akira boldly guesses that it will be very difficult because they will need to constantly monitor Arasi and his friends. Then Akira abruptly asks Kai, So what's your plan? Even if you're completely honest and straightforward, I will go to the Federation, even though I have no intention of following the envoy team. Outside the city walls, Herrick turned back and ordered everyone. Let's go. The hero team and the candidates are heading to the Federation. Ren keeps running her fingers through her hair and complains about how tired she is. Midu smiles and turns to her saying, We're going to be traveling for a while. Narumi eagerly continued. That's surprising. I didn't think Rina would join us. She turned and asked annoyed, What? You mean I'm not allowed to go with you? He quickly waved his hand and said, I didn't mean it like that. I'm really glad you're here. Rina points at Midu and says, If I leave you guys alone, you'll just act recklessly again. Especially that fool. He looks blank and asks back, It's me. Seeing them so happy, Narumi laughed out loud. Reina looked a bit upset. I mean, if you become his companion, you can't be trusted at all. And even if you go together, nothing will change. Narumi cried. Narumi. Hey, Rina, why are you so mean to me? She seems quite serious. Jin thought to himself, they're so noisy. Maybe it's better to be quiet for once. He wondered, Shin-Chu said he's also on his way to the Federation. Could she also be nearby? Hark glanced briefly at Jin's expression as the group quietly moved across the fields and vast plains, silently watching them from behind the bushes. Sai told Mei, All right, let's go. The two walked on, and Mei asked, Are we just following them? He replied, Following them seems easier. Xena is also there. By the way, can I ask you something? They returned to the group, moving through the forests. Jin remains silent, looking around and enjoying the fresh air of the trip. Hark then asks, Why do you always look around like that? Kanzaki was startled and a bit flustered as she replied, I'm just being cautious of the monsters. Narumi, there's no need to blink. After all, Suji and Hark are already here. Jin slightly lowered his head and replied, You are right. Hark turned to Midu. I have a question for you. It only took a few days for Arasi to return to us, right? He nodded. Yes, that's right. Hark is curious. I'm wondering how they found out that Za was kidnapped. Jin interjected. Didn't he say he caught a few demons and the father confirmed it? But he's still not satisfied with that. I just think it was a bit quick. They received the information, processed it, and returned. It's a bit hard to believe that he's doing everything alone. Usually Arasi discusses issues like this with us first. So what do you really mean? Hark's voice echoed through the forest. I was just speculating. He continued. Someone is moving in the shadows and gathering information on their own. As always, you talk nonsense. Midu, your expressions have already told me everything. As expected, his face changed a bit when Herrick mentioned that. Narumi thought to herself, this is bad. It's true that Shinzu has helped us a lot in the shadows, but to the Holy Nation, he's still a criminal. Even Jin is a bit worried that if Herrick finds out about our cooperation with him, we don't know what punishment we might face. At that moment, Rena stepped forward and asked, What are you talking about? Herrick quickly raised his hand and replied, It seems some people know and some still don't. Your circle of connections in this world is still very small because you're foreigners, and you will need people like us to build relationships. The answer is only one. Shinkai is just a shadow of you guys, the one who killed Chengnu. Midu frowned slightly, asking with a hint of worry. And if that's the case, so what? Herrick suddenly laughed loudly. I knew it, I was just joking. Narumi tells Len your reasoning is good, but even if we contact each other, he still helps us without our agreement. Herrick smiles. Don't worry, I won't punish you. I'm just curious. Honestly, I think I should thank him for killing that woman. Hearing this, the soldiers were a bit surprised. Narumi reacted, So you think that's okay? He brushed it off, of course not. If they find out, I'll be hanged. He added, Moreover, based on Kanjaki's behavior over the past few hours, I guess he's nearby and watching us very closely, right? Hearing that, Midu quickly turned back and asked, Really? Kanaki-san's unexpected question made her confused, wondering what to do next, while Jin worried if he was dragging Shindu down. I'm the one who delivered the message to him. Him. Kai's voice rang out as he stepped forward since he found out, I have nothing left to hide. The soldiers exclaimed, It's the one who killed the Saintess. Sina spoke up, He is the one who saved me. Har turned his horse around and the soldiers pointed their spears at Kai. He said, I only rely on my own conclusion. Kai looked at him and said, You draw your conclusions based on very little information. Hark continued and asked, Not as good as you, but we also have some information networks. You killed Winbex, one of the 4 great heavenly kings, the Black Toxin God. Was it you? Kai replied, I've never heard that nickname, and I wasn't the only one who killed him. He looked over at Mayo, a mage capable of casting spells. Looks like you have a very strong companion. Amid the crowd, a woman's voice calling Kai caught Mayo's attention. Rena urged her horse forward and shouted, Why do you still dare to show your face after everything that just happened? Midu hurriedly intervened. Calm down, Rena. But she pushed his hand away and continued. I can't stay calm. Rena pointed at Kai and kept arguing. Because you're kind, you forgive him, Suji. But he's a traitor. She asked, Do you have anything else to say? Kai appeared calm. I have no intention of denying it. Narumi winked and smiled. Stay calm. Rena, please continue to help us. Rena shouted angrily, Shut up, I will end everything here. Oh Lord, please bless the fire in my hand. A fireball appears in her palm. Wow, the firepower is really strong. I don't know if we can fight back. Kai glanced at Mei and called her name as a silent signal. Kanzaki raised her hand to intervene, but Kai called out to her, asking her not to do anything. A large fire is heading straight for you. A devastating explosion erupts. Narumi worries. Hey, are you planning to turn him into dust? What? If he's already dead at just like this, I'll be really disappointed. That's right. Kai's voice and his arm appear, then he grabs Rena's shirt and pulls her down, startling her into a cry. What? By the time I realized Rena had fallen to the ground, she quickly jumped back to keep her distance, then continued summoning a fireball to burn him. Kai immediately responded. Lightning pierced through my enemy. Immediately, lightning struck Rena, causing her to scream in pain and paralysis. In an instant, she fainted. Kai stopped. And Rena lay there motionless. What is that? Even though you don't have that much power. Kai looked at the lightning in his hand and replied, I may not have a talent for divine magic, but even without that gift, as long as I keep practicing, I can still use it. Then he sneered at Reina. And look at you being corrupted by the power you call divine force. Are you sure you're training properly? Narumi walked over in amazement. Wow, you disabled Reina instantly. Excellent. Thank you, Jukin. Midu silently thought that he was not only fast, but also kept his opponents off their toes. He had also gained a few new powers compared to himself. Now Reina stands up, still stubborn. I will never accept you. Kai appears calm. I never needed your approval from the very beginning. And one more thing, no matter how many times we fight, the outcome will be the same. It seems like you're not willing to accept that. Reina screamed for silence. Jin's voice echoed. Enough, Naga-san. Calm down for now. The magical chains appear to restrain Reina. That evening, everyone sat around the campfire. I understand now. Basically, you were backed into a corner. Then he pondered and said, I can now understand why you decided to kill Leonora in that situation. First of all, from your perspective, you are being forced to undertake increasingly impossible missions. Midu said, at that moment we were quite confused. That's why Shin decided to take all the blame on himself. Narumi continued, and some people in the class still misunderstand Shinjukun's intentions. Reina's voice still bitter. I still think there's more to why he did that than just because we're classmates. Kai was eating dried meat and said, Nagas is right. Simply put, it would be troublesome if I let her live, so I killed her. Narumi smiled. You're stubborn. Yes, it's true. Ren turned away with a sharp attitude. No matter how he explained, I was the one who decided whether to believe his words or not. Rena continued to ask, Is it true that you are actually trying to find a way for us to go home? She looked at Mayo. And who is the cute girl behind him? Kai still peered up and replied, I haven't found anything yet, but she voluntarily followed me. Mayo was shocked. You're really cruel? Midu speaks up. Anyway, for us to catch the spies inside the Alliance, we need your cooperation. Please, Jukunin, that's why I suggest you join us on this journey. Hark seemed quite pleased to agree. I don't mind either. Although I can't report back to the Empire, I'll just fake some documents. Then everyone turned their eyes to Rena, who still seemed very annoyed with Kai. She closed her eyes tightly. Whatever, it doesn't change the fact that I hate him. Kai looked at everyone and said, Our destination is the same anyway. So if you have no problem, I would be happy to go with you all. The bonfire is still burning brightly. Everyone is sitting there, but there's a bit of silence. A call from behind caught Midu's attention. Kai asked, Is it okay to tell him that? Midu said, You mean the matter related to Leonora's death? It's okay. Harik is a trustworthy person. Kai warned that no matter how much he trusted someone, there are things he shouldn't believe. But it was pointless since he had already told him. Midu understood Kai's point, knowing she would take responsibility, and Hark had known what was happening from the very beginning. So there's no point in hiding it any longer, right? He thought to himself. This must be how Midu chooses to share information and show trust. Then the delegation continued walking for a few more days. Hark told everyone, We have now reached the border of the Federation. Sina poked her head out of the carriage and said, Let's go to the town closest to the border. Sia noticed something unusual. It seems like a few people have come here to greet us. An arrow shot straight in front of Midu's face startled his horse into a panic. He held the reins tightly and looked over, realizing they had been surrounded by beastmen. They are raising their bows and weapons towards them. Herrick is a bit worried as the soldiers quickly form a protective circle, and a beast girl steps out with a commanding voice. Who are you to be here in my territory? The difference in strength between us is enormous right now. Midu stepped forward, Jiang spreading his hands as he explained, We are not here to fight. We want to establish an alliance with the League of Bangers. The beast girl looked a bit suspicious. A union? The beast folk side is very aggressive. After everything you've done, how dare you say that? The humans and the gray beastmen point fingers, blaming us for being treated badly because of you. Ren grimaced. We don't know, and we don't care. That's probably what they mean. Narumi forced a smile. Please don't say things like that. Sina now sticks her face out and speaks. It's me. The beast princess jumps out of the carriage and steps down. A voice from the crowd calls out, Sina-sama. The princess said, These people saved me. Voon seemed not to hear anything, signaled to everyone, then shouted, Return Sina-sama to us. Harik was confused. We also want to do that. At least please listen to us. She dismisses it. I don't need it. Then she charged straight at them. Seeing the situation was bad, Harik ordered, No, counterattack, but don't kill them. Can we clear up this misunderstanding? Sin, the princess replied. Once she's this shaken, she won't listen to anyone. She added, Make her powerless, but don't kill her. Her team is full of inexperienced young people, but if it were you, maybe. With the green light given, Kai said. You've said enough, Midu, now. It's your time to shine. Hearing his teammate's voice, he quickly replied, I understand. Then he swung his sword in a wide slash, knocking away the gray beast with a single strike. Midu was surrounded, the beast attacking, but he deftly dodged, then raised his hand to strike the pink beast on the neck. Seeing his teammates being repeatedly defeated and knocked out, the red beast could only exclaim, What? Midu's eyes flashed with lightning, and in an instant he teleported behind and knocked out the red beast. He collapsed like a log, and even as the water splashed midair, his head hit the ground. The remaining beast people are a bit frightened and shouting insults. That bastard. Kai turned to call Kazaki. She was startled and turned back. Huh? What's going on? Your goal is for the archers in the back to hold the front line for Midu. Jin understood. Then she immediately cast a chain magic spell towards the archers. They were all restrained. They wondered, what's going on? I can't move. The other beast people on both sides rushed in shouting, Please, Sama, we're here to rescue you! Kai called Mei, who raised her staff and replied, All right, all right. Then she began casting the spell, O Spirit, who blocks their way without harming them. As soon as she finished speaking, the beast was blown away by the wind. Nagami marvels. Wow, it turns out she's a magic element user like me. Kai turns to call Nagas. She is ready with a fireball in her hand, but the order is not to intervene. Hearing that, she frowned and shouted fiercely, What? Everyone is fighting, so why am I the only one? Kai said while fighting and explaining, If they are attacked by your fire, they will surely die. Or are you confident in your magic control and won't kill them? Hearing that, Rina lowered her hands. All right then. Run watched the incredible battle. No way. Are humans really this strong? Harik has always tried to explain himself. We just wanted to come here to talk. Midu stepped forward. We're not killing your soldiers, so could you please put your sword away? Without saying a word, she continued rushing forward to attack. Midu reached out and grabbed her sword to restrain her. The beast girl stared in shock as the sword was firmly held between his two fingers. Her arm trembled as a voice called from afar, and Lunex stepped forward to ask, Are you calm now? The princess tried to reassure them, saying, Please listen to these people. After a moment, in the forest, the voice of the beast, people said, We are truly sorry. King and his beast companions all knelt before the group. Midu was confused and quickly said, Please lift your head. Du kept bowing his head. I didn't know everyone was her savior. I truly apologize. I offer my life to atone for my mistakes. Hark smiled, thinking about the relationship between the two nations. I understand your actions. You bowed so much that you bled. Her eyes showed a hint of confusion. CA, standing beside the carriage, spoke up. If you want to make a change, could you become our guide? He looked at her and continued. I am talking about establishing a federation between the two nations, so I want to meet the high-ranking leaders of the federation. And this is also what XA wants. The princess nodded. Yes, I owe them. Please treat them politely. Run agrees. I understand. I will definitely lead them to the capital. She tears up and pleads with Asama. I'm glad you're safe. The princess smiles. Well, I'm heading home now. After that, Midu and the other messengers are treated with greater respect. To form an alliance, we need to negotiate with the Federal Congress. The Congress includes all the leaders of each Beastman faction, the governing body of this country. And the Federal Parliament is located in the capital of Menzlia. Midu marveled. So this is the capital of the Federation. Narumi's eyes widened. It's so big. Run turned back and said, I'm sorry, but I can only take you this far. Of course, I still want to express my deep gratitude to you for saving Shinasama. But the decision-makers of this country are the members of the Parliamentary Council. Midu replied, It's okay. From now on, this will be our responsibility. The capital of the Beast Folk race, Grandanas and the Beast Folk Alliance Menzlia, is bustling with dense crowds of beast folk inside the city. Seeing the group, they kept whispering about their appearance. Look, what are those humans plotting? Despite that, under June and the princess's guidance, the group quietly moved forward while the crowd of beastmen continued to stir anxiously. They stand by the road, quietly observing with suspicious and cautious eyes. Midu also senses the slightly heavy atmosphere, but remains silent. Kai said, It seems they don't hate us like we thought. It's more like they're afraid of us. Narumi laughed loudly. That's right, no matter the race. An ordinary person would feel scared when they see an army from another country. Right? I think that's a normal reaction, Herrick whispered. In the end, everyone around here is just an ordinary citizen. I think we will be hated more by the tribe's leader. Those are the people we are about to meet. As everyone was talking, a loud call of the princess's name echoed. Gina, a beast man in a red cloak, rushes out, his worried face asking, Are you okay? Gina. The princess replied, I'm fine now. Father, I am not injured anymore. Look, father. The servant immediately kneels and bows in respect. He hugged his daughter tightly, sighing with relief. That's good. I'm glad you're safe. Sina smiled. The pain between father and daughter too much. He used too much force. Hastily releasing his daughter, he waved his hand and said, Sorry, I was overwhelmed with emotion. Then he looked scrutinizingly at the crowd of humans in front of him and asked, So are those humans the ones who saved my daughter? Sina turned to reply, Yes, so please treat them well. He laughed loudly and said, I understand now. Today I will allow these people to stay in my mansion. Then happily introduced myself. I am the leader of the Anocat tribe and Za's father. He continued, I thank you for saving my daughter. I swear I will repay this debt of gratitude. Harka also stepped forward and introduced himself. I am the captain of the 8th Night Legion of the Holy Kingdom of Digaret Haranto-sama. May I make this suggestion? Anto raised his hand to signal, Go ahead, please. After a moment, everyone sat at a long table, one side with humans, the other with catfolk. Sina stands beside her father. After presenting the main points, Herrick says, That is our proposal, as the envoy of the Holy Kingdom of Diger, for an alliance between the two nations. Could you consider our proposal? Tu said firmly. I must thank you all. Because you saved my daughter, of course I will agree. Indeed, the threat from the demon kingdom is increasing. Wolf tribe leader Iga said, We used to fight demons in small skirmishes, but lately they have been attacking more frequently. Are you suggesting we should ally with humans just for that reason? It's ridiculous. Have you forgotten what humans have done to us? The merfolk leader slammed his hand on the table and said Camilla was right. My father was enslaved and killed by humans. That's not something easy to forget. We still appreciate you for saving and escorting us here. And we will give you a worthy reward, said Niels, the wolf tribe leader. But we will never forget what happened in the past. His eyes showed some discomfort. Anto turned to look and called Niels, continuing, Don't humans discriminate against and exile us? That's not something we can easily forget, right? Now you want us to help them again. Mac and Camilla agreed with Niels, refusing to accept assistance. While the beast people are in chaos, Herrick's voice rings out. We must not forget the past. He continued, But aren't we all aiming for the same goal of destroying the demons? Mac shouted fiercely, How dare you! If it's about fighting against the demons, I won't be shaking hands with you either, Ega said, looking at the humans to stop them. Wait a moment, Mac. He raised his hand and continued speaking. Indeed, we have received information that you have turned the tide in the war against the demons. Can you tell us what kind of cooperation you are seeking from us? Hearing the question, Herrick paused for a moment before Midu immediately responded, We want to wipe out the entire demon kingdom and decapitate the demon lord. That answer stunned the beast faction for a moment. They initially had no reaction. Ega laughed loudly, breaking the tense silence. He looked at Midu and evaluated him. His eyes seemed to be unable to lie, huh? That's interesting. Camilla wondered why. Ega continued, You see, at first I thought it was really strange. If my information is correct, humans have a significant advantage. Ega smiled. They don't seem to be forced or pressured into forming an alliance with us. Midu looked serious and said, We want to defeat the demon lord, and to achieve that we need your help. And To's voice interrupted, catching Midu's attention, just like what Ega had said earlier. He continued, I want to help them eradicate the demons completely. At first I was very skeptical, but I didn't think the boy would be this honest. Another hand raised, Ega spoke. I also agree if the demons are making serious moves, the Federation won't be able to fight them off in the future. We will definitely be next, so we need to seize this opportunity to fight alongside humans. The members of the group all felt very happy upon hearing that, but Camilla reacted somewhat and said, I understand what you mean, but I still won't accept it. She looked at them with suspicion. You never know when humans will stab you in the back. Mac also spoke up. No matter what the situation is, I will not cooperate with those I cannot trust. I think Niels feels the same way. This alliance is probably a conspiracy to make us sacrifices or bait, right? Niels-sama, somehow you've changed, Sina said as she stood beside her father. She added, You used to be very supportive of humanity. Niels replied, My thoughts have changed after living this long, and raised his hand in contemplation. So now we have many people opposing this proposal? Ega added, We shouldn't make a decision right now without thinking it through. It's best if we take some time to think. I also want to hear more about their proposal. Let's let them stay on our territory for a while. And two laughed loudly and agreed. Just leave their living arrangements to us. They are the ones who saved my daughter's life. Camilla haughty, I don't plan to change my mind either, but I have to say more. She is right, I also do not accept it. Kai sitting there says nothing, observing with his glowing red eyes. His eyes widened in shock, glowing with a deadly red hue as he tried to read Neil's mind and assess the man who had once supported humans. That day at the Mensli Grandana's capital, the residence of the feline clan leader, a lavish long banquet was prepared to welcome the human guests. Ano happily raises his cup. Thank you for saving my daughter. Please eat well, everyone. Midu also happily thanks you. Reina looks at the food with some discomfort. What kind of food is this? Are you a clone? Jin replied with a forced smile. I don't know either. Kai picks up the bug and breaks it in half, revealing the rich, fatty flesh inside the hard shell. Then he put it in his mouth and ate happily. Over here, Maya happily eats fruit, her face full of enjoyment. Narumi, the extrovert, raises his glass with the beast people, making them stand up and praise his drinking skills, saying, "Your stamina is impressive, brother." He replies, "I am." Then let's have another drink. Shin is still eating and drinking, but doesn't forget his duty, so he turns to remind his father, "Dad, get to the main point." To raised his hand to speak and then spoke. The matter is that we need to make decisions about future policies. Those sitting below remain silent and listen. Anto continued. Based on what my daughter said, the demons have infiltrated the Federation and are now in the capital, which means they have obtained a significant amount of internal information. Sina continued. If that's not the case, then they could not have known my location. At that time, I was completely ambushed. The scar-faced cat person said, if it were at the border, I could understand, but the security forces in the capital are quite strict. The green shirt agreed. He's right. If the demons have infiltrated the capital, then we should have already detected them. Hearing that, S looked a bit displeased and frowned slightly. Seeing that, Scarface quickly explained, I didn't mean it that way, Princess. I'm not doubting your words. And to add it to ease the tension, just as you said, our beast people have a very strong sense of smell. It's really hard for the demons to infiltrate the city without us noticing their distinctive scent. That means a voice rang out with authority. The cat leader's declaration, and that sound suddenly silenced the banquet. Everyone's eyes are turned in one direction. Kay, drinking, says, there's someone protecting the demons. If that person is providing them with important information while also hiding their tracks, then that is the only explanation for the current situation. How could the cat people react with such a bizarre thought? One of them stood up angrily. Don't talk nonsense. Are you suspecting us? Antu immediately shouted calmly, we're just speculating about the possibilities. Then he apologized, his face falling. Anto continued, I also don't want to suspect my own people. But even though I tried my best to find Za, I couldn't find any trace of her. At that time, he searched with his team through the night. Honestly, I had a very bad feeling at that time. Someone was definitely controlling the flow of information. Herrick warned that if the information network is being manipulated, it would be very dangerous because the spy could be someone from the upper class. Jin expressed concern. Is it possible that what we discussed in that meeting leaked out? Narumi added, so could one of the clan leaders be a traitor. Ano immediately denied, I don't think so. The clan leaders are the ones who will discuss, advise, and determine the future of the Federation. I don't want to cause suspicion among each other with only the limited information we have. The pink-haired cat agrees. Yes, you're right, it made me worry so much. Tu turned to remind his daughter. Please don't leave the estate during this time. The girl doesn't seem to be happy or sad. You've only just returned, he responded with concern. If you kidnap again, we will lose everything. Midu interrupted and asked, Sad, Fiat. By the way, how is the discussion about forming the alliance going? The dining table fell silent for a moment. Anto scratches his head awkwardly. I apologize for that. I think they will accept that proposal positively. To be specific, the ones who agree are Aga and Papa. If we can't change the minds of the other three, we'll lose our advantage in the vote. It's a sign things aren't looking good. Midu is worried. No way. Ano decided that we must keep convincing them. I will ask you to come with us to persuade them at the next meeting. Hark happily agreed. Yes, of course. That night at the chief's mansion, Kay was standing there looking down with many thoughts in his mind. Sina stepped forward and asked, What's wrong? Can't you sleep? Kai replied, I have some thoughts and want to gather more information, but I can't move freely in a foreign country. Sina understood this. Yes, with your body scent, you'll be detected immediately. He nodded. Just as I expected, the animal's sense of smell is truly sharp. Kai continued, Sina, I have something I want to ask you. Looking back, during the meeting, Kai used his eyes to gather information about Niels, a 55-year-old male dog-human hybrid in a tamed state, with secondary martial arts skills and primary beastification. Did you pay special attention to the mind control status? Sina asked in surprise. Mind-controlled state? Kai nodded. Yes. My eyes allow me to see anyone's state with my assessment ability. Only the man named Niels has such a state. You also said that usually beast people excel in physical abilities and sharp senses. They cannot use magic like humans or sorcery like demons or even spells like elves. Kai's gaze firmly confirmed that this was definitely the work of the demons. Remember, now that you mention it, I just recalled what he said today was very strange. My thoughts have changed after living through this period. Niels always wanted to maintain a good relationship with humans. She shrugged and asked, "Should I tell Papa K?" Immediately replied, "With my abilities, we don't have enough evidence. I know he's suspicious of spies, but do you think that man is trustworthy?" Sheena stepped onto the balcony. "If that's the case, then it's fine. Just sit there and keep talking. Papa always prioritizes people. Besides, you saved me, so my father will definitely trust you. I feel a little relieved. I understand now. Then later we will talk to him." Suddenly, something from behind caught your attention. And Toe's voice. "You underestimate the hearing ability of the beast too much." Kai turned back and asked if you had heard everything. "Can I get straight to the point now?" He smiled. "I don't mind. After all, you're my benefactor. Furthermore, I also have a feeling that Els is acting very strangely. I trust you. I will support you fully to establish an alliance between the two empires. In return, I want you to help us eradicate the evil demons that still exist in the Federation." The priest agrees. "All right. Starting tomorrow, I will begin gathering information about the Beastman tribe, and I will ask you and Midu to persuade the other tribal leaders to help me." Anto smiled and looked at him. "I understand now." The late night is quiet in the capital of the Beast tribe, with a peaceful atmosphere and faint lights from the grand mansions. At a mansion, the large gate with guards stands somewhat strictly. Niels is unexpectedly kneeling there, reverently. In front of him, the high-level demon Bree sat on a chair, enjoying a glass of wine, and looked down, saying that the situation was becoming more and more complicated. His eyes thought of Camilla, and he said, "Just as I was thinking. More than half of the clan leaders have been tamed, and control of the Federation is in our hands. My plan should have been perfect, capturing the princess to blackmail the cat tribe leader, but I didn't expect the humans to save Anno's daughter." The orc scolded angrily, "Gaganda, you bastard, such an easy mission failed. It's also a disgrace for the high-level demon clan. They are the ones who proposed the alliance, which means I cannot agree to such a proposal." Bright smiled and said, "You're right, Niels. They seem to be desperate. We must stop them before they influence others in the Federation. But you also know that your kind are sworn enemies of ours." The next morning, at the chief of the merfolk tribe's residence, there was a large pool for their people. The entire mansion is painted in blue to represent water. A meeting takes place between the supporters of the alliance and M, the merfolk leader. Max seems quite firm. "No matter what you say, my answer will not change." Midu tries, but still, can he not hear what we are saying? Your gaze is firm in your desire for an alliance. Seeing that, Mac is convinced and agrees to listen. "Fine, I don't mind. Go ahead." Everyone expressed relief and thanked him. Herrick spoke on behalf of the group. "Then let me explain the current situation of the Holy Nation. On this side, the remaining group is moving towards the chieftain of the bird tribe's residence, but is being stopped by guards at the gate. The guards are strict, don't you understand? Let me relay the chief's message. She says there's no need to listen to what you say. Arumi tried to persuade them, but we are already here." The cat person accompanying him asks, "What?" "There must be a request from Anosama for today's audience." The guard still looks annoyed. Even if the clan leader of the cat tribe makes a request, the answer remains the same. The clan leader doesn't want to meet your kind of humans. Dien stands nearby, thinking he might control this person with his domination magic, but once the effect wears off, he could realize he's being manipulated. And in the end, they won't trust us anymore. "Then let's go back." Jin was startled and turned around, but he continued, "In the worst-case scenario, we might have to fight the entire Federation. We don't want that to happen. This isn't like the time we faced Leonora." Jin immediately followed after hearing that. "I understand." Kai is in the room inspecting the sharp-edged dagger. "There was a knocking outside, so I just went in." Sina opened the door and stepped inside. "As you said, I turned to ask what I found out. The girl replied that I went to the border of the dog tribe today, but the atmosphere was very strange." Kay listened carefully as they continued. "Clearly they are hostile towards humans, as if someone has added fuel to the fire." She pondered quietly, and the soldiers were also in a state of unrest. "Maybe they are planning to kill you and the others." Hearing that, Kai's eyes slightly changed. "If that's true, we can't sit still. We need to gather all the crucial evidence to turn the tide. Let's investigate thoroughly." The princess warned, "Be careful. You can't underestimate the senses of the beast folk." Kai jumped down and replied, "I know. Under the watchful guards, with the stealth of an assassin, Kai moves quietly, without making a sound. Soon, the two are inside the estate. She walks quickly and quietly, whispering, "The clan leader's room must be nearby." A door slightly opens, and looking inside, she reports that no one is here. Neil-sama is probably in the bedroom. Then he entered, but it's also good if we find evidence. She used her keen sense of smell to sniff and realized that the scent of the kidnappers was on the chair. Suddenly, a voice from outside asked, "Who's there?" Sina startled and looked out, a big question mark appearing. "It's Niels," he shouted. "Sina girl, even if you're Ento's daughter, do you think you won't be punished for daring to break in here?" "Princess, please come to your senses a little." Hearing that, he wondered, come to my senses? Just look straight ahead and try to persuade him. He's being brainwashed by the demons and doesn't realize something's wrong. Niels snapped and scolded, "What nonsense are you talking about? We will talk later. For now, I will control you." Then he shouted loudly, "Capture the girl!" The soldiers outside, hearing this, rushed in to ask what was going on. Niels quickly moved back, stepped onto the windowsill, broke the glass, and jumped out, looking extremely dangerous. The soldiers watched her run away. Niels ordered not to let her escape and to chase after her quickly. After a while, the familiar hand with the glass of golden wine. Bright is thinking there is an intruder, but why? He shakes the glass in his hand, wondering, have they discovered me? Then I bring it up and drink. I have been moving very carefully all this time. That's why I am the only one able to infiltrate the capital. He drank it all in one gulp, thinking to himself, I am sure others will suspect that the demons have infiltrated the Federation after what happened to Sina. But I didn't think they could deduce and suspect the dog tribe themselves. But if someone discovers the mind control technique, it would be a different story. Bright smiles confidently, but that is impossible to happen. He was still rejoicing when Kai appeared behind him with a dagger pressed against his neck. By the time Bright realized, the sharp dagger had sliced through smoothly, blood flowing, but the head already severed. On a clear moonlit night with a gentle breeze outside the dog tribe's mansion, Niels stands there, fiercely, ordering the capture of the intruders. Sina has escaped through the window and is quickly running across the rooftops. She nervously looked back, only to see the guards searching around. She wondered, where did Kai go? Did they find the demon? There is a voice calling, Sina-sama. Run is standing there with the soldiers, holding up their lanterns to look at the princess. Run looked surprised. Sina jumped down and asked him why he was here. I'm waiting nearby on Antawama's orders. He told me to prevent anything bad from happening to you. While Shina-sama was talking, the dog tribe soldiers also arrived, aggressive. The cat tribe, she is an intruder. We will capture her under Neil-sama's orders. Sina replied, they are right. Vun looked at her and asked, what should we do now? Sina-sama. The cat princess raised her hand and said, if they come, don't kill them, just fight them. Maybe they are also very confused. They don't really want to fight us. On this side, blood is already pouring from Bride's neck, but luckily he managed to jump back. He looked at Kai and wondered, who is this guy? He immediately threw a dagger at Bri, not giving him a chance to turn around. The situation was too urgent. There was no time to dodge. He only managed to raise his hand to block a knife into his arm. Bri slid down to the floor, trying to regain his balance. He grabbed the nearby tree, thinking, I don't have time to think now. I need to calm down. Then he threw the plant pot forcefully at Kai. He drew his knife and split the clay pot in half, sending the pieces flying everywhere before Bright quickly jumped out the window to escape. Kai also quickly chased after him, saying, I won't let you escape. Both of them jumped onto the roof, preparing for an intense chase. Bright looked back and thought, I don't want to be discovered. Being here will attract a lot of attention. He narrowed his eyes and tried to contact his puppet. He connects his mind, trying to contact Niels to tell him humans are attacking me. Help me. The response is the hesitant growl of the dog leader. I'm sorry, Grandma. I really want to help you. But despite his request, come quickly. Niels is facing something that makes him pale. He responds, it will be very difficult if I go to you. The one stopping him is Ano, who claps his hands together with a cracking sound. It's been a while since we fought, hasn't it? Niels pointed towards Ant. 2. Do you understand the power behind your words? I cannot forgive your daughter. This will be a battle between two clans. Ano smiles. I won't let that happen. I'll open your eyes. Niels. He keeps attacking and targeting the princess. You still don't understand what Sina did. Ano twitched his ear and replied, really? I can feel a foul aura emanating from you. Niels threw a punch forward. Nonsense. It's unfortunate. I have other matters to deal with. I'll crush you if you keep interfering in my affairs. Mantu also didn't hesitate to clash and immediately charged forward to fight. The fists of the two clan leaders were incredibly powerful. The hero candidate group is secretly watching, and in the distance, a beam of light marks the place where the two clan leaders are fighting. Narumi's eyes widen. It's starting. Ren immediately asked, "Is it okay if we don't intervene?" "It's okay. The more we get involved, the more difficulties we'll create during the negotiations. I don't want the people in the Federation to see us causing a commotion." Jin hesitated to ask. "Maybe I should ask," Narumi replied. "He's probably sneaking around looking for the demons. That's why they seem to be rushing and causing all this chaos. Rena is still innocent, so wouldn't it be better if we helped them out?" He shook his head. "If we intervene, it will only drag them down. Plus, we're not familiar with this place." So, the three of them decided to stay still and observe silently. Narumi looked down and realized that someone might still rush in hastily. "Although I don't know what's happening, that figure is Midu." Kai's footsteps haven't stopped, and the chase after the demon continues. He observes and realizes that he is fleeing to a more secret location. That's also good. Bright is bleeding non-stop. The wound is too deep. I can't freely move my arm. I wonder if I can defeat this kid in this situation. "What is that?" He shouted loudly, knowing that anyone who saw him would be sent to the other world and immediately kill those two. Kai is still relentlessly following him. He doesn't stop. I have to speed up. He looks at Han Yi by enhancing his physical strength with magic, focusing only on his legs, which start to glow with white mana. In an instant, his speed surges and he rushes past Bright. Looking at him with a deadly gaze, he was startled and turned around. "What?" He tries to stab him with the dagger in his left hand, but Bright smiles, only to be met with a powerful kick to the chest that sends him flying against the wall. He looked at your leg, blood spurting from his mouth in pain, thinking to himself that the knife was just a bluff. The blow just now made him stumble and sit down on the ground. Thoughts raced through his mind. I'm going to lose. Even though I'm not a combat-oriented demon, I still rank among the top high-level demons. Bright looked at Kai's calm demeanor and realized he was a hero candidate. He coughed up blood and struggled to ask, "How do you know my position?" Kai openly replied, "My eyes have the ability to analyze the condition of any target." Bright laughed loudly. "Damn it, I've met the strongest opponent at this moment." He is still thinking. I can still recover my plan as long as I eliminate this kid. Even if I lose, I still have a few cards left to play. Kai realizes from his smile that he is plotting something. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the two clans are still clashing fiercely. Dog Soldier asked, "Captain, why are we fighting?" The answer is that it's the clan leader's order. There's no room for unnecessary thoughts. Run shouted, "If you're also wondering, then stop. We don't intend to fight. May I ask, are you Neil Sama's soldiers?" "You are so close to Neil Sama, don't you think he's been acting very strangely lately?" The dog captain hesitated, his eyes showing a hint of worry. Sheena pointed and asked, "It seems like you know something." The captain replied, "I can't quite understand what Neil Sama is thinking lately, but our duty remains the same." The princess asked, "Even if Neil Sama is possessed by a demon king?" The dog person reacted fiercely. "No way that could happen." The captain turned back to remind, "Don't get burned. We will still follow the clan leader's orders. I see now convincing them is impossible. They truly are exceptional warriors." Run stepped forward, raising his hand to stop the princess. "Stay behind, Sina-sama. I will handle them." A streak of blue mana slashes across the divide between the two forces. A sword strikes the ground with overwhelming power. The dog captain wondered what was going on, then turned to look up and realized it was a human, none other than Midu. He jumps down with someone else from above. Eiga steps forward and shouts, "Enough! Both sides put away your swords." The one stopping the soldiers from both sides from fighting is Eiga, the wolf leader. Meanwhile, Kai is analyzing Bright, a 48-year-old high-level demon whose skills include a level 4 mind control spell and level 4 water element magic. Tei used his detailed assessment ability through his piercing gaze to reveal the specifics of the mind control magic. Mind control of a living creature has been targeted beforehand, activated by wrapping both hands around the target's head. Knowing this, Kai is cautious. But as long as he is careful with his mind control skill, there is no threat, and it's not difficult to kill him. As he was concentrating, something appeared, a fiery spear shooting straight at Kai's position, forcing him to dodge quickly. A horde of demons appeared before him. Bright stood up and laughed loudly. "Thank you for coming. Now my disciples can join the battle." Kai replied that the reason you ran into a less crowded place was because you wanted to gather your team. "The demons are very confident now. It seems you can't run anymore. The special forces of the demon kingdom can't be just me." Tia sighed. "Do you have a brain?" Hearing that, he angrily asked again, "What did you say?" "I know you're waiting for reinforcements, and dealing with all of you would be a real hassle. so it's best I wipe you all out in one go." Hearing that, the demons were momentarily stunned in confusion. Bright shouted, "You bastard! What can you do alone? Soon you won't be able to speak so confidently anymore. We will beat you until you're broken for daring to hurt Bright-sama." Bright still stared at Kai and thought, "He's really an idiot. Even though my subordinates are just low-tier demons, they are still elite warriors with combat abilities only slightly below mine." They rush forward and tell each other to go bemow that human. Kai stood there muttering, "Oh, angels, blow them away," as a blue vortex with wind element appeared, lifting and sweeping the demons into the air. The others on the ground looked up in panic. "Reinforcements are here, and with Kai's voice, I never said I was alone." The one above is Mayo using magic. Kai calmly continues, "I still don't know the conditions for your mind control to activate. I have prepared a backup plan just in case." Bright remains confident, after all, only the two of you won't change anything. Mayo told them to create many small stones, and as soon as she finished speaking, floating stones appeared and shot straight at the demons. Some of the top demons who couldn't defend themselves were hit and spat blood. One of them shouted, "You're idiots! We use demon magic for defense, right?" But Kai quickly closed in and stabbed straight into its heart, surprising it. "You're very vulnerable to attacks from other directions while gathering mana in your hands for self-defense." Kai pulls out the knife and fresh blood spurts out. Bright anxiously shouts at the soldiers, "Don't let your guard down, idiots. Both of them are as dangerous as high-level demons." The others, hearing that, raise their weapons and attack seriously. It uses clone magic and asks, "Do you know what's real?" As soon as he finished speaking, he was stabbed right in the forehead. The demon collapsed, only able to exclaim, "What? How do you know?" Kai remains calm. "It seems you guys can't even share accurate information between different demon branches, even though you're an elite army." On the side, another demon created a magic circle and shouted, "This dog!" Then he shot out a wine spear and shouted, "Die!" But the spear was deflected back by the wind. Above, Mayor always intervenes at critical moments. She immediately summons her weapon. "Hey, Angel, finish him off," the demon shouted in fear, unable to react in time. Sharp arrows formed from the wind pierced straight into his body. Mayor turns away, yawning dismissively, not bothering to look. At this moment, facing the demon soldiers with Mayor's support above, Bright stepped back, pushing the disciples forward to form a barrier in front of him. He looked disheveled, clenched his teeth, thinking to himself that they dared to push him this far. Just then, a sound echoed from afar. "What's wrong? Looks like you're having a hard time." Mayo was startled and turned to ask, "What? Who is it?" Kai also looked up to see who the newcomer was. That was Camilla and her tribe members arriving just now. Kai looked at her with curiosity. "Chief of the bird tribe, I never expected you to cooperate with the demons." She shouted, "Yes, because I absolutely hate you humans." Mayo asked Kai, "Is she also brainwashed?" He replied, "According to my assessment, no. She willingly cooperated with the devil." After connecting the information, Sia realized there were some issues. So they brainwashed the dog tribe leader, and now the bird tribe is cooperating with them. It's a bit complicated. The dog tribe leader was brainwashed, and the bird tribe leader is cooperating. The young cat tribe leader was kidnapped but has been rescued. The wolf tribe leader is not involved. The merfolk tribe leader is an idiot. They can make the cat tribe obey by taking Xena hostage. In the end, they will have the majority of votes in the parliament. Remember, I overheard the demon saying that it seems like the Federation will soon fall under our control, and the higher-ups will focus more on the fight against humans. So that's what they meant. Bright spat out a mouthful of blood and said with a tone of reproach, "You're a bit late, aren't you?" Camilla said firmly. "Even as a demon, you can't defeat these humans without us." Hearing that, he sneered coldly, knowing deep down that he was truly in trouble. "I have no complaints now. Help me finish them off." Camilla tilts her sharp claws down and smiles. "Do you really have to make such an offer? That's rare, so they must be very strong." "All right. I will help you," Kai muttered to himself. "There are about 30 elite bird spirits, so the entire tribe is cooperating with the demon? Now what do we do?" Kai asked. "We have to defeat them." Camille ordered her tribe members to catch them, not to let the other tribes find out, and to stop wasting time. As she finished speaking, the bird tribe members swooped down, ready to attack the two of them. The scene shifts to the different location, where the furry fist of the cat tribe leader appears. He attacks the dog tribe leader, but is blocked by him raising his hand. The two leaders kept exchanging moves, with attackers breaking the surrounding rocks and dirt. Their battle was indeed extraordinary, and their aura shattered even the glass windows nearby. The oscillating spiritual energy created gentle breezes that tilted the trees as Anno attacked and laughed loudly. "Good job, Niels!" The Wolf Clan leader kept fighting back and shouted, "What are you talking about?" Niels landed a powerful punch on Anto, but he didn't feel any pain, and instead smiled calmly, leaving Niels utterly amazed. Anto continued to smile and threw a hook punch at Niels, who was weak. Knocked back by the blow, Niels wondered what this feeling was. He raises his hand to wipe his mouth, silently thinking that his mind is in turmoil. And too clenches his fists with a cracking sound, seeming to doubt himself. Did I misunderstand something? Is this the end? Just as I suspected, the only way to handle this is to defeat the mind control caster while I buy time for them. Under the crescent moon, leaving Niels alone would be a problem, allowing the demons to unleash the power of the wolf tribe. Is Niels being controlled by the evil demons? Yes, that's why we infiltrated Niels' mansion to find that demon. Midu immediately asked, so have we found him yet? The response was a shake of the cat princess's head. She added, I don't know, but suddenly Kai disappeared. Midu pondered, so Ga isn't here, which means he's still fighting somewhere. Ega looked confused. I can't keep up with all this. Things are happening too fast, but we need to help your friend who is fighting the demons. Run from above echoes down, but Sina interrupts quickly to ask, Lun, what's wrong? She raised her hand to her chin and looked into the distance to signal. I see a group of birds flying north. Ega looks quite surprised. Are the birds flying in so late? Realizing something was off, Midu immediately rushed over and shouted, let's go check it out. We might find some clues, turning to the house where 3 people were quietly observing. Jin wondered, are we just going to stand here and watch? Narumi thought that wasn't wrong. There's a real chance we might cause conflict with the locals if we act like this. Then she immediately spoke up. Hey Narumi-kun, I have a question for you. Jin continued, is your argument based on asking Kun to defeat the demons? He nodded. You're right, Jin asked worriedly. What if he loses? Narumi hesitated before replying. I haven't thought that far ahead, but we would definitely be condemned if that happened, Jin suggested. So, maybe we should do something. Wouldn't that be better? No matter how trustworthy Shinjuku is, he's not unbeatable. Rena said hesitantly. I understand what you mean, but we don't know his exact location. Jin nodded in agreement, saying you're right. Then Jin clasped her hands together in front of her chest as if praying, thinking she knew. But she couldn't be selfish. She wanted to become Shinjuku's strength. Suddenly, a sound echoed in her mind. Kazaki, right? Jin looked around in panic, startled. Narumi saw that and immediately asked, what's going on, Kanjakane-san? Jin asked, where are you? Please, Jukin. Ki's voice rings out again. I should be the one asking you. Now, I understand. So this is your new divine guardian power. Hearing Kai say that makes Jin think again, wondering if this is a new divine guardian ability. I can clearly hear Shinjuku-nun's voice in my head, as if it's Jin's soul itself. Using my mind again, she asks Kai, where are you? Over here. Kai doesn't look very well with blood all over him. He replies, I'm in the far north part of the city, fighting against demons and bird tribes. Kai asked, you wanted to become my strength, don't you? Zin blushed shyly. Did you hear that? I didn't say it that loud. Over here, Kai is continuously defeating the bird tribe and telling Jin to come quickly, Kazaki. I need your strength. Hearing Kai's words, Jin's eyes lit up and burned with passion. Narumi asked nervously, who are you talking to? Rena grimaced. Are you crazy? Jin replied, I am talking to Shinjuku through my new ability. Hearing that, the 2 friends were a bit surprised. Jin immediately stood up and said, I already know where he is. Let's hurry and go help Shinjuku. The scene shifts back to the battle here, Mayor facing a large number of extremely fierce bird creatures. They immediately receive the attack order and all rush downward at high speed. At the same time, Maker raised her staff, shouting anxiously, Tin Lin, don't let them get close to us. As soon as she finished, a gust of wind blew upward to block their advance. It's not over yet! Mayor thrusts her staff into the ground. Light radiates, and fragments of earth and stone lift into the air. She summoned earth spirits and shouted orders to shoot them down. A barrage of earth spirits flew straight at the bird tribe crowd, hitting them and making them squawk in pain. Some of the guys behind are annoyed and cursing. Damn it, with this formation we can't get close. What are those archers doing? The bird team with bows is receiving orders. I understand now, shoot them down again. As soon as they let go, a volley of arrows aimed straight at Maya. She raised her staff to the sky, this time emitting green mana. Maya summoned a wind spirit to create a tornado that blew away the arrows. The bird clan members were very annoyed. Damn it, what should we do now? We can't do anything with this group anymore, just let it go, another one dismissively said. He added that the magic of the favor star uses the power of souls, and in the future, it won't be able to use these powers anymore. Mayo was a bit worried, thinking to herself that they've found her weakness. Her spirit is close to its limit. and she needs to deal with them using an element other than wind. The scene shifts to close combat on the ground, where a demon soldier is fatally stabbed in the chest and doesn't have time to react. The soldier below, seeing this, calls out to Gustav, who then sees Kai pulling a dagger out of his comrade's chest and in an instant appears below to strike again in true assassin style. Suddenly, 2 other demon soldiers jump from behind to attack, shouting, "Dog, this is the end for you!" At the same time, one of them creates a magic circle in front to block an attack coming from somewhere. Kay also reacted similarly, but quickly jumped up to dodge the attack. The demon soldiers below looked up in confusion. The leader of the Camila bird tribe shouted a warning for the demon soldiers to stop moving and simultaneously launched sharp feathers from her wings. Kai calmly uses a dagger to block the attack and deflect the feathers, but the sheer number causes one feather to hit his wrist. Blood also oozed out, soaking his clothes. Sia quickly jumped to the side, while distant screams from the battle echoed continuously. He thought to himself that he was worried about Mayer because they were now separated. While he was distracted, Bright appeared behind him and raised his dark hand to Kai's head. You sense something unusual and immediately unleash a lightning shock. Before you can act, Kay's lightning strikes you, paralyzing you and leaving you confused. He grimaced and asked himself, "Lightning element magic?" A demon soldier stepped in front of him, swung his sword down, and shouted, "Die!" Slide to the side to dodge, then strike a horizontal slash across his abdomen. The sword in the demon's hand, swinging straight into Bai's immobilized body behind Kay. He just dodged a deadly attack to take down the demon soldier and made the demon soldier kill their leader himself. Truly a 2 birds with 1 stone move. Kai glances menacingly behind him, thinking to himself, is he planning to use mind control magic? I have no way to deal with this, so I have to be very careful. Suddenly, from afar, a familiar voice called out. It's none other than Jin. She is running and panting heavily from exhaustion. Kai turns to call Kazaki, arriving just in time. Rena stood there in shock. It was a demon. Narumi was also amazed and exclaimed, "Things are getting worse." Then, the 2 of them immediately shouted, "We will support you." Then they immediately activate their skills. The demon soldiers use magic circles to defend themselves and warn each other. Reinforcements. Be careful. They are hero candidates. Kai turned back and told everyone, I will handle the bird tribe leader and the high-level demons, and I trust you all with the lower-level ones. So that means we see those bird people as enemies too. Kai nodded and told Rena she could use fire to burn them. Jin asked with some concern, "Chukun, are you still fighting alone?" With a determined look, recalling the past, you tell Jane that the scenario is similar to the battle against Leonora back then. In that case, use your control magic on me. They are brainwashing their enemies with magic. She immediately raised her hand and replied, I understand then. Her whole body radiated pink mana before using her domination magic skill. The energy flows into Kai. A faint pink aura surrounds him. He confidently said, with this, I've eliminated my deadly weakness. Camilla, surprised, asked, Are you guys underestimating us? Bree, standing below, calls out, Camilla, stay alert or you'll lose your life now. Kay, with a deadly gaze, tells them, It's my fault, but I'll end everything quickly. His whole body radiated a heavy killing intent, with his fists clenched around the dagger. His gaze and aura made Camilla and Brad slightly surprised, revealing a hint of fear. The scene shifts to Mayo, standing there facing the bird people above, some of whom have been defeated. Bird people, what are you doing when you hear that echo? Mayo also heard and quickly turned around to look. It was Midu leading Ega, the wolf leader, along with Sina and Run. Ega raised his hand to question. They are guests of the cat tribe, right? I demand an explanation. The bird crowd is worried and noisy. The wolf clan leader, they arrived so quickly, what should we do now? The leader glances over and reminds us to stay calm. We will still follow Camilla's plan. The bird soldiers didn't say anything else after hearing that, then immediately obeyed. Duong drew his bow and aimed at the newcomers. They shouted loudly, kill all the witnesses, including the wolf tribe leader. Ega was stunned. What are they saying? Midu continued. It seems they don't want to talk. Mayo called out to them, Listen, the bird people are collaborating with the demons. Everyone was very surprised after hearing this information. She pointed to the alley in front of her and said, The demons are fighting Kai on the other side. Oops. Sina crossed her arms and looked out. Even the bird person was the same. Ega turned and said, If that's the case, it's really bad. Midu, go over there, but he refused. My friends are heading to Kunan to ask for help. I will stay here and help Mayan. He looked up at the bird people. These soldiers are just following their chieftain's orders. If possible, I don't want to kill them. Ega was startled to hear Midu's voice and smiled, saying, I understand that's my responsibility. On the other side,
During Kai's battle, Kei coldly declared, "It's my fault, I was planning to end this quickly."
as soon as he finished speaking, he stepped out from the wreckage with his eyes blazing red. Seeing Kai, Camilla's eyes widened in horror. But Bright was no exception. He couldn't believe Kai was still alive, and what happened next shocked both of them even more. Camilla's face grew even more terrified, speechless. Because Kai's distorted face was caught in that moment, Gree didn't have time to react before a sharp knife was pressed against his neck, and fresh blood splattered everywhere in an instant. Although Bright managed to retreat in time, the wound on his hand was still cut very deep. He angrily muttered, "I couldn't react to its movements. Damn it, what's wrong with my eyes? Maybe it's using illusion magic." Kai couldn't help but be surprised. She realized how quick she was. You just gained a new skill called Illusion Guardian after defeating Winbox. It creates illusions for living creatures targeted activated when the target makes eye contact. Kai has trained to use it against monsters. It is an extremely powerful weapon at close range. Camilla quickly shook her head to avoid eye contact with him, muttering in frustration, "What kind of annoying ability is this?" Meanwhile, Bright was also silently thinking, having to face Kai directly, but not allowed to look at anything from his neck upward. Thinking quickly, Bright averted his gaze and only looked at Kai's lower body, and just as he suspected, the hallucination disappeared. Kai immediately charged forward upon seeing this, no longer meeting his eyes, and in an instant Kai's figure vanished. By the time he reappeared, he was already beside Brie. He coldly said, "Is that how you do things?" Hearing the sound, Bright's eyes involuntarily narrowed, and before he could react, fresh blood poured from his forehead like rain. Kai narrowed his eyes at him and said coldly, "You idiot. Your opponent's eyes give you a lot of information in battle. If you lose that flow of information, you won't even be able to fight." But Bright fell into a pool of blood, and seeing that, Kai curled his lips in mockery. "Looks like you can't hear me anymore." Camilla, from afar, saw this and couldn't help but complain. This guy is really useless. But at the same time, Kai turned his gaze toward her and coldly said, "Now it's your turn." Camilla was not afraid at all. She shouted fiercely, "I have endured many tricks from you humans, so don't underestimate me." As soon as she finished, Camilla charged straight at Kai. But Kai quickly disappeared, causing her claws to slash through the air, her eyes wide with shock. However, Camilla reacted swiftly, attacking with Feather Strike, while Kai remained calm and composed. "Your speed is very fast. It didn't take long to widen the gap." Kai narrowed his eyes at Camilla, thinking of a plan. It's difficult for her to fight without looking into your eyes and hovering in the air, but she adapts perfectly. Now Camilla sneers and says, "I'm not like you. I can fight without relying on sight since our beastly kind has 5 extremely sharp senses." Kai calmly looked at her and asked casually, "So what are you going to do now? You can't just keep flying around to fight me, right?" By the way, the longer the fight lasts, the worse Camilla's situation becomes. As Kai said, the others have already gained control over many demons. The Narumi group is working well together and still holds the upper hand. Seeing this, Camilla angrily shouted, "Humans are not the only ones. You have already interfered in my affairs twice." Ki narrowed his eyes at her, but didn't react much. At this moment, Camilla suddenly shouted fiercely, "I will kill you." As soon as she finished speaking, her body began to change. Kai frowned slightly in silence. Beast transformation? That's a special skill only available to those with beast blood. Allowing them to unleash the beast inside, fully transforming into a beast grants explosive power but causes them to lose their awareness. While Kai was thinking, Camilla suddenly roared loudly. Then, like lightning bolts, they darted around Kay, leaving not a single shadow behind. Kai frowned slightly and remained silent. She's really fast. He immediately dispelled the illusion and activated his long-range vision. Camilla's figure quickly appeared in Kai's sight, and at the same time she had already moved in front of him. Kai remains calm. Camilla's speed is fast, but he's not at a disadvantage at all. Now Camilla has become berserk, using feathers to attack Kai. Kishi holds 2 daggers in his hands, slowly dodging the feathers. The time to fully transform into a beast is not long. If Camilla uses it in a prolonged battle, she will be driven by her beastly instincts and lose herself. But if Camilla is willing to give up everything, Kai might run out of energy and no longer be able to use his long-range vision. In that case, you need to finish this quickly. With that in mind, he activated his weakness detection skill. At the same time, Camilla rushed quickly toward Kai, but the situation was still under Kai's control, with a risk that it might not activate properly. If he couldn't use this skill at the last moment, everything would be meaningless. Then Kai suddenly shouted loudly, "Lightning! Pierce through my enemy!" Lightning. As soon as he finished speaking, lightning struck wildly at Camilla. her eyes involuntarily narrowing as fear overtook her. Kai squinted at her, recognizing this as a good opportunity. So he fought with a speed invisible to the naked eye, blood splattering everywhere. Camilla's body was badly wounded by Kai's slash. Like a broken rope, she fell down. The battle ended like that. Kai squinted at the two bodies and muttered in a low voice, "Now the only thing left for us are the ordinary soldiers, right?" After Kai and the others defeated the demon army led by the high-level demon Bright, along with Camilla, the battle between Midu's group and the bird soldiers also came to an end. When the high-level demon Bry died, the mind control effect on the wolf tribe leader Niels disappeared. The incident at the Grandanas Federation capital came to an end as dawn broke. A few days later, at the wolf tribe leader's villa, everyone had gathered here. Hark glanced at Ega and asked, "What about the bird tribe?" Ega calmly replied, "Only those close to Camilla know about her cooperation with the demon. The rest of the bird tribe are unaware of this, so there's no reason to punish them." Midu slightly frowned and asked, "So what about the army that fought against us?" Ega calmly replied that they only follow the clan leader's orders, but still have to punish them harshly. That is enough. At the same time, at the cat tribe chief's residence, Kai coldly asked, "So what about the dog tribe? Standing before you are Anto and his father, along with Mare and Jin." "Hearing your question," Anto replied slowly, "of course, their clan leader would be punished. Although it wasn't what he wanted, his betrayal of the country was the truth." Sina beside him also responded, "From the beginning, being brainwashed by demons was Niels's fault, and if he had to face severe punishment, there was nothing we could do." Mayo nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Anyway, that's not as bad as the princess being kidnapped by the demon." Exa also chuckled in response. On the other side, at the merfolk chief's residence, M overheard news about yesterday's battle and exclaimed in disbelief, "The dog tribe was brainwashed while I was sleeping, and the bird tribe allied with the demons and humans defeated them." Run nodded slightly in front of M and replied, "I apologize. I know you don't believe it, but this is the truth." "Hey, human, we never lied." But seeing his amazed expression, Mac rushed over, then gently took Narumi and happily said, "You really are a good person," making Narumi stunned and flabbergasted. Before I could understand what was happening, Max burst into tears and said thank you for protecting the Federation. He promised he wouldn't forget this kindness. "The Ka tribe will cooperate with humans." Narumi heard this and wasn't very happy, asking in confusion, "I'm glad you said that, but is it really okay? You're making decisions too easily." Mak Hung Hung shook his head fiercely, then gritted his teeth and said, "We will not forgive the demons. We will eliminate each and every one of them." Narumi muttered increasingly anxiously, "He's just following what others tell him." A few days later, in the federal parliament of Grandanas, the chieftains of the beast tribes and Hark's group were all present. On behalf of everyone, Anno slowly spoke up. "Thank you for protecting the Federation in that incident. This is a favor we can hardly repay." Iga and M nodded in agreement after hearing this. Niels then spoke slowly. "Furthermore, now that we have personally experienced the threat from the demons, I think we should cooperate with humans to compensate for each other's weaknesses." Midu's people cheered happily after hearing that. Anno couldn't hold back anymore and raised his hand to rally. "We agree to form our alliance. The Grandanas Beastmen Alliance hereby declares full cooperation with the Daiger Holy Kingdom." As soon as the words finished, a series of other hands also raised at the same time. The final negotiations went smoothly and everyone got what they wanted. Rena was so happy she jumped up and hugged Midu tightly. Meanwhile, Harek shot a glance at Kai. "This successful negotiation was probably mainly thanks to you." A few days later, in front of the Beast Tribe's gate, Harek's group was packing up to leave. Midu glanced around and asked, "Do you all forget anything?" Rena nodded slightly and replied, "I haven't." Narumi couldn't help but laugh and joke, feeling a bit sad to see them leave. The chieftains of the Beast Tribes also came to see them off. Antu happily said, "You can come here whenever you want. From now on, we will stay in touch regularly." At the same time, not far away, May looked at everyone. Hailong nodded and said, "Everything is settled." Then she glanced at Kai and asked, "What do we do now? It seems everyone is heading back to the Holy Nation." Kai calmly replied, "We've achieved our goal for now. Let's just wait and see." As they were talking, Xena approached hesitantly and asked, "Hey Kai, are you planning to stay in the Federation?" Dan Mac nodded, and Kai calmly replied, "I plan to stay here a bit longer. Even if I return to the Holy Kingdom now, I would be considered a criminal, so it's easier to breathe here." Xena heard this and happily said, "I see. That makes me very happy." Mayo couldn't help but feel confused, asking what Kai was happy about staying for, but Xena didn't explain and simply asked if she planned to continue her journey. Kai replied without hesitation,
My goal is to kill the Demon Lord and return to my world when the time is right. I will go to the Demon Lord's location.
Hearing that, X hesitated for a moment, then finally resolutely proposed, I will join you on this journey. Mayo immediately opened her eyes wide in shock. Kai also narrowed his eyes at her, suspiciously asking, What is your goal? Exa replied in a deep voice, I am the only daughter of the leader of the cat tribe. In the future, I will also take on the role of clan leader. I want to refine myself and achieve more accomplishments before taking over my father's position. Chai thought she had a point, but he didn't agree right away and coldly said, From now on, the battles will only get more brutal. I'm sure you can achieve some accomplishments, but you won't be recognized by the public. Kei calmly replied, I don't care how far you go. But if you said you would defeat the Demon Lord, then if I contributed to the conquest of the Demon Lord, that would also be an achievement. Before Kai could reply, a voice called out from behind, Please take the girl with you. Jindu. The three of them looked back in surprise and saw Antu walking over. He patted Zhao's head and smiled, saying, Are you worried that the girl will slow you down because she's my daughter? Kai hesitated for a moment before speaking. What if she gets kidnapped again on this dangerous journey? Sina didn't care and spoke firmly, saying, If the war escalates, no matter where I go, it will be dangerous. First of all, I can't grow up if I always stay in a safe place. And two also nodded in agreement. If Sina has made up her mind, I support her choice. In other words, even if she is treated like a hostage in the recent incident, I don't care. Sina looked at him intently, her eyes full of hope as she spoke. I want to go with you too, Kai. Kai frowned slightly, thinking for a moment before slowly speaking. So, you've made your decision. I'll train you before we start our journey. If I find you useful, I'll take you along, all right? Sina nodded without a hesitation and agreed. Meanwhile, in the demon kingdom of Aurora, shrouded in dark hues, an outsider demon clan member entered, kneeling respectfully and asking, What do you need?
Your Highness, the person in front of him is Isabel. Please convey my message to our brothers.
Our revolution is now imminent. The forces of many sides are beginning to move, as Midu and the other envoys have convinced the Federation to accept the alliance and return to the frontline fortress. My name is Aga, the leader of the Beastfolk warrior team from the Federation. Pleased to meet you all. Amelia also nodded and greeted. I am Amelia, captain of the 4th Night Regiment of the Holy Kingdom, responsible on the front lines. Nice to meet you. Although the hero candidates play a very important role in the negotiations, they still haven't realized it. How much does the alliance between the Holy Kingdom of Daiger and the Grand Honest Beastman Union influence everything? After a long, tiring day, night finally falls. Midu slept peacefully in his room and only slowly woke up when the moon was high in the sky. Midu sat up from the bed, rubbing his aching head and sighing softly. Why did I wake up at such a strange time? But right now, Mireille was in his room, smirking and saying, Anyway, you've been asleep since this afternoon, probably because you had a long and tiring journey. Midu was startled by the sudden sound and hurriedly pulled the blanket over himself, asking suspiciously, Why are you in my room? Mir explained slowly, I used my powers to bring you back to your room while you were asleep in the lounge. Midu nodded understandingly and apologized, saying, Sorry for causing you trouble. It's okay, Mire replied calmly with a smile. As long as you're safe, everything must have gone well, right? Midu nodded softly and then asked, How is the situation at the front? Mire casually replied, The Demon Lord's army has launched many attacks, but they haven't caused much damage. She really didn't want to admit it, but everything was thanks to Arasi. He's very strong. Midu understood the situation after hearing this and sighed in relief, saying, That's good to know. I'm glad we can rely on him. And Ega? Meyer casually said, He's resting today after a long journey, and tomorrow they will hold a meeting to discuss the plan. Mireille asked how strong the warriors of the Federation were. Midu frowned slightly, remained silent, and then spoke. They are strong, especially their captain, Ega. He's even stronger than me, stronger than you, Meyer exclaimed with joy after hearing that. Midu nodded slightly and replied, Yes, all the remaining soldiers are elite troops. We can trust them. With that kind of strength, we can cross the forest, then infiltrate the Demon Kingdom and kill the Demon Lord in no time. Mireille frowned and asked suspiciously, I know it's a bit late to ask this, but aren't you afraid? From now on, there will be many battles, and they will be much more dangerous than now. It could be one of us who dies. A flicker of hesitation appeared in Midu's eyes, and he pursed his lips as he said, I'm serious. But Midu knew that if he stopped here, their class would be divided once again. Once that happened, there would surely be casualties. And Kai has always been encouraging him. Mireille was stunned and asked in surprise, "Is Shinu really like that?" Midu nodded slightly and replied, "Shinu considers us allies, even though he doesn't act on emotion. It doesn't change the fact that he always helps us." Meyer frowned slightly, then stubbornly turned away and snorted coldly, "I don't care what the outcome is. I hate selfish actions." Midu couldn't help but smile and said, "You're right, I envy both of them a lot. Sinu and Aras." Mir was momentarily stunned and asked again with suspicion, "You're jealous of them? You're way better than them." Midu slowly explained, "I envy their ability to not be easily influenced by their surroundings, and to always move forward without hesitation, but I just want to keep everything as it is." After hearing that, Mireille realized where the problem was. She went to lean on the bed, frowned, and asked, "Why won't you go home?" The sudden shift in the situation caught Midu off guard, and the atmosphere instantly fell into silence. After a long moment, Midu awkwardly smiled and said, "Because everyone wants to go home." Mir was suspicious and annoyed, about to scold her. "Hey Midu, you haven't finished your sentence yet," when Rena suddenly pushed the door open. Seeing the suspicious posture of the two, her eyes involuntarily narrowed. Then Rena immediately questioned, "What are you two doing?" "Huh?" Meyer was startled and hurriedly explained, "We didn't do anything, just talking. Right, Midu?" Midu also nodded in agreement. "Yeah, that's right. You're lying." Rena still couldn't believe it after hearing and angrily criticized how could she sneak into the boy's room at night and say that. Mireille was questioned repeatedly and suddenly felt she had done something wrong, quickly explaining, "But I took Midu back to his room while he was sleeping." Rena still didn't listen and shouted angrily, "You always talk about rules and morals, but you break them first." Mara finally couldn't hold back anymore and argued back, stopping those inappropriate words. The two of them kept arguing, leaving Midu stuck in the middle, not knowing what to say, until suddenly he started laughing for no reason, feeling a bit happy. The next morning, on the training ground, two figures were competing here, Eiga and Arasi. Arasi seems very serious, then suddenly he charged forward fiercely. Arasi raged as he attacked Eiga. He wants to settle the score with Eiga today. Then, Arasi lifted his leg to kick at Eiga. It's just that his relatively slow speed was easily avoided by Eiga. Seizing the opportunity, he also drew his sword and charged forward. The sword suddenly pointed at Arasi's forehead, making him panic. He quickly stepped back. He squinted at Eiga. He's too fast. While Arasi was thinking, Eiga's sword struck again, causing him to startle and step back. Eiga smirked and said, "This is the finishing blow." Hearing this, Arasi immediately exploded in a loud shout, "You underestimate me too much, you damn dog." As he finished, he raised his hand to block Eiga's sword. This situation makes Eiga flinch slightly. Arasi is using magic to strengthen his arm, but Eiga thinks that no matter how much he enhances his arm, he can't block the sword with his bare hand. While he was thinking, Arasi knocked his sword away, causing Eiga to be pushed back. Arasi gently twists her wrist, pouting as she says, "It hurts." At that moment, a voice suddenly echoes, "Hey, stop practicing now." The visitor smiled softly and said, "It's time to start the strategy meeting." Arasi was stunned and exclaimed, "What?" Just as things were getting interesting, Eiga sheaths his sword. He smiles casually and says, "I agree, but we can fight again another time. I'm glad you're my ally." Arasi sneered and replied, "Well then, I suppose it's only fair I fight back." Meanwhile, in the capital of the Grandana's Menslea Beastmen League, Kai also has something to do, just as he said before about training. Ex-Mayo stood outside watching the two, and after a while, she finally spoke up. "You can start now." As soon as Sina transformed, her claws instantly became sharp and revealed themselves. Without hesitation, she charged at Kai, but Kai remained calm and stood his ground. Just as the claws were about to strike down, he disappeared in an instant. After missing the attack, Sina remained calm and raised her claws again, but once again, Kai dodged them. The two quickly exchanged a few moves, but Kai remained unscathed. He narrowed his eyes at Sina and coldly said, "Is that all you've got?" "I told you many times you have to attack me with the intention to kill me." "I know," Sina calmly replied, and then quickly rushed away like a gust of wind, appearing behind Kai in the blink of an eye. Sina seemed confident of victory as she slashed down with her claws, but the scene before her made her eyes widen in horror because Sina's claws only struck the ground, leaving 5 deep marks, yet Kai was nowhere to be seen. Before she could understand what was happening, the dust stung Sina's eyes, and Kai's foot kicked into her stomach, sending her flying out. Maya quickly ran over, worriedly asking if she was okay. Sina sat up from the ground, holding her stomach and complaining, "My stomach hurts so much." "You're still so naive as always," Kay calmly replied. "You're still easily fooled as usual. You should prepare to counter each attack from the enemy. Sina frowned and hesitated, asking, "So I still haven't succeeded?" Kai replied bluntly, "Let's see, right now you're still quite useless." This statement really disappointed X. At the same time, a voice came from outside saying, "Sina, do you always have to train so intensely?" Xia turned around upon hearing that, and it was Run who arrived. She sighed and said, "This is what I want, don't stop me." Run squinted at her and finally smiled, saying, "I was going to tell that boy to treat you more gently, but since you said that, I guess I have to hold back." Kai, sensing the hidden meaning in Run's words, frowned and asked, "What do you want?" Finally, it's about to begin, although it's taking longer than expected. There's nothing else we can do. Both nations want to discuss the alliance first, and it seems the treaty has been signed without any strange disputes. Hearing that, Za asked suspiciously, "Do you also go?" Lunvun calmly replied, "I am the leader of the Cat Tribe warrior team, so I will also join them." Mayoi didn't dare say much and glanced at Kai, asking what to do next. Kai frowned slightly and remained silent for a long time before slowly speaking, "Let's wait and see how the situation develops. Furthermore, Xena has not yet reached the level where I can take her along." A month later, still on the vast plains of Grandanas, Kai was now facing a demon tribe. The only difference this time is that instead of using a knife like usual, he used a gun. He focused his mind, creating bullets with energy and the help of his imagination. After the energy started surrounding the gun, Kai quickly reloaded it. At the same time, the monster charged toward Kai. You stand there calmly, aiming your gun at it, and then a series of loud bangs echo as the monster's body is shattered by a barrage of bullets, fresh blood beginning to flow. Mayer, sitting on a nearby ancient tree, clapped in applause, but the monster was not dead, only lightly wounded. Seeing that, Kay continued to fire his gun. A barrage of energy bullets was unleashed again. This time the monster had no chance to survive and went straight to hell. Kai squinted at the gun in his hand, muttering discontentedly, "The firepower still isn't strong enough against these monsters. Actually, I think it's quite impressive that you took down a monster with just 6 shots. Isn't that good enough?" Kai said quietly, "I actually meant to use it as magic bullets." Mayer looked confused and said, "I never thought your strange device could make those bullets accelerate so quickly." Kai explained slowly, "So the foundation of magic is imagination. If I can't imagine it accurately, then it's useless? In my world, there is electricity, so I can imagine the image of lightning magic. But even for someone from a different world like you, imagining the bullet is quite difficult. In that case, Kai can only visualize the knowledge based on the techniques he is familiar with. It seems this method is quite effective." Mary nodded slightly and said with a smile, "So your world is like this." As soon as she finished speaking, her body suddenly tensed up. She looked over there and muttered, "Takai also saw the thing that made Mir afraid. Stay calm, and I saw it, but bullets won't work on it. Behind Mayer now is a giant mutated beast, and at this moment, Kai has rushed up and shouted, 'Jump down!' When Mayer heard that, he immediately jumped off the branch. At the same time, a bolt of lightning appeared in Kai's hand. Immediately, a lightning bolt pierced through the monster, causing it to burn black. Kai also easily caught Mayo as he was falling. He glanced at the water beast and slowly said, "I have no problem using mid-level elemental magic, but I still can't use high-level magic properly." Mayo looked up at him from Kai's heart and asked, "Are you asking too much? No one has reached this level this quickly before." Kai said nothing more, glancing around and asking, "Where is Xena?" "Oh, Xena hasn't finished talking yet." Her gaze was fixed on the distant place where I was standing on the corpse of a monster. Seeing the looks they were giving her, Xena turned around quickly, ran to Kai, and happily said, "I finally killed the monster you mentioned. How about it? Did I meet the quota yet?" After a long moment, he finally nodded and said, "Okay, you did it, Xena." Hearing this, Xena's eyes immediately lit up like stars. Tiai ignored it and said seriously, "We should now start moving into the Demon Kingdom's territory. The Alliance army, including the Holy Nation's warriors and the Federation's fighters, has begun their invasion into the Demon Kingdom's land. The number and strength of the monsters in the Demon Kingdom's territory have caused heavy losses to the Holy Nation's army, especially around the first gate of the Demon Kingdom known as the Demon Forest. As the Holy Nation's army passed through the forest, they always felt a chilling sense of dread. Ega led the way, using his keen senses to observe. His gaze quickly darkened and he whispered, "It's the smell of monsters. There are many on the right side." This statement startled everyone, and Narumi also looked around in confusion. He furrowed his brow and asked, "Really? I didn't notice anything." As Narumi said, all that was in front of them was the dark gloom of the demon forest, but it seemed that Midu also sensed it. He spoke in a low voice, saying, "No, they're coming soon." Hark, of course, is no exception. He furrowed his brow. Before long, a horde of monsters descended. Ega immediately gave the order, "Hit them now." The Beastmen army instantly obeyed and charged forward. Their abilities are impressive, each move capable of destroying monsters. In just a moment, the smell of fresh blood thickened in the air as waves of monsters fell one after another. Seeing this scene, the soldiers of the Holy Nation couldn't help but marvel. Amazing! So this is the power of the Federation warriors. Soon after, all the attacking monsters had been defeated. Midu also couldn't help but exclaim, "The monsters were defeated so easily, it's beyond my imagination." Harik frowned slightly, then murmured, "Humans have used all 5 senses but still can't detect the monsters. Having a beastman join the army is really good for us." At this moment, Ega retracted his sword into its sheath. He smiled confidently and said, "Leave the detection of the monsters to us. As long as we are here, they won't dare to ambush us." And just as Ega said, the beastmen with their sharp senses can detect monster attacks. The Allied army is capable of repelling any battles with monsters, but as a result, Elsa's high-level demon strategy has been significantly less effective. With guerrilla tactics and limited visibility inside the forest, the reason Britain suffered heavy losses in the previous campaign was because they couldn't predict where the monsters would attack. But with the help of warriors from the Federation and their excellent ability to locate and eliminate monsters, the ambushing beasts were wiped out in an instant. At the same time, someone far away was watching this scene in frustration, punching the tree angrily and cursing through gritted teeth. Damn it, the plan was to attack the enemy with a large army of monsters and defeat them while they were in chaos, but now they are still unharmed. Another one of them asked hesitantly, "When do we have to keep watching?" The other shook his head slightly and said, "We haven't received orders from Elsa yet, so there's no choice but to retreat." But before we could retreat, a sinister voice of Ega echoed behind us. The 2 guys froze in panic and shouted in disbelief, "You bastard!" But before they could finish, EA cut them down on the spot. Elsewhere at the Demon Forest Castle, where E is residing, Sa stands on the castle looking down and mutters with a sigh, "This is bad." At the same time, a monster from below rushed up and hurriedly reported that the soldiers sent to the forest had been ambushed and killed. It seems the beast warriors are causing more trouble than expected. Elsa frowned after hearing that. A few drops of blood appeared around her mouth, but she quickly bit them off. Grinding her teeth, she said, "I know I can't believe it. I have to clean up the mess caused by Bright. That filthy monster remains silent. I understand how you feel, but given the current situation, what should we do? The Holy Nation's people will have no choice but to attack this castle. After all, they don't want to be ambushed from behind, so they will definitely strike." He asked if we have the chance to win. Elsa gently shook her glass of wine in her hand and calmly said, "Yes, we are indeed cornered now, but don't misunderstand me. I'm not weak or just relying on tactics. But anyway, defeating the enemy is easier if we use our brains to think. So, in the end, I just need to eliminate them, right?" The guy quickly nodded in response. "Yes, Elsa." A few days later, Midu's group arrived at Elsa's castle. Ega solemnly said, "The group of them I have already killed, along with many monsters here." Elia nodded slightly and added, "We can't ignore this castle. We need to seize the castle to prevent attacks from behind as we advance further." As soon as these words are spoken, someone rides up on a horse. It's Erisy, who annoyedly retorts, "Damn it, just attack already." Harik also nods in agreement. "I give the go-ahead. I don't want the enemy to have time to think. Let's start attacking the castle immediately." Arasi chuckled and said, "Now you understand a bit more." And then the army entered the gate and the attack began. The monsters on the wall also fought back fiercely. But before long, the gate was broken and the soldiers rushed in. He shouted loudly, "Oh, come on, you trash!" while Ega patted Midu on the shoulder behind him. He smiled and suggested, "Let's go, Midu. Let's defeat the high-level demons together, okay?" "I understand." Midu took a moment to react before nodding and following behind Ega. At the same time, Elsa was still leisurely drinking wine on the castle. She ignored the battle downstairs. At that moment, Elsa's eyes suddenly widened as the door outside was pushed open. Ega and Midu slowly approached, and upon seeing the two, Elsa curled her lips into a sneer and said, "Finally, you two have arrived." Then Elsa stepped outside to face Ega and Midu. Seeing the energy surrounding her, Midu couldn't help but feel terrified. This energy is terrifying. Ega, alert, said. "That's right. She's a high-level monster." Elsa ignored their reactions and summoned a whip that looked like an octopus tentacle. "Oh," I smirked and said, "the leader of the Beastman warriors and a hero candidate? Looks like you're being too cautious, but I have no intention of losing." As soon as she finished speaking, Elsa whipped the whip toward the two of them, causing Midu to dodge quickly and the ground to be torn apart by the strike. But the scene that still amazed him was ahead, as the ground suddenly erupted with sharp thorn. Elsa smirked and said, "I don't dare underestimate you. I always prepare traps so that when enemies arrive, they get pierced and die." Midu can't keep floating in the air forever. He's slowly falling onto those sharp thorns. Not daring to be careless, Midu quickly activates the first stage of the Holy Sword, a sword that can freely change shape. The Holy Sword quickly transformed into a vine that clung tightly to the chandelier above, causing Elsa's eyes to involuntarily narrow at the sight. Using the power of the chandelier above, Midu landed safely. Elsa narrowed her eyes at him, coldly muttering, "A sword that can change shape freely?" Midu didn't respond to her words because he thought his companion had fallen into those thorns. Thinking that, Midu hurriedly ran to the edge of the pit and shouted, "Ega!" As he finished speaking, Ega jumped up from below, safely standing beside Midu and exhaling, "That was close, I almost got pierced through." Seeing Ega still standing there safely, Elsa was even more surprised and frowned. "I can't believe it," she muttered. "Isn't he hurt? But how?" She shrugged indifferently and calmly replied, "It's simple, a double jump." Hearing that, Elsa became even angrier. "I grit my teeth and curse. Truly a useless physical ability. Are all beastmen like you? Well, I'm a bit special, so now it's our turn." And with that, he dashed off like a gust of wind. "Don't underestimate me." Elsa shouted loudly and swung her whip again. Midu suddenly used teleportation to appear behind Elsa and smirked, saying, "I got you." As he finished speaking, he raised his sword to strike down. But at this moment, Elsa suddenly pulled out something, and a sharp object suddenly protruded from the ceiling. Midu quickly raised his sword to defend, but Elsa took the opportunity to kick him in the side, knocking him away. Seeing this, Ega immediately shouted in panic, "Midu!" Elsa snorted coldly this time. "Almost got me, kid. It seems that power is too much for you right now." Midu sat up from the ground, clutching his stomach in pain. "Hero candidate, you come from another world, right? What are you fighting for?" Hearing that, Midu froze, unsure of what to do. Ega immediately panicked and shouted, "Don't listen to that monster!" Midu interrupts Elsa before he can finish, quickly swinging her whip at Ega, but Ega remains calm and responds loudly, "This is our chance to charge." "Yes," Midu immediately replied and then rushed towards Elsa. She kept whipping the whip, blocking the attack of the two of them. As soon as Midu got close to Elsa, she suddenly muttered tearfully, "Stop, please, save me." Midu was stunned by these words, her sword arm trembling slightly. Seizing the moment, Elsa immediately swung her whip up and coldly said, "You've lost your mind." Midu couldn't react in time. His ankle was tightly bound by the whip. Elsa slightly smirked and said, "You can't be careless during a fight." Midu was lifted into the air, and immediately Elsa kept pushing him toward the wall. Seeing this scene, Ega immediately panicked. Elsa was stunned by his reaction. She sneered mockingly and said, "Do you care about that person? It seems your alliance is deeper than I thought." Ega was a bit confused, not understanding what she meant. While he was confused, Elsa smiled and said, "If so, I will give it back to you." After finishing, she threw Midu towards EA. Elsa's throw was so powerful that a deafening crash echoed, and a large hole was torn in the wall in front of her. Elsa's eyes suddenly narrowed as she saw a black wolf slowly emerging in front of her. Elsa furrowed her brow in confusion about where this wolf came from, but she quickly realized it was a shape-shifted beastman. Elsa viciously struck her whip down onto the ground. At the same time, Ega, in her wolf form, growled softly, startling Elsa and showing a hint of worry in her eyes. Ega then rushed forward, claws slashing, and fresh blood splattered everywhere in an instant. At the same time, in the territory of the third prince, in the western part of the demon kingdom Vidora, the water deity of Aqualia Natasha, her expression was somewhat grim because she had used her powers to check the situation in a part of the demon kingdom. Very quickly, a scene that looked like a recorded video appeared before Natasha. Ega had killed Elsa. Just as I expected, the Alliance's warriors are really troublesome. That's why she wants to control them. Jaganda, Bright, Elsa, Natasha's high-ranking subordinates have been eliminated. It seems she is being cornered. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in the air. "Are you all right?" Aqualia. Immediately after, a figure appeared before Natasha. Seeing the other person, Natasha immediately exclaimed, "Leon H., are you worried about me?" Leon H. nodded softly and said with a smile, "Of course I am. She is my fiancé." These two words, fiancé, made Natasha feel a bit shy. After a moment, she nodded and replied, "Thank you, I'm fine." Leon H., seeing this, asked suspiciously, "I heard Elsa is dead, and the Alliance will arrive at Fist City in a few days. Do you think you can win?" "Honestly, I mainly work in the shadows, so my combat skills are not very good. It will be a tough battle because I am facing those who defeated Windbox and Stone Guy. Leon Hat understood this well and nodded slightly, saying yes, the Demon Kingdom's assassins are on their way. Assassins, he slowly explains. They are elite hidden agents who do dirty work. The assassins of the Demon Kingdom. As you know, they are one of my trump cards. I will entrust you with leading these elites. Really? Of course. I want you to hold your position until I return. Aqualia loves my secret. Aqualia Leon H. only left a sentence before disappearing from Natasha's sight. Natasha squinted at the fading figure in the glass and muttered, I failed to control the alliance, and for someone cornered like me, he still shows his love. Immediately after, she ran to embrace it tightly and cry, I will definitely respond to your love. Meanwhile, in the Demon Kingdom's capital, Aang, the Demon Clan was completely unaware of the war outside and was still living their usual daily lives. Inside the palace, a figure was walking slowly down the corridor. It was Isabel. A man who saw her immediately asked suspiciously where Isabel was going. Isabel calmly replied, I came to visit Alice. A while later, inside a dungeon within the palace, the heavy stone door was pushed open. Isabel entered with someone. Inside there was a white-haired girl. This girl is Alice, the 5th princess of the Demon Kingdom. Seeing Isabel, Alice happily calls out to her, but Isabel doesn't react at all. Alice didn't care, ran over and hugged her tightly, excitedly saying, You're here! Isabel, caught off guard by the hug, blushed slightly and shyly turned away, softly saying, I didn't come here to visit you, I just had some free time so I stopped by. The subordinate nearby couldn't help but tease upon hearing this. Do you know you're a terrible liar? Isabel scolded angrily. Shut up. Alice, on the other hand, didn't seem to care much, still smiling. I am very happy. Isabel looked at the girl carefully, suspiciously asking, What are you doing? Alice picked up a flower crown and happily said, Look, it's very beautiful. As she spoke, the girl placed the flower crown on her head and excitedly asked, How do I look? Does it suit me? Isabel nodded softly and smiled, saying, It looks great on you. Seeing her indifferent reaction, Alice looked a bit upset and asked, You're just saying that randomly, right? Without waiting for Isabel's response, Alice turned and ran off, then picked up a flower crown and said with a smile, I'll make one for you too. Isabel reached out and asked suspiciously, For me? I have a feeling you'll visit me, right? Alice cheerfully replied, Well, I'm not really doing anything anyway. I also want to go out into the world but was told I can't. Hearing this, Isabel looked a bit awkward and muttered, Alice. Alice looked up at her, full of doubt in her eyes, and asked, What's going on? Isabel looked at the wreath in her hand, and then at Alice before shaking her head and saying, Nothing. After saying that, she placed the wreath on her head and raised an eyebrow with a smile. What do you think? Alice couldn't help but laugh. You're so funny. Isabel couldn't help but murmur in confusion. Well, you gave it to me so I wore it. Alice just chuckled softly, then suddenly remembered something, and asked suspiciously, Oh right, sister, when will we start the summoning ritual for the evil god? Alice still didn't notice the awkwardness in her eyes. She kept smiling and saying, I heard I will be offered to the gods. I really look forward to it. I feel the same way. I don't know the details, but it won't be long. Alice smiled brightly and said, I understand, so I will be able to go out on that day, right? Isabel didn't answer, just stood silently. Her subordinates, seeing that, immediately called out to remind her. Isabel, I know. Then she turned and left. Alice, feeling a bit sad, asked, Are you leaving? I will visit you later. Stay good. After saying that, she walked straight ahead without looking back, but as she left, Isabel's expression was a bit contemplative. Not long after, someone suddenly appeared behind her with a gloomy voice. Hey, Isabel? Isabel was slightly startled and turned her head to look back. So, it turns out the person who came is the 3rd prince of the Demon Kingdom, Leon Hat. She coldly called his name. Seeing that, Leon Hat waved his hand and smiled. You're distant again? Can't you call me brother like before? Isabel coldly shook her head and replied, No, I don't have the right to do that. Leon Hat pouted and said with a smile, You're too stiff. You've already met Alice, right? Dan Mac nodded, and Isabel calmly replied. Leon Hat looked into the room and muttered after a long moment, The girl staying in there all the time isn't good. Sooner or later, she'll become a sacrifice to the evil god. Then he turned his gaze to Isabel with a mocking expression. During this time, it might have lost its reason too. After all, becoming a sacrifice to the evil god is an honor. I am truly jealous. Do you think so, Isabel? Isabel bit her lip fiercely and replied in a low voice, I have to go now. and then quickly walked away as if she didn't want to breathe the same air as Leon for another second. At the same time, in the demon kingdom Vidora, territory of the Third Prince, in the bustling center of the city, although night had fallen, the demon clan was still active on the streets, and inside, a proud pair of legs was walking forward. The other person, dressed in a black cloak, silently moved deeper inside. A moment later, at a tavern still open and brightly lit inside, the owner was reading a newspaper behind the counter when he saw someone enter and immediately greeted, "Welcome back." The person who arrived is the mysterious figure in the black cloak. The shop owner casually asks, "What do you think about the city of Fit?" "That's okay, although the atmosphere is a bit stifling." The shop owner rested his chin on his hand and sighed, saying, "Yes, because we cannot stop the invasion of humans. This place has become a front line, and many people are feeling uneasy." The mysterious person calmly spoke again. "I think you don't need to worry, because the 4 great heavenly kings of Aqualia are in this city." The shop owner found this reasoning convincing and nodded. "You're right, but Stone Gaia and Winbach have been killed. So, it turns out the mysterious person is Kai. You disguised yourself as a demon race infiltrating this place." You furrowed your brow slightly and whispered, "The terrifying hero candidates have killed 2 of the 4 great vanguards of the Demon Lord's army." The shop owner frowned and said, "Yes, it's hard to believe after all that suddenly we were invaded, and recently the number of slaves has been decreasing, even though we're really short-handed." He pointed at a chained slave nearby and scolded, "Hey, work properly!" Kai glanced over and muttered hesitantly, "It would be pretty troublesome if the slave runs away." The shop owner nodded slightly and said, "Because you also have a slave with you. I'm glad you understand. We make slaves do the hard work. Once the supply of slaves stops, they won't be able to do business anymore." He handed Kai a key and kept talking. "I'm a bit jealous. Has your slave reached marriageable age yet?" Kai took the key and replied indifferently, "I don't know either." The shop owner smiled and said, "Well, I shouldn't pry into my customers' private matters." "Rest well?" "Yeah, thanks." Kai nodded casually and then left the counter. A while later, in Kai's resting room, May and Sina, dressed as slaves, were already waiting here. Seeing Kai's appearance, X couldn't help but feel emotional. Just as expected, he looked truly unusual. Kai lowered his horns and smirked, saying, "If I don't look strange, I can't do anything. I need to disguise myself to move freely within the demon kingdom." Sina was a bit confused and muttered, "Your scent is different," Kai explained nonchalantly. Beastmen notice the difference, but demons do not. Once we disguise ourselves, there is no difference between us and demons. "All right, but I still can't accept you treating us like slaves." Kai-Tai sighed reluctantly. "Since they stood out too much, I had to disguise them as demon slaves. That's the easiest way. It's not uncommon for demons to have slaves of different races." Hearing this, Mayo suddenly doubted and asked, "Are we really that noticeable? Can you disguise us with your disguise skills?" "Because you're so beautiful, you haven't finished speaking yet," Kai interrupted coldly. "Once you attract the demons, they'll easily recognize your disguise." This statement leaves Mayo stunned. After a moment, she finally gasps in amazement. "Beautiful?" Kai raised an eyebrow and looked at her with suspicion. "Don't you recognize it?" Mayo stammered shyly. "Yeah, maybe so." Seeing her reaction, Kay asked vaguely, "Why are you so scared?" Mayo waved her hand to explain, "I didn't think you would say that." Indifferently shrugging her shoulders, Kai casually said, "I'm just telling the truth." Mayo was stunned and didn't know what to say. Sina leaned in and asked, "Hey, Kai, what about me?" Kai pointed at her head and said, "You look like Mayo, but those cat ears are hard to hide." Sina couldn't help but pucker her lips. She covered her cat ears with her hands and sighed, saying, "Yeah, that's right." Mayo worriedly added, "If they find out we're forcing A to become a slave, the Alliance will be really angry." He paid little attention and calmly said, "We are just disguising ourselves to infiltrate the demon's territory. We are only pretending to be a group consisting of demons and his slaves." "That makes sense. But since we are your slaves, we don't have a private room. That's why I rented this big room. Is there a problem with that?" Seeing your reaction, Mayo snapped in frustration, "But there's only one bed." Thowo shrugged, Kai pouted and replied, "2 of you sleep on the bed, I'll sleep on the floor. I've been trained for this anyway." After hearing that, Mayo couldn't help but mutter softly, "It's a bit embarrassing, isn't it?" Seeing Kai's head appear with a series of question marks, she asked back in confusion, "What did you say?" Mayo didn't answer. Isabel spoke up again. "Kai, please understand what Mayo means." Before she could finish speaking, Mayo quickly covered her mouth and hurriedly said, "It's nothing," so Kai wouldn't misunderstand. On the other hand, in the demon kingdom of Aurora, the domain of the 5 princesses, in the city of Stebbrook, inside the castle, a space has been opened. Isabel steps out from inside. sees her, and the attendant beside her immediately greets her. "Welcome back, Isabel." Isabel nodded calmly and said, "Thank you." The subordinate continued to ask, "How is Alisayama doing?" Isabel sighed and replied, "The girl is still well. She even gave me a hair accessory made of flowers." Hearing this, the subordinate beside her let out a relieved breath. "I'm glad to hear that. But the reason she's being treated so well is because she will be the vessel of the evil god. Trapped in that room, Alice must be very lonely." "Right now," my subordinate suddenly whispered, "Isaben, our comrades are gathered underground." Hearing this, Isabel immediately froze. After a moment, she descended into a cellar. "There are many demons waiting there." She squinted at them as if she was pondering something. After a long moment, her thin lips parted slightly, her voice echoing through the underground chamber. "Thanks to Winbex's death, my followers have decreased. Now I can move more freely. Currently, the remaining demons are busy fighting humans, which is why they don't have time to think about internal matters." Hearing this, a demon hesitated and asked Isabel what that meant. Isabel calmly replied, "The time for revolution is near. I will defeat the demon lord and reclaim the crown." As soon as she said this, the demons below all raised their hands. The crowd immediately cheered. "We've been waiting for this revolution. The preparations have been meticulous and long-term, so we won't be discovered." Some say that things will get better once Isabel becomes the demon lord. Seeing this, Isabel remained silent. She wants to end this war with a revolution. It's not just words, but above all, she wants to protect Alice. To do that, Isabel would have to betray this kingdom. Meanwhile, in the territory of Aurora ruled by the Crown Prince, in the city of Feast, the demon clans were operating as usual. But this time, they seemed to have seen something, exclaiming in shock, "Look, it's the 3 counts!" Then, they pointed towards the distance where a demon was escorting a slave. The one in the middle was Count Ko. The demons present saw him and immediately stepped aside, kneeling and bowing respectfully. But Cho didn't seem very happy right now, walking along and speaking irritably. "I'm really fed up, Aquia." She dared to mobilize the army without my permission. Even if her rank is higher than mine, I am still the governor of this city. Hearing this, Cho seemed to think of something and his tone softened slightly. "Maybe she's worried about the threat from humans. 2 of the 4 great vassals have fallen, so she's probably very anxious." Hearing this, the subordinate beside him also nodded in agreement. "That's right. Aqualia is known for being cautious, and her combat ability isn't as outstanding as the other vanguards. Look, the townspeople are also worried about her unsettling behavior." Inside the crowd, Kai is quietly observing CEO as well. So he is a noble ruling fit. It seems he is managing the city very strictly under the orders of the 3rd prince. "I heard that the demon world is a place where the weak are devoured by the strong. The demon nobles are all high-level demons, but it seems they overestimated the power of the high-level demons, leading to inadequate training. Those slaves are probably soldiers of the holy nation." By evening, in an opulent castle in her room, he was stabbed to death with a dagger, blood staining the entire bed. Of course it was Kai who did it. "You were too careless wiping the blood off the knife with a cloth," he said with a smirk. Then he opened the door and went outside. Xena was also present outside at this moment. She said she had killed all the demons in the mansion and then cautiously looked at Kay and asked, "Did I do well in not being detected?" Kai patted Xena's head in praise and said, "Good, but there were a few strange noises. It would be troublesome if the Count wakes up." Xena chuckled in response, saying that even if he woke up, he could kill him right away. Kai sighed reluctantly. "It's not a problem. All right, we still have other targets." Immediately after, the 2 entered the slave-holding area. Seeing Kay, the others immediately became alert and asked, "Who's there?" "Humans," Kai replied calmly. "Yes, let's talk for a bit, and after we're done, I will return the 2 to the Holy Nation's army." A moment later, Kai and Sina sneaked into CO's office, where Kai had overheard all the recent events through the 2 others. "You nod clearly, just as you expected. Rescuing the 2 was the right decision." Kai thought the Count's slaves would have useful information about the Demon Kingdom, but it turned out to be more valuable than he imagined. A slave below immediately spoke up. "I don't want to be a laborer like their slaves. I plan to gather as much intelligence as possible, so if we get rescued, it will be useful." Xai, hearing that, suspiciously asked, "Do you 2 plan to run away?" The other slave gently shook his head and replied, This collar has a special kind of magic. I heard they would burn me to death if I tried to escape or rebel against my master. These rings are widely used throughout the Demon Kingdom's territory. It's used to force slaves to work." Hearing this, Sina was frightened and glanced at Kai, asking, "So why are you wearing this around our necks?" Kai calmly replied, That's just a fake without any magic. The slave then spoke up again. Anyway, instead of being burned alive and never returning, we have been his slaves for 2 years, and that time felt like hell. When the mood is bad, he doesn't hesitate to torture the slaves. Kay furrows his brow slightly and asks suspiciously, who captured both of them? Based on their condition, you can see that both are capable individuals. The female slave immediately explained, they are a special unit of Prince Leon Hat, also known as the Assassin of the Demon Kingdom. The male slave also chimed in, saying it is an official unit composed of the Kingdom of Demons' top individuals. It seems this unit operates separately from the main army. They were ambushed while escorting supplies. Despite their confidence in their strength, they were completely overwhelmed. After hearing that, C frowned suspiciously and asked, do you know why that unit isn't officially recognized? The slave slowly explained, I heard there are many notorious individuals in the army. So it seems he understood something and asked quietly, so they gathered those individuals into one unit, right? Probably because of the charm of the third prince. He once saw a meeting where Crow and Leon performed together, and upon seeing the prince, they knew they didn't have enough strength to defeat him. He knew that the Natasa king was very impressive, but she was nothing compared to him. The female slave beside her also nodded in agreement. Maybe he already realized this, but this area is under the direct control of the crown prince. Kai, hearing this, suspiciously asked, is the third prince currently in this city? The male slave shook his head slightly and replied, no, based on what the others said, it seems he is at the palace, and the city's army is currently commanded by the heavenly king of Aqualia. Kai then asked again, what is the relationship between the third prince and the Sky King? The female slave replied slowly, she is his fiancée and also the center of the third prince's supporters. Supporters faction? Kai muttered with a slight frown. Then after a moment, he spoke again. I've heard that the Demon Kingdom is not truly united. The princes and princesses' factions are fighting each other for the throne, and even the Demon Lord seems to accept this to create the strongest Demon Lord. Kai continued to ask, how are the factions within the Demon Kingdom doing? The two slaves immediately answered. The strongest faction used to be the prince's side, but after Winbx, the center of that power was gone, and their influence diminished. The same thing happened to the second princess's faction after Stone Gaia's death. Aqualia seized the opportunity to increase her influence. After hearing everything, Kai understood the situation and spoke slowly. The influence of the 4 heavenly kings is really strong, huh? Namdole nodded slightly in response. The reason is that they are the highest-ranking officials in the Demon Lord's army. Kai understood more and more clearly. You nodded and spoke. I understand now. It seems the Demon Kingdom could be destroyed by internal conflict. What about the final heavenly king? The male slave hesitated for a moment before speaking. Fire Venerable Frameries declares neutrality and will serve whoever becomes the next Demon Lord. Part of it is due to the close relationship between the current Demon Lord and the Fire Emperor. The female slave beside him added, but recently there has been a trend suggesting that now is not the time for an internal war. Do you know what that is? She nodded and opened her mouth. They want to unite when facing a common enemy. It seems even the demons are finally sensing the danger. After saying that, he stood up and prepared to leave. Thank you for the information. Please escort them to the Alliance forces. At this moment, the female slave suddenly spoke up. I hear Aqualia is famous for her cunning tactics. She specializes in sabotage and dirty tricks. Maybe that's why the faction of the third prince has a bad reputation. But Kai doesn't really care. He walks past the two of them and coldly replies, tell the Alliance forces this. I have no intention of fighting the heavenly king of the water. Namala was surprised and asked, so what are you going to do? Will you kill Cho so easily? Are you one of the hero candidates? Kai replied calmly. I will continue to infiltrate deeper into the Demon Kingdom. It seems I need to stir up a conflict. I will find a way to eliminate them from within. A few days later, outside the city of Fit, the Holy Nation's army and the Beastmen forces were slowly moving toward the city. I see it now. In front of them is the city of Fit. Once we take that city, our burden will lessen. Ega, standing beside, also spoke in a serious tone. I am sure the enemy is defending very strictly. It would not be surprising if the 4 great celestial kings appear in this crisis. That's right. Midu nodded slightly, a look of vigilance and determination in his eyes. The Demon Kingdom, Vidora, home of the 3 princes. The battle around Fit City has begun. Initially, the Alliance army led by Midu had the advantage. However, since Fit City is one of the strategic bases of the Demon Army, things are not as easy as they thought. The demons have mobilized an army of 80,000 soldiers, and their morale is very high. Meanwhile, the Holy Nation's army consists of 40,000 soldiers. With 20,000 warriors from the Federation, the Allied forces only total 60,000. Moreover, except for the hero candidates and knights, the other warriors are much weaker than the demons. At the same time, the Alliance army is cornered. Midu fought the demons while saying if they split up, it would be easier to defeat them. I wish he had the ability to lead a powerful army. Manga understood Midu's thoughts and quickly reassured him. Don't worry, Midu. Leave it to us. After saying that, he focused his mind and then howled at the sky. The sound quickly reached the ears of the other beastmen, and at the same time, they also began to roar. They instantly transformed into beast people. The demons, seeing this, couldn't help but feel confused. What's going on? They hadn't even had time to understand what was happening before they were violently attacked by the beastmen. Midu, feeling a bit confused by the scene, muttered vaguely. Ega explained slowly, my growl effect is to intimidate enemies' minds while boosting the morale and combat ability of my allies. These things are not difficult. Immediately, the soldiers of the Holy Nation also became more aggressive, attacking the demons fiercely. Ega paused for a moment, then glanced at Midu and spe. Midu, you are not allowed to be afraid, or it will affect those around you. Thank you, Ega. Midu nodded and replied. He understands what he needs to do in this situation. Ega's eyes now became determined, and he shouted loudly, we just need to boost our fighting spirit. If we face them head-on, we won't lose. Just as Ega said, the tide of the battle once again turned in favor of the Allied forces. At first, the Allies were losing because the Demon Lord's army had overwhelming numbers, but the hero candidates showed their strength, especially the battle fanatic Arasi. He clenched his fists tightly, punching down repeatedly. Arasi sneered coldly. These demons are all weaklings. Where are the high-level demons? The demons hesitated, unsure how to react. Seizing the opportunity, Elia shouted orders again, telling them to finish them off. The outcome of the battle had been decided, or so they thought, because just as Midu and the others were trying to eliminate the remaining demons, suddenly powerful auras appeared behind them, making Midu turn around in surprise. He hurriedly fought back with his sword, and when he finally saw clearly, a figure had appeared in front of Midu. Midu frowned slightly as she observed the man, secretly thinking he's too strong. Could he be a high-level demon? At the same time, Arasi also noticed the newly appeared figure, and without hesitation, he charged forward to attack. The black-clad man easily blocked him, but Arasi remained calm and smiled, saying finally there was a worthy opponent. Meanwhile, another fierce battle was also underway. Who are you? Where are you from? The guy just smirked coldly without answering. This situation caused the soldiers behind to slow down. Amelia muttered in confusion, what's happening? It seems our progress is slowing down. She hadn't even had time to steady herself when a figure appeared behind her. The soldiers immediately panicked and shouted, who are you? But as soon as she finished speaking, fresh blood gushed out like rain, and the soldier was directly killed. The black-clad man struck with lightning speed. No one could react in time, not even waiting for her to realize the situation before her soldiers were already dead. She furiously frowns and grits her teeth, asking, you bastard, how did you get here? The soldiers quickly step in front of her to protect her. Unfortunately, the black-clad man still charged wildly forward, quickly appearing in front of Elia with a knife aimed at her neck, and then the cold blade sliced across Elia's chest. Fresh blood splattered everywhere in an instant. She helplessly collapsed from her horse under the frightened eyes of the soldiers. Midu, fighting up front, also sees this scene, her eyes showing worry as she shouts, Emilia! Hark, at this moment, is also very worried, urgently ordering, I will take command from here, take Amelia to the medical area. Do not let that guy escape. But before the Holy Nation soldiers could act, the man in black swiftly swept past the soldiers like a gust of wind, slitting their throats before leaving. Siri hurried over to help treat Amelia. The Holy Nation's army is in shock after losing their commander and is ultimately forced to retreat. Because the power of the Demon Lord's army has been exhausted, they decided not to pursue the alliance and quickly returned to their hideout. By evening, at the demon base, inside a carefully guarded tent, Natasha narrowed her eyes at the person before her and asked suspiciously, you couldn't kill their commander? The man in black nodded slightly and replied, yes, but we did seriously wound her. After hearing this, Natasha nodded in satisfaction. That's fine. After all, there's one undeniable truth that you saved us. That guy, Khan, remains humble and calm as he continues. We will need some time for their leader to recover, which will slow down the Alliance's actions. What should we do now? The atmosphere instantly becomes tense. Aqualia paused in thought for a moment before slowly speaking, this is the time for us to act. At this moment, both sides are at a dead end, so cut off their supply lines in the shadows. The man in black immediately nodded in agreement. At the same time, In the regions of the Demon Kingdom, Vidora and Izanj, the city is currently under martial law, with strict guards outside the city gates. Every carriage passing through is thoroughly checked, and the soldiers on the walls have been reinforced. In the distant forest, Kai, Mayo, and Sina are quietly observing inside the city. Kai can't help but marvel. As expected, the security is very tight. Sina couldn't help but feel confused. You can see that far ahead. Mayo, on the other hand, was a bit worried and hesitated to ask, what should we do now? I think it will be difficult to blend in with just a disguise. Besides, like when we were at NRAS, a barrier was set up to detect intruders. That is Princess Isabel. Kai slowly explained that she is a descendant of the Demon Lord and has set up a barrier in a city where we would be detected immediately. Mayor pursed her lips and said, if it's a normal demon spell, I could sense the residual energy. But I didn't notice anything at all then. Kai nodded slightly and said, she not only helped us escape, but also provided some information. She's definitely up to something. Even without Isabel, this place is still the Demon Kingdom's stronghold, so it's not surprising to have a barrier of this level here.
May quickly insisted, give me some time to ask the spirits to investigate this barrier further.
Kai nodded slightly and suggested, when the sun sets, we will approach the capital. I rely on you. As the sun set, the city was shrouded in darkness, but the soldiers remained steadfast in their watch. However, soon they grew tired and turned away. At the same time, 3 figures silently entered the city. After walking for a while, Mayer's ears suddenly twitched, and she immediately stopped. The 3 of them paused in response. Mayo took a moment to sense before speaking, although very faintly. I can feel a residual amount of miasma in my mind. Kai muttered with a slight frown. I can't see anything. As expected, you can't use your assessment ability on something that isn't a tangible object. Mayo's voice was low as he explained. The residual energy was indeed very faint. So I don't know who this miasma signal belongs to, but it seems to be deployed to cover the entire city. It's a kind of barrier spell, just a hypothesis. But they can detect intruders by the absence of miasma. After all, only demons have miasma. Kai nodded slightly and muttered that method could really work. They must have placed such barriers in every city to prevent any spies or intruders. Let me try to see if we can get through. Only a few demons can use spatial magic like this. Mayor pondered for a moment before speaking. I think we can deceive them if we have miasma in our bodies. Hearing this, Kai immediately understood and then took out some items from his person. I took some items from CO's mansion in case I need money urgently. Mayor excitedly exclaimed when he saw them. If that was a miasma device, Sina, upon hearing this, asked in confusion what a miasma device was. Kai calmly explained that it is a mana-based device and functions like a magic tool used by humans. The only difference is that this device's source is miasma instead of human mana, but sometimes they need to infuse some magic into it. They dismantled this device to get some money, but since you haven't used it, it probably still has miasma inside. Mayor snatched the flute from Kai's hand. Excitedly, she exclaimed, "This device is pretty good." Wait a moment, I will channel some mana into it. Kai glanced at her hesitantly and asked, "Can you do that too?" "I've never just sat around while you two trained together. I've been learning this from my master all along." She only needed to imagine the rest. As she spoke, Meyer began to focus her mind, muttering the incantation non-stop, and in an instant energy appeared in her hand. And then Mayer managed to get past the barrier. Kai saw this and his eyes lit up with excitement. Sa also quietly waited for what would happen next. Before long, Mayer had fully entered the city. She cheerfully exclaimed, "We did it! You two can go inside now." Kai and Sina immediately stepped in. Kai said contentedly, "From now on, everything will be as usual. We will climb over the wall and sneak past the guards as a new day begins inside the city. The demons gather again to trade on the streets. Everyone does their own work, just like usual, and Kai's 3 people also successfully sneaked inside. Somehow, they managed to blend in here. Even if the demons pass by, they won't realize they are outsiders. Kai and his team successfully sneaked in and are free to move around inside the city. Kai glanced at the 2 of them and asked, "This place is too big and there are many demons." Za sighed helplessly. "It's really annoying having to pretend to be a slave all the time." I reminded them again, "The closer we get to the city center, the more guards there are. It's better if we don't go too close." Mayo looked at him in surprise. Sa also looked confused and asked, "Isn't our goal to infiltrate the castle and assassinate the demon lord?" Kai explained slowly, "Of course, that is our objective. But first, we need to gather information inside the capital. It will be very dangerous for us if our identities are exposed. Collect the information carefully." A week later, inside Isabel's tower in her office, Isabel was busy handling official matters when suddenly she realized something. She didn't look up and pouted as she said, "I'm surprised. I didn't expect you to get past my defenses." The person here is Kai, who has been in Isabel's room for some time without her knowing. He squints at her and casually corrects, "It's not me. It's all thanks to Meyer." Dan Mack nodded. Isabel indifferently said, "I understand now. You've become much stronger than last time." Kai ignored these trivial words and went straight to the main point, saying, "I need to talk. Isabel, can I?" Isabel nodded without hesitation. "It's fine." Kai was a bit surprised, chuckling softly. "You're quite direct." I shrug indifferently and smirk before speaking. "Anyway, I'm grateful to you for defeating Winbacks. Thanks to his death, I am no longer under surveillance and can move more freely." "So that was your plan, wasn't it?" Isabel sneered and replied, "It seems I underestimated you. I didn't think you could defeat him. You only thought you could use Kai as a pawn if you could escape. But he's more than what you expected. Now Kai is no longer just a pawn, but a valuable partner." Kai narrowed his eyes at Isabel, hesitating as he muttered, "The revolution of yours, you mentioned it here," then paused. "You've passed my challenge. Should we move somewhere else to talk?" Then she instantly teleported away. The scene changed in the blink of an eye. Kai looked down at the city from above, and after a long moment, he spoke. "We will teleport instantly from Eisenhot capital, and your city as usual. Your magic is truly powerful." Isabel calmly said, "It takes a lot of energy. I can't use it frequently in a day. Follow me." After finishing, Isabel led Kai to her reception room. She casually took a sip of tea before setting the cup down on the table. After a long pause, Isabel finally spoke slowly. "So, how did you obtain information about the revolution?" "I need to act immediately on this matter. We infiltrated the capital. A week ago, I gathered information from the slums. Even if you want to ask about information that could ignite the destruction of the Demon Kingdom, you think your assassination targets will be the Crown Prince, the second and third princes, who are at the center of the throne war. But what really concerns Kai is the lack of information about Isabel, the fifth princess of the Demon Kingdom." When they first met, Isabel mentioned she had a different goal in mind, thinking she might be plotting something, so Kai followed her 3 soldiers to investigate further. As a result, one of the soldiers helped him find the information he needed. "He led you to the warehouse where Isabel is storing weapons for the revolution." "I understand now." After understanding the issue clearly, Isabel nodded and then glanced at the person beside her to give an order. Smith, hearing this, understood and said, "I will warn our comrades to be more careful." Tay paid no attention to this and seriously proposed, "Let's get to the main point and I'll be direct with you. Do you ask Isabel if he wants to cooperate with heroes like you?" "So you mean I can do whatever I want after we defeat the Demon Lord?" Kai slowly explained, "I can't persuade and control the entire army of the Holy Kingdom, but I can do that with the hero candidates, as I said before. We want to go home? So, to do that, they have to kill the Demon Lord, and you don't care what happens to this world when we go back home." Isabel frowned and asked back, "Do you mean I can do whatever I want after we defeat the Demon Lord?" Indifferently shrugging, Kai sneered and said, "We won't know for sure if we can go home until we try." Isabel narrowed her eyes at him and after a moment spoke, "Summoning heroes is when the covenant with the god Digere is made. After completing the covenant by killing the Demon Lord, you will be returned to your world." Instinctively, he frowned and asked suspiciously, "How do you know that?" She said she didn't know that far away. Isabel slowly explained, "I discovered it after reading an ancient document, and by the way, it piqued my interest after talking with you." Leonora frowned suspiciously and asked, "Is that document trustworthy?" Isabel shook her head slightly, unsure. "It's just an ancient document." Kai immediately fell into deep thought. Well, it also matches what Leonora said. In the early days of coming to this world, they all heard things like that. Compared to what Leonora and Isabel just said, the accuracy of Kai's information has increased so far. Thinking of this, Kai said in a low voice, "In that case, the fate of this world has nothing to do with us. I don't care whether it destroys the Holy Kingdom or seeks peace after this is over." Hearing that, Isabel couldn't help but sneer. She coldly said, "Our interests are aligned. The revolutionary's goal is to make me the Demon Lord, then create a world where humans, beastmen, and demons can live in peace." Kai frowned slightly, suspiciously asking, "It sounds like a fairy tale. Do you think we can stop the war immediately?" "As long as I can defeat the current Demon Lord and maintain the strength of this kingdom, that child can do so too." Instinctively, Kay smiled and continued, "Do you not think it would be better if you joined the fight for the throne instead of rebelling against the kingdom and your revolutionary movement?" Despite shaking her head, Isabel calmly replied, "The current Demon Lord, my father, is known as the strongest in history. Even when he cedes the throne to the next Demon Lord, he will still hold great influence." She said, "The Demon Lord hates humans. He will never accept Isabel because she wants peace with humans. Furthermore, the other princes and princesses are not seeking peace. She is the only one. With that, Isabel confidently spoke again. It's true that we don't have enough strength with just the Revolutionary Army. But as long as we seize this opportunity while the kingdom is under attack by the Allied forces, I believe we have a chance to win. Even if we defeat the current Demon Lord with the help of the Allies, they will be at a disadvantage once this war ends. That is why Isabel does not seek help from outside. As she finishes, she suddenly points at Kai and says, "If the hero candidates help me, everything will be different." Kai frowned and remained silent. Isabel nodded again and continued, "I accept that our Revolutionary Army wants to form an alliance with the hero candidates." The negotiation was successful. Kai quickly grabbed Isabel's hand and smiled, saying, "We are counting on you too. I want to tell you something." Isabel looked at the teacup on the table and seriously reminded us that the Demon Lord's plan would be carried out this year. If we miss this window, the chance of victory will be 0. Meanwhile, in the Demon Forest, a Holy Nation army was slowly advancing, led by Captain Henry of the 7th Night Legion. He leads the support and logistics team sent from NRAS City to the battlefield. Even if reinforcements are not sent directly to the front lines, the Holy Kingdom needs a team to supply materials and warriors capable of fighting monsters. And so, the 7th Nightly Squad, composed of elite soldiers chosen for this mission, faced the powerful monsters inside the cursed demon forest. But with the disappearance of the high-level demon Elsa, their task became easier. Or so they thought, because the Demon Kingdom's assassin team appeared once again, just as the battle was turning in favor of the Holy Kingdom. Seeing them, the soldiers immediately exclaimed in surprise, "Who are you?" However, those people did not respond and kept moving forward. Seeing that, the soldiers became even more cautious and hurriedly stood in front of Henry. The captain stepped back and let us handle this. Blinding flashes of light kept flashing, and as soon as they stepped out, 2 heads were severed from their necks. They are assassins, so they act very quickly, killing in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, the soldiers become even more panicked. Ben and Jack were killed instantly. Be careful, they are high-level demons. At this moment, Henry rushes forward with scissors in hand, shouting loudly, "These are the assassins of the Demon Lord's army." Ken let out a sound as his sword clashed with the blades of the black-clad enemies, but he was quickly pushed back. Henry refused to give in, still shouting fiercely, "Don't underestimate us! I am one of the Knight's squadron leaders." As soon as I finished speaking, he was already pierced through. The smell of fresh blood quickly filled the air as an arrow sliced through the wind, killing Henry instantly, and thus the cursed forest became soaked in blood. The territory of the noble kingdom, the evil forest inside Elsa's old castle. After losing the battle at Follett, the Allied forces decided to retreat and regroup at the fortress they rarely occupy. Many soldiers are seriously injured, including the Allied commander. Amelia is still weak, lying there with bandages wrapped around her chest. Shiori is still trying to treat her. Midu stands nearby, worried, asking how she is doing. Sai nodded softly and said, "Her life is no longer in danger. If I keep using my healing skill regularly, she should be able to walk again in about 2 weeks." Hearing this, Midu finally relaxed and sighed, saying, "I understand." Hark also happily said, "You really are a savior. The other healers have given up." Sai, unconcerned, smiled sincerely and said, "This is all I can do." As they were talking, Elia gradually regained consciousness, murmuring to herself, "It's my fault." Hark saw that and reassured her, "You should rest for now and not worry about us. I will temporarily take command. Although they are retreating for now, the enemy has suffered heavy losses. They haven't moved yet, it seems they're trying to regroup." Elia, weakened, replied, "I understand, so it should be fine. Just somewhere you can't see." Hark and Midu exchanged glances, their eyes full of unspoken meaning. After a long moment, Harak finally spoke. "All right, I'm counting on you, Hono." Shiori nodded softly and said, "Yes, I will take care of her." Immediately after, Harak and Midu went outside. It wasn't long before Midu saw someone approaching. They were Ega. Ega spoke seriously. "I'm sorry, but I overheard your earlier conversation. I'm glad she's still alive, but it seems she'll need at least 2 weeks to rest. The reason I say there's no problem is because I don't want to cause more worry. She should focus on recovering. We will handle the supply issue ourselves." Ega also frowned and whispered, "If we limit rations daily, we can hold out for another week, but after that, it's uncertain. We need to resolve this soon." Harak glanced at the two and sighed before speaking. The 7th Cavalry team was wiped out along with the supply unit. According to the survivors, the attackers were the group that defeated Elia. Henry, the leader of Team 7, has fallen in battle. "He is a righteous person respected by everyone," Minu muttered in displeasure. The masked assassins are probably high-level demons. At least 5 or 6 appeared at once. They might be more troublesome than the 4 heavenly kings. Eiga also agreed with his opinion. Yes, I fought one of them, and I can't be careless even for a moment. The high-level bird squadron he sent as messengers has just returned, and it seems Intrat is preparing a new logistics unit. Eiga slowly replied, yes, but the problem is that those assassins are still hiding in the forest and may attack to cut off the supply route. Herrick glanced at the two of them and seriously suggested, I want you two to escort the logistics unit through the cursed forest. In fact, this problem can only be solved if we eliminate the masked assassins. If they run away, I want you two to pursue and eradicate them completely. Eiga and Midu nodded immediately in response to the order. A few days later, inside the cursed forest, following Herrick's command, Midu escorted the logistics troops into this place. Of course, Eiga and his team of beastmen are with us. At this point, a soldier spoke up. The horses are almost exhausted. We should stop and rest for the night. As soon as he finished speaking, Eiga suddenly drew his sword and shouted warning, they're coming! But it was too late. Some people had already fallen to the weapons of the black-clad group. Their attack was too swift, and by the time everyone reacted, a few had already been sent to their graves. Eiga immediately shouted to warn everyone to stay away from them and said he would face him, just as another fierce battle was raging, filling the sky with smoke and dust. You bastard! The one who appeared last time, come here to settle the score, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Arasi threw a punch. With a thunderous explosion, chaos erupted everywhere with smoke and fire. Meanwhile, nearby, another battle is taking place with sparks of swordlight dancing in the air as Midu fights against a demon wielding a sword. The two of them exchanged a few moves in the blink of an eye. Midu fought while thinking. Now is not the time to watch. He must eliminate them quickly to protect everyone. Just as they were fighting, a blazing fire suddenly erupted. Their supplies were consumed by the flames, causing the soldiers to panic. The one who stepped in was a mage using wind magic hiding in the distance. He kept controlling the flames to burn the supplies. At that moment, a loud scream echoed. I won't let you cause chaos. With a loud bang, the flames were extinguished. Jumi cheerfully exclaimed, well done, but the joy won't last long. When a cry of alarm suddenly rang out, be careful, Rumi, unfortunately it's too late. An arrow has pierced her eye. She collapses in pain to the ground. Corey rushed over worriedly to check on Jumi, but before he could reach her, 2 arrows shot towards him. Kari became even more panicked, unsure of what to do. At that moment, just as an arrow was about to pierce Cry, a burst of flames appeared and deflected the arrow away. The one who acted in time was Rena. Then she squinted and looked into the distance, seeing a figure standing on a nearby ancient tree, a black-clad man using a bow and arrow. In just a moment, the forest was filled with the sounds of fighting. The hero team's members were quickly pushed back, increasingly wounded, while the black-clad figures continued their fearless assault. At this moment, a loud scream echoed. What about this one? Making the black-clad man startled, Miri is summoning her earth magic to attack. A barrage of clay darts rushes toward the black-clad man, but he easily destroys them. Mireille is terrified by this scene. At the same time, a barrage of wind blades rushed to attack. But as before, the nearby black-clad man easily blocked them and floated in front of Narumi. Seeing this, Narumi immediately shouted in panic, it's another wind mage. We're in trouble. You can't let him block the way any longer. At this moment, Narumi suddenly saw something, his eyes involuntarily narrowing. Below, the black-clad man slowly approached Mireille. Mireille, trembling and sitting on the ground, muttered in panic, I'm sorry, everyone. At the same time, the black-clad man's weapon was raised, ready to strike down. Mir helplessly closed her eyes, waiting for the approaching death, when suddenly a loud scream echoed through the air. I order you to stop. And with that, iron chains tightly bind the black-clad man. The one who acted was Jin, controlling the chains to bind him, while also communicating with Miri through a voice transmission. Are you doing something? Hurry up and run. Mireille's legs are now weak and trembling. She mutters tremblingly, I can't lift my legs anymore. At that moment, a wind-breaking sound suddenly rang out, and Narumi, having rushed over unnoticed, embraced Mireille tightly and ran away. Seeing you alive inside my heart, Narumi finally let out a sigh of relief. I'm glad you're still alive. But he knew that if Jin hadn't used her control skill, Mireille would have died, so he had to hold on a little longer. As Narumi was thinking, a gust of wind suddenly struck. At the same time, Narumi summoned her magic, forming a tornado that enveloped both of them, causing the man in black below to panic. Damn these bastards, they're not targeting me, but you. While everyone is confused, a voice suddenly echoes in their minds. Calm down, everyone. The enemy is trying to distract us. Narumi immediately froze in surprise. Arasi on this side also heard it and paused slightly. Midu frowned slightly, deep in thought about what Jin just said. Regardless of what everyone else was thinking, Jin continued to remind them. If we stay calm and work well together, we won't lose the first round. He has to stay calm. Immediately after, Narumi closed his eyes and focused his mind to sense the wind. He can detect every attack through the wind, and sure enough, when the arrow was flying toward him, Narumi quickly dodged. This situation leaves the distant archer confused. Why is he suddenly so calm? At that moment, Narumi awakened a different potential within himself and used telepathy to communicate with Jin. Kanaki, can you hear me? This is a skill similar to the Wind King's ability. Windbok searches for the wind. Jay hears the echo and is immediately stunned. She asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" Narumi calmly replied, "Can you pass my message to everyone?" Jin nodded softly and said, "I can pass on the message to everyone, just like talking to you right now." Meanwhile, a blazing fire suddenly appeared. It chases after the distant archer, causing him to run away in panic, clearly using magic to erase his tracks. How do they know his location? Jin on this side is still relaying Narumi's message to everyone. The enemy is moving through the trees toward the south. Rena snorted coldly and said, "Then I'll burn him and the forest to the ground." Moreover, the others also started to charge forward and attack together. Under Narumi's guidance, they quickly regained their balance. Akira also cooperated with everyone. Under their fierce momentum, the black-clad group began to suffer injuries. They had no idea that the situation would suddenly change. Midu's team regained their teamwork, and he was forced into a difficult position. Mir then spoke again. "Don't be careless. Their attacks are quite strong, but there are big gaps between each strike." As he predicted, the first thing he needed to do was eliminate Mireille, so he quickly focused his attention on her. A screeching sound rang out as Kao used his iron arms to block the black-clad man's knife. He smirked and said, "That cheap weapon won't pierce my iron armor." The black-clad man was pushed back in confusion. He doesn't understand how Chao knew about his sneak attack. They didn't even communicate with each other. Over here, Midu has also defeated her opponent. Arasi is not far behind. His explosion burned his opponent to ashes. Eiga, unconcerned about everyone's safety, quickly decapitated the black-clad man. Since awakening his new power, Narumi is now dueling an black-clad opponent, with his swordsmanship gaining the upper hand and leaving numerous cuts on the enemy's body. This situation leaves the black-clad man stunned. He's actually being overwhelmed. While the black-clad man was thinking, Narumi was quietly calculating. He saw it all. The flow of the wind is guiding his next move. Immediately, Narumi seizes the opportunity to attack. Feng Dao once again shot out, moving with the speed of the wind, and in an instant, it transformed into a sharp spear piercing through the forehead of the black-clad man. He was killed instantly. The remaining black-clad group is only a few people. Seeing the situation is dire, the leader quickly ordered a retreat and sent the signal to withdraw immediately. But despite heavy losses, they achieved their main goal. The supply trucks were burned by the flames. After the battle, the Holy Nation group gathered around the campfire to rest in the forest, their faces grim and tense. Iga spoke in a deep voice. "Approximately 80% of our food supplies have been burned, the remaining just enough to feed the logistics troops on their way back." Midu muttered in disappointment. "We failed, didn't we?" Ega disagreed, frowning as he said, "Even so, we managed to kill 4 of those demons." According to the report, there are about 8 masked individuals. Midu frowned and asked, "So, there are 6 left." Ega replied calmly, "We need to add 2 more. One of them, the archer, and the one with the trident, are badly injured." He patted Midu on the shoulder to comfort her and said, "Don't worry. Next time we'll definitely be successful." Even though Ega said that, Jin was very worried. The morale of the Holy Nation soldiers is very low due to a lack of supplies, and it seems impossible for them to hold out. The more Yin thinks about it, the more his face darkens. If they fail again, next time they won't be able to continue fighting. Even a single demon can cause such devastating damage. But at this moment, a voice echoed in her mind. "Kazaki, are you listening to me?" Jin immediately exclaimed in shock. Araj went back to when Isabel told Kai that the plan to kill the demon lord needed to be carried out soon, or there would be no chance to win, and Kai skeptically asked why. Isabel slowly explained, "I, the god Alvaresta, will be resurrected. But I don't think someone from another world will understand how dangerous this is. I have heard that name before. If I remember correctly, he is one of the 2 main gods in the Book of Genesis. The Book of Genesis is a record of the battles between gods passed down from ancient times. It is said that this world was created and protected by the creator god Digoret. In ancient times, humans, elves, and beastmen lived together in harmony. But the evil god Anvaresta tried to take control of the world, and the demon created by the evil god was used as a pawn to invade this world. As a result, the world erupted into war. To fight against the evil god using demons to rule the world, the creator god granted powerful divine protection to some people to help them fight the demons. In the end, they defeated the demon lord of that time, and were afterward honored as heroes. In ancient times, the creator god won the battle, and the evil god was sealed away. This is the creation story you know. Since you already know the story, my explanation will be easier. That creation myth is mostly true. With the demons sealed away, the evil spirits become weaker, but they still grow stronger over time. So it means the seal is weakening? Isabel nodded slightly and said, "Yes, we can free that demon. If they manage to break the seal, what will happen then? The demon will become much stronger. Once that happens, humans will have no chance to win. I understand the situation now. Based on my judgment of the truth, I don't think Isabel is lying, but my assassin's instincts tell me she's hiding something. Still, Kay doesn't care much because they're just exploiting each other." Then he thought for a moment before speaking slowly. "So, what is the Revolutionary Army's next plan?" Isabel calmly replied, "We are secretly planning to assist our allied forces. We really need them to weaken the Demon Lord's army. We can't do that alone." Kai then suggested, "That's convenient. So, let me borrow your power, and we will cross the city of Fit first." 3 days later, in the Demon Forest, Isabel used spatial magic to teleport to this place. In addition, Kai and her 3 people and her army are with her. Because they moved so many people, Isabel was exhausted and complained, just as I thought, "Using teleportation magic too much makes me tired." At this moment, Mayo couldn't help but praise. Her teleportation ability is incredible, covering a distance that normally takes half a year to travel in an instant. Kai also felt the same. The strategic value of her skill is that it bypasses the basic concept of distance. As expected, to teleport, she uses a large amount of spiritual energy. Along with Mayo and Sina, there are a total of 7 high-level demons from the Revolutionary Army. From now on, Isabel may no longer be useful, but with this number of members, it should be enough. "While you were thinking," Xena quietly asked. Kai calmly replied, "Don't do anything yet, we can still use them." She nodded in agreement, completely trusting his words. Immediately after, Kai used telepathy to connect with Jin. So while Jin was resting, she heard Kai's voice in her ear, and she was very surprised. Kai explained slowly, "I was just testing, but it seems we can communicate this way." Jin gasped in surprise and exclaimed, "So you're nearby?" That scream really overwhelmed Kai. She's always so noisy. Kai sighed reluctantly and after a long pause, said, "I want to see you." Jin agreed without hesitation, understanding. So a few minutes later, Jin sneaked into the forest to meet Kai. But when she saw the person behind, her face instantly turned pale. The person Jane saw was Isabel. She trembled as she muttered, "A demon." Seeing her reaction, Kai immediately introduced herself, saying, "Let me introduce her. She is Isabel, the 5th princess of the Demon Kingdom." Knowing she was an ally, Isabel also greeted, "Hello." Jin still couldn't believe her ears, trembling as she muttered, "Princess." Mayo nodded and smiled. "That's right." Jin looked at Kai with hesitation and asked suspiciously, "What's going on? Did you betray us?" "I didn't betray anyone. I never took sides from the start," Kay said with a nonchalant shrug and a sneer, which made Jin glare at him in displeasure. Seeing that, Mayer couldn't hold back and interrupted, "You're teasing her too much." Kai is no longer joking and speaks seriously. "We have something to discuss with you tonight. Please gather Midu, Arazi, Hashimoto, Narumi, and Ninomiya, but don't tell anyone from the Holy Kingdom." By evening, as Kai said, Jin had gathered a group of people in the forest. The story is like this. We all share a common goal. This is a collaboration to defeat the Demon Lord, so there's no reason to refuse them, right? Arasi frowned slightly, suspiciously asking, "Why do you want to cooperate with such suspicious people?" He meant he didn't trust Isabel, the demon princess. But Kai explained very seriously, "We can't defeat the Demon Lord at our current pace. I've heard about your situation. You know that Midu's group is struggling against the kingdom's assassins?" Hearing this, Akira couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Assassins? If you're talking about the high-level demons wearing masks, then that's right. Now we are struggling to hold the line. They are even willing to sacrifice themselves to complete their mission. They risked their lives to hold me and Midu back to destroy our food supply. We killed 4 of them, but I hear there are 6 more." At this moment, Isabel suggested I will do something to deal with these assassins. We revolutionaries are better at guerrilla warfare. Hearing her words, Narumi exclaimed in surprise, "Can you do it?" "They are all high-level demons," Isabel replied indifferently. I am the 5th princess of the Demon Kingdom. Through this, she wanted Kai to see the value of the Revolutionary Army. In exchange, Midu's group had to prove they were strong enough to become her allies. This statement left the group in silence, each lost in thought. After a moment, Midu hesitated and asked, "Can I ask what you want?" Isabel also didn't hide it and calmly replied, "After receiving the supplies, I want you to eliminate Natasha. If we delay any longer, the Tam Prince's army in the capital will join the battle. If that happens, she says they will face difficulties and must eliminate them first. Are those assassins trying to buy time so their main forces can gather with the prince?" Isabel nodded slightly and said, "He's very strong. Right now you can't defeat him." But Arasi was not at all scared and even cheered excitedly. "Then let's go all in." Everyone hesitated at first. Mirai glanced at Midu and asked what she thought. Midu hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I'm glad we have such strong allies by our side. Let's follow Araj's decision." After the agreement was reached, they ended their conversation here. Before leaving, Kai spoke up to remind them, "I will work with the Revolutionary Army and contact you later. Through Kanjaki." Okay. At the same time, in another corner of the forest, a group of people are gathering around a fire to rest. The masks are placed nearby. They belong to the Demon Kingdom's assassins. The leader is the fire demon, who is currently eating meat with a very grim expression. He gritted his teeth and said, "I can't believe they killed 4 of us, including our leader." Another blue-faced demon chimed in. "Those kids are pretty strong, I'm sorry, but I can't move my right arm right now," Fanko asked with a slight frown. "Who will take command now?" The fire demon quickly suggested. "Yes, we can't let you take control, so I will be your leader. Without my firepower, our mission will fail. Does anyone oppose?" Then he glanced at each person with a warning in his eyes. Rocky, seeing this, nodded and replied, "I trust you." Another assassin, Fred, also chimed in. "I agree." Seeing that, Fire Demon seriously said, "Good. All we need to do is strike the next supply source, and they will starve." The plan remains the same. They not only disrupt the hero candidates, but also block the supply lines. Fire Demon warned us to be extremely careful with Midu and said the plan would start in an hour. The others immediately put on their masks and responded in unison. An hour later, the demon forest was shrouded in a gloomy darkness. A sniper hiding in a nearby ancient tree was the archer Marius. It's just that now he's a bit suspicious. Clearly he's still on alert in case something happens. But this is a small camp. With only a few people deep in the forest, those others wouldn't know about it. Or that's what I thought, because in an instant, Marius's eyes suddenly narrowed. Because he sensed that someone was coming, and not alone, and their concealment was quite professional. Marius thought they weren't hero candidates. They were strong, but lacked skill. As he thought, he drew his bow to shoot an arrow. Marius smirked slightly, seemingly having guessed who was rushing toward him, but clearly all he saw was a dark, dense forest. Yet a second later, a shadowy figure appeared slipping behind the large trees. Marius didn't hesitate to shoot. He just needed to kill them all, and everything would be fine. Each arrow shot with the force to tear through the wind, then disappeared into the endless darkness. Marius frowned slightly, silent. Has he already killed that person? It was just that his arrow was blocked by someone. It was Sina. She moved while holding the arrow tightly in her mouth. Marius immediately panicked. No way. How could she catch him without getting hurt? But the surprise was still behind her. I don't know when, but Kai was already behind Marius. He smirked and said, "You're moving too slowly." Marius, shocked, turned his head back just in time to see a gleaming dagger thrust forward, blood splattering everywhere. He never expected to be attacked from behind so easily by a kid like Kai. Kai looked at Marius's helpless body falling and sneered, saying, "Always make sure to move after shooting. That's the golden rule of a sniper." Meanwhile, the fire demon was leading the group through the forest, but suddenly stopped because he sensed someone was nearby. Marius is standing guard. The fire demon hurriedly gives the order. "Everyone get ready to move." Then he moved forward step by step, but suddenly Smith appeared in front of them and shouted, "Wait!" Fire demon frowned slightly and asked, suspiciously, "Is it a demon? What do you want? Are you a messenger for Natasha?" Smith gently shook his head and replied, "No, I am from the Revolutionary Army." This caused the fire demon to freeze, and he remained silent for a long time without any reaction. Smith slowly explained again, "Our goal is to kill the demon lord and turn this place into a peaceful empire." The fire demon became more confused and shouted angrily, "What are you talking about? If you're not the messenger for Natasha, how do you know this place?" Smith replied casually, "Our allies are everywhere, and it seems your mission is to block the supply routes to our allies." Fire demon frowned slightly and remained silent, so the information has been leaked. Smith ignored his reaction and continued speaking. Isabel said this, Give up the mission and follow me. The fire demon's face grew even more shocked upon hearing this. Isabel is the 5th princess. They are targeting him, which means the princess is collaborating with the allied forces. He never imagined they would be planning something so serious. Boss, what should we do now? After a moment of hesitation, the fire demon finally spoke. If we oppose the Demon King, we will be sentenced to death, and the 5th princess cannot form a revolutionary army. Hearing their conversation, Smith sighed helplessly and said, I'm very sorry to hear that. Then he snapped his fingers softly. Immediately, a group of demons appeared. Smith smirked and said, I have to kill everyone here. In just a moment, the assassins were surrounded by Smith's army, causing them to panic and shout, We're trapped, brother, they're high-level demons. Fire demons remained calm, immediately casting magic, ordering a counterattack and retreat. We have to bring this information back. Smith's army snorted coldly in disdain and said, You think we allow that, you criminals? I've never liked you from the start. And then they immediately charged into a chaotic fight while Kai watched from afar. In just a moment, Isabel's rebels managed to push back the troublemaking assassins from Midu's group. They were well-trained, and this was the true strength of the rebel army. Meanwhile, Isabel appeared beside the battle, but she didn't fight. She approached a killer and asked, Are you the mastermind behind the Autumn Civil War? Vanko saw Isabel and was a bit surprised. He asked doubtfully, Do you really intend to stage a coup? Isabel didn't answer, coldly continuing, Here you are the only one I want to recruit. Do you still want to fight for peace? What are you doing, Vanko? Unfortunately, he had no room to intervene at all because the revolutionaries kept attacking wildly, and the assassins quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. We're doomed if this continues. At the same time, Kai from afar suggests that it seems Isabel has finished her task. Let's end this. Sina Meyer and Sina immediately responded in unison. Thanks to Kai's secret operations and the Revolutionary Army, the assassin unit of the Demon Lord's army that had tormented the Beastmen Alliance was completely eliminated by Kai's group. With his assassin skills, Kai killed them as easily as flipping a hand. As a result, supplies from NRAS City to the frontline base have started being moved to a safe location. The spirits of the soldiers, now well-fed, have returned. Everything went smoothly, but Eiga felt something was off. He muttered with a frown, That's still very strange. The troublesome masked demons suddenly stopped appearing. Midu knows exactly what's happening, but he has to lie. Maybe they retreated because we took down 4 of them? Eiga frowned slightly, thinking for a long time before speaking. Maybe that's the case. On the contrary, Harak seemed to have figured out Midu's trick because he lied so badly, and he also knew that Kai had taken action. Midu didn't realize he had been exposed, he kept insisting, but more importantly, we should attack soon, right? Everyone's morale has already returned. Harak gently shook his head in refusal. Is there any reason to rush? Midu didn't know how to respond, hesitating for a long time without being able to form a sentence. Just then, someone entered from outside. It's Akira. He raised his eyebrows and asked seriously, Sorry, I suggest we do this. Hark nodded slightly and said, I permit it. Akira slowly spoke. First of all, it seems that Natasha, the Water Celestial King and one of the high commanders of the Demon Lord's army, is the city of Fit's military commander. Hark nodded in agreement. It seems to be true. The captured demons also said so. Eiga also chimed in. So it turns out there is a guardian deity protecting this place. They didn't stand out in the previous battle. But before he could finish, Akira cut him off. Natasha seems to specialize more in covert operations than direct combat. The incident with the masked demon sabotaging the supply lines was probably Natasha's tactic. He said he didn't want her to have time to come up with her next plan. And there's also rumors that Leon H. from Forest is returning. Hearing this name, Hark and Eiga's faces immediately turned grim. Eiga muttered in a low voice, In other words, the 3rd prince of the Demon Kingdom, a blood relative of the Demon Lord. Akira nodded slightly and replied, Yes, that's why I want to attack as soon as possible. If Leon H. joins, it will be even harder for us to take over the fortress. This caused both Eiga and Hick to fall into deep thought. After a long moment of hesitation, Eiga finally spoke. Since this entire area was originally Leon H.'s territory, it would be strange if he didn't return during such a crisis. Seeing everyone start to agree, Midu finally let out a sigh of relief. Akira really is trustworthy. Seeing this side of him, Akira couldn't help but laugh. Midu would become flustered as soon as she started lying and would be easily caught. At this moment, Eiga spoke seriously, saying all the relatives of the Demon Lord possess boundless power. I have encountered the Crown Prince, Fak Ko, before, and felt that I couldn't win. Akira nodded slightly and said, We will have to fight them eventually, but I want to defeat each one if possible. Hark wanted to ask if Akira got that information from Kai too, but he couldn't bring himself to say it aloud. And in the end, he could only agree. I understand. We will call the soldiers immediately.
On the other side, at Natasha's palace, she is now extremely panicked. Natasha screams while clutching her head.
No way, 10 members of the shadow unit of the army completely wiped out? Her subordinate immediately nodded and replied, yes. When he couldn't contact anyone, he stopped by the base out of suspicion and only saw corpses. Natasha grew angrier the more she listened, grinding her teeth as she muttered, who could dare to wipe out such an elite army? At this moment, the door was pushed open and a loud scream followed. Natasha startled Aqualia and asked, what's going on? That demon immediately explained, and the enemy continued their assault. Hearing this, Natasha frowned and anxiously said, if supplies arrive, that will naturally happen. Leon Hat won't arrive for at least 3 more days. Hearing this, Natasha broke down and cried. If I say we've lost the shadow unit, I'll definitely get scolded. It's over. What should we do now? Encouraging her, but before they could do anything, Natasha's spirit changed and her face twisted in agony. I grit my teeth and mutter through clenched jaws, I cannot forgive this. How dare humans and beastmen interfere in my love story with Leon H. You guys, I will kill them. The 2 henchmen panic even more and quickly try to calm her down. Unfortunately, Natasha has gone mad and cannot listen at all. In that moment, she lost control, and a huge flood began to sweep everything away. The floodwaters have covered the entire castle and soon spilled out. After going mad, Natasha finally returned to normal, but she seemed to have no memory and muttered in confusion, where am I? It's flooded everywhere, what's going on? It's like that crazy Natasha from before isn't even her. Meanwhile, outside the castle, the Demon Lord's army is perfectly defending against the advancing Beastman coalition forces. This is a different passive tactic from the previous battle, where they met on the plains. Assuming this is a delaying strategy, the allied Beastman army has launched a full-scale attack. Arasi still leads the charge in every battle, his fists and explosions causing rocks and smoke to fly everywhere. Arasi shouted loudly, "Come on, keep chasing me!" Those bastards Narumi and Reina also joined the fight. Their abilities are strong, one-on-one is no problem. Midu also keeps swinging his sword, killing countless demons. But Midu is a bit suspicious. At the moment, there doesn't seem to be any high-level demons around. If that's really the case, they just need to move forward and defeat Natasha. But at that moment, his face suddenly turned pale because a huge wave was approaching from ahead. The people behind him were just as panic-stricken, exclaiming in shock, "A tidal wave?" This is the mainland. The demons, on the other hand, realize this is Natasha's magic, but they don't understand why even allies are being swept away. In this way, the tsunami created by Natasha began to engulf everything. Midu's group was also affected. This magic was too powerful, capable of sweeping away both allies and enemies. Midu bit her lip fiercely, her face extremely serious. At the same time, on the distant city wall, Kai's group was silently watching their battle. Kai narrowed his eyes at the wave and coldly said, "Now let's see what you can do." Xa glanced at him and hesitated. "Do I not need to help?" Kai nodded slightly and said, "Yes, this time they will have to act on their own. Natasha's water magic of the 4 great water kings is too powerful. The tidal wave has swept away all enemies and allied forces outside the castle, and even the surviving warriors inside the castle have been caught in the chaos." After rising from the water, they entered close combat. From afar, Kai couldn't help but marvel that magic scale is truly terrifying. Isabel calmly replied, "Natasha's ability to suppress large areas is also impressive. Although she didn't really enjoy fighting, the flood had already poured over their city walls." Sina frowned slightly and asked, but why did she include her allied forces from the beginning?" Isabel calmly replied, "Perhaps she was angry and causing chaos pointlessly, but maybe she thought that close combat would be more advantageous because coordinating humans is very difficult." Kai also whispered that a decline in military strength cannot be solved with simpler tactics, and no high-level demon can stop hero candidates this way. Isabel calmly replied that Natasha's high-ranking subordinates, including Bright and Elsa, have all been killed by you. Additionally, they have also eliminated the shadow units of the Demon Lord army entrusted to Natasha by Lon H, so they probably no longer have the strength to fight now. Then it's just a matter of time. The great Heavenly King is quite troublesome, but my friends are also gradually improving their skills. Isabel glanced at him and asked in a low voice, "Explain your pawns." Kai whispered back, glancing at her briefly, but he figured she understood it anyway, so it was fine. Then he pointed first at Arasi to introduce him. The noisy guy raging in the north is Arasi. His offensive ability is quite prominent among the hero candidates, and that guy is very brave. Then Kai pointed to Rina and said, "The one using the flames of her evil eyes is Nagas Rena. She has a fighting personality, the kind whose strength changes with her mood." Mayor ignored her and sneered in, "She's the one who hates Kai." Kai ignored it and introduced someone else. The girl commanding the hero candidates from behind is Hashimoto Maire, who uses telekinesis with many applications and is quite strict. Next is the wind user fighting while flying. Narumi. He's a pawn with a broad vision and excellent support skills, capable of doing many things but lacking firepower. The magic enhancer supporting from behind is Akira. He is very intelligent and calm, quite understanding of the situation, but also easy to be exploited, and the person healing all the wounded at the back. The tall boy protecting the rear army is Ozaki Takao. He has a divine guardian ability that can turn parts of his body into steel, and his defense is also very remarkable. Glancing over the crowd, Kai then pointed to Jin to introduce him. The girl controlling many demons in the West is Kanja Kizin. Her dominance is unbeatable against lower-level opponents. Then he glances at the last person in the distance, no one else but Midu. He spoke slowly. As you can see, he is the main fighting force among the hero candidates. Kai believes that Midu could reach the level of a celestial king. He has a natural talent for swordsmanship and doesn't shy away from training. Kai has always held Midu in high regard, despite some issues, as those are the pieces he wants to mention. After hearing that, Isabel frowned and asked back how many people in total. Kai slowly explained, 26. There are a total of 40 hero candidates, but 14 of them are not suitable for combat and have withdrawn. Isabel understands. She nodded and said, "Even with the powerful power from God, it would be meaningless without the right attitude for battle." After a moment of thinking, she finally spoke. "Not bad. With your cooperation, our chances of winning are increasing." At this moment, Isabel's gaze shifted to the distant castle. She murmured, "Looks like Natasha is about to act again." Kai also realized this and nodded slightly, saying, "Yes, if this continues, our soldiers will be reduced and defeated. We must strike back before that happens." 4. It seemed like at the same time, waves appeared once again, causing the chaos to pause for a moment. Before long, a figure appeared outside the castle. It was none other than Natasha. The Alliance side was stunned to see her, while the demon was quite excited. Midu also sensed the high-level power. He immediately turned around and, upon seeing Natasha, pointed his sword at her and shouted, "Water King." Natasha glared at Midu with a cold snort and said, "You are the core of this army, the swordsman of the heroic candidate." As soon as she finished speaking, she cast a spell, summoning a series of water waves that transformed into giant snakes rushing toward Midu. Not daring to be careless, Midu focused her mind and created a shield to defend herself. The water snake continued to wildly smash the shield, making Midu's face grow more and more grim, but it wasn't over yet. Natasha launched another attack. The water knives charged forward with fierce momentum, and the shield could not hold them back. Both his body and shield are pushed back, and Midu furiously frowns as the ground crumbles beneath him, making it impossible to hold on. Thinking of that, Midu turned his sword into a rope, clinging to a castle pillar, quickly lifting himself into the air to create distance from Natasha. Seeing where Midu landed, Natasha muttered discontentedly, "That is my garden." As soon as she finished speaking, she summoned more waves. Beneath Midu, the water wrapped tightly around his feet, then froze into ice, trapping him in place. Seeing this, Natasha chuckled triumphantly, "Go and die." As soon as she finished speaking, she summoned the water creature. A series of raging waves charged fiercely at Midu. He quickly raised his shield to defend, but the fierce waves made it hard for Midu to hold on. Before long, wounds appeared on his feet and blood started to flow. Seeing this, Midu used her sword to cut through the ice tightly binding her legs. Then he stepped back to catch his breath. Squinting at Midu, Natasha smirked and said, "You're pretty good to be able to withstand that attack, but you can't move freely with those legs, can you?" Seeing this, Miri from afar was a bit worried, but couldn't do anything. At this moment, Natasha burst into a wild laugh, saying, "If I crush you, I still have a chance to win." Then she summoned water snakes to attack. From afar, Isabel couldn't help but mock, "Looks like your main resource is losing." She shrugged indifferently, sneered, and said, "Don't worry, he already has a plan." During the battle, Midu still sat there, but in his eyes now flickered a determined glint. And then, in just a moment, Midu appeared behind Natasha. Stunned by the scene, Natasha couldn't react in time. And so Midu raised his sword high and shouted, "Holy light, destroy the demons! Gather within my sword and shine brightly!" In an instant, lightning bolts appeared in his sword. Without hesitation, Midu swung her sword down. The heavenly king of Aqualia, whose real name is Natasha Aqualia, She was born as the eldest daughter of the Aqualia family, a prestigious family with water attribute magic. The four great archangels, the highest commanders in the Demon Lord's army, are positions passed down from generation to generation. Currently, the Stone Gaia and Windbox clans are in chaos after losing their leader, as there is no one capable enough to fill the position of the four great archangels. Sometimes they have to pick someone at random, even if that person isn't capable enough. Natasha is a prime example. She was reluctantly chosen to replace the previous leader, who died of illness. In other words, Natasha took on the position of the king without having the qualifications worthy of a king. As the head of the Aqualia family, she cannot tolerate being looked down upon. Natasha specializes in enemy intelligence and covert operations, because she is always seeking weapons beyond brute strength. Her engagement to Crown Prince Leon H was also the result of seeking factors to strengthen her own position. Previously, Natasha asked Leon H, "Why are you so kind to me? A useless woman like you're only a nominal goddess?" Leon. Hat then reached out to touch her cheek. He smiled sincerely and said, "Isn't it obvious? Because I love you, Qual." Hearing these words, Natasha was deeply moved, but by this point, she could do nothing to help Leon sing, and had already died at Midu's sword. Seeing Natasha fall, the demons immediately panicked. "Aqualia is dead, that can't be true. On the contrary, the people of the Holy Nation are very happy." Meyer excitedly exclaimed, "Midu has won." Ega also nodded in satisfaction, just as expected, while Arasi was extremely dissatisfied, muttering that she could have easily executed that weak woman. Akira couldn't help but laugh and say something, but Arashi remained very calm, not interfering in the fight, and let out a slight huff. Arasi, displeased, spoke up, "I had no choice." The Araji demanded, "I do this." Earlier, when they were in the demon forest and their conversation was coming to an end, Kai left a final instruction before preparing to leave. Everyone looked a bit uncomfortable at that moment, but in the end, they all nodded in agreement. As Arasi was on his way back, suddenly someone called out to him from behind. "Ashi," Arasi asked unhappily, "what else is there?" The person approaching is Kai. He spoke softly. "For the next battle with the Celestial Kings, I want Midu to handle it." Arasi frowned and suspiciously asked, "Are you telling me I can't fight?" Kai didn't answer right away but glanced into the distance. Arasi also looked on curiously. Kai softly said, "I want Midu to develop here, and to do that, he needs confidence." Arasi, hearing this, was confused and didn't understand. Kai slowly explained again. "Midu is always hesitant because he doesn't trust his own decisions. Do you understand what I mean?" Arasi thought for a moment before speaking. "Yes, it's troublesome, but I understand," Kai said in a deep voice, possibly because he had been helped multiple times by allied troops. "If he can defeat a celestial king alone, Midu will have a certain level of confidence." Arasi slightly furrowed his brow and asked skeptically, "But if he loses, then what? Wouldn't that make him even more lose confidence?" Hearing that, C chuckled and asked, "Are you worried about Midu?" Arasi irritably retorted, "I didn't mean that, I was just pointing out the flaws in your training plan." Serious Kia says, "If he loses, he's dead. And if he dies here, it will also define his worth." Hearing this, Arasi is immediately stunned, and after a long pause, he hesitated and said, "I have no reason to follow your advice." Kai ignored him and turned away, leaving a cryptic remark. "You realize that you are carrying the lives of your comrades and that Midu's growth is the key to defeating the Demon Lord, right?" Arasi squints at your back and mutters, "Well, it seems everything will unfold according to his wishes anyway." Back in reality, Midu still couldn't believe he had won. That was really dangerous just now. But he had defeated a celestial king on his own, truly becoming stronger. Midu knew it was thanks to Arasi's advice. Returning to that night in the demon bed, Kai also came to Midu with a proposal. "Midu, can I talk to you for a moment?" Midu quickly ran over to Kai. He hesitated and asked, "What is going on? I saw you talking to Arasi earlier, but you cut him off coldly before he finished." "I have a piece of advice for you. Stop hesitating and trust your own decisions." After a long moment, he sighed and said, "I know I am indecisive, but how can I gain confidence in myself?" Kay coldly replied, "With your personality, only results will lead to confidence. Defeat the celestial kings on your own." This suggestion made Midu freeze in place, but until today, he actually managed to do it. Midu deliberately attacked his own leg to make Natasha arrogant. Usually, he wouldn't consider doing something like that, but Midu did it because Kai told him to trust his judgment. It was really risky, but it worked. Midu's judgment was not wrong. Thinking this, he glanced at everyone. Immediately after, Midu raised his sword high and shouted, "The Aqualia, Heavenly King, has been defeated. The Demon Lord's army is surrendering. If you do not resist, we will not take your lives. The demons heard this and froze in fear. After a long moment, they lowered their weapons and surrendered. And the battle officially ends. Victory belongs to the Holy Kingdom. On the city wall not far from there, Kai's group also saw this scene. Kai nodded with satisfaction and spoke. Midu tends not to rely on intuition. Maya was surprised and asked, "What do you mean?" Kai slowly explains, he got caught up in normal moves instead of trusting his intuition. Normal moves can be called conventional or textbook methods. These moves are usually low risk but easy to predict, which causes Midu to fall behind in high-level psychological battles. The battle with Scientist Leonora was clearly a fight that relied on intuition. Kai only guessed based on Midu's strength at that moment, but he was right. At this point, Isabel interrupted again, saying, "I think he's taking too many risks. If she avoids that attack, it will definitely be hopeless." Kai paid no attention and calmly replied, "That kind of balance is also a good sign for the future, but anyway, he's already doing very well now." Everyone was very happy that Midu defeated Natasa. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, the demon tribe was slowly moving. Leon sat on the carriage, the loud noise irritating him. He muttered in frustration, "Aqualia is dead? I see. I didn't expect that woman to be so useless, even though I have assigned her the shadow unit of the Demon Lord's army." The Beastman Alliance defeated the Aqualia Kingdom and captured Fit City, securing the supply route from Naras City through the Demon Forest to Fit. They finally seized a corner of the major city. The people of the Demon Kingdom are beginning to realize the crisis. At the same time in Forest City, the allied Beastman army was healing their wounds. Siori was trying to treat them when someone called her. When she turned around, she saw Midu approaching, smiling and praising her. "You're doing very well. How is the situation?" Siori replied slowly. "The lightly injured are discharged and they are very happy. The seriously injured are still here but are also recovering." Then suddenly, she raised her head, wanting to say something more. Moreover, before she could finish speaking, Elia had already come out and said with a smile, "I am fine now." Seeing her, Midu immediately cheerfully exclaimed, "Amelia, thank God." Amelia sincerely said, "I made you worry." Midu then patted Siori's head and smiled, thanks to Hono constantly reciting healing spells. When praised, Sai immediately waved her hand to refuse. "No, this is all I can do." Amelia paid no attention and spoke seriously. "I will return to my duties tomorrow. I want to plan future strategies with Harik and Iga. Midu, please join the strategy meeting tomorrow." Midu nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, of course." As soon as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Jin communicating telepathically, "Midu, can you hear me?" "Araj is calling. He said we should gather at the dormitory." Midu nodded softly and said, "I understand. I'm leaving now." He sighed helplessly, surprised when a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Seeing Midu's expression, Elia looked a bit surprised and asked, "What's wrong?" Midu obviously didn't dare tell the truth, scratching his head and shyly saying, "It's nothing. I just lost focus for a moment." Elia thought he looked tired and patted his shoulder kindly, saying, "I understand. You've been fighting non-stop. Rest today." Midu quickly nodded. "I will rest at the dormitory today." As Araji said, "I have gathered all the members of the combat team." Kai nodded softly and said, "Good." Then he placed his teacup on the table and looked at Midu again before speaking. "By the way, Midu, has the fact that you are collaborating with the Revolutionary Army been shared with everyone?" Midu calmly admits, "Yes, I already told everyone about that." Hailong nodded. Kay then glared at everyone, warning them. "So I'll be quick, but anyone here who leaks information will be killed. Don't think I'll go easy on you just because we're classmates." After saying that, he pulled out his gun as a warning. Seeing it, everyone's faces immediately turned anxious. Satoshi and Heike, seeing Kai holding a gun for the first time, turned pale and felt that he was too terrifying. Moreover, how do you have a gun? Do guns exist in this world too? Asusi and Kenta glanced at Arasi for help, but only received her cold, expressionless face. Meanwhile, some people paid no attention to Kai's gun, and instead focused on Sina and Mei behind him. They seem very cute together. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Narumi immediately stepped in to soothe. "Come on, who here would reveal such important information? So what are you all doing here then?" Regarding the next target, with the help and plan of the Revolutionary Army, I want to focus on the third prince, Lon H. He is moving with reinforcements, but since Feast City has fallen, he is now staying in the nearby small town of Vani. Kai suspects Leon H. is discussing future strategies, so he wants to move with a small elite force while he can, and take him out with a surprise attack. Midu frowns and hesitates, saying, "Tomorrow there will be a strategy meeting with Elia and others, so it looks like we need to direct the army's course." But Kai shook his head in protest, saying, "No, we don't need help from allied forces in this campaign. Instead, we should keep prolonging their vacation," Akira without hesitation suggested. Then I will handle that part so Midu's lie won't end well. Everyone nodded in agreement and said, "That's right." At this moment, Akira glanced at Kai and asked, "But I want to confirm one thing. What is the reason we are targeting Leon H?" Kai explained slowly. "The King of Aqualia belongs to the faction of the Third Prince, the shadow unit of the Demon Lord's army. If we take control of most of Fit City, we will surely weaken his power. You and the two Sina will decide to crush Leon H before he can rebuild his army. So, Isabel is worried about Leon Hat's extensive information network and wants to deal with him quickly." Akira nodded understandingly and asked, Is this a clash of interests? What will the revolutionaries do for us? It seems they are just using us for their own convenience. Kai frowned slightly and continued in a low voice. The revolutionary army will spread false information from within to trap Leon Hat. Our plan is to trap Leon and take him down. Hearing this, Arasi asked, somewhat displeased, "You're being too cautious. Are you afraid? We can just crush him like that." The boss narrowed his eyes at him and said coldly, "Those who carry the blood of the Demon Lord are on a different level from the Archangels. I think with the strength of the current hero candidates, we can win, but I am being extremely cautious. You will tell them the details of the campaign later." After speaking, you start pointing at each person. The people Kai will nominate for the army in the battle against H include Midu. The second is, of course, Arasi, along with Narumi, the Wind God's boy, and the fiery, hot-tempered girl, Rena. In addition, he is tall and has decent combat skills. Also, he needs a healer like Sayori. Finally, there's Akira. He speaks well and is quite capable in battle. After listing the team, Kai glanced at Mireille and spoke. 7 people. Hashimoto, stay here and deceive them and the others. Meyer heard this and frowned, saying, It looks like I have no other choice." Seeing that Kai wasn't calling on him, Jin was getting very anxious. But on the other hand, Akira and Narumi understood that this was their maximum firepower. They could only come up with that much. The other students couldn't keep up with this battle. After a while, the meeting was over. The 3 Kai's group left the dormitory, but after a short while, someone called out to them from behind. The 3 immediately stopped and turned around. "Is the person coming Jin?" Kai asked with a slight frown. "Kanzaki, what's wrong?" Jin hesitated for a long time before cautiously asking, "Why didn't you take me with you?" Kai is ruthless and blunt, honestly saying you're a burden. "I can't trust your fighting ability in your current state." "Wait, Kay, what you're saying sounds so harsh." X also spoke up for Jin. She was quite proactive in the previous fight. Kai narrowed his eyes at the 3 girls in front of him. After a long moment, he sighed and said, "Let me clarify, Kanjaki's dominance is unbeatable against lower-level opponents. He's reliable in team battles. But higher-level enemies will surpass her with their magical power. With her current restraint ability, Jin won't be useful in the fight against Leon H." The more Jin listens, the more he screams in despair. "No way, does that mean my abilities are only for hunting the weak?" Kai nodded softly and spoke. "You must understand already, right?" But Jin couldn't accept it and hurriedly said, "I want to help you." Kai sighed helplessly. "Just playing the role of a conversation between me and your class is enough to help me understand." So Jay remembered what happened last time and then muttered cautiously, "I want you to trust me, like before." Kai didn't say anything more, and May encouraged her, saying that if she's no longer a burden, it's fine to come along. X also nodded in agreement. "Maybe you should train her like you did with me." Listen to the 3 of them rambling on. Kai grew impatient and snapped. "Listen up, Kanzaki, if you want to be useful. This is my advice. You should communicate more with your classmates." Jay froze upon hearing this, eyes filled with confusion. She hesitantly asked what he meant by that, and Kai explained slowly that with her telepathic abilities shared from the Divine Guardian, she could be a tactical commander. "If you can do it, I don't mind leading you into battle." I looked up at you, hesitatingly asking, "Can I command the tactics? You mean I should become the leader of our class?" Kai replied casually, "Usually it's not necessary, but in battles it might be. Only your telepathic ability can mobilize the entire class without delay. Midu is indecisive, while Mirai is too rigid. Arasi only knows how to fight with brute strength, so if Jin can lead the class calmly, Kai will feel a bit more at ease." Hearing that he needs me, Jin immediately nodded happily. "I understand. I will definitely meet your expectations." Kai couldn't help but be confused by her reaction. Why does she keep wanting to become your pawn? It's fine anyway, so I don't mind. On another front in City 5, a demon kneeling inside the castle cautiously speaks. "Your Majesty, may I speak?" Leon stands in front of the crystal ball, speaking in a deep voice. What is going on? The subordinate hesitated and said, It's been 3 days. Why are you still staying in this city? Fit city has fallen. We should retreat quickly. This city of Vai is not suitable for a battle. Leon H. nodded slightly and replied, I know. Then why? The subordinate asked in confusion. He understood that he didn't want humans to take over Leon H.'s territory, but now they are no longer in a position to speak so freely. The dark units of the Demon Lord's army that were destroyed bear a special magical mark. I can determine the cause of death from the remaining magical energy after death. The subordinate, hearing this, asked nervously, What do you mean? Leon chuckled softly and then smirked, saying, I am gathering information. If the bodies of the shadow unit are too far away, I cannot use magic. Isabel is betraying us. Hearing that, the subordinate was stunned and couldn't believe what he just heard. Leon Hat didn't care and continued to smile, saying, As long as we have that certainty, it's enough. Let them take over the city of Forlit. And at the same time, inside the glass sphere, an image of Isabel talking to someone appeared. Meanwhile, at the gathering place of the three, Kai and Isabel brought a small bottle of light blue medicine to the three. Holding it in his hand, Kai asked nervously, Is this the key to defeating Leon H? An antidote. Isabel nodded slightly and explained, It has to be certain it will be useful. Leon H uses rare poison attribute magic. Even a scratch can spread poison throughout his body instantly and kill him. Kai seemed doubtful. Even with the antidote, could they really endure? So he decided to activate his assessment ability and quickly examined the antidote bottle in his hand. It can only reduce or eliminate the poison caused by magic, so it's a 50-50 chance. At this point, Isabel explained again that the effect would last for 10 minutes after taking the medicine. We will have to eliminate Leon OH during that time. Kai nodded slightly, indicating he understood. Isabel still felt uneasy and warned us to be extremely careful because we don't have many antidotes. They are only distributed in case Allied troops are poisoned. She talks about the action plan involving comrades in Leon Hat's revolutionary unit, who will lead and spread false information to lure Leon H into a spatial magic trap, then wait at the transition point to finish him along with Kai's group. After executing the plan, she asked if he had any issues. Kai nodded slightly and replied, Yes, I am also selecting capable fighters. I will gather them at the designated location, including a close relative of the Demon Lord like Isabel and a toxin user like Leon H. You have no idea how strong he will become. And so, everyone hurriedly prepared their plan. Even Midu, who is training with Ega, can learn a lot from him because Ega's fighting skills are excellent, and his speed is fast. Ega quickly identified Midu's weakness after a fight, and his sword was pointed directly at Midu's face. Not daring to be careless, he used teleportation to get behind Ega, but Ega had already noticed. He smirked and said, I've seen that move many times before. Then he swung his leg in a horizontal kick. Midu was startled and stepped back a few paces, but he didn't show any signs of backing down, quickly turning his sword into a whip and wrapping it around Ega's ankle. Ega was lifted into the air, and the two of them spun around a few more times, fighting loudly in midair. After a while, they finally separated, and the cord on Ega's ankle quickly retracted. Ega smirked and said, It's indeed a troublesome technique, but when bent like a whip, the power seems to diminish. But Midu didn't stop either. A glint appeared in his eyes, and immediately, a burst of energy shot out from his sword, straight at Ega. For a moment, Ega was momentarily stunned, but he reacted in time, raising his sword to defend. At the same time, Harak was quietly observing their battle, his eyes filled with confusion. In this battle, Midu's fighting style has become more unpredictable. He is much more confident after defeating a celestial king. While he was thinking, a sudden call to Harak from behind made him turn around. The person approaching was Jin. Seeing her, Harak suspiciously asked, Kazaki, what do you want? Jin hesitated for a moment, then finally boldly requested, Please teach me the art of tactical command. After hearing this, a series of question marks appeared above Harak's head as he squinted and asked suspiciously, Why do you want to learn about tactical command magic all of a sudden? Jin resolutely replied, I want to become stronger, so I want to use advice on how to optimize my guardian spirit. Harak frowned in deep thought. Jin's guardian spirit makes him think more about sharing than domination. It's a power that allows communication without words, limited to hero candidates. I'm sure that when Jin takes command, the coordination among team members will improve significantly. If he can operate the hero squad, the military's ace, with strategic planning, nothing could be better. But Harris didn't agree right away and asked suspiciously, Who gave that advice? Jin was momentarily stunned, avoided his gaze, and hesitantly said, It was Midu. With his eyes that see through life, Harak is sure Jin is lying. If it were Midu, he would definitely say he wants to learn together. So this must be Kai's idea. The strange actions of your hero team lately probably also involve him. Seeing Herrick not respond, Jin became even more worried. Herrick also understood a bit about Kai's current situation. Maybe it's okay to say your name, but she was told to keep the cooperation with the Revolutionary Army absolutely secret. While Jin was worried, Herrick smiled and agreed. Of course I don't. And we also want her to become stronger. Jin's mood instantly lifts. She gratefully spoke. Thank you very much. In fact, Herrick has another goal. He will cooperate sincerely to gain Jin's trust. And if he can control her, the one leading the entire class, that would be perfect. What worries Herrick is the presence of Kai, who is manipulating the hero squad in the shadows. Is the reason Kai didn't show up after the trip to the Beastman Alliance because he didn't trust them? Herrick understands. Aaliyah is not the type to forgive Kai, the assassin who killed the Saintess. That assessment is completely correct. To earn Kai's trust, he will probably have to take command of the Allied army. Jin, noticing Herrick's changing expressions, nervously asks, "Is something wrong, Herrick?" Herrick was slightly startled, his face returning to normal. He shook his head with a smile and said, "Oh no, sorry, I'm free today. How about we learn the tactical command part now?" "Yes, sir." Jay agreed immediately and then followed Herrick to learn. By evening, in a small house on the outskirts, it was late, but Kai was still pondering something. Kai spoke in a deep voice. "I tried to understand the different types of poisons that could be detoxified through detailed assessment, but the poisons in this world are completely different from those in our world. You can resist over 10 types of poison, but here it's all meaningless." Sai hesitated and said, "My guardian deity can heal illnesses, but it takes time if it's an extremely dangerous poison. Perhaps before I can recover everyone, I'm sorry I can't pull through." Kai gently shook his head to reassure her, saying, "Don't worry, you're the healer for the whole group, a very important role. You help a lot." Mayor, who was cooking nearby, suddenly looked up and asked, "By the way, Xa still hasn't returned. I wonder if something has happened." Hearing that, Kai also felt a bit worried and muttered, "She really is late, and I have a bad feeling about this." At the same time, outside the forest miles away, Leon Huo, who should have been in another city, suddenly appeared. "Why are you so surprised, Isabel?" Isabel and Smith were about to head back when he suddenly blocked their path, catching them off guard. And finally, a look of panic appeared in Isabel's eyes. "Why are you here? I would never have accidentally run into Lionhat in such a remote area. Could he have known about the rebel army's information?" Seeing her so cautious, Leon Hat couldn't help but laugh. "Actually, something strange happened. One of my important subordinates suddenly lied for some reason." Upon hearing this, did Isabel immediately realize she had been trapped? Lionhat paid no attention to her reaction, a stream of poison appearing in his hand, and he coldly said, "Out of curiosity, I gave him poison. A type of poison that causes intense pain but doesn't kill, and strangely, that guy told him it was Isabel." Isabel realized she had been exposed. If she ran away, the information about the rebel army would spread throughout the demon kingdom. She must kill Leon Hat right here? Thinking that, Isabel immediately summoned her magic staff. Without a word, she immediately swung her staff and a space tear appeared in front of Leon H. But he sneered and said, "Your special magic cuts through space. It's terrifying because defense is impossible. Which is why I have been thinking day and night of ways to deal with you." As Leon H. finished speaking, the space cut was swallowed by dark energy. Isabel's eyes involuntarily narrowed as it disappeared. It was Leon H.'s poison. It can damage it even space itself. The space destroyed by the poison can no longer maintain its original shape without being cut off. She realizes this is an extraordinary magic. Leon H. is sensing the poison and interfering with the space. She can't use space magic like this. "Isabel, you're strong. Your space magic is very formidable. That's why I've always been cautious of you since we were kids. I hope it's just unfounded concern, and that all these years of fighting against Isabel won't be in vain." Seeing Leon H.'s smug expression, Isabel was extremely annoyed and shouted, "Even if my space magic is sealed, I can still fight." As soon as she finished speaking, she summoned a series of spells to attack, but they were quickly dissolved by his poison. But sadly, my negative instincts always turn out to be true. Leon suddenly raised his hand into the air, and the toxic fumes followed his command and surged forward. They quickly spread through the air. It envelops Isabel and Smith, who hurriedly cover their noses and hold their breath to avoid inhaling the toxic gas. If not, they will have to die. Isabel furiously frowns and says, "The situation is unstable, you have to retreat here." At the same time, Leon H. continued to control the poison, forming it into a sphere and then threw it away. In an instant, poisonous thorns shot out around the sphere. Isabel didn't dare to slack off and quickly activated the stone wall to block them. The poison needles rammed into the stone wall, and before long, cracks appeared in the wall. The constant cracking sounds made Isabel worried, and sure enough, it was soon engulfed by toxic gas.
and shattered into tiny pieces.
Smith quickly covered his nose with his hand, feeling a bit worried, but at that moment, Isabel grabbed his hand and used teleportation to pull both of them into another space. It seemed that at the same time, the poisonous thorns broke through the wall and flew backward, but neither of them was there anymore. Only a fragment of toxic gas remained. Leon sighed and mused, so you can still teleport from a dimension destroyed by poison. I underestimated you. Isabel is not to be taken lightly. However, he knew that Isabel couldn't run far. To prevent the Revolutionary Army's information from leaking out, she would definitely come here to kill him. So Leon H. just needs to wait. Meanwhile, Sina, not far away, watched the entire battle between the two. His expression was a bit panicked. A moment later, a space crack appeared in a nearby building by the mountainside. Isabel stepped outside, still overwhelmed by the suffocating feeling that made her face glisten with sweat. Smith quickly followed and asked anxiously, "Isabel, are you still safe?" Isabel nodded slightly and replied, "Yeah." The spatial magic transfer from the contaminated area has drained her of a large amount of mana due to overexertion. Smith stepped in to support her, worry evident in his voice. "It seems they have discovered the existence of the rebel army, but I haven't finished speaking yet." Isabel cut off coldly. "Yeah, we've been acting pretty openly lately, but Leon H. doesn't trust others. His chances of sharing this information with other factions are very low." At this point, Isabel's eyes were filled with murderous intent. She pursed her lips and muttered, "We need to eliminate Lion and his men as soon as possible." At the same time, where Kai's group was resting, Kai was still standing at the window, waiting for Za to return. A moment later, this window was opened and Xena quickly jumped inside from outside. Kai saw her and quickly asked, "What happened?" Xena replied in a calm voice, "I followed Isabel as Kai instructed. Isabel was attacked by the third prince, but she escaped using teleportation magic. After that, I don't know what happened." Mayo, while cooking, was shocked and exclaimed, "So that means they have discovered the existence of the rebel army." But she remained quite calm.
"Even if we are sneaking around cleverly, we cannot rule out that possibility. That's why I am sending you to follow."
"Sina, do you remember Leon H.'s scent?" Sina nodded slightly and said yes. A very disgusting smell was emanating from him, so I could recognize it from afar. Upon hearing that, he realized she was talking about poison. Thinking quickly, he used Divine Guard to connect with Jin. "Kazaki, are you listening to me?" Jin, who was sleeping at the Holy Nation's camp, suddenly woke up as he heard a sound echoing in his mind. "What? Araj, this is really too frightening." She should be used to this, but sometimes she still gets startled. While Jin was confused, Kai ordered him to assemble the special team within 30 minutes. This made Jin panic. Seeing that she didn't reply, Kai immediately urged her, saying it was an urgent situation. "Hurry up." Jane only then reacted, suspiciously asking, "What's going on? Isn't this the time to ask for help?" But then Jane finally used the guardian spirit to contact his team to eliminate Leon H. "Can everyone hear me?" Midu was admiring the night view when she was startled. The others were also busy with their own tasks, but Jin's voice reached their ears, making them feel a bit uneasy. Arasi frowned in frustration, looking a bit impatient. 2 hours later, in that forest, Isabel had gathered her revolutionary troops in one place. Smith glanced at Isabel and asked, "So everyone is gathered. What about contacting the hero candidates?" Isabel gently shook her head and replied, "No need." Her cat ears must have already reported the situation to Kai. In the previous battle, she saw Isabel nearby, so she believed Kai would find out soon. Moreover, they are also aware of this place's existence. First, they will think about regrouping. Then, Isabel looked back at Fanko and asked, "What do you think Leon H. will do after I escape?" Fanko slowly replied, "Leon H. is cautious, so his bold actions surely mean he considers someone a threat. In that case, he may have already discovered this place's existence." "Exactly, you traitor." But before he could finish, a loud shout cut him off. A figure quietly steps out from the forest. It's Leon Hat. Seeing him, Isabel's group immediately looks displeased. Leon H. saw that and smirked, saying, "I was waiting for you to come back, but you're later than I thought, waiting for someone else." As soon as he finished, a wave of poison emanated from around him. The rebel soldiers immediately stepped in front of Isabel to protect her, then quickly took out the antidote they had prepared. In just a moment, she drank it all in one gulp, and Isabel was of course no exception. She had prepared very carefully for this moment. Seeing this, Leon couldn't help but laugh. "Is that an antidote? So you guys have everything prepared to fight me, huh?" he said, then threw his head back and laughed loudly, looking extremely proud. Isabel frowned slightly and remained silent. With this, she can endure the deadly poison for 10 minutes. The hero candidates aren't here, they'll have to handle it themselves. But as she finished her thought, everyone around her suddenly collapsed. Isabel's eyes involuntarily narrowed, her face filled with disbelief as Leon H. smirked and said, "Just as I expected, it doesn't work on you." Isabel, the guardian of the Dark Lord. Among the vampire clans of the Demon Lord, you and Alice are two particularly powerful individuals. Hearing this, Isabel's face immediately darkened. She pursed her lips and muttered, "Why has everyone already taken the antidote?" But they all fell because of the poison gas, and Leon H. kindly explained. That antidote only works on deadly poisons created by high-level poison attribute magic. Do you think I would distribute something that can neutralize my poison? And what he just used is a medium-level poison with an elemental magic attribute. Paralytic venom. It's a paralyzing poison, so no one will die. He has no intention of killing Isabellin. So you have no intention of killing us? You were about to attack me just now, but you haven't finished speaking yet, Leon Hatt said coldly, cutting him off. I want to control you and make a similar proposal. Since you might escape again, I'll say it first. Do you want to join the Revolutionary Army under my command? Then he reached out his hand to Isabel, as if offering a deal. Hearing this, Isabel immediately froze in surprise. Seeing her reaction, Leon chuckled and asked, "Are you surprised? My faction is quickly losing strength. The shadow units have been completely wiped out. To become the next Demon Lord, I need new cards." Isabel, hearing this, asked suspiciously, "Shouldn't you be considering an alliance with your allies first? Your territory is being invaded." Leon shrugged indifferently and said with a smirk, "You should understand that too, right? To be honest, humans are quite troublesome now, and the hero candidates and their abilities are pretty impressive. Still, he thinks they don't stand a chance against the vampire bloodline of the Demon Lord. So if we fight seriously, the country won't be destroyed." Isabel frowned slightly, silent, then spoke. "You're underestimating the hero candidates too much. They are stronger than you and will only get stronger." Leon sang không nghe lọt tai chích nào. Hắn dịu môi cùi nổi. Mấy nói như thể hiểu rô bốn chân quá nhỉ. In contrast, Isabel said nothing. She was beginning to consider that if the antidote didn't work, her chances of winning this battle would be zero. Even if the hero candidates arrive just in time, the truth will not change. At this moment, the ground suddenly trembled, causing Isabel to startle. Even Leon H. didn't understand what was happening. The two of them immediately looked over and saw a group of people approaching. Leading the way was Midu, followed by others who arrived after hearing Kai's request. Everyone's firepower is fully concentrated, and the battle is about to begin. Arasi squints at Leon H. from afar, her face full of fighting spirit. Seeing them, Leon H. seemed to understand something. He sneered and said, "Hero candidate? So you guys have been plotting to defeat me." At this moment, Isabel shouted loudly to warn us not to come near this space because of that deadly poison. However, Shiori and Akira activated support magic enhancement and healing guardians, creating divine shields that protected the entire hero candidate as they advanced. Seeing this, both Akira and Shiori were very pleased. When they combined their powers, they could neutralize mid-level poison magic, and high-level poison spells could be countered with antidotes. At this moment, Jane has summoned her guardian and quickly commands everyone. "Now we can fight Leon. Move forward according to Araji's plan. The entire Midu group is protected by a barrier. They won't be affected by the poison, and Isabin is also unaffected. These are the remaining allies who can work together to defeat Leon Hatt. Isabel's subordinates have been poisoned with a paralyzing toxin. Isabel is wondering if she can counter it with the blessing of the gods. If so, it would be close to the scenario she had hoped for. Leon H. didn't want his allies to get poisoned, so he only attacked Isabel. The gap in strength between her and him made this easy. But the problem is that Leon H. is stronger than Isabel expected. At the same time, Leon H. is also very surprised, but the poison that paralyzed him had no effect. He sneered and said, "Are you using an antidote? That's just a distraction. Do you think that's enough to defeat me?" And with that, he created a sphere of toxic gas. Immediately after, sharp thorns appeared all around, and then the poisonous spikes, with the momentum to tear through the wind, charged forward. Midu saw this scene, his eyes filled with suspicion. He quickly created a shield to block all the poisonous thorns outside. But before long, the poison spike gradually pierced through the shield. Seeing this, Midu's face immediately turned grim. He bit his lip fiercely, trying to hold on. But Midu's effort was in vain as the shield soon showed signs of cracking. Leon confidently sang back, smirking as he said, "Over there." Immediately after, a huge spike of poison rushed toward Midu and the others. In just a moment, Midu's shield was shattered, leaving Jin, Shiori, and Akira behind them, utterly stunned. Just then, a scream rang out. "Run behind me!" Chao quickly stepped in front of them, but at the same time, his arm was pierced by Guy Doc. Although Kao's iron arm quickly shattered the poison thorn, the poison still seeped into his arm, causing blood to start oozing out. Kao gritted his teeth and muttered, "He's really strong, I get it now." At this moment, Midu immediately looked at Jin and shouted, "Kanjaki!" Jin understood and nodded. "I got it." Immediately afterward, she used the Divine Guardian link to command the battle. Arasi and Narumi attacked from above. Hearing the sound, Narumi used wind magic to lift himself and Arasi into the air. Arasi shouted loudly, "You don't need to tell us!" Narumi unhesitatingly activated her skill. Immediately, Arasi's body was pushed away by the wind, and in an instant, he had appeared in front of Leon Hat. This scene makes Leon H flinch a bit. That speed is just too fast. Arasi is now charging fiercely, shouting, "Die!" A deafening explosion erupted, filling the sky with smoke and fire. Midu was affected by the blast and stepped back a few paces, then muttered with a smile, "Have they caught him yet?" From above, Narumi could see the entire scene clearly and exclaimed in amazement, "He's still standing there." Immediately after, Narumi created the wind slash to attack, but Leon H still stood there unshaken, and the wind slash couldn't do anything to him. Leon H sneered and chuckled. Not bad for an attack, I must admit, it hurt quite a bit. Arasi saw that he was still standing there, angrily shouting, but it was useless. He even had no scratches. And she couldn't help but smile faintly as Leon arrogantly said, "I carry the blood of the demon lord, so don't compare me to those ordinary demons." In demon society, where the strong dominate, this bloodline always ranks at the top. Its effect is to greatly enhance all abilities, including durability, which is why Leon H remains unaffected. Seizing the opportunity while Leon H was under attack, Shiori ran over to heal Akira, but kept her eyes fixed on Leon H with a slightly grim expression. As everyone was confused, Jin's voice rang out again. "Everyone, don't be afraid." Midu was startled by the sudden sound, but Jin paid no attention and continued to reassure them. "It's working a little now. Keep attacking." Arasi, on the other hand, was annoyed by this and snorted, "Don't order me around." Without waiting, he resumed his attack. At the same time, Midu also made her move. Reina on this side was not idle either. She created a waterfall of fire to attack. Narumi in the air also unleashes a wind element attack. And in an instant, Reina's flames grow ever larger, as if capable of consuming everything. The firepower of Swordlight rushes straight toward Leon H, enveloping him inside. But it was quickly dispelled by the toxic air shield of Leon H. Leon H sneered and said, "Too bad, that last attack did some damage, so this time I will definitely defend." Midu's group is stronger than he thought. After all, they are the ones who defeated the three kings. In an instant, the battle fell into a stalemate. Jin frowned slightly in silence. Leon sings too powerfully, but that's no reason to back down, so she begins to command everyone. The plan remains unchanged. Midu and I will be responsible for attacking from the front. In the middle are Narumi and Rena. Behind them are Jin, Akira, and Shiori. Gao will be responsible for protecting the rear. If the celestial barrier is broken, everything will be over. Jin knows he can no longer delay. She has been assigned the task. Then she reassured everyone that everything would be fine, because Araji is with us. Back to 2 hours earlier, before the battle began, as Kai requested, everyone gathered together. Although it was late at night and no one was happy, they remained focused on listening to Kai explain the situation. After finishing, C glanced at everyone and asked, "So you all understand the situation now?" Hey, isn't it your fault that Leon ambushed you?" Kai paid no attention and calmly said, "No matter the reason, Leon H is clearly acting alone. This is the perfect opportunity to take him down. Moreover, if you help Isabel now, you can earn her favor." A single arrow hits 2 targets. Hearing this, Akira exclaimed in surprise, "Araji, don't tell me you're using the Revolutionary Army as bait." "I never had that intention. Clearly, you have considered all possibilities." The crowd grew even more confused, exchanging glances but saying nothing. After a long moment, Narumi broke the silence. "I understand what you're saying, Araj, but can we win? Facing someone strong enough to crush the revolutionaries alone." Ka calmly said, "Your voice echoes through the night sky. That's a concern, Narumi. Leon H's strength far exceeds ours." Then he narrowed his eyes at everyone and spoke seriously. "Let me explain the plan. Kai has planned their battle." After giving instructions, he raised an eyebrow and said, "So that's the mission summary done." Rena asked back with suspicion after hearing, "Is that really all there is to the plan?" Dan Mack nodded. Kai calmly said, "Complex plans are prone to failure, even with the smallest mistake. The rest depends on you guys. Adapt as the situation unfolds. You said Midu will be responsible on the ground. Sina will lead them to the location." After saying that, Kai glanced at Jin and suggested, "Go back to the dormitory." Jin was surprised and exclaimed, "Wait, Araj, aren't you going to let me take charge?" "You seem quite confident, huh? That's right." Jin instinctively nodded, then quickly regretted it. She didn't understand why she had nodded earlier, but Kai actually agreed. "All right, then try it and see if Jin reacts a bit too late." Kai narrowed his eyes and warned her. "However, you may only ask for my help when there are no other options, and it is truly necessary." Then he looked at Arasi and Midu and suggested, "Let Kazaki lead this time. I want him to fully demonstrate his leadership, so we can make the best use of the sharing guardian spirit." Midu nodded without hesitation. "Understood, if Araji says so." But before he could finish, Arasi interrupted, annoyed. "I don't care who takes responsibility as long as the orders are reasonable. I will follow." "Fine, let Kanzaki persuade us about that." "Of course," Jin confidently replied, but inside he was extremely nervous. "Is that really true? Can she do it?" Kai didn't know what was raging inside Jin, but he spoke up again. "By the way, Hono and Ninomiya are prepared with antidote strategies just in case." Akira and Shiori were confused when they heard this. Akira shouted in panic, "You've already received the antidote from the Revolutionary Army, haven't you?" Kai slowly explained that, based on my assessment, that antidote only works partially. It can counter deadly toxins but may not protect against other types of poisons. "You know, right?" Damn Mac nodded. Kai calmly replied, "If Ninomiya and Matono team up, you can handle any situation as long as the toxin is moderate." Hearing this, Akira and Shiori looked at each other in surprise and exclaimed together, "We've never thought of combining our abilities before." Meanwhile, Midu kept marveling at her own power. "Your assessment ability has evolved. He understands his classmates' abilities better than he does." Although he was always by their side, Kai didn't think this way and continued, "This is just a guess, but if you and the others fall, don't hesitate to use the combined technique with the Divine Shield." Returning to reality, Jin remembered what Kai had said and realized that Kai definitely knew this would happen, so she just needed to command everyone to focus all their strength on attacking. But the problem Jin is worried about now is that the antidote only works for 10 minutes. And if Akira and Shiori cast spells on so many people, they will have to use a huge amount of energy. Jin thought they had no choice but to attack quickly and decisively, but Midu and the others had already fought with all their might. While Jane was thinking, Midu suddenly used Divine Connection to communicate with her. "Kanjaki, I think I figured it out." He describes Leon Hathian's fighting style as more defensive, using two types of defense: a magical barrier and corrosive poison. There are only those two options. Midu realized that Leon H kept switching between them because the shield barrier used less energy. So far, his attacks have only been continuous venom spike shots, but he also feels they are very powerful and hard to approach. Jin frowned and observed for a long time before speaking. It seems so. If things keep going like this, they won't get anywhere. Leon H is clearly holding them back. If things continue like this, when the antidote wears off, they'll lose. Akira only has about 70% of her magic reserves left. At this rate, we'll run out of magic in less than 15 minutes. Jin's face grew paler the more he listened. You can hear them talking from this distance, but with so many people speaking at once, she can't follow or understand anything. I wish they could share information directly without her acting as an intermediary, then everything would go more smoothly. Thinking of that, Jin reflexively clenched his hand. In this world, the key to forming cooperation between individuals. Then she extended her blessing. In an instant, Midu sensed something and exclaimed in surprise, "Wait a minute, so does that mean Kanzaki can now connect minds with others besides me?" Jin nodded slightly and replied, "It seems so, only among classmates. But if I point out someone, they can communicate telepathically." Akira, hearing this, smiled and said, "Oh, like chatting through apps." Narumi also chimed in, feeling like we're creating something like the internet from this energy. Arasi, hearing the constant noise in her ears, shouted in frustration, "Stop rambling, everyone be quiet, it's too noisy." Seeing that, Jin also spoke up to remind everyone. Arasi is right, group telepathy should only be used to convey essential information. At this moment, Arasi frantically charged forward while Leon H also unleashed his poisonous thorns. Midu quickly stepped forward to block the poison thorns with a shield. Leon H was startled by their actions and hadn't reacted in time when Rina suddenly struck. A large flame erupted, rushing towards him. The heat grew more intense. Leon H quickly used his remaining hand to create a magic shield to block Reina's flames, but at the same time, Arasi rushed forward and in an instant was in front of Leon H. He threw a punch. With a loud bang, another big explosion erupted, and smoke and flames spread through the air. Before the explosion occurred, Arasi had jumped out, but his arm had turned black. Akira exclaimed in surprise, So if you directly touch the poison, the antidote won't work. Sanai said, I'm sorry, I will try to strengthen its effect. And then she healed Arasi. You just stay there, but you muttered discontentedly, damn, that bastard using poison really is a thorn in my side. At this moment, Midu spoke up to remind, be careful, the enemy might be covering their body in poison. Arasi said softly, we're running out of time, so there's no point in being afraid. Just as they thought, Leon H's entire body was covered in poison. He now resembled a moving toxin reservoir, but inside, he was also feeling a bit anxious. Midu's group didn't say a word, but suddenly they coordinated perfectly. Well, it doesn't matter either way. Anyway, their ability to resist poison won't last forever because Akira and Shiori will soon run out of energy to keep it up. Thinking of that, Leon H smirked and said, now let's see how many minutes you have left. If the antidote and the divine shield wear off, Midu's people will be killed instantly by the poison. Although the hero candidates currently have the advantage, they are still cornered. Midu fought while frowning. Thanks to Jin, their coordination has improved, but the situation remains the same. Akira also worriedly said, the effects of each person's divine barrier will wear off in about 3 minutes, and then we will have to finish this. Midu whispered with a slight frown. It's not just poison, but his primal power is also very strong. Normal attacks can't hurt Leon H, and powerful strikes are blocked. And powerful. Midu finally couldn't hold back anymore and could only ask Kai for help. What should we do now? Say it. Ara. But Kai's extremely firm voice echoed in Midu's mind, startling Midu. Remembering before this war started, when talking with Kai and Isabel, Midu had 2 options to refuse cooperation with the Revolutionary Army. But the soldiers of the Holy Nation were also fighting against them, which meant betraying Harik, Amelia, and Iga. In the end, Midu will betray them. However, the reason he nodded to Kai was because Kai believed it would increase their chances of returning to their original world. Maybe Kai also understood that he thought that way. But in reality, Midu didn't really want to go back to the old world. In the real world, Midu's family is wealthy, and lavish meals are always part of their menu, but Midu's father doesn't like him at all. When he was young, Midu was always rejected. Even his little brother would mock him, saying he was the child of his late mother and her lover. Midu has always been haunted by this. In that world, he had no voice, as if he was always trapped inside a box. Midu always prioritizes the wishes of his classmates. If everyone wants to go back, he also hopes that wish comes true. Midu fights because everyone trusts him, because they make him feel that his presence here is right. Midu cannot let them down. He needs to earn that trust. But at this moment, Midu realized one thing. It's not about coercion. He wants to fulfill their wish. Immediately after, he clenched the sword tightly in his hand. Without hesitation, Midu fiercely swung her sword, and a powerful blade of light appeared swiftly. Leon H's magic barrier was shattered like that. His arm started bleeding, and he quickly created another layer of defense. He realized the attack was intensifying. Midu's aura had changed, and his sword light became sharper. Leon H couldn't help but secretly admire his fighting spirit. If this continued, even in close combat, his allies' recovery wouldn't keep up, and the poison would paralyze Midu. Midu was unaware of his thoughts and continued to attack wildly forward. His sword kept slashing down, causing Leon H's shield to tremble slightly. He muttered angrily, "Does this guy not value his life?" Leon took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. He can only win by defending against the attacks. Only Midu and Arasi can strike him with precision. Other attackers are a nuisance, but Leon can ignore them. What he doesn't realize is that Narumi has already guessed his thoughts. He hurriedly connects with Akira. He must be thinking that right now. "Just once, Akira. Please boost my attack power." "I understand." Akira nodded slightly to show he understood. At this moment, Narumi has created the spear and thrown it away, while Akira behind him continues to support and boost the attack power. Leon H, who was fighting fiercely against Midu and Arasi, suddenly felt the wind spear rushing madly toward him. He couldn't react in time, and the wind spear shattered his barrier, piercing into his arm, blood pouring out like rain. Leon H was pushed back a few steps, and only then did he notice Narumi attacking from the middle lane. He furrowed his brows fiercely, realizing they still hadn't gone all out. If so, Leon H also needs to be cautious of the attacks from the wind user. Narumi saw him still standing there, looking a bit grim, but at this moment, a furious roar echoed. "You have too many openings, you damn poison user." Immediately, a cannon shot was fired, and in an instant, it reached in front of Leon Hat. Leon H knew that Arai's magic shield attack would not withstand it. Although it consumes a lot of magic power, he must eliminate it with the super-level magic's poison intent. The antidote's effect will wear off soon. But while Leon H was trying to fend off Arasi's artillery, A scream rang out, and the holy light destroying the demon startled him. Midu was seen charging fiercely with her sword, and immediately the sword light struck, forcing Leon H to hurriedly block. The sword light briefly touched Leon H's toxic aura, making his face turn extremely grim. This is bad. The light attribute magic has purifying properties, so the deadly thoughtless poison is no longer effective. While he was thinking, Midu suddenly pressed down with force, and the blade swiftly cut into Leon H's arm, causing a cut on his wrist and blood to gush out nonstop. Even so, Midu still felt that he was too strong. He had used all his strength, but still couldn't overpower him. And at that moment, Midu's body suddenly became powerless. Leon H sensed this, smirking as he said, "It's over. The effective time of the antidote spell." A cloud of poison bones appeared around Midu, and he collapsed to the ground, his body paralyzed and completely unable to move. Seeing that, Leon H smirked and said, "Almost dead, but this is my victory." But as he finished speaking, Sina suddenly appeared behind him, and Leon H, sensing the deadly aura approaching, was startled. Ixo's sharp claws suddenly swung out without warning, and Leon H had no time to dodge, getting scratched. He bit his lip aggressively and shouted, "Are you hiding in the shadows all this time?" But before he could finish, Leon H's chest was pierced by a dagger. His eyes reflexively shrank in shock, filled with terror. The one who attacked was Kai, who took the opportunity to ambush him. Leon Halora, the third prince of the Demon Kingdom. He has an extraordinary talent for poison attributes, and his supporters mainly consist of merchants and lower nobles. The people are very afraid of Leon H. He refuses to fight by spreading poison everywhere, and the army also dislikes him. His weakness in military strength became very clear in the battle against the Beastman Alliance. Unable to resist the invading Beastman Alliance army, Leon H lost his territory. Despite sending the shadow units, the fall of Follett and the loss of Water Heavenly King Natasha, considered the core of Leon H's faction, became the fatal blow that led to his decline. The merchant class and lower aristocrats, who were the main supporters of Leon H's faction, turned their backs and left. The people living in the territory all moved to different regions. However, Leon H remained very calm because basically he trusted no one. He only believed in his own strength, and that was the poison. Other worthless people don't matter anyway, it's fine if they're around or not. The power of the Valora royal family is on a different level, so as long as I survive, everything will be fine. Leon H seriously considered that. But what he was most cautious of were the 5 other royal family members, starting with Isabel. His statement that he needs to be cautious of someone is actually an indirect way of showing his high regard for other members of the royal family. Leon H could wipe out the Beastman League himself, which is exactly why he acts alone. Even in this situation, Leon H is now on the defensive. You have a wound, with a knife still pierced in your chest. Leon H managed to spit out a mouthful of blood, gritting his teeth as he cursed, "Don't mess with me." Hearing him still able to speak, C was surprised, but what Leon just took out made him even more astonished. It is a sword, but it is covered with a layer of poison. Leon H fiercely turns around and swings the sword at Kai. Kai quickly dodged away, then looked far ahead, but was also avoided by her. Seizing the opportunity, Kai caught Midu, who was paralyzed. The two of them have created some distance from Leon H. Although wounded in many places, Leon H still maintains that arrogant look. He roars loudly, "I am the third prince of the Demon Kingdom. There's no way you guys can defeat me." Seeing this, Midu couldn't help but marvel at his incredible resilience, still alive despite those wounds. Narumi trembled and muttered, "What should we do to kill him?" Arasi was extremely dissatisfied and shouted, "You bastard, what are you doing?" It's impossible to kill him even after I prepared everything this far. But Kai still remained calm, helping Midu sit down, and casually said, "Stay calm." This only makes Arasi more annoyed. He screams loudly, "What?" Even Leon H is very confused because his vision has become blurry and shaky. Clearly he used magic to stop the bleeding, but his body remains powerless as he collapses to the ground. Leon looked up angrily, glaring at the interrogator. "What is going on? What did you bastards do to me?" Ta calmly said. "It seems that the poison from the Mace is influenced by the god of evil and the god of war." Hearing this, Leon couldn't help but laugh. He snorted coldly in disdain. "First of all, the poison doesn't work on me. I am also someone who uses poison." But before Leon H could finish speaking, Kai coldly interrupted. "Even if you can resist the poisons of this world, how will you fare against those from other worlds? How is that possible? Does that thing really work on me?" Kai sneered, pointed the gun at his head, and coldly said, "Too bad. Goodbye." As soon as he finished speaking, he directly fired his gun, with energy bullets quickly piercing through Leon H's body. At this moment, Kai's eyebrows relaxed. The battle was successfully won, but to be safe, he stayed there guarding beside Leon H. Only when the status frame changed from near death to dead did Kai feel at ease. At this very moment, Midu stood up from the ground and slowly spoke. In other words, upon hearing the sound, Kai immediately turned his head to look back. He nodded, smiling at everyone, and said, "Mission accomplished. You all did very well."
Narumi happily said, "I really want to celebrate." Kao quickly added, "The paralysis poison made it hard for me to move."
Narumi didn't pay attention and sat cross-legged on the ground. He looked at Shiori and said with a smile, "I blew away the poisonous bones with wind, so we should be fine now."
Hedai also nodded and said, "I will detoxify bit by bit with the remaining magic."
Xena then ran over to Kai and spoke. "Good job, Kai." Kai also praised himself. "You're very good at distracting him." Hearing that, Xena hesitated and asked, "Do I really need to do this?" Kai glanced at everyone being treated on the other side before finally speaking. "In terms of raw ability, he's far superior. I want more options, more certainty." His reaction to a surprise attack that Leon sensed made him think he had avoided the enemy's trump card. The moment he sighed in relief became his biggest vulnerability. Soon after, Akira was able to move again. He raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "The paralysis poison finally wore off." Kai glanced at him and calmly said, "Thank you for responding so well to my sudden instructions." Akira couldn't help but laugh. "Honestly, I was really confused when such a serious conversation suddenly happened. Ninomiya Hono, when I give the signal, cut the sacred barrier from Midu and the others and switch it to me and Sina.
I want to lure Leon H into lowering his guard as much as possible, so I think it's better to accept the risks."
Narumi sighed and said, "That's Araji, indeed." But Rina angrily said, "Hey, you're not the one taking the risk, it's Suji." C asked back with a slight pout.
"So what?"
Rina shouted angrily. "So what if it's not the answer?" Seeing them argue, Midu couldn't help but laugh out loud. At that moment, Xena suddenly grabbed Kai's arm and whispered, "Hey, Kai," causing Kai to glance over and see Jin sitting there, crying softly. Seeing this, Kai asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" Kanjia Jijin lowered his head in despair and said, "I can't do anything from the center position. I should have been the one in charge." Kai sighed helplessly and comforted him. "Don't worry, it's not bad for a first time. You'll get used to it eventually." Hearing this, the light returned to Jin's eyes. At that moment, another voice echoed in the forest, making Jin turn around in suspicion. "It's Mayo, she just left while laughing and talking. In the end, I didn't have to do anything." Jin glanced at her suspiciously and asked, "Where have you been all this time?" Mayo calmly replied, "I am casting a spell to purify the poison corroding this space. I should be done soon." But she hadn't finished speaking when Isabel cut her off. I could feel the presence of her soul. If the space doesn't return to normal, she's planning to use spatial magic with the remaining spells. Everyone was stunned and confused when they heard this. Kai glanced at everyone and explained, "That's another backup plan in case I fail, so we can still defeat Leon H." Isabel gratefully said, "Thank you, Kai. Thanks to all of you, we are saved." He chuckled softly and calmly said, "If we just formed an alliance and you get wiped out, it would be troublesome. Anyway, I will definitely make you pay this debt." "Of course," Isabel nodded without hesitation in agreement. "If it's within our power, feel free to say whatever you want." Kai will keep this in mind and look at Isabel carefully, asking suspiciously, "What do you plan to do after this?" Isabel thought for a moment before speaking, saying, "We will go to the Whisper Garden." Leon H's close associate might know about the Revolutionary Army. She wants to keep them neutral before they run away. Hearing that, Kai suspiciously asked if there was enough time. Isabel calmly replied, "Maybe. Leon H intends to pull me into his faction. If that's really the case, he wouldn't reveal information to other factions or the Demon Lord." Her words made Kai can't help but laugh. "You're joking, saying you're thinking positively about this." Yaben paid no attention and continued speaking. "Because we acted too openly and got exposed, but it would be better if we could avoid detection. Leon singing here alone means he's acting independently. There's no way his subordinate would let a prince act alone. Things are definitely chaotic in V right now." Hearing that, he nodded in understanding. He continued, "Got it. Do you need us to help?" Isabel gently shook her head and replied, "It's okay. Leon H's faction currently has no high-level demons. The people here could easily suppress them." Hearing this, Isabel couldn't help but sigh in despair. "We are completely powerless against Leon H." Kai nodded slightly in agreement. "Our measures are not effective enough. Next time, we need to act more carefully," Isabel replied with a faint smile. "That's right. After all, I am still very naive. Tie understands that even with her incredible abilities, She is still a 15-year-old girl and the leader of the Revolutionary Army.
She will face even more difficult situations ahead.
But everyone has to grow up. At this moment, Van came running over. He urgently proposed that if it was about wiping out the remnants of the Tam Prince's faction, please let him lead. He would use his information and experience to get it done quickly. Kai narrowed his eyes at Fanko and said, "You know he is a member of the shadow unit of the Demon Lord's army." That day, Isabel personally recruited him.
I heard that Fanko is the leader of a revolution in one of the Demon Kingdom's cities. After thinking for a moment, Kai suggested, Isabel, let him try.
When Isabel heard this, she turned to look at him and asked suspiciously, "I was also planning to do that, but why?"
Kai smirked and said, "You recruited this person because you want to enlist smart and capable people for the Revolutionary Army, right?"
That made Isabel startle. She nervously muttered, "How do you know?"
"That's a bit scary, isn't it?"
Kai shrugged indifferently and pouted, "I was just guessing." Moreover, Fanko was quite useless in the fight against Leon Hatt, so he probably wants to do something to restore his honor.
Isabel nodded slightly and replied, "I understand. If that's the case, then fine."
After finishing, she looked at Fan kneeling on the ground and sternly ordered,
"I give you the authority to lead the campaign to wipe out the remnants of the Three Princes faction." Fanko immediately rejoiced and confidently responded, "Thank you. I will definitely complete this mission."
"Kai, since there's nothing more for you, go ahead and leave. But before you go, take a lesson from him, Isabel."
Isabel nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, I understand."
By evening, Midu's group had lit a fire to rest in the forest. Seeing Kai return, Midu immediately looked up. "Following Kai are Jin, Mayo, and Sina," Midu asked with a slight frown.
"Have you finished discussing with the rebel army?" Kai nodded slightly and replied, "Are you going to report this to the Allied forces?"
"I'll be found out eventually, but for now, let's stay silent." Kai disagreed calmly, saying, "This will only happen tonight. If we return to the dormitory before dawn, we won't be discovered."
Akira interjected, saying, "I wouldn't know. Hark is very perceptive." Kei gently frowned and suggested, "If Iga or Hayek suspect, say I told you to do it. But don't let them realize we're connected to the demon." He also told them not to tell Elia about his relationship with them, as it would damage the team's reputation. Because if Amelia finds out, she will definitely go crazy questioning her. Akira also felt the same way. Can only smile wryly, that's for sure.
"From now on, spread the rumor that the Crown Prince has gone missing from the Demon Kingdom, and make sure the intelligence agents of the Allied army hear about it."
At that moment, you wanted Akira to advise them to move the army.
Akira nodded softly and replied, "I understand."
Yes, then continued, "The ideal plan is to hold the territory of the Third Prince for a month, but it also depends on the movements of the Demon Lord's army. I will also gather information myself this time."
But before you could finish, Narumi stood up and suggested that if we kept delaying, it would be dawn soon, so we should head back. However, Arasi still sat there, chewing on some meat as he spoke.
"Hey, Araji, let me ask you something first." Kai frowned slightly, suspiciously asking, "What is it?"
"The poison from another world killed Leon Hatt."
"Where did you get it from?" Hearing this, Akira and Narumi were both stunned. This is what everyone has been wondering about. Finally, someone asked. Kai didn't hide anything and explained casually, "It's simple. I initially implanted poison into the tooth. You just need to pull it out and smear it on the knife."
You realize that Leon H. cannot resist the poison from another world. At this point, Kai sighs reluctantly, saying this ace can only be used once and is now no longer usable. Arasi also didn't doubt and nodded clearly.
"I see."
Narumi was stunned. "So everyone believes that?" Akira was no exception. People should have asked why Kai injected poison to harm himself.
But at this moment, Jin suddenly blurted out, "I understand now because Araji is an assassin."
Hearing this, she suddenly remembered she had spoken carelessly, her face suddenly darkening. Midu and Reina gasped. Even Shiori, who was treating Chao, paused. Narumi and Akira wanted to uncover the truth, but now the truth was too unbelievable for them to accept.
Jin, realizing he had messed up, apologized with regret.
He didn't care much and calmly said, "It's okay. Since we're talking about poison, I have no intention of hiding it."
"You said your family are assassins. I was trained to become one since I was a child."
"Even if you tell such an unbelievable story," Narumi widened his eyes in admiration, "but because he's Araji, he convinced us." Reina narrowed her eyes at Kai, hesitating as she asked back, "Are you a hitman?"
Dan Mac nodded. Kai calmly admitted, "I would kill people without limits if asked." Hearing this, a look of disgust appeared in Reina's eyes as she said with dissatisfaction, "A disgusting person like that being in our class is not just an ordinary criminal." Midu couldn't help but protest. "Reina, that's not a good idea. We've received a lot of help from Araji." At this point, he suddenly whispered, "And besides, we've also killed people."
Rena, not convinced, pouted and said, "Demons aren't human. No matter how many I burn, I don't feel any pain in my heart." Hearing this, Midu was immediately stunned, hesitating and muttering, "That's a bit too much." The person involved, Kai, didn't seem to care much and calmly said, "Midu, don't worry about it." "Nagas is right." He glanced at Rena, smirking as he asked, "You have to think that way to stay sane, right?" "What? I'm just telling the truth." Right now, Shiori suddenly hesitated and asked, "Can I just ask one thing? Do you really want to go back to our original world?" "Why do you ask that?" "So you see, even if you go back, you'll still have to keep killing for your family, right?" Kai hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. "You're right, Ano. Araji's family is a shadowy assassin organization hidden within society, basically a bunch of trash." Your words only make Shiori more stunned, and she asks suspiciously, "Then why?" In just a moment, Kai's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He firmly declared, "My plan is to kill everyone in the family, so I must return to the real world." After Leon H. was defeated, the Revolutionary Army suppressed the remnants of his faction in Via. Then they returned to the territory of the Five Princesses, thanks to Isabel's space teleportation magic. Midu and the others quietly returned to Foret Dormitory before dawn. The next morning, Midu and her group greeted Harik and everyone with innocent smiles as if nothing had happened. A few days later, they received news of the disappearance of the third prince, Leon H., guided by Kai, and following Akira's advice, they immediately began to act with lightning speed. As a result, the Beastmen Alliance easily seized Leon Hat's territory, and King Izan Hat of the Demon Kingdom was now within striking distance. When this news spread to the Holy Nation's homeland, the people there were overjoyed. They are convinced that the era of the demon race is about to end thanks to the hero team, while the people of the Demon Kingdom live in fear. The reason is, of course, due to Leon H's disappearance and the loss of territory by the third prince. Currently, the Beastmen Alliance has not announced that they are holding Leon Hat's head. Therefore, although his life or death remains uncertain, the situation is almost considered as him being likely dead. The Vandora royal family was blessed by the evil god with the belief that they could not be defeated. But as that foundation begins to crumble, the people of the Demon Kingdom finally realize they are being cornered by humans and beastmen, those they have long considered slaves. Lord Demon, who rules Vandora, this situation is very serious. He immediately ordered his subordinates to summon all my children here. The game is over. On the other hand, at the territory of the Five Princesses, Isabel also received the summons from Sylvester. She frowned and muttered, "My father is summoning everyone?" Smith nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, he asked you to come to the Demon Lord's castle immediately. He said that because Isabel can use space magic, she needs to be there today." "I suppose so. It's really troublesome. Has the existence of the rebel army been discovered yet? If we've been discovered, this is not the time to appear on your own." Fan, standing beside her, spoke seriously. "In my opinion, the chances are very low. We have definitely cleared out the remnants of the Three Princes faction." Isabel glanced at Fanko and asked what he thought we should do. Fanko thought for a moment before speaking. "I think it would be really foolish to refuse the Demon Lord's orders. That would be like revealing that we're trying to hide something." Smith frowned slightly, worriedly asking, "Could it be that the existence of the Revolutionary Army has already been exposed?" Fanko spoke seriously, and it's very likely they have detected the presence of saboteurs from within. However, I don't think they will connect those actions to Isabel. The four great heavenly kings of Winbach, experts in internal intelligence, have died. Moreover, the Demon Lord's army is currently not in a position to focus on internal matters.
I understand. If things get worse, I will escape using space magic.
3 days later, at the Demon Lord's castle in the council chamber, Demon Lord Sylvester was present. The other princes and princesses were also there. The first prince of the demon clan finally spoke. "Everyone has arrived." Second Princess Scarlet pouted and said, "Hurry up and finish this. I feel sick just thinking about meeting these people." Roto chuckled softly at that.
"Scarlet, are you acting like this in front of your father again?"
"Shut up." Isabel sat there watching everyone, quietly contemplating. It's been a long time since everyone gathered like this. Since the annual Evil Spirit Festival, everyone still radiates their terrifying aura as usual. At this moment, Lord Demon Sylvester finally spoke.
"Not enough. He said he called in one more person."
As soon as Sylvester finished speaking, everyone immediately fell silent, but they remained suspicious. In the end, Fair couldn't hold back and asked, "Another person? So Leon is dead, right?" Then he looked at the empty chair nearby and Roto shook his head and said, "Leon H. is missing. His fate still unknown." Scarlet frowned slightly and muttered, "The territory of the third prince has been taken over by enemies, right? Even if he's alive, I will kill him myself." Fox snorted coldly and spoke. "I'm not afraid of a strong enemy, only of stupid teammates." "Do you even have the right to say that, Scarlet?" Scarlet was so angry that she gritted her teeth and cursed. If you think that way, then you should be the first one to die. Fucker raised an eyebrow slightly, sneering disdainfully, implying, I am not strong enough. Isabel sighed helplessly. These two keep arguing all the time. I really want to go home. Roto also ignores them and looks at Sylvester asking, Dad, is the other person you mentioned Alice? Isabel immediately froze. No way. The girl is the vessel of the demon god. Even if she was summoned to a meeting like this, she wouldn't know anything. As expected, Sylvester pointed outside and said, It's not Alice. She's here. Hearing this, everyone looked toward the door and saw a figure engulfed in flames. This is Fire King Frameries. He also smirked and said, It's rare to see the royal family gathered like this. Scarlet saw that person, frowned slightly in suspicion, and asked, Is it this guy Facker? Also snorted coldly. Still the same bastard, but on the other hand, Isabel's face suddenly darkened. Frameries is the strongest creature among the 4 heavenly kings, and you have shown loyalty to the Devil King. His power is rumored to rival that of the Vandora royal family. As everyone was in confusion, Lord Demon Sylvester spoke sternly. Take your seats, the meeting is starting. All right. Fram Mary nodded slightly and sat down. He asked coldly, What do you plan to do to gather these elite members? Sylvester slightly furrowed his brow and said in a deep voice, I cannot let these inferior species run rampant any longer, so I will end everything with a single blow. Fokker, hearing this, suspiciously asked, What is the one decisive blow you plan to make? Sylvester calmly replied, launching a surprise attack on the human territory's capital and beheading the reigning pope. Roto frowned slightly, muttering doubtfully, so the Beastman Alliance's forces are concentrating at the front line, but they definitely want to cut off the enemy's head first. Fokker also chimed in, So you mean to cut off the enemy's head first? If you can do that, the front line will surely collapse. Flemise also finds it impossible and suspiciously asks, How do you plan to get there? Anyway, the inferior and foolish species won't ignore an attack from such a distance. Sylvester casually pointed at Isabel and said, My daughter can use spatial magic. That made Isabel's face immediately turn serious. She quickly protested, No, Lord Demon, teleportation will consume more magic power depending on the distance and the number of people. Don't worry, my daughter. The distance is indeed great, but I only have a small psychic force to the enemy's capital. I have already prepared the magical resources for that. When Isabel heard that, she was stunned and didn't know what to say. She frowned slightly and remained silent. We're prepared, confident in our sufficient magic power, and theoretically, it's possible. This is a crucial mission to turn our unfavorable situation around. I will not allow failure. I expect outstanding results from you all. That night at Isabel's castle, Kai heard from Isabel about the Demon Lord Sylvester's attack. He exclaimed in shock, the attack on the Holy Nation's capital. Isabel sipped her tea and calmly said, Yes, my father, the Demon Lord came up with this daring strategy. She said the plan was to use her space magic to send a small elite force to the Holy Nation's capital to kill the Pope, the ruler of humans, and destroy the command structure. Are you sure that if the plan succeeds, the front lines will fall into chaos? But how can such a thing be possible? Isabel frowned slightly and said seriously, Do you know what a magic crystal is? Kai slowly said, A rare type capable of storing magical power, right? I read about it in the documents. Isabel nodded slightly and spoke. The Demon Lord is continuously channeling magic into a giant magic crystal as a precaution. If the Demon Lord naturally possesses immense magical power and channels it into the crystal every day, a huge amount of magic will be stored. Isabel was ordered to use that magic crystal to cast space magic. She also once saw the magic crystal and the presence of magic with an extremely high density. At this point, Isabel's tone became serious about that magic crystal. In theory, teleportation across great distance is entirely possible. Hearing this, Mayo asked in amazement, Does Isabel use others' magic? I heard my master say that controlling magic power is extremely difficult. But before she could finish, Isabel coldly interrupted, Because I am the daughter of the Demon Lord, our magical attributes are quite similar. Because of their genetic similarity, I can use it without any difficulty. Major frowned slightly, muttering doubtfully, Do you think you can return home even if the teleportation succeeds? How do you prepare the magic to return back? Isabel explained slowly. I am thinking of bringing the magic crystal with me, but it is too large, and if the crystal is destroyed, we won't be able to come back. So from the beginning, she said she would keep the space gate open. Hearing this, Mayer understood the issue and nodded in understanding, so she can ensure both going and returning with just one teleportation spell. This magic must be quite advanced, right? Furthermore, there is also a time limit. Isabel frowned and said seriously,
I don't fail in using space magic, but as Meyer said, I cannot avoid being limited by time. He furrowed his brow in doubt and asked, "How long exactly?" Isabel replied slowly, "It depends on the balance with the magical power accumulated in the magic crystal. I'm still testing, but I think it will take about an hour at most." Sina hesitated for a moment before asking, "Do you really think you can kill the human leader in such a short time? If it's the human headquarters, security will be very tight." Isabel hadn't even had a chance to reply before Kai spoke up. "Of course, this is not an ordinary army. I think an hour is enough to turn the holy capital into a scorched land." Isabel gently shook her head and replied, "No. The power of the magic crystal also has its limits. In this campaign, I can only send at most 15 people." It seems Kai has guessed something and speaks in a deep voice. With such a small number, they could turn the royal capital into a scorched land. The elite demon army's response was very clear. Isabel nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Perhaps as predicted, that army will include the first Prince Fair, the second princess of the Scarlet Demon clan. There will also be the fourth prince, Zoto. And of course Isabel also participated, the last one being the Fire Heavenly King Flemaris. In addition, Isabel thought that several high-ranking demons, each a trusted aide of one of them, would be chosen. Mayo was horrified and shouted out upon hearing that the bloodlines of the demon lord and a celestial king. Escena was just as panicked, muttering in disbelief about how powerful those people like Leon are. Isabel nodded softly and reluctantly said that the royal capital of the Holy Nation would surely be destroyed. Mayo, increasingly panicked, asked, "What will you do now?" Kai gently pouted and said, "I wouldn't care much if the Holy Nation's capital was destroyed, but what you're worried about is that there will be many problems. The first issue is that the front line of the Beastmen Alliance army will definitely be destabilized. If they are attacked during that time, they could suffer heavy losses. And there's one more thing. The Alpha Temple city near the capital must have groups that do not participate in the fighting living there. If the capital is destroyed, Midu and the others won't stay calm." While Kai was pondering, Isabel spoke up again. "We have a cooperative relationship with the hero candidates, so I'm revealing this information to you, but I cannot refuse this campaign." Smith beside her also nodded in agreement. "This is an order from the Demon Lord, and especially at this moment, such actions could cause the princess to be seen as the leader of this force and immediately be targeted by the army." Za frowned slightly and asked hesitantly, "Would it be a problem if we are discovered at this point?" Of course, in the end, it will be discovered because we are staging a revolution, but honestly, in this case, we have no reason to refuse. He said the goal of the revolutionary army was for Isabel to seize the Demon Lord's throne and bring peace to the Demon Kingdom in the future. But at this moment, Kai suddenly interrupted, and if the capital of the Holy Nation was destroyed in this campaign, it made Fonko hesitate. Kai paid no attention and continued speaking. "Even if it would weaken the strength of the Beastmen Alliance, you have no reason to take such a risk." Isabel nodded slightly and replied, "That's how we think. But what do you hero candidates plan to do?" "All right, I have a suggestion for the revolutionary army." Isabel looked up and stared intently at him. Kai explained slowly, "There are risks, but the rewards are also great. You decide whether you want to act or not." 3 days after Kai and Isabel's meeting at the former territory of the third prince of the Vandora Demon Kingdom, Castigon City, Kai summoned his hero team and then outlined the plan for the Holy Nation's royal capital attack. Midu was startled and panicked upon hearing this. Rumi nervously muttered, "We have to inform the non-combatants in the group. I'm too weak, aren't I?" Kao saw everyone panicking and quickly calmed them down, saying, "Stay calm. It's not like the Alpha Temple City was attacked. The chances of your group members not fighting and becoming victims are very low. But Reina fiercely objects. Even if it's small, it still exists, and the distance isn't too far, especially since your classmates are working in the royal capital." Midu felt it was reasonable and asked, "Should we go back to King City?" As soon as Midu finished speaking, a voice rang out from behind. "Hey, don't say such cowardly words. If you're worried, just send a message to your classmates." More importantly, this also works in his favor. He can cut off the Demon Lord's head right away. Hearing this, Murray immediately snapped, "Are you still sane? The people in the royal capital will suffer great losses." Arasi shrugged indifferently and pouted, saying, "We are already traitors for allying with the revolutionaries, and you're still pretending to be on their side." Meyer immediately panicked and stammered, "But innocent people living in the royal capital have no reason to be killed." He let out a cold sigh and said, "Your idealism is nonsense." Then he glanced at Midu and asked, "So Midu, what do you think?" Midu didn't hesitate and replied, "I will prioritize my classmates. I don't have the ability to save everyone." This made Murray confused. looking at him with eyes full of disbelief. But Midu still spoke seriously, saying, I don't think Arasi's plan is good. At this moment, Kai, who had been silent all along, finally spoke. I agree, Midu. The attack on the Demon Lord's capital by Isabel's Space Magic Elite Squad will only last a few hours. You said that if they attack during that time, they could return at the worst possible moment they didn't anticipate. So it's best to prepare carefully. No matter how elite they are, the enemy's numbers are still very few. Kai believes this will be a surprise attack, but they can find out the day and time of the assault from Isabel. Akira understood the point after hearing, nodded in understanding, and said, I see. If we prepare methods to counter them in advance, they are no different from moths rushing into the fire. CA continued, with the help of the Revolutionary Army, we will defeat the Demon Lord's main forces in a single strike. From now on, we hero candidates will abandon the front lines and return to the capital of Thanquok. A few days later, at Dagaris Holy City, the royal capital, this place lives up to its reputation as the Holy Nation's royal city, bustling with people. The bustling street market scene, and at this moment, Kai quietly enters with Sina and Mayo. Mayo lets out a sigh of relief, finally arriving. Even after borrowing horses, the journey still felt incredibly long. Sina raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Mayo, I'm weak. I won't accept being compared to the stamina of beastmen. Sai ignored them, scanning the surroundings, and after a while, couldn't help but feel nostalgic. Truly, a symbol of peace. It's hard to believe this is the land that just recently stood on the brink of destruction. Honestly, the people here seem very carefree. Mayo also nodded in agreement. For the people in the Imperial City, the front lines probably feel like a distant world. Sina, however, disagrees and pouts in protest. I think a little excitement isn't so bad. The outcome of the war doesn't change just because the people are in despair. So Mayo didn't say much and just glanced at Kay, asking, so Kai isn't a serious criminal in this country? Riding the horse like this is really not okay. Kai Netmoy said with a smile. Of course it's not okay. That's the main issue. Although we had already gathered information in the nearby town, I didn't expect there to be almost no suspicion at all. May smiled happily upon hearing this. Even with a suspicious background, we slipped through right after bribing them. I also nodded in agreement. The security really is lax. They've now reached a remote area. Kai jumps off the carriage and whispers, just as expected. Security will be tighter as we get closer to the center. I'll set up a base at an outer inn. Midu and everyone else should be arriving soon. I want to gather information about the Imperial City. Mayo frowned and asked, do we really need to investigate such a complacent place? I think her words are right. The people here are too indifferent. Although the people on the front lines are facing a brutal war, see serious, he said, I have some concerns Genis the Holy Knight, or rather a senior officer of the Demon King sect being stabbed in the back would be troublesome. Meanwhile, in the city of Castigon, the territory of the third prince of the Demon Kingdom, the alliance of humans and beastmen gathered together. Run was also present. She reported to everyone about the Demon Lord's attack. Amelia, hearing this, was stunned and asked back, the plan to attack the Holy Nation? Run nodded slightly and replied, yes, the intelligence was gathered from spies. The Demon Lord will deploy elite troops and use space magic to teleport to the royal capital. Elia was shocked and exclaimed, can the Demon Lord really use such reckless tactics? Ega also didn't believe it and said, I find it hard to believe too. But Run has no reason to lie. At least it seems certain that such rumors are circulating among the demon race. Run lowered his head in apology to Ega, secretly wishing he hadn't been told to say that by Sina. It was all just lies. Midu, who knows the story, actually knows very well that Voon is a close friend of Sina, whom Kai brought, so she presents it as intelligence obtained from the espionage unit, a specialized reconnaissance and intelligence team. Akira also has his thoughts on this, a way to return to the Imperial City without others knowing about the trap. He heard that the foundation had been laid, and it was now up to how their group led the way. While they were still pondering, Elia suddenly questioned with suspicion. However, this is not the kind of secret that low-level demons can know. It's very likely false information meant to cause confusion. Hark didn't believe that and strongly objected. But if it were true, with the defenses of the Imperial City weakening, this place would be destroyed. Amelia thought this made sense and sighed reluctantly. That's right, it can't be left unchecked. Above all, if they report to their superiors, they will definitely order the defense of the royal capital. Are you suggesting that our superiors prioritize the safety of the royal family over the entire front line? Is that what you're saying? Elias snorted coldly and said indifferently, don't distort my words. If Huangdo is destroyed by chance, the entire holy nation will fall into chaos. That is an obvious decision. Akira then interjected, even we have allies in the temple city near the capital. and some are operating inside the capital itself. Staying on the front line in this situation is unacceptable. Midu also nodded in agreement, saying we will return to the capital because we have the upper hand with the information first and should rest before continuing the fight. Elia frowned slightly, hesitating and muttering, but the reliability of this intel wasn't very high. Before she could finish speaking, Harik coldly interrupted. Midu's words also had some truth to them. After all, we are not in a perfect state to continue infiltrating the Demon Lord's territory. Our forces are not at their peak yet. You said the soldiers are exhausted after pacifying Leon Hat's territory, but your eyes keep drifting to Akira. Moreover, I don't think stopping them would be effective. Elia frowned slightly in silence, then reluctantly spoke. That's right. If they desert like Arasi has been lately, it would cause big trouble. Send them to defend the Imperial City. Hearing this, Midu let out a sigh of relief. Amelia continued. But we also can't abandon the front line. We will stay on the front line. If the main forces of the hero candidates are assigned to defend, the higher-ups will surely be pleased. Iga nodded slightly and suggested that our Beastman Alliance army would also hold the front line, defending the capital of an allied nation. I'm not saying it's unrelated, but there are others more suitable than us. Murray frowned in doubt, realizing that besides us, most of the forces would still remain at the front line. Aaliyah nodded slightly and replied, That's how it will be. I can't send more troops based on unverified information. Akira thought it made sense. If the front line falls, defeating the Demon King will be even more out of reach. Moreover, gathering infantry to face the vassals of the Demon King is not very meaningful. Elia looked at everyone's expressions and reassured them, Don't worry too much. No matter how thin the defenses of the royal capital are, the Naiite commander is still by the Pope's side. Midu was stunned and widened her eyes, the commander of the knights. Amelia slowly explained, You lead the Holy Knight Order and are the strongest. If he and the hero candidates can't hold them back, then everything is pointless. Meanwhile, at the Dagaris Holy Capital Palace in Kichi's study, a non-combat student who was reading a book was unexpectedly visited by an uninvited guest. He frowned slightly in doubt and asked, What do you want from me? Oh, Kai is the one who came. Just as you said, you came here to gather information. Before this, Kai had approached 2 other people. They say Kai Ichi knows the most about the inner workings of the Imperial City. Kai narrowed his eyes at him and quietly said, So while we were on the front lines, you climbed up to become a private researcher for the king. Are you mocking me? I'm just teaching the Holy Nations people knowledge from our world. The fastest way to make money that way. Kai didn't think so, and asked coldly in return, You can't just become a researcher because of that, right? This makes Yi's eyes turn cautious. He purses his lips and mutters, You're still as unpredictable as ever. He says he simply doesn't like fighting, so he joined the non-combat group, and he's exploring other options to return to the original world. Hearing that, C suspiciously asked, Did you achieve any results? Yi sighed and shook his head, No. Leonora's words sound even more convincing. The only way back to the original world is to kill the Demon King. Kai frowns slightly, silent for a moment, then finally says, So, you've come to the same conclusion as I have. You're just coming back to confirm that? Kai shook his head slightly and replied, No, I have other matters. A major battle is about to take place in the Imperial City. Chai paid no attention and slowly approached him, speaking coldly. I will explain in detail now. Please relay this to the Phi group to fight for me, but first, I want to know the internal situation of the Imperial City as a private researcher of the king. Ichi must know at least something. Ichi nodded understandingly and said, I see, and then picked up a book from the table. I understand why you came to me. It's about the demon god sect, isn't it? The next day, at Garrus Holy Capital in the Imperial City, at the church headquarters, a meeting was taking place with the Pope sitting above and a crowd below. The woman standing in front is Emily from the Gentle faction. She asked, Is it true that the Demon Lord's army attacked the capital? The truth is not yet clear, but it's better to be prepared. To prevent any issues, we will assign hero candidates to protect the capital for a period of time. Even if it's true, isn't just you enough? Oscar, the strongest knight of the human race. Oscar immediately refused without hesitation, saying, Please understand that the demon race must not defile this sacred land. Emily nodded softly and said, I understand, Your Holiness. I have a proposal. What proposal? Go ahead and say it. Emily chuckled softly and calmly said, Taking this opportunity, why don't we negotiate peace with the Demon Kingdom? This made everyone present here gasp in shock, and some couldn't help but start criticizing. What foolish thing are you saying? Has the peace faction finally gone crazy? So why do we continue to attack the Demon Kingdom when we've already reclaimed territory that belonged to humanity? The Pope finally glared at Emily and coldly said, "Destroying demons is what the god of creation, Garrus, desires. The demon race is a filthy species opposed to the creator god. Peace with them is absolutely impossible." Emily remained persistent with her proposal and calmly continued, "I only wish for peace in the world, as the Bible teaches." Emily pretends to be righteous, smiling as she explains, "If we worship different gods, but live on the same earth, and understand each other's language instead of hating each other, we should love one another. Isn't that the teaching of the Creator?" Root Shua frowned slightly and spoke in a deep voice. "It's true that the Bible talks about world peace, but there's no way peace can include those guys." Oscar also chimed in support. "The peaceful faction's words are always just a dream, based on the premise that the devil will never accept negotiations." Emily remains undeterred and continues to advise, "We have a voice. If we keep talking, we will eventually understand each other, hate each other, and exchange blood for blood. That is the behavior of savages." Those words of hers are too absurd. Finally, Rot Shua couldn't hold back and shouted, "If you keep talking nonsense, I will consider the entire peaceful faction as traitors." Emily sighed and said, "That's a pity, Pope Root Jua, but I believe that one day we can understand each other." After saying that, she turned and left. Root Hua remained silent, watching Emily's figure disappear, while the people below were also very angry, glaring at Emily. A moment later, Rua and Oscar walked slowly down the corridor. Oscar muttered in frustration, "Well, that woman is truly crazy." Dan Mack nodded and calmly said, "That's right. Training hero candidates is guided by the Creator." Emily's way of thinking goes against the will of the creators. Why has a faction formed around a woman like that? The Pope paused for a moment before replying with a commanding and captivating tone. At first glance, Emily's words seem gentle and kind, but in reality, what she says is so extreme that it's unrealistic. Oscar furrowed his brow and looked incredulous after hearing her. The Pope then continued, saying, "The moderate faction's proposals are not worth paying attention to. Although their influence is growing, it still doesn't amount to even 1 in 1,000 of the whole." He said it was his duty to listen to those who share the same faith in a deity, but today's statement went too far. This could be considered treason. This time Joshua has issued a warning. Oscar looked at him carefully, hesitating before speaking, and took the opportunity to report to the Pope about the heretical devil worshippers. "Are you seriously asking back? Do you mean those heretics possessed by demons? What about them?" Oscar solemnly replied, "Recently, their activities have become more violent. They are causing chaos across the holy nation, forcing us to divide our forces to deal with them." He said they seem to want to weaken their forces in the capital right after they received news of the Demon King's army attacking the capital. Pope Rot sighed reluctantly after hearing this, realizing it should have been classified information to prevent panic among the people. Oscar nodded softly and replied, "Yes, it's possible they are receiving information from the Demon Lord's army, but that's unlikely. But I don't think they will trust those heretics, so there's a high chance of a traitor within the church. Root Shua also thinks so." He calmly said, "I think so too. Henry, we still can't identify their true identities." Then he ordered Oscar to continue the investigation. Oscar did not hesitate and accepted the order. He suddenly remembered something and asked with a frown, "What about Kai?" The Pope looked puzzled and asked, "Have we found him yet?" Oscar shook his head gently and replied, "We haven't found any clues yet." Ratsu, hearing this, sighed reluctantly and said, "I understand, don't worry about Leonora anymore. It's not your fault." But Oscar refused. Pursing his lips, he said, "But Your Excellency, I swear I will protect your daughter, so at least let me kill Kai myself, the one who took Leonora's life." At this point, Oscar's eyes were filled with deadly intent. At this moment, Pope Ratshua spoke in a deep voice. "Araji is truly an outsider who infiltrated during the hero candidate summoning. We must find and kill him at all costs." Oscar nodded fiercely and replied, "Yes, I will continue investigating alongside the demon cult case." Meanwhile, elsewhere in the dark underground dungeon beneath the Imperial City, a torch is burning brightly. 2 people in cloaks quietly enter, and inside there are many others as well. "What should we do now?" After a moment of silence, a clear female voice echoed from above. "The hero candidates are returning to the capital. With their strength, they cannot be defeated by the matured hero candidates. But if it happens while they are fighting the Demon Lord's army, that's a different matter. The one who just spoke is Emily." She then smirked and said, "We will strike from behind the hero candidates while they are fighting the Demon Lord's army, and with that achievement, we will join the Demon Lord's army." At the same time, on the trail outside the royal capital, 2 figures riding slowly approached. It was Midu and Akira. Seeing the scene ahead, Midu excitedly exclaimed, "I see it. The royal capital is right in front of them." Akira then suggested, "Midu, let's rest for a while before entering the imperial city." Midu nodded slightly in agreement. "Yeah, Araji probably arrived earlier. Is it the demon lord of the Andhra religion?" Kai couldn't help but frown and ask suspiciously, "So you really did struggle against them?" I nodded slightly and explained slowly, "The non-combatants have been attacked many times by the demon lord's followers. We have now ordered them to absolutely avoid acting alone if possible. Although they are a non-combatant group, they are not completely incapable of fighting. Most of the demon lord's followers are amateurs, so for now they can handle them with divine guardians, but many people are feeling very uneasy." Kai, hearing this, asked suspiciously, "Why didn't you report this to Midu and the others?" Reluctantly shaking his head, the Y-Tree sighed and said, "I can't cause trouble for those risking their lives on the front lines. In terms of danger, we are much lower. I thought the non-combatant group could handle the demonic heresy." He said that even when cooperating with the Holy Nation, the non-combatant group couldn't trace their traces because either KYG was cut off or the devil worshippers were hiding in the center of the Holy Nation. Dam Mac nodded. Yi casually replied, "Yes, I have thought of someone." Kai was surprised and asked, "What is that person's name?" Yi slowly said, "Why, Cardinal Emily of the Dagaris Church is the second most powerful person after the Pope and the leader of the Peace Faction." Kai frowned slightly and asked suspiciously, "What is the Peace Faction?" Yi sneered and said, "A ridiculous faction wanting to reconcile with the demons. They sweet-talk those exhausted by war and only preach hollow ideals." Kai nodded subtly, truly like a perfect cover for the devil worshippers. Indifferently shrugging, Yichi Biao sneered and said, "I also thought so and took a gamble. So Yangwei Emily must be guilty and she can be considered a high-ranking member. But the difficult part is that foreigners like him are not trusted. If they act recklessly towards Cardinal Emily, it could turn the entire country into an enemy." Yihi warned that doing so would affect the frontline combat group, which is why they couldn't act until they had solid evidence. Hearing this, Kai thought for a moment, then confidently said, "I will deal with her. I want to eliminate the aftermath before the battle at the Imperial City." Yihi Tree looked at you in shock, exclaiming in surprise, "You make it sound so simple. She's the cardinal of the Dagaris Church. Guarding is not an easy task." I smile involuntarily, and Kai calmly says, "Assassination is my specialty, and even if I fail and my identity is exposed, it won't affect the hero candidates. I was already considered a great sinner for killing the city girl, and even though you said that," KY still hesitated before speaking. "Still, Cardinal Emily is just a senior member, and the leader is probably someone else." CA squints at him and asks with a frown, "From your attitude, it seems like you've already guessed who it is, right?" KY nodded slightly and spoke assertively. "The leader of the Demon Lord Heresy sect is one of the knight captains currently in the Imperial City. I have pinpointed their location to there." The next day, Midu's group, the first to arrive at the Imperial City, went to see the Pope. Rochua narrowed his eyes at them and finally spoke, "I have heard about the attack by the Demon King's army and the Imperial City, as well as their unusual methods of assault. It's hard to believe." But as he spoke, his tone suddenly changed, becoming more imposing, as if he was questioning, "But how reliable is that information?" Midu remained unfazed and calmly replied, "I can't provide proof, but there will definitely be an attack." Archbishop Rot slightly furrowed his brow and asked, "Is this the intuition of someone who has fought on the front lines? We cannot ignore this." Oscar beside them chimes in, "The hero's goal is to defeat the Demon Lord. Returning to the rear in the capital will delay that objective. Why did he return to the Imperial City despite the group of Midu? Even if it was an order, it seems they were the ones who proposed it themselves." The Pope suddenly seemed to understand something and said in a deep voice, "Are you worried about your comrades left behind? I see now, no more doubt. These people believe there will be an attack." Midu nodded without hesitation to confirm. "Yes, that's correct. Furthermore, regarding the timing of the attack, we have more detailed information than the initial report." Hearing this, Joshua's eyes involuntarily narrowed as he asked suspiciously, "When will they act then?" Midu looked intently at the Pope and boldly answered, "In 3 days at night." As soon as she said that, the expressions of everyone here immediately turned unpleasant. A while later, at the headquarters of the Holy Knights, Midu was assigned to meet with the squadron leaders of the Cavalier unit. Midu slowly introduced herself, saying, "I am Midu, the captain of the Hero Squad, or also known as Squadron 11. I hope for your support." Hearing this, a snickering man coldly replied, "I am the captain of Squadron 2. Remember this well." A man with a scar on his left eye also stepped forward to introduce himself.
I am Free Time, the captain of Squadron Number 3. Sorry to trouble you all.
Returning from the front lines, a silver-haired young man also greets cheerfully.
I am Gray, the captain of Squadron 9, usually tasked with hunting demon spies, but I was summoned here due to an urgent order. Let's work together. Happily. This time, a girl steps forward and slowly introduces herself, saying, I am Saklo, captain of Squadron 10, responsible for rear support, and I hope we can be of help to everyone. The last one is Oscar. He raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying, I am Oscar, the commander-in-chief. Sorry for testing everyone earlier. He said he has heard about the hero candidates' achievements outside the front lines and hopes everyone will contribute to defending the capital. Midu shook hands with Oscar and smiled in return. Of course, that's why we came back. The moment she touched his hand, Midu realized this person's true power was extraordinary. If the commander of the Holy Knights is present on the front lines, eliminating the Demon King would surely be much easier. However, it seems a bit odd that the knight captains who usually guard various places are all gathering here now. Although still uncertain about the authenticity of the information, they were already prepared. That child showed how important the defense of the capital truly was. Dion now asked unhappily, do we really need hero candidates? He said that their own forces are more than enough to protect the capital, and hero candidates are just unnecessary burdens. Oscar said in response, don't say that. Tion, they survived deadly battles outside the front lines and have grown far beyond what they were when first summoned. Tion sneered coldly. What's so scary about the front lines? Hearing this foolish remark, Midu couldn't help but curse inwardly. Is he really the knight captain? Feeling that things weren't chaotic enough, Gray spoke up and suggested, why not have a duel if you're so concerned about his strength? Hearing is not equal to seeing, after all. Dion thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. That makes sense. Of course I have no objection. Midu also didn't hesitate to speak up. He didn't know where that confidence of his came from either. But Midu thought he couldn't let his guard down. Could it be that he was hiding his true strength? While he was staying alert, Tion drew his sword and sneered provocatively. Come here, kid. Let me teach you what it means to be above and below. Midu frowned slightly and said seriously, so if you're in the mood but haven't finished speaking... Ton rushed forward recklessly. I would never ask you to strike first. Yet his sword was easily blocked by Midu.
You managed to dodge my attack? Not bad.
At the same time, Midu was surprised by this guy's childishness. Tion, on the other hand, was very confident, shouting loudly, but this is not over yet. But then Midu calmly raised her hand and struck Taeon on the back of the head, causing him to fall into a coma. Midu wins amidst the confusion. He's so clueless, huh? Gray couldn't help but burst out laughing. Freet also sighed, as if predicting everything. Oscar over here, hearing Gray laugh non-stop, felt a bit annoyed and reminded him, you're laughing too much. Gray, worried, hurriedly ran over to check on him. She also started treating him, and Midu, feeling a bit confused, spoke up. Sorry, but is this person really the captain of the night squad? Ray nodded and smiled, replying that officially he is the captain of the second squad. Freet slowly explained, after all, the second night squad is full of useless people. Those are just the spoiled children of nobles. They don't know where they're going or coming from.
Gray pouted and said, Dion is the second son of a duke, so his status is the highest in the group.
That's why he was chosen as the second night squad leader, even though he doesn't have enough strength to be the leader. Hearing that, Midu hesitated and asked, but why is he so confident? While his abilities are weak, Oscar calmly explained, well, he's like a frog at the bottom of a well, knowing nothing about fighting. Well, if you say so, we also feel a bit hurt. We've been away from real combat for a long time, so we're no different from him.
Frey nodded slightly and said, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd cavalry units are not allowed to leave the capital due to their missions. If they have to fight in the current situation, it will cause trouble. Although it sounds serious, the 3 of them burst out laughing loudly.
Midu silently observes. He doesn't think they are lying. To have earned that position, they must have gone through quite a lot of hardships. By evening, after leaving the castle, Midu slowly returned home, thinking to himself that he was glad to have many allies he could rely on and really wanted them to help him at the front lines. But it didn't take long before Midu's eyes narrowed involuntarily. In the darkness, a group of people had surrounded him. Who are you? They didn't answer, but one of them frowned and asked back, are you Midu among the hero candidates? Midu glared at them and warned coldly, I advise you not to try attacking me. Even if I really don't like to say lines like this, no matter how many of you there are, you can't beat me. This statement touched their pride and made them extremely angry. Calm down. He's completely right. His skills now are totally different from before. What do you mean by before?
Are you really followers of the Demon Lord? The other man smirked and said, Yes, we heard you just returned from the front line, and we will see you die here. Midu, alert, clenched her sword and asked suspiciously, Why do you want to kill me? The other man honestly replied, We will offer your head to the devil to become his subordinate. Even though the Demon Lord has been cornered by us, you still resort to this. The other calmly replied, Many of our weak-hearted have abandoned us because of you. Of course, those who lose faith will be punished with death. Now only the loyal remain, and they act for the Demon Lord. By the time he finished speaking, his tone grew even more smug. He chuckled arrogantly and asked, Did you hear that? That the attack will start in 3 days, so we can't miss this opportunity. Midu frowned and remained silent. Has the information been leaked? Thinking it through, he coldly said, If that's what you want, I will have to kill without mercy. Midu says I don't care if they are human or not. Now he has his own goal. That guy laughed loudly and said, So you won't ignore this, right? As soon as he finished speaking, he snapped his fingers. Midu was a bit confused and cautious, asking, What are you going to do? In just a moment, a female student was taken away by those people. This person is a student of the non-combatant group, Suki Hiro Yuko. Seeing her, Midu exclaimed in panic, Suki, Hiro Yuko. Seeing him rush forward, the other man warned, Don't move or the girl will die and you'll be the next. Yuko struggled even more but was still held tightly from behind, the shining knife pressed against her neck. Midu, worried about her, froze. He silently wondered, Can I save her? Seeing that Midu was still, the other man shouted loudly to remind him, Hurry up or you'll know what will happen to her. But they didn't know that Kai was secretly watching from a distance, raising his gun and aiming at the man holding Yuck. Without hesitation, Kai directly pulled the trigger, the energy bullet piercing through the man's forehead, killing him instantly. At the same time, Midu used teleportation to embrace her. He successfully saved her. Seeing this, the black-clad people immediately panicked. Midu flew straight to Kai's side. He lowered Yuko and asked anxiously, Suki Hiro, are you okay? Yuko gently shook her head and replied, It's okay, thank you, Midu. At this moment, Kai coldly suggested, Midu, take Suki Hiro back to the dormitory with you. I will deal with these guys, we can talk later. But Midu shook his head in refusal. No, I will join you. I must eliminate all those who threaten my classmates. At this moment, his eyes were filled with murderous intent, causing the others to tremble. Kai didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. Got it. I'll leave this place to you. Suki Hiro, let's go. Without waiting for Yuko to react, Kai lifted her up and prepared to leave. But before he could take a step, Midu suddenly spoke. Arag, can I ask you something? Kai frowned slightly, muttering in doubt. What? Midu took a deep breath and asked in a low voice, You didn't use Suki Hiro as bait? To lure out the Demon Lord's followers? I'm just overthinking it, even I care about my classmates. Midu nodded without hesitation after hearing that. I believe those words. Immediately after, his figure disappeared from the rooftop. By the time they reappeared, they were once again in the middle of the crowd, and this scene made them fear. Before they could react, a surge of energy appeared, and then the beams of sword light began to dance in the air. Midu easily defeated them. At the same time, Kai was still carrying Yuko back home, but he had some thoughts on his mind. Their leader remains hidden, just as we expected they wouldn't reveal themselves easily. After wiping out the Demon Lord's cult, Midu met up with her classmates at the dormitory. Midu slowly recounted everything. We captured a few of them and handed them over to the knights. Ichi listens and frowns, muttering that they probably won't get any useful information anyway. Even if we find out anything, it will just be hidden somewhere, and we'll never hear about it. Midu wasn't too concerned and asked worriedly, How is Suki Hiro doing? Ichi sighed and replied, She seems strong, but clearly this is wearing her down. He is now resting in his room, and Araji is probably there too. After saying that, he nervously apologized again. This time it's my fault. The kidnapper of Suki Hiro is clearly a professional. I should have relied on the combat team. Akira didn't think so and quickly spoke up. They are probably targeting the non-combatant group. I just ran to call everyone earlier, but the missing person from the non-combat group is gone. She slightly furrowed her brow, her tone a bit serious. It's quite likely she was captured by another group. He said the Demon Lord's order is clearly more active now. The previous attacks were probably just crazy fanatics causing trouble. Akira also agrees, nodding in approval. This time, it was a professionally planned ambush. Its trigger is definitely... Not waiting for him to finish, Midu gritted his teeth and continued talking about our return to the capital. Ichi the tree helplessly watched the two, sighed and said, Only Suki Hiro and I are present in the royal city besides the non-combatant group.
The others are working at the Alpha Temple. The more Midu hears, the angrier he gets, and he boldly says, "If things keep going like this, it will be too late. So cut the fighters to be bodyguards for the group at the Alpha Temple." Akira hurriedly said, "Narumi has already set out. Narumi can wrap herself in the wind, so she's the fastest." Hearing this, Midu finally let out a sigh of relief. "So, first and foremost, we must save Gnome. To do that, we must root out the Demon King cult hiding in the capital." Itandong nods in agreement, for if we don't act quickly, we don't know what will happen to Anno. If they are holding her hostage like Tsukiro, then maybe she is still alive. Akira watched the two strategize and couldn't help but sigh. There are less than 3 days left before the Demon Lord's army attacks, but that's not even the main issue now. Dealing with threats both inside and outside is really tough. No matter what, we must first deal with the traitor within our ranks. Meanwhile, at the female dormitory, Midu is in Yuko's room. He nodded in approval and said, "Well done." Yuko sat motionless on the bed, and after a while she pouted and muttered, thinking she finally contributed to the team. Kai saw that Yuko was still upset, so he spoke to comfort her. "Don't worry, rest well." Yuko looked up at him and asked anxiously, "Yes, Araji, is Anno also safe?" Mac nodded. Kai calmly replied, "Yes, Aiko Anno is still alive, currently allowing the enemy to act freely for the time being." This moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Kai's mind. "Haraji, can you hear me? Is that Jin?" Thinking quickly, he immediately responded and connected with Tsukihiro. Did Jin answer without hesitation? "Yes, this is Tsukihiro's channel." Soon after, Yuko also heard Jin's voice echoing in her mind. "Tsukihiro, can you hear me?" Yuko replied happily. "Yeah, I hear you clearly. It's been a while since we last met." Jin knew she was worried, so he told her Anno's information. "We have found Anno's location." As expected, Yuko's face lit up instantly. "Really?" Kai suddenly asked if she had contacted Kanjaki through a divine message before being captured by the Demon Lord's cult. "That's right?" Yuko nodded slightly to confirm. "You explained slowly again, allowing Kanzaki to track her." Yuko felt even more relieved and said, "So Anno is still okay." "That's right. I can even let you hear her voice." "Is Yuko safe now?" Hearing her friend's voice, Yuko was extremely happy and immediately replied, "Yes, I'm fine. Anno says she's being held in a cell but hasn't been harmed yet." Yuko confidently reassures her, "Don't worry, we'll come to rescue you soon." "So far you've just been listening, now you speak. Where exactly is Kanzaki Anno being held?" Jin immediately responds, "If you connect with us through teleportation, she probably isn't far away. Actually, it's at the underground city center, in the headquarters of the 3rd Night Squad, where the 3 of Jin have now arrived." Hearing this, Kai immediately frowned. So Ichi's guess was correct. One of the current Knight commanders in the Imperial City is the leader of the Demon Lord's sect. After a long pause, Kei finally spoke slowly. "Well done, Kanzaki. In other words, the leader of the Demon Lord's sect is Free Time, the captain of the 3rd Night Squad." Then Kai asked Jin to share this information with Midu. Jin immediately agreed. After giving instructions, Kai spoke again. "I will save Anno first. Order Midu's team to crush the 3rd Night Squad. That is the lair of the Demon Church. Don't hold back." At the same time, in the underground prison of the 3rd Night Squad, the vice captain of the Elven Knights was silently asking, "Is that correct, Captain?" Free Time said fiercely, biting his lip. "Something's wrong. We still can't reach the demons. Could it be because Aqualia is dead?" Emily indifferently said. "At least the information about the Demon King Army's attack plan has been leaked. I wanted to report it, but if I can't contact them, that's their problem." Elvin reported again, and I heard that Tsukihiro has been taken back. Free Tame became even angrier. "Those fools can't even manage a simple ambush plan." Emily wasn't worried, calmly saying, "We will ensure the true identities of the captured believers are kept secret. Lately, our actions have been too obvious and people are starting to suspect." Freet bit his lip angrily and said, "I know, but we have no other choice." Natasha promised them that if we eliminated the hero candidates, she would turn them into demons. Emily frowned slightly, muttering suspiciously, "Does that promise still hold when Aqualia is dead?" "The problem is, we can't contact the demon's spies." Elvin also worriedly said, "Even without promises, we remain loyal to the Demon Lord. That's what it means to be his followers, right?" Freet nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, that's right. And if the Demon Lord's army is truly coming, we will have the chance to meet the demons. Once we have dealt with the hero candidates, they will acknowledge me. But the current hero candidates are insanely strong. Only senior officials can barely hold their own. What do you plan to do?" "I still have a hostage and a lot to do, but Free Time doesn't know that while they're discussing affairs, the hostage's ropes have already been cut." Kai successfully sneaked into the bunker and rescued Anno. All the guards were killed by him despite the tight security.
After finishing, Kai put away his knife and glanced at Ano, urging him to hurry and leave.
But as soon as he finished speaking, Kai sensed something and quickly covered Ano's face with his hand. He stared intently ahead where a figure was slowly approaching. Freem. He has discovered Kai. He smirked and said, I was just going to check on the hostages, but it seems some rats have sneaked in. Kai narrowed his eyes at Freem and asked coldly, So you are the leader of the 3rd Night Squad, the Devil's Church? Freem didn't hesitate and admitted, Yes. I know who you are, the one who killed the Saintess, right? It's obvious, isn't it? Because a world ruled by the devil god must not be stopped. Kai snorted softly, pouted, and asked too much already. Kay, very alert, stood in front of Ano, sword ready to strike. Freem smirked and said, I don't know how you found this place, but if I catch you, it's your unlucky day, Saint Killer. Hearing this, Kai subtly asked, Is now the time to worry about me? Freet, a bit confused, asked back, What are you planning to do? Before he could finish speaking, the ground suddenly trembled violently, startling him. He shouted in panic, What the hell is that? Immediately, a few men entered with torches. Captain Freet looked at his subordinates and hurriedly asked what was happening. They reported in panic that the 3rd Night Regiment's camp on the ground was under attack by a hero candidate. As soon as those words left his mouth, Freetime's face grew even more grim. He gritted his teeth and muttered, What? Are you really that surprised? My presence here means the information has already been leaked. This statement pushed Freetime's anger to its peak. He shouted in frustration, You bastard! You caused this mess. Instead of wasting time with me, you should hurry up and deal with the hero candidates on the ground. Now that they know about this secret place, it's the only way for you to survive. Who do you think you are? Let her go or you'll die. Kai still stands there calmly, seeing that. At the same time, a sudden crack appeared in the air and Freet was stunned in an instant. Midu had appeared silently, wielding the sword formation of his sword, his eyes now filled with murderous intent. Freetime's subordinates had all been killed by Midu. Kai narrowed his eyes at Midu and smirked, saying, You arrived quickly. Midu cheerfully responded, asking Kazaki to guide us down to the underground area. Kai said nothing more, lifting Ano up effortlessly, then calmly said, I will take Ano back first. The rest is up to you. Then he quickly ran out of the basement. Freet panicked and shouted, Wait! But Midu's sword still held him tightly, preventing him from moving. Freem frowned slightly as Midu's sword was too powerful, causing him to panic. At this moment, Midu subtly pushed his hand to push Freem back. He narrowed his eyes at him, secretly thinking that once again they are using hostages to lure the devil's army, just as Araji planned. While Midu was thinking, Freetime spoke up. Midu, right? Midu was slightly startled, but said nothing. The man glared at him and coldly said, Daring to attack the knight's stronghold. That's quite bold. Midu said nothing. Coldly warning, please surrender. Freem, we already have evidence that this is the headquarters of the Demon Lord's sect. Freet ignored it, coldly saying, That's an easy matter to handle. We are more trustworthy than your alien creatures. Eliminating the hero candidate is his top priority. The hostage situation is tense, but the task remains the same. He thought Elvin was probably holding the line above, first killing Midu, then wiping out the hero candidates. When they lost coordination, that was something Freetime could handle, all because of the devil. Thinking it through, he charged forward to attack. Midu still stood calmly there, not panicking at all. Meanwhile, on the ground, the knight's soldiers are lying in a heap, while Arasi is fighting fiercely. His opponent is Elvin. Arasi subtly dodged, avoiding Elvin's attack. Immediately after, he swept his leg across and Elvin quickly stepped back. Arasi narrowed his eyes at him and coldly said, You do have some skill after all, Knight Captain. Elvin frowned in response and corrected him, I am Elvin, Vice Captain of the 3rd Cavalry Unit. So, you guys are hero candidates? What do you want to do by destroying our camp? How am I supposed to know? If you want me to cause chaos, I will do it. Elvin felt uneasy hearing such superficial words. Is there more of this kind of thing? She hurriedly announced that Araji had rescued the hostage. Meanwhile, Midu is fighting the enemy leader underground. If we jump in recklessly, we'll just get in the way. Everyone focused on dealing with the 3rd Cavalry on the ground. Hearing this, Arasi cracked his knuckles and coldly spoke. If the hostage is saved, then Elvin can't help but be stunned. What is this overwhelming source of magic? While he was confused, Arasi charged forward, so it means she was allowed to blow everything up, right? As he finished speaking, a deafening explosion erupted. Elvin was forced to retreat due to the explosion, but Arasi paid no mind and continued frantically launching the barrage. A series of sparks attacked the wall, causing it to show signs of collapse. In an instant, Arasi shattered it completely. But his eyes suddenly narrowed, because a large wall reappeared in front of him, glowing with a golden voice from Elvin.
That's why I want to avoid direct confrontation. Arasi frowned slightly and muttered, Earth element magic, defensive system. Elvin smirked and said, I didn't expect us to be dragged out like this. It seems some of you are pretty clever. Arasai also remained calm, smiling and saying, No matter what, you're finished. Even if you beat us, your headquarters has been exposed and your base destroyed by him. But Elvin remained unfazed, smiling confidently. It's okay, we have backup prepared for moments like this. Arasi frowned slightly, a look of impatience in her eyes. Meanwhile, below the underground cellar, Emily is escorted away from this place. She ran while complaining, This is such a hassle, even if I use all my power and connections, I can't guarantee I can hide this. But as soon as she finished, the two escorts fell, the air thick with the smell of fresh blood. Emily was instantly terrified. Even the two soldiers didn't know how they died and had gone to meet the King of Hell. The only one capable of silently killing like this was Kai. You said nothing, slowly approaching Emily and then slashed her across the neck with the knife, blood pouring out like rain. In just a few stabs, Emily's group was all defeated by Kai. Ayano, trembling beside him, muttered, Lady Emily, is this person also a follower of the devil god? Kai nodded slightly and replied, Yes. It seems she exploited her cardinal authority to manipulate information. But now that Emily has lost her power base, the headquarters of the 3rd Night Squadron, which is also the stronghold of the demon god cult, will soon be exposed. Ano nodded in understanding. So, do you have any thoughts on that? Ano slowly spoke. After I joined the non-combatant group, I provided knowledge for the infrastructure projects of the royal capital. Many non-combatant team members are doing similar work. Knowledge from the modern world is a revolution in this world. She asked what she could do without weapons. During her time living in Huangdo, Ano gradually became attached to this place. She wants to make it a better place. She has worked towards that goal and feels fulfilled. But the upper class considers the slums to be non-existent. Ano's plan to improve the infrastructure of the slums was immediately shelved. But only Emily is passionate about charity work. After hearing this, Kai realized the problem and nodded, saying, That's to increase the number of devil worshippers. The poorer and more ignorant people are, the easier they are to brainwash. Ayano sighed reluctantly. I wanted to believe she was a good person. Many people are grateful to you, Emily. Kai calmly spoke. Maybe she truly believes that serving the devil god is the way to save those in need. On another front in the battle between Midu and Friet, they are still fighting fiercely, neither willing to admit defeat. Midu fights while thinking to himself that he had anticipated this, but he is still very strong. Freetime now smirked and said, You think I am on the same level as Elia and Harik in the underworld? Don't lump me together with those naive kids. Midu frowned slightly, asking suspiciously why he would side with the Demon Lord's army given such power. Without thinking, Freetime coldly said, Do you think that's why I'm so strong? Midu was quickly pushed back by Free. Because I have survived countless deadly battles, I have fought much longer than you rookie heroes. Isn't that to protect this country? That's right. Freet immediately nodded without hesitation and charged forward while speaking. Before the hero candidates appeared, this country was on the brink of destruction. The Holy Nation kept losing battles everywhere and its territory was gradually shrinking. The strength of the Holy Knight Order has fallen to less than half of its peak. One by one, his comrades fighting alongside Freetime fall. The Holy Nation was engulfed in the flames of war. Those stronger than Freetime had disappeared, and before anyone realized it, he had become the Knight Captain. Still, he said he's fighting recklessly. They are still trying to hold the line. But a mighty symbol appeared, a proud figure walking across the battlefield. The Demon Lord finally appeared. Freet thought he was only coming to the battlefield out of curiosity. In fact, they had no intention of fighting at all, but the Demon Lord merely waved a hand casually, and the commanding officer at that time was already dead. A very brutal death, with the upper half of the body completely cut off. At that moment, no one could have defeated the Demon Lord. Like an ant challenging humans, it's not about swords or magic, but a different level entirely. As he spoke, Freetime charged forward to attack. He was frantically shouting. Still, our front line has managed to hold back significantly. When Midu heard this, he quickly retorted, We have defeated 3 of the 4 heavenly kings, and the front line has seen the demon capital itself. Freetime coldly said, This battle has been decided from the beginning. Whether strong or weak, those things no longer matter. The more Midu hears, the angrier he becomes, and he boldly questions, even if he seems to side with the Demon Lord, he would never save humanity. Freet gently shakes his head, then speaks softly about collaborating with the Demon Lord's intelligence operations and eliminating the hero candidates. They will turn us into demons and accept us as citizens of the Demon Kingdom. That is the agreement with Aqualia.
The more he spoke, the more frantic he became, continuously attacking Midu with his sword. Under his onslaught, Midu was forced to retreat. He also didn't panic, calmly stood up and coldly said, "I killed Aqualia, so the Holy Nation's intelligence operations were affected." Mentioning this, Freet gritted his teeth and criticized, "Your hero candidates really cause us trouble. Even if that covenant still holds, can humans really be turned into demons?" Freetime smirked and said, "You've probably seen an example already. The monster researcher was once human before becoming a spy for the Demon Lord's army." Hearing this, Midu's eyes widened in shock. Remembering the days when they first arrived here and fought against Steady, Freetime smiled even more confidently at his reaction. He used himself as a test subject. Even though it was a failed experiment to transform into a demon, after Steady's death, the results were still taken over by the Demon Lord's army. And in the end, they successfully developed a complete potion to transform into demons. The more Midu heard, the more terrified he became, his eyes filled with shock. Freet gritted his teeth and continued, "We were about to receive the sample if your hero candidates hadn't killed Aqua Elia." As he finished, flames appeared around him, and in an instant his sword was engulfed in blazing fire. "Hero candidates, you are strong, but still weaker than me. Challenging the Demon Lord with that level is just a waste of your lives." Midu watches Freet's movements carefully, his eyes now full of suspicion. Meanwhile, a large fire is also spreading above the basement. This is Arasi's attack. The continuous explosions keep ringing out. Under his fierce and continuous attack, Elvin could only hide behind his protective wall. However, it only showed a few cracks. That's a pretty impressive defense. But is it enough? If you hesitate any longer, your friends will all be defeated. Just as he said, the hero candidates are now starting to eliminate soldiers, and their abilities make it easy to wipe them out. Arasi smirked and said, "I don't know what your support is, but if you lose here, you're all doomed, right?" This statement made Elvin's face darken, but he stubbornly opened his mouth, thinking he could fight a little longer. As expected, the hero candidate strike team had grown stronger beyond the front lines. As he finished speaking, Arasi charged forward, and in an instant, he was in front of Elvin. He coldly shouted, "How can those cowards hiding in the royal city beat us?" Immediately, Arasi's fist struck in front of Elvin, and with a bang, another explosion erupted. But when the smoke and flames cleared, Arasi struck the wall again, and no one was in front of him. At the same time, a sharp sword pierced toward him. Luckily, Arasi reacted in time, grabbing the sword and then breaking it into pieces. This scene made Elvin extremely terrified. Shards of the broken sword fell onto the cold ground as Arasi shouted fiercely, "What are you going to do without a weapon?" Below the cellar, Freet with his flaming sword faces off against Midu wielding his cursed sword, both rushing towards each other at the same time. The two quickly fell into a tense standoff. With a shout, the two sharp swords clashed against each other. But at this moment, Freet's sword suddenly burst into flames, causing Midu to furrow his brow in confusion. Before he could react, the flames transformed into a large spark rushing toward him. Midu didn't dare to slack off and quickly stepped back to avoid. Freet, seeing this, scoffed and said, "Do you think I'll let you escape?" As soon as he finished speaking, he charged wildly forward, continuously swinging his sword to attack. Freet's entire body was now engulfed in flames. Midu was extremely surprised that a single slash could cause severe burns even if it only grazed him. And he also realized that the ability to freely control the flames surrounding the sword made close combat disadvantageous. So he decided to attack from a distance. Freet slightly tilts his body, avoiding Midu's sword flash. He snorts coldly in disdain. "Do you think keeping your distance is enough?" My fire rides along the sword and soars up. Immediately, Freet swings his sword. Midu couldn't afford to be careless and quickly created a protective shield. But the flames kept coming, making it very difficult for Midu to defend. He bit his lip fiercely, thinking, what kind of power is this? At that moment, sparks began to explode. At the same time, Midu's shield shattered, and he was pushed back, still covered in some flames. Seeing Midu's condition, Freet couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. "So you sacrificed your left arm as well?" As he said, Midu's left arm was burned and scorched by the fire. Freet continued to smile and say, "Your quick decision to channel your demonic power into your left arm is impressive, but now you can only swing your sword with one hand. I'm also worried about what's happening upstairs. It's time to end this." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword again and then charged like a flash towards Midu. Frowning fiercely, Midu had no choice but to take a risk. Acting quickly, he activated his illusion skill, and in an instant many Midas appeared, confusing Freet. He anxiously furrowed his brow. This is a continuous use of teleportation-style technique. Realizing this, he froze and stopped moving, focusing on the images before him. In this situation, he should have attacked from the blind spot, so Free Time swung his sword backward. Unfortunately, it was only an illusion. He couldn't believe it, as his eyes widened in shock. At the same time, Freet spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His chest was pierced by a sword, and the smell of blood quickly dispersed into the air. Midu seized the opportunity, and Free Time was killed on the spot. Midu smiled with satisfaction. The intense battles with Ega have paid off. He's really getting stronger. At the same time, the battle between Arasi and Elvin resumed on the surface. After destroying Elvin's sword, Arasi was extremely proud, as if holding the victory in his hands. But at this moment, an astonishing anomaly occurred as a sword suddenly emerged from inside Elvin's stone wall, causing Arasi to startle and step back. Elvin breaks through the stone at the same time, holding a sword in his hand. He smirks and says, "The stone has turned into my sword." Seeing this, Arasi grew impatient and scolded, "Dolilo." Then he glanced coldly behind him and spoke, "But this is where it ends. The conclusion isn't even interesting anymore." Because all the members of the third night squad had been wiped out by Arasi's team, Kyle walked over to Arasi smirking as he said, "That's a surprise." Arasi let out a light snort and spoke displeasedly. "Fighting this guy only turns into a draining battle. Boring duels that just wait for him to run out of magic aren't my style." "Damn it, I wonder what our captain is doing down there." Elvin couldn't help but be stunned, suspiciously looking at her. Jin coldly said, "Our leader has already defeated your leader." Hearing this, Elvin shouted in disbelief, "No way! No way our captain could lose to people like you." At that moment, a remorseful voice sounded from behind, "Sorry for being late." Elvin saw this and his legs trembled, the sword in his hand falling to the ground. He couldn't believe it and muttered, "No way." Dai coldly looked at him and said in a serious tone, "The report we received earlier states that your backing faction has also been wiped out. Miss Emily, is that correct?" Elvin finally accepted the truth and laughed at himself. "Ha ha, so this is what it feels like to be completely defeated." He snorted softly and coldly scolded, "That's really stupid. If he stayed on the front lines, he might still be useful." But he chose the Demon Lord's side. As they were talking, a terrifying scream suddenly echoed through the air. "What are you guys trying to do?" As they looked back in surprise, they saw Gray rushing over with someone in tow, and upon seeing the scene before him, Gray's face instantly turned panicked. No one expected that in just one night, the 3rd Cavalry's base would be destroyed like this. Midu and Akira wanted to explain, but Gray's gaze was fixed on something else, the body of Free Time lying on the ground. Midu shouted loudly to explain, "Wait, Gray, there's a reason for this," but before he could finish, Gray's anger was too intense. "Don't mess with me." Then he charged forward to attack. Midu couldn't react in time and was pushed back by Gray. Gray angrily shouted again, "Free Time is dead and the 3rd Night Squad's camp has been destroyed. In this situation, there is no room for excuses." Seeing he wouldn't listen, Arasi couldn't hold back anymore and wanted to act. He coldly said, "The injured step back, let me handle this." Akira quickly intervened. "Wait, Arasi, you can't fight back." Unfortunately, Arasi didn't listen and rushed forward, coldly shouting, "Just punch him in the head to knock some sense into him." With a bang, an explosion occurred. Fragments flew everywhere, but when the dust settled, Oscar had stepped in between them. Arasi was stunned, eyes wide with amazement. Gray was no exception, watching Oscar with a stern look as he held both their injuries and their hands tightly. He sternly advised, "Enough, calm down, both of you." With Oscar's arrival, everyone calmed down amidst the chaos and then began to clean up the aftermath, gathering the bodies of the 3rd Cavalry soldiers. The survivors like Elvin were tied up, and Midu, representing the hero candidate, recounted everything to Oscar and Gray. After hearing this, Gray realized he was too hasty. Oscar glanced at him and said, "Sorry for remaining silent. I received a report from Midu. I didn't think you would raid the camp." Midu also nervously explained, "I'm sorry for acting on my own, but our friend was kidnapped, so we didn't have time to wait, and since there are enemies inside, I didn't know what information to gather or where from." Oscar nodded in agreement. "That's right." At this point, Ray sighed helplessly and said, "I never expected the leader of the Devil Worshippers to be my old comrade. This is really bad." Oscar also sighed with mixed feelings. "When I received the report from Midu, I couldn't believe my ears. It's terrible. He wasn't even on my list of suspects. But as they saw, there is a cult base of the Devil God beneath the 3rd Night Squad's camp." Oscar slowly explained, "According to my subordinate's investigation, Cardinal Emily is involved." Gray exclaimed in shock, "She's the leader of the moderate faction, right?" "Don't tell me the entire faction is backing the Demon God sect. It seems that way." Oscar sighed helplessly. Just then, S. Lot arrived at the right moment and hesitated before speaking.
Since the Demon Lord faction has been acting strange lately, I thought information wasn't being shared. But you say that if the 3rd Night Squad responsible for defending the Imperial City is allied with a faction led by Emily, then hiding information is too easy. The more Gray listened, the angrier he became, grinding his teeth and cursing. This is the true face of the Church of the Demon Lord. No wonder we haven't been able to wipe them out all this time. Well, now we've caught the mastermind. Damn, Mac nodded. Oscar calmly replied, yes, Cardinal Emily is holding her ground, but she probably can't do anything now. He also thanked Midu's team for resolving a long-standing problem for them, but he asked Midu how she discovered the identity of the Demon Church. We have a friend who's very skilled at that, and the Devil's Cult targeting us, the hero candidates. Gray also apologetically said, sorry for jumping to conclusions earlier, Midu. But Midu shook his head and smiled. No, I think that was just a natural guess. Gray said nothing more, but noticed the burns on Midu's hands and asked suspiciously, are those burns from Flate? Midu only then remembered that he was injured. He glanced at it for a moment before nodding and replying, yes. Midu says that the swordsmanship covering that guy's mistakes is really complicated. Ray sighs helplessly upon hearing this. I guess so, he's definitely skilled. Maybe free time is only second to Oscar in strength. Why has Lot been so pensive all this time? Suddenly, she hesitates and asks, where did I go wrong? Gray, seeing her worry, speaks to reassure her, there's no point in worrying now. Oscar didn't pay much attention and looked at Midu to praise her. Still, his strength was truly impressive, defeating free time with only a few burns. Midu nodded softly, then firmly suggested that since we no longer need to worry about the back, we should start preparing to intercept the Demon Lord's army. Meanwhile, in the Demon Kingdom, Floker frowned as he read the message, muttering, do you not think this is too risky? The Demon Lord is being extremely cautious. Floger let out a light snort, threw the documents on the table, and coldly said, it's just because that fool Leon Hat was defeated that Father became cowardly. I alone am enough to handle the Holy City's Vuong Do. The 2 close aides immediately advised, we understand the prince's strength, but it's too dangerous for you to go alone. But as soon as he finished speaking, a surge of magic energy suddenly appeared around them, causing panic. Behind Feng Ko, a large magic formation emerged. Do you understand my power? People like you think you can comprehend my strength? The 2 guys saw Fokker angry and hurriedly bowed their heads, apologizing profusely. Floker snorted coldly and said coldly, such disrespect deserves to die 1,000 times. Then he raised his hand in intending to kill the 2 of them. But at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Fecker, they are also valuable military forces. Stop right there. She steps out from her magic space. Fokker narrows his eyes and asks suspiciously, what do you want from me? Fokker, you are the commander of the attack team on the Holy Kingdom's capital, right? Shouldn't we be discussing strategy? She let out a faint snort and coldly said, no need for such things. The goal is to destroy the enemy's royal capital, right? Isabel, feeling dissatisfied, retorted, but at least I need a strategy, don't I? But before he could finish speaking, Floker coldly shouted, I will destroy as I see fit. Everyone adapt on your own. Isabel felt he couldn't argue with him and had to bow and take his leave. May I? It's just that her face looks a bit grim right now. Scarlet also shares the same opinion. With this pace, they are probably just adapting as they go. Isabel can only slip into the space and leave, given how overly complicated the plan is to handle. In just a moment, she arrived at another castle, but as soon as she got there, she saw someone. Isabel slightly frowned and did not step forward. The person approaching was the 4th prince's wife. He spoke in a deep voice. Perfect timing, Isabel. Come with me for a moment. I want to settle the matter regarding the upcoming attack campaign. Isabel nodded slightly and left with Toe. She hesitated as she said, Lord Foser and Lord Scarlet said it's not necessary. Ro Toe seemed to have expected this, smirking as he said, don't worry about those 2. Just let them do as they please. They'll cause enough trouble. Then he drew a serrated sword and confidently declared, I will take the Pope's head. Isabel narrowed her eyes but said nothing. The 4th prince, the strongest swordsman of the Vandora Demon Kingdom, seems to be the one truly in charge. After finishing her discussion, Isabel re-entered the space. Smith has been waiting here for a long time. When he saw her step out of the space, he immediately greeted her. Welcome back, Lady Isabel. I have a message from Lord Araj. Isabel was shocked and exclaimed, What did Kai say? Smith slowly spoke. Let's proceed with the plan. It seems they are also ready. Isabel frowned slightly, silent for a long moment before whispering, a perfect ambush plan with a strong formation to take down the main force of the demon army. I have shared all those information I know, but will it go smoothly? Fanko also worriedly said, Even without you, Isabel, there are still 3 royal families and one of the 4 heavenly kings. No matter how they prepare, this battle will be very fierce.
Smith also nodded in agreement. Yes, just killing one of them would be enough. Fanko fell silent for a moment before hesitating and saying, "The ideal scenario is for both sides to suffer heavy losses. Lord Isabel should keep that in mind when acting." Isabel nodded slightly, indicating he understood. Only 1 day remained before the elite forces of the Demon Lord's army launched their attack on the Holy Capital. As the scheduled time for the Demon Lord's army to arrive nears, Midu and others hurriedly prepare. The citizens have been evacuated along with nearby troops and personnel in the capital. Of course, the Pope and the high-ranking members of the Church, who are also targets of the enemy, have evacuated the city. Additionally, Ichi and others in the royal capital have been evacuated, along with the non-combatant group to Alpha. By carefully examining the venomous snake in their midst, the preparations proceeded smoothly. Many people had gathered at the church to discuss important matters. Daeon was the one who spoke first. "We can't let the royal capital become a ruin. Isn't there a way to move the battlefield?" Akira calmly replied. "According to information, the enemy plans to appear in the sky over the capital through spatial teleportation, so moving the battlefield might be very difficult." Sot frowned and said, "We will have the mages set up a defensive barrier covering the entire royal capital." Gray sighed and said, "Better not to do anything, but the Pope and the people will be in great danger." Oscar calmly said, "In misfortune, there is fortune. The evacuation of the people has been completed. Of course, it would be better if we could lure the enemy outside the capital and fight there." Hearing this, Tion couldn't help but snort coldly. "Do you say that if your homeland was at stake? You stole our homeland." "It's okay, Murray." Oscar also shouted angrily, "Stop it!" "Tion, are you planning to fight among yourselves again after we finally crushed the Demon Lord sect?" Tion sighed helplessly, truly pitiful. Seeing him silent, Oscar continued, "Everything so far has just been the introduction. From now on, the main topic of the strategy meeting begins. In other words, who fights whom, they need to decide that." Akira frowned slightly, remaining silent. "So, is it finally time for him to guide them according to the instructions?" Remembering last night, Kai gathered everyone together and said seriously, "I received information about the enemy's strengths and weaknesses from Isabel, and I am the one who understands our military strength the best. I can assess and decide the strategy." Then he glanced at Akira and suggested, "Ninomiya, relay my strategy and mobilize the Holy Nation's army." Akira nodded softly, but hesitated and asked, "Is that too unreasonable?" Kai ignored it and firmly said, "You can do it. Go ahead." Akira sighed reluctantly and said, "Isn't that a bit too forceful?" Ignoring Akira's thoughts, Kai began executing the plan. First, Fair was the strongest enemy force, the one controlling gravity magic. To face this guy, Kai assigned Arasi. Arasi smirked and said, "Well, so you finally admit that I am the strongest in this class, not Midu." Kai couldn't help but be speechless. He sighed and said, "I will admit if you win." Then Kai ordered Akira and Kao as well. The two immediately nodded in agreement. Next, the second Princess Scarlet, a blood magic witch. To face this woman, Kai wants the Holy Oscar Knight Commander to handle it. Akira nodded slightly and replied, "I will persuade them to do well on this side." Receiving the confirmation, Kai continued to give orders. And the fourth prince, the swordmaster of Demon Country, the strongest warrior who, according to Isabel, seems to be the true leader. You suggested that Midu kill this one. Kai also advised them that if they realize the target has been evacuated, they can retreat quickly. So don't give them that opening. Midu nodded slightly in response. "Yeah, got it. And the last name is Fire King Flamerus. He is believed to be the child of fire magic and the strongest king in history." Kai suggests letting Gray and Slot handle this one. Additionally, Zumi will use water attribute magic to support them. There are also 7 or 8 high-level demons. Everyone else handle these guys. In the end, Kai glances at Jin and gives a command. "Kazaki, you're in charge." Jin couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Am I being assigned to this task?" Kai nodded slightly and then warned again, "Do not rely too much on the Knight Order. The only ones we can truly use as fighting force are the Knight Captains. You said you came up with strategies for each battle, but don't follow them too rigidly. Think flexibly on the spot." As Kai finished speaking, Midu suddenly asked with suspicion, "What would you do in that situation?" Kai calmly replied, "I would go around and cut the enemy's head. Remember that in the chaos of the battlefield, assassins hiding in the shadows will unleash their power." Returning to reality, Akira recounted Kai's entire strategy. Then he looked at Oscar and asked, "I propose this strategy, what do you think?" Not waiting for Oscar to reply, Taeon pouted and criticized. Aren't you too confident in your abilities? More importantly, there's no role for me at all. Gray, on the other hand, smiled and said, Isn't this a reasonable deployment? The enemies are all elite. Sending weak soldiers would just waste lives. Hearing this, Tion angrily asked, Do you think I am weak? Gray just smiled without saying anything. Soon after, he spoke again. It would be better if Tion commanded from the rear. Seeing them argue, Oscar finally spoke up, saying, Okay. He agreed with Akila's strategy and advised everyone to prepare detailed plans to handle any situation. By the time the meeting ended, it was already night. Sorry, the meeting lasted quite a while. Midu didn't pay attention, shook her head and smiled, saying no. I think that's normal after all. This is a battle that decides the survival of the entire nation. Oscar narrowed his eyes at Midu, hesitating for a moment before speaking. Can I ask you something? Midu asked with some suspicion. What's going on? Oscar said in a low voice. Do you know where Kai is? Midu was surprised, but he quickly reacted and shook his head, saying, No, I don't know anything. He is a hated enemy to all of us, but now is not the time to think about that. Hearing this, Oscar sighed reluctantly. I was once the fiancé of Saintess Leonora, and if I win this battle, I want to avenge her. He could only avoid Oscar's gaze and couldn't say anything about Leonora's death. After mentioning it, Oscar also fell silent, his eyes filled with worry. But this silence was not long-lasting, because at this moment, a large hole suddenly appeared in the sky. Midu and Oscar immediately froze in shock. Oscar couldn't believe it and exclaimed, The presence of magic. Don't tell me it's earlier than expected. Midu's face was also very serious now, watching the pink hole with caution. In just a moment, the Demon Lord's army appeared, including Faker, Scarlet, Roto, the King Flamorous, and several high-level demon clan members. Because of the widespread energy activation, Isabel was so exhausted, she broke out in cold sweat. She pursed her lips and muttered, The coordinates are stable, and I have fixed the space beneath our feet. Flamorous looked down below and smirked, saying, Are we already here? Scarlet was feeling a bit dizzy at this point. She rubbed her head and muttered irritably, This feeling is quite uncomfortable. Roto casually said, Maybe it was magic intoxication. A huge amount of mana was used for this space transfer. Meanwhile, Fokker was quietly observing the Imperial capital. After a long pause, he finally chuckled softly and said, So this is the human capital? Quite impressive for a lower species. Due to the appearance of the Demon Lord's elite army, the sky over Huangdo was shrouded in a massive amount of magic. Seeing those people, he excitedly said, They're here. Akira warned, Arasi, stay calm. If we don't lure them in a bit more, they might retreat. Hearing this, Arasi couldn't help but scoff and say, They're not the type to be scared just because we're waiting for them. Murray beside him also spoke up to advise, It would be very bad if they realize the Pope has fled. In that case, the enemy has no reason to continue the campaign. Arasi, tired of the chatter, snapped, Got it, shut up. That comment made Murray furious. She snapped back, What do you mean I was just explaining to you? At the same time, outside, Midu was a bit panicked. Oscar saw this and spoke to reassure her. Stay calm, Midu, it's ahead of schedule but still within the plan. Oscar smiled contentedly and calmly said, I trust you to be in position for battle. Understood. Midu nodded softly, his eyes now full of determination, then turned and ran inside. Another side, Kai is also secretly observing, smiling slightly as he says, They are coming. Maya hesitates and asks, What should we do? Kai calmly replied, For now, let's observe and provide support based on the situation in the sky above the capital. Roto looked down from above, noticing something was off, and muttered, It's strangely quiet, no signs of humans on the main street. Scarlet doesn't think so, and calmly said, It's midnight now, so that's normal. Don't you even know that humans can't see clearly at night? On the contrary, Isabel knows full well that things are not as they seem. This silence is a sign that the evacuation has been completed. She was worried that the departure schedule was moved up due to Fakker's sudden decision, but it seems they are ready to charge into a fierce battle, and now they are in the Imperial City. Vemerus also chimed in at this moment. Is the enemy boss hiding inside that massive castle? Roto shook his head slightly and said, No, Flammeries. Then he pointed to another direction and explained, That is the great holy temple next to the building called the Papal Headquarters. Our main target is hiding there. Hearing this, Flamarus murmured in confusion, Isn't the boss a king? Human power structures are damn complicated. Roto helplessly sighed. I remember explaining this dozens of times before, but Flamarus just doesn't get it. At this moment, Fecker also realized something and casually said, A massive defensive barrier has been deployed. Scarlet nodded slightly in agreement, covering the entire city. Even in the rear, the city's defense system was as solid as expected.
Faker snorted dismissively and said, "It's not solid at all, don't joke. This can't protect anything." Flamerus understood and nodded, smirking as he said, "I'll handle this." As soon as he finished speaking, he created a magic circle, and a blazing fire appeared. Without any warning, it shot straight into the sky defense of the royal capital. The ground inside immediately trembled violently, causing the soldiers to panic. In just a moment, the defensive barrier was burned away, revealing a large hole. Seeing this, the people of the Holy Nation were immediately panic-stricken, whispering in disbelief, "No way. Our barrier has been broken with just one attack." The scene also caught the eyes of the three Kai observing from afar. Mayo couldn't help but marvel. "That's a grand magic. He is using the concept of fire burning perfectly," Sina also chimed in. "It's truly a terrifying sight." Ka recognizes this magic and whispers, "This is the power of fire, King Flamerus." Up in the sky, Pak Si looked at the hole and smirked, saying, "I will send Lam to the human capital." "Voto, I leave the head of the Pope to you." Scarlet narrowed her eyes and watched Fair's back for a long time. Then she also jumped after him, hoping to find some beautiful decorations. Frey was no exception. He excitedly laughed and said, "All right, I can't wait to see what kind of opponent I'll be facing." Roto, seeing them like that, reluctantly said, "Let's start the campaign now." Foker and Scarlet followed his lead. Then he led the main force of the campaign away. Only Isabel remained standing there. Isabel's role is to guard the gate here, but if humanity gains the upper hand, she must close this gate and support them. That way, Foger and the others won't have a way back. Isabel's betrayal will be exposed. But she doesn't care if she can kill these members. Over here, Fair has landed below the Imperial City. The scene here is eerily deserted, with only him walking alone in silence. At this moment, Fair waved his hand, sending a surge of magic into the distance. With a loud bang, the nearby buildings turned into ruins, but no signs of life appeared. Only desolation. Fok frowned and muttered, "Just as I thought, when I can't sense any presence of people, this place is completely abandoned. Has any information been leaked from somewhere? They might be able to detect our presence." As he was lost in thought, his foot suddenly hit something, causing him to stop abruptly. Fok frowned slightly and looked around. Just then, the ground suddenly exploded in a burst of smoke and fire filling the sky. The one who attacked was Arashi standing on the rooftop nearby. He cheered loudly, "You chose to take a direct hit, you idiot." But when the smoke clears, Fakir still stands there unscathed. He smirks and says, "I will make you confess." Seeing this scene, Arashi's face immediately darkened. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Are you unharmed, you bastard?" On the other side, after landing, Scarlet faced a similar situation. She was ambushed by someone, but remained unfazed, even joking and mocking. Nice quick reaction. He pointed his sword at her and said from coldly, "Vandora Demon Nation, Second Princess Scarlet. Leave that head here." On Flammery's side, he had just landed and was wandering around. He muttered vaguely, "I have lost Zotu and the others." Frambories wandered the streets like that, but it wasn't long before he was blocked. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you going to be my opponent?" The ones blocking his path are Gray and Sklot. It's been a long time since I last saw Flammeries. At the same time, inside the church's castle, Rot brought in high-level demons. But it didn't take long before a stern voice rang out, "I won't let you pass." Making Joe too stop in surprise, he then saw Midu leading a group of people blocking the way ahead. "Yeah,